The young man sitting there, bloodied from battle, is our protagonist, Pomi. He is an unfortunate soul, dragged into a gate by a group of adventurers to be used as bait for their escape when needed. But what they don't know is that L is incredibly strong, and everything is going exactly according to L's plan. At the critical moment, he decided to reveal his true power, and with a single blow, he sent this monster to meet its maker. The reason L is so powerful is because, in the future, he is the strongest adventurer. As for why he has appeared in the past like this, we have to go back a few hours. At some point in the future, the continent was being ravaged by countless monsters. A single glance was enough to see the sky teeming with flying beasts. At this moment, L looked forward and muttered, "It's here." As he spoke, a colossal three-headed dragon began to descend from the heavens. The other monsters next to it weren't even as big as its toenail. This was the Dragon King. After the Dragon King appeared, a blonde girl behind L spoke up. "It seems the Centaur's stronghold has fallen too. Now we have no one left to rely on. The Cyanites, the Resistance, the Crusader Hunters, all the adventurers and the 6 heroes who were once considered our hope. They are all dead," she said coldly. Then the blonde girl stared intently at L and continued, "You're the only one left. The last adventurer, L." Hearing this, L gently turned back and said to everyone, "Let's go. This is our final adventure." As he spoke, the giant shadow of the Dragon King appeared before them, and as soon as it saw the group, the Dragon King Ganhai swooped down immediately, opening its massive maw as if to devour them all in a single strike. And so, the battle between the last adventurer's party and the Dragon King Ganhai began. The result was predictable. They were utterly defeated. After a difficult battle, L's entire body was covered in injuries. All around him were the bodies of his comrades who had fallen in the fight, and before him lay the giant, blood-soaked head of the Dragon King Ganhai. But don't think it was over, because the Dragon King Ganhai had 3 heads. The head in front of L was just one of its 3. Currently, the Dragon King Ganhai was still flying majestically in the sky. Even the head that had been severed was slowly regenerating. It's regenerating the severed head. Everything was in vain, L thought helplessly. At the same time, Ganhai swooped down from above to attack him. Seeing this, L slowly closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. This is my end. The end of the world and our adventure, L thought to himself. But then he slammed his fist on the ground and roared. Absurd. This is how it ends, L said, his face filled with anger and indignation as he remembered the sight of his fallen comrades. Phillips, Zayden, and Alexis too. They all sacrificed themselves. I can't accept this, L roared loudly, and then he began to stand up. Then he looked at the Dragon King Ganhai soaring in the sky with eyes full of hatred. He thought, I can't let it end like this. With that thought, he began to channel all the remaining power in his body, concentrating it in his right palm. As this power gathered, a long beam of light appeared above L's head. It slowly transformed into an arrow. Then he said, by any means necessary, I will. But before L could finish his sentence, the magical energy he was gathering in his hands suddenly shattered. Immediately after, L suffered a backlash and coughed up a liter of blood. Meanwhile, in the sky, Ganhai was gathering fire in its mouth. Once the fire was fully charged, it opened its mouth and unleashed a colossal pillar of purple flame, straight towards L, faced with such a powerful attack. L's condition didn't allow him to do anything more. How pathetic. Why did it have to end this way? If only I were stronger. If only I had just one more chance, Setsuna thought, and then his vision faded to black. Then, suddenly, a cold sensation hit L's face, accompanied by a loud shout, Get up, you bastard. The sudden voice startled L, and he snapped his eyes open. At that moment, the shouting continued. Don't think pretending to be sick will work. A slave like you should know your place. These words came from a bald man who had just thrown a bucket of water in L's face, with an extremely arrogant expression. But thanks to the bucket of water, L started to become a bit more clear-headed and looked around. What's going on? Why am I here? What about Ganhai? Am I still alive? Wait, this is the slave market, and as if to prove L's words, a multitude of voices haggling over the price of slaves could be heard from outside. These ones were just brought in. They're perfect for bait in long dungeons. Oh my, thank you. Sir, you won't find prices like this anywhere else. This one looks good. Hey, how much for this one? You have a good eye, sir. These kinds of transactions constantly echoed in L's ears, leaving him utterly bewildered. Impossible, the slave market was abolished long ago. But this place is definitely. Just as he thought this, the bald man in front of him began to scowl and shout for a mere slave. You have a pretty strong will to live. All of you. Hearing him speak, L lifted his head and stared at the man, thinking, this merchant is Hokaiman. If I remember correctly, he was the merchant in charge of me when I was a slave about 6 years ago. That's right, it's definitely him. If that's the case, have I returned to the past? Elle thought while staring at the man. And naturally, Elle's stare made the bald man in front of him uncomfortable. What the hell are you looking at? He said as he swung his fist straight at Elle's face. On that day, I returned to the beginning of everything, Elle thought as he took the punch. The scene changes to the port city of Lit. At this moment, a ship has just docked. As soon as this young man disembarked, he joyfully exclaimed, "Ha, I finally made it here." The local merchants in this area, upon seeing his country bumpkin appearance, immediately started to solicit him. Like this sexy bunny girl, she instantly smelled money on the young man and said, "Buy some potions from me, young man." Or like this fishmonger brother, holding a fish, he invited the young man. How about buying some fish? It seems he sells not only regular fish, but also sharks and some kind of carnivorous octopus. In the back, then followed a shower of offers. You need a place to store your luggage. If you want to explore the world, you need to practice first. Countless voices of this kind began to ring out, making the young man's eyes light up. This is the port city of Lit. It's so lively. While he was marveling at the scene, a black man put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Are you that happy, Raymond?" Hearing that, Raymond said in surprise, "Walker?" At that moment, a voice came from behind them. "Honestly, I want to experience every form of entertainment here right away." This voice belonged to this big, burly man. His name is Taryn. Then, Taryn looked straight at the building in front of them and said happily, "This is where our journey begins. This is the era of adventurers, where adventurers from all over the world gather to create their own paths and become heroes of their own journeys. The gate, it is a portal leading to a special dimension. No one knows when it first appeared. But inside these gates are all sorts of terrifying monsters not found in the normal world. Countless adventurers have rushed into these gates and lost their lives inside. But these gates also hide powerful and unimaginably valuable items. For that reason, it has ignited the greed of those who want to get rich. And Walker's party of adventurers is about to step into a gate to ensure everything goes smoothly. Walker suggested to everyone, "We need some bait." His words made the naive young man Dwayne Mulder's face go blank. Seeing this, Walker knew the guy didn't understand, so he had to explain. "We can't know what's inside the gate until we enter. Many adventurers have lost their lives to unexpected events. That's why we need some slaves as bait." The only girl in the party understood the issue and said, "So we need someone to distract for us to escape when in danger." "I agree. That's a good idea." And so, they went to the slave trading area to prepare some sacrificial pawns for themselves. Back to Elle, he was still sitting lost in thought in his cell, thinking, "Am I dreaming? No. This is too real. I can't believe it, but there's no other explanation." While he was pondering these things, the slave owner was introducing his goods to Walker's group. "Welcome. This market is run by the Gotham Mechanics Guild. These guys are all slaves used for bait, so feel free to choose. You won't regret buying them. I recommend these ones," he said, looking straight into the cell where Elle and another person were. Then he introduced them. "They are quite large, prime selection. They all have good physics. We just got them recently." Walker observed for a moment, and seeming satisfied, he said, "All right, I'll take both. Ha, a wise choice. Well then, good luck in the gate," the slave owner said cheerfully. And I'll also realize this was his chance. There's no reason to overthink it. This is my second chance, and I think. And so, Elle was brought by Walker's group to the front of a gate. It was called a gate, but it looked more like a red curtain created between the tree trunks. At that moment, Walker stepped forward, observed the tree trunk, and said, "It seems no one is inside this gate yet." Then he pulled out a knife and said, "I'll carve on this pillar to let others know this gate is occupied. This also means we are the first group." As he spoke, he used the knife to make a horizontal mark on the tree trunk, then turned back to everyone and said, "Is everyone ready? Let's go." The rest of the team, hearing this, became excited as if they could see the moment they would get rich from this gate. Then, the whole group stepped into the gate and vanished instantly. And when they emerged from the other side of the gate, a completely different scene lay before them. The scene before them now was a primeval forest with countless giant mushrooms. After seeing this scene, Damon couldn't help but say in surprise, "I've never seen such a mystical place. It looks completely different from my imagination." Walker, next to him, calmly said, "No need to be nervous. Let's move. This entrance is usually formed far from monster lairs, so we're quite safe now. We can't go back through the previous gate now, so we need to find a new exit first just in case." But just as Walker said this, a strange sound suddenly came from behind the group, causing the only girl in the group to be slightly surprised and turn her head to look back. And the moment she turned her head was also the moment she saw a monster, with giant jaws snapping straight towards her. The result was that her entire body was swallowed by the monster. The sudden attack right after exiting the gate sent everyone into a panic. What's happening? Why is there a monster here? Sarkloth, Raymond Holland. But before the group could even finish being shocked, they soon discovered they were surrounded by countless monsters. It was as if these monsters had been ambushing them. Or perhaps they had unwittingly walked straight into a monster's den. Wait, why are there so many monsters? Someone in the group screamed. At that moment, the group's leader, Walker, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it then." He picked up his wooden staff and began to use magic. As soon as Walker used his magic, the staff was enveloped in an orange light, transforming into the shape of a bow with a string, an arrow made of fire. Then, Walker drew the bow back and muttered, "Fire arrow." With that, he released his hand, sending the powerful fire arrow flying forward, piercing through a monster instantly. But even after killing one monster, Walker wasn't any less worried. After taking down the monster in front and temporarily saving Sarkloth, he turned back and yelled, "Something's wrong. Chain those two baits to the tree. We need to get out of here now." The other bait, seeing this, said in fear, "Hey, let us go with you." But sadly, facing this plea was Terran's knife pointing straight at his face. "Shut up and stay here," Terran shouted. Merriman quickly tied both L and the other bait's chains to a tree to ensure they couldn't escape. "I'm sorry," Raymond said reluctantly. Then the group fled while the monsters targeted the two, L and the other. "No, don't leave us," the other guy cried out in despair. And the result was predictable. Immediately after, that guy was torn apart by the monsters. And at that moment, a monster's claw swung towards L. Back to Walker's group. Walker was now carrying the girl's Sarkloth on his shoulder. Then he turned to the others and said, "We failed this time, but don't worry about clearing the gate anymore. We just need to find the exit quickly. Let's go." And before Walker's words, Jamel didn't react at all because he was too scared to hear anything. The fat guy, Terran, seeing this, became furious and grabbed the guy by the collar, shouting. He said, "Let's go. You bastard, listen to Walker. Calm down. We failed here, but we can always try again. So don't give up and keep trying. We'll all get out of here," Walker said with a confident smile to reassure Jamel, unaware that at that moment, a monster's claw was swinging straight at him. And what followed was the sight of Walker being slammed to the ground by the monster. The blow was so powerful that the ground began to shatter into pieces. And Walker, seeing this, cried out in fear, "Terran." But sadly, Terran couldn't answer him anymore, because he had been turned into a bloody pulp by the monster's blow. The cowardly youth, Raymond, was now so scared he couldn't even stand steady. In the end, it was Sonam who reacted in time and started using fire magic. "You damn thing," he shouted as he drew his bow. But before Walker could even release his hand, the monster whipped around and shot out its long tongue straight at him. And this tongue was like a homing missile. It immediately wrapped tightly around the black man's neck. Then it pulled him straight towards its mouth. Then followed Walker's horrifying screams. So another comrade has fallen. And Dai, seeing this scene, was scared out of his wits. He stuttered as he tried to crawl forward. But even if he could run, it's not certain he would escape, let alone crawling like this now. And so, the monster bit straight into his leg, causing the young man to scream in agony. My leg, Jamin gritted his teeth in pain. But right at that moment, he noticed someone's figure in front and called out, "Bait, you're still alive." "Great, that's great, hurry up, help me," he said, trembling as he reached his hand towards the figure. Then he said, "My comrades are all dead. It's just you and me now, oh right? I'm sorry about before. I didn't mean it. You can't escape from here alone. Having one more person isn't bad. So please." But before his words, the figure sitting in the tree had no intention of moving at all. This made Jamin start to go crazy and say, instead of just standing there watching, "Help me. You damn bastard." At this point, the figure smiled and jumped down from the tree, at the same time saying, "I don't know, it seems I'm too late." As he spoke, half of Jamin's body had already been swallowed by the monster. At this point, it seemed Jamin knew his fate, so he let out a few careless laughs and said, "Ha, you bastard, you think you can escape from here? You're next." And those were the last words of this young man, because immediately after, the monster closed its mouth. After swallowing Jamin, the three-eyed monster stared at L. Then it crouched its body slightly to build momentum. Then the chubby monster shot forward like a cannonball, and right at this moment, it didn't forget to open its mouth wide, as if wanting to devour L in its path. Faced with the monster's attack, Theo looked at it as if looking at a dead man. "No, I won't die here," he mumbled as if to answer Jemond. Then he slightly twirled the spear in his hand. Then he executed a piercing thrust, punching through the monster's body. The monster, with a huge hole in its body, died instantly. Seeing this, El confidently slicked his hair back and said, "At least, I won't die here." Then he looked around and picked up Walker's staff, thinking, "A fire staff, not a bad skill. It also suits my current skill level. But this still isn't enough. An adventurer needs more than just one weapon. Otherwise, coming back here would be pointless," El said as he slung the staff onto his back. Then he happened to spot someone's leg in front. Seeing this leg reminded El of some future experiences. That's right. Some people hide valuable items in their shoes. With this thought, El quickly took off the shoe to check. And just as he suspected, there was a ring inside the shoe. A ring, huh? El thought to himself and put the ring on his hand. Immediately, the ring emitted a faint blue light. "This is a telekinesis ring," El muttered. But before he could rejoice over getting a good item, countless heavy footsteps sounded from behind him, forcing him to quickly turn around. And in his line of sight, the whole horde of three-eyed monsters had brought their entire family to deal with El. They smelled blood, he muttered as he saw countless eyes in the darkness staring at him. And then, as if they couldn't wait any longer, the horde of monsters charged at El from all four sides. But El remained very calm. As soon as he saw the monsters attack, he swung his spear and pierced the one closest to him, turning it into a beehive instantly. At the same time, a monster on the side took the opportunity to shoot its tongue forward and wrap it tightly around the spear in Eel's hand. The tongue muscle of this three-eyed monster seemed a bit too strong, because with just a slight twist of its tongue, it snapped the spear in two. Even a seasoned adventurer like El was stunned by the sight before him. But before he could finish being surprised, another monster opened its mouth wide and attacked him from behind. But El quickly snapped out of his surprise. The moment he sensed danger, he quickly jumped forward, simultaneously activating the fire magic on the staff to shoot out a powerful fire arrow, punching a hole in the monster that dared to attack him. Then he glanced at the positions of the surrounding monsters and thought, "Let's try the ring too." With that thought, he waved his hand and activated the magic contained within the ring. And it seems the ring's power allowed El to freely control the arrow's direction, so he had it fly around in a circle, skewering all the nearby monsters. But at this moment, the arrow's fire power ran out and slowly dissipated. "I can't drag this out," El thought as he looked at the monsters he had dealt with and regained his confidence. "But it should be fine," he thought, and was about to launch another fire arrow. But at that moment, El suddenly realized in shock. The fire arrow spell didn't activate. On the side, the three-eyed monsters took this opportunity to charge at him, determined not to give El a chance to use magic. As for El, he immediately dodged, and at the same time, he glanced at the staff and thought, "It doesn't look broken. Is this a temporary cooldown?" El thought, while also looking at the staff. At this moment, another three-eyed monster charged towards him. Seeing this, El pushed off with his feet and spun around, then used the staff in his hand to whack it across the face. "This is the only way," he told himself, and started beating the monsters with the staff. And for some reason, our protagonist, using just a staff, managed to beat this monster to a pulp. Finally, he gave it a kick, sending the three-eyed monster flying. Then he looked at the staff in his hand again and thought, "How much longer?" El thought as he started to test if it had recharged. Surprisingly, it had. The moment El tried to activate the magic, the staff lit up. And at that very moment, the monsters once again swarmed him like locusts. "All right, one more shot," El thought to himself. He activated the fire arrow magic and shot an arrow straight ahead. Then he also combined it with the telekinesis ring to control this arrow, and as a result, he spared no one. All the three-eyed monsters couldn't withstand a single blow from this fire arrow. And after Eel had dealt with all the monsters present around him, then Sarkloth's voice rang out beside him. "Ugh, you're no ordinary slave. Both your spearmanship and magic. Who are you?" "Really?" she growled. And El, hearing her voice, was a little surprised and thought, "Oh, still alive. Lucky me." No. Unlucky would be more accurate. Back to Sarkloth, she noticed the staff in El's hand and said in astonishment, "Why do you have that staff? And that thing on your wrist too? How did you awaken? You're just a slave." At this point, she thought of something and asked tremblingly, "Wait, was this all your plan?" And before her question, El looked at her with a cold face and said, "Are you done talking? Sorry, but you're wrong. Even if I had planned it, it wouldn't change anything. I would have killed all of you anyway." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sarkloth said in shock. But immediately after, her face turned pale, as El, opposite her, had already started activating fire arrow again and said, "I utterly despise people like you who use slaves as bait." Afterwards, after collecting and dealing with everything, El also escaped from this gate and returned to everyone's amazement. Look, really? No way. A bait slave returned on his own. Murmurs began to spread, because they had almost never seen Bait survive and return back to L. He now had his goal. The dice have been cast. I need to hurry to avoid repeating the same fate. So first, I need to free myself, L thought as he walked straight towards a large building. And you have all heard all my questions. This building was also the Adventurers Guild building, and at this moment, information about L had reached the ears of the guild master. What? A slave is still alive and has returned? The manager asked, and the staff member opposite him quickly replied, Yes, Sir Abyss. Moreover, he returned without a single scratch. Hearing this, Abyss asked in confusion, How is that possible? How can a Bait return without any injuries? The staff member opposite him couldn't answer this question, so he said what he knew. The adventurers who went with him all died inside that gate. Hearing this, Abyss's voice became serious, and he said, What? He survived on his own in there. Clearly, there's something unusual. After all, he didn't run away but came back here on his own. Debtors who become Bait will ultimately remain Bait, even if they survive and return. He didn't run, which proves he knows he can't easily escape our grasp. The only way to be free is death. The recent news was from the Gotham Mechanics Guild, right? Why do I have to listen to this nonsense? He said boredly, and the staff member, hearing this, got to the main point of the information. There's one more piece of news, sir. That slave has opened the first magic circle. At this point, Abyss could no longer maintain his calm expression and said in surprise, What? You're saying a slave who can only be Bait has opened the first magic circle? At this point, he frowned and thought, that slave will have to face the punishment of the Mechanics Guild, and if anything goes wrong. And just as he thought of this, the staff member's voice rang out again. Furthermore, he wants to change the contract. Change what? Abyss asked curiously. It seems he wants to register as an adventurer. Abyss, hearing the sentence, his face began to turn pale. Then he got a little angry and said, That lawless slave, who does he think he is to dare? But before he could finish, the staff member quickly interrupted. It was Lord Raken himself who requested you to personally look into this matter. Hearing this, Abyss quickly jumped up and asked frantically, Lord Raken? Lord Raken is the chief enforcer of the Grand Guild. Why would he pay attention to a slave for that reason? No, impossible. Could it be that? Abyss said as he glanced at the file on his desk. And the staff member, after reporting everything, immediately left. Leaving Abyss alone in the room, he muttered, A Bait wants to become an adventurer. Under the princess's policy, a story about a slave shouldn't exist. But in other words, humans are always slaves to money. If I don't repay the loan I took, I'll have to do hard labor until it's fully paid. In the normal world, those people are called slaves. One day, my only relative, my father, died of illness, and I became a slave from then on. Hick thou, the herb I bought from the Gotham Mechanics Guild on credit, but they sold it for many times the market price, totaling up to 1 million meso. And of course, with such a sky-high figure, L had no way of handling it, so he was taken to court and sentenced. The accused is unable to pay the sum of 1 million meso. According to the rules, the accused will have to work without pay for the guild until the debt is fully paid. And so, my 6 years of brutal exploitation began. Now it's time for revenge, he thought, returning to the present. At this moment, Dale was also in Abyss's office, having a conversation with him. And thanks to his future memories, he had a vague idea of who the man in front of him was. Abyss. It's him, isn't it? Raken's right-hand man. One of the guild's enforcers. I've caught a big fish. He thought, then spoke up, I am Al Palmy. At that moment, on the opposite side, Abyss picked up a cup of tea and said, I know. You want to amend the contract. I've heard about you, so I'll be brief. I will change your contract status to an F-rank adventurer. L, hearing him say that, started to smile and thought to himself, he accepted my request so easily, just as I thought. He has realized that I have no interest in playing games with you. So, I'll just say what's on my mind, he thought, and then brush it off. L also smiled and said, Thank you, sir. However, I want E-rank. And of course, his words made Abyss dissatisfied, who said, What? E-rank for you? Why don't you just ask the Adventurers Guild to promote you to a rank while you're at it? L, knowing he was displeased, presented his information. I have been through hundreds of gates in the last 3 years as Bait, but it seems this information still didn't satisfy Abyss much. Even so, you were just Bait. You've never hunted a monster before, Abyss said calmly. And to this, L immediately retorted, Since when is hunting monsters in a gate a mandatory requirement for an adventurer? The first adventurer made a name for himself because he survived. What an adventurer needs is to be able to come back alive, L said, looking at him with a serious gaze. And Abyss began to think about these words. Information from the gates from those who can survive and return is much more important than individual achievements, he thought, and had to admit, I admit you're right. You're absolutely right. Because surviving for 3 years as bait through many gates is not something an ordinary person can do. But that's all you have. You only entered low-rank gates. Do you really think you can survive in higher-rank gates? Do you think we're stupid enough to agree to a risky contract where you could die before paying back your debt? At this point, he took out a cigar to puff on and stared at Elle, thinking, how crazy. He should know his place if he doesn't want to die right after becoming an adventurer. But still, why do I feel something formidable emanating from him? Hearing this, he remembered something and spoke up. This is a gate that can hold 5 people at once, and it has 12 marks on the outside. That's right. There have been 12 groups buried in this place. Prove it, if you can do as you say. Then I will listen to all your requests, Abba said as he handed Elle a contract. And somehow, quickly, Marel contacted the same group and prepared to breach this gate. At this moment, the leader of the other team spoke up. You're the rookie who's coming with us. Nice to meet you. My name is Chev. I'm the team leader. I heard from Mr. Abbas that you used to be a slave. Is that right? I don't mind, so don't worry, and neither do my teammates, he said, gesturing to his teammates behind him and looking at their attitudes. They also seemed quite friendly despite having heard about Elle's past identity. And Elle, hearing them say that, calmly said, I hope we will have a great time working together. I hear you can use fire magic. Yes, something like that, Elle said casually. The black guy in the team, hearing this, excitedly said, what do you mean? Can you use multiple elements? Chev, hearing this, explained on Elle's behalf. I heard that mages can only use the elemental power they were born with, so items that don't share their elemental attribute are useless to them. Then, he got to the main point. That's enough discussion. As you may know, we're not here to hunt monsters today. Our goal today is to find and collect the equipment left behind by the other 12 groups, and then bring them back to the guild. I heard they'll pay 3,000 mezzo for each item, Chev said with a smile. But the black guy seemed dissatisfied and said, aren't they taking too much? We won't earn anything unless we get some drops from them. Equipment for an adventurer with 1 magic circle is worth over 7,000 mezzo. The guild's price isn't even half of that. The guy in armor next to him, hearing this, reminded him, stop complaining. What? When did I complain? Enough. Is everyone ready? Let's make some money. Chev spoke up to end the argument and led everyone into the gate. And the other side of the gate was a completely different space with a rather eerie purple color. This place looks bright, but a bit scary, the black guy said nervously. And Chev, at this moment, was also on guard and said to everyone, pay attention. There's a high chance we'll have to fight a lot in this forest, so we need to set up a temporary base first. Someone in the group, seeing this, noticed a nearby tree and suggested to Chev, what about that tree? With those branches, it would be easy to hide or move between trees. Chev, hearing this, turned to look at the tree for a moment and agreed, not bad, let's do it. And so, they began to take out nails and rope to prepare for setting up the base. And the black guy at this moment also patted Elle on the shoulder and said, Elle, you can rest. Setting up the base is my job, and that idiot's over there. Then, everyone quickly got to work. And not long after, a temporary base was erected on this tree trunk. After the construction was completed, Chev continued to instruct everyone. The base is built. Now we'll split into 2 groups and search around. Tom, Mac, and Zoa, you 3 will be one group. We will check the east and west directions respectively, then return to this place. If anything happens, signal immediately and run back to the base. Understood? All right, everyone said in unison. At this time, Elle himself was following Chev deep into the forest to search. But after moving for a while without encountering any obstacles or signs, it made Chev wonder. Why haven't we encountered any monsters after walking for so long? And not a single item either. Did we come too early? We'll have to go deeper tomorrow. At this point, he thought of something and said to Elle, by the way, how's your first expedition as an adventurer? I'm nervous, Elle said calmly. And to his answer, Chev was not surprised at all. That's right, everyone is. You know, even though I've been an adventurer for a long time, every time I step into a gate, I get nervous. I'm a person who gets scared easily. However, I still bravely move forward because I have wonderful teammates. It might sound strange to praise them myself, but they are truly good teammates. I'm very sorry to hear your story. I can imagine how miserable that must be. On that topic, Pomi, what do you want? Do you guys want to join our team? Chev said as he turned to look at Elle. But to his offer, Elle remained silent and said nothing. CHEV, seeing this, realized something and said, I said that so you'd understand. But don't think too much about it. Not long after, the two of them returned to the temporary base. As they began to eat, the black guy Tom said glumly, you didn't find anything either. Chev, hearing him, grumbled, you think finding things is that easy? Can't we not talk about work while we're eating? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Al said, hearing them talk like that. He remained silent and didn't seem to want to join the conversation much. And after everyone had eaten their fill and fallen asleep, at that moment, CHEV and the others crept closer to El and said, Hey El, are you asleep? And to his question, Thiel, lying in the blanket, remained silent and did not answer. And Tom in the back at this moment also spoke up, Captain, what are you doing that's so redundant? This guy's sleeping like a log. How can he answer? He said as he took out a knife. And at that moment, the whole group showed a very sinister smile. Geez, you're being too cautious. Did you forget what we put in his food? That amount of sleeping grass could put a 100 kilograms monster to sleep, someone from behind said. And Tom, hearing this, agreed. He swallowed a lot. It's a miracle he's not dead. Besides, a fire staff? It must be worth at least 10,000 mezzo. At this point, this guy couldn't contain his greed and began to raise the sword in his hand, preparing to stab El, while saying, we should get to what we need to do. With that said, he thrust the sword in his hand straight towards El. But in the instant the sword pierced the blanket, he was startled to realize the feeling of the thrust was completely different. Then he quickly flipped the blanket over and exclaimed in shock, What? He's not in here. In the black man's line of sight, inside the blanket was just a piece of wood that El had thrown in to disguise himself as if he were sleeping. And Chev and his two accomplices, witnessing this, were also astonished. What? Impossible, he exclaimed in shock. But this guy also reacted very quickly. Immediately after, he turned back and yelled to his teammates, Find him. He can't have gone far. And just as he guessed, El hadn't gone far at all. Because right after he finished saying this, the tent they had worked so hard to build was hit by El's fire arrow, which began to. And this tent was partially destroyed and caught fire very quickly. Fire? What happened? Why did it catch fire? Hurry, grab the food and run, damn it, was it that El Palmy guy? This CHFV guy quickly shouted for everyone to move. But before he could even take a step, Mac next to him looked stunned, pointed forward and said, Boss, Chev, hearing this, turned his head irritably and said, What is it? But immediately after, his voice fell silent, because right before his eyes appeared a monster with a giant eye, and a body made of a yellow slime-like substance, looking like, well, you know. And at that moment, it was using its giant eye to stare intently at him. This gaze sent a chill down his spine. Then he thought of something and muttered, Could it be El Pomi, that bastard he used as his bait? And as he said these words, the slime monster began to open its mouth wide and aim straight for them. Seeing this, the group quickly abandoned the base and jumped from the tree immediately. Luckily for them, they jumped just in time. Otherwise, the whole group would have been swallowed whole by this yellow slime. And at this moment, El was sitting on a tree branch not far away, observing everything. What a bunch of idiots. If you wanted to trick me, you shouldn't have been so kind. In a gate where more than 12 parties have been wiped out, hiring veteran adventurers wasn't enough. They still wanted me as bait. Clearly, that was their intention. With this thought, he turned to look at the slime monster again and commented, So that's the boss monster of this area. I guess it swallowed the fragments. So it's bigger than I thought. Back down below, the XP's party was still being chased relentlessly by the boss monster. While running, the XP couldn't help but curse a few times. Damn it. Why did we have to run into this damn thing? He grumbled. And Mac, behind him, quickly asked, The boss monster, you know what type it is? Hearing this, SCP panted, turned back, and said, If I'm not mistaken, it's a yellow slime. It rarely appears in the normal world. It's a rare monster that only appears when a red gate opens. Its body is made of acid, so for melee adventurers, it's an extremely dangerous opponent. And the most dangerous part is, but just as SCP said this, he sensed something dangerous and quickly turned his head back to observe. Then, the guy quickly pushed Mark aside and narrowly dodged a full acid blast. It seems this was the dangerous secret technique the boss wanted to mention earlier. And Mark, on the other hand, because he still had no information, after seeing it spit out such an attack, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? What was that? It has a ranged attack. Zep began to explain seriously. That's an assist arrow. It's a skill that takes the assist from its own body and shoots it out. Hearing this, Max started to laugh until his mouth twisted. What a dinoma. With a giant body full of acid like that, and it has a ranged attack too. No wonder the previous parties were all wiped out. And before this guy could say anything more, the Slim started charging forward like a tank, making the whole group flee for their lives. "It's coming. Be careful," XP shouted urgently. At this moment, someone in the party asked for a way to deal with it, boss. "How do we deal with it now? Is there a way? Let's get out of here and figure it out later. The assist arrow has a cooldown of only 1 minute. We just need to dodge it and find an opportunity. We have to attack the core on its head," Asepi quickly explained to everyone. And Tom, next to him, hearing this, quickly slowed down and said, "So it's during its cooldown. Right. Then there's still enough time." With that said, he turned his head and charged straight towards the Slim. To the astonishment of those in front, "Leave it to me," Tom shouted as he leaped towards the giant Slim. Seeing this, the guy behind him quickly sang out, "Wait, let's go up together." But before he could say anything more, Tom died mid-flight, pierced through the body by a full acid blast. And this scene made the XP's face darken. Huh? What happened? Weren't there still 10 seconds before its cooldown finished? He stuttered. And to answer this question, the boss monster began to open its mouth wide, then spat out countless acid attacks like rain towards the group. And the result was predictable. With such a rain of acid, the whole group was turned into skeletons in an instant. So this party was wiped out in less than a day. And L was the sole survivor because he had been hiding on the side and observing from the beginning to the end. It seems it's over. What the XP said wasn't wrong, but the yellow slime gets stronger after eating item fragments. So the cooldown time will also decrease. With that huge size and the assist arrow skill, now I understand why the previous parties who came here to conquer all failed. Its power is truly overwhelming. It's so strong that it could even appear in a gold gate, a gate twice as strong as a red gate. It's no longer a monster that one circle adventurers can handle. L thought after looking at the monster and then leaving. And at this moment, he felt a little discouraged. There probably aren't any items left in this dungeon. The mission seems to have failed, he thought, about to turn and leave. But suddenly, Abyss's voice echoed in his head, "Prove it." And for some reason, when he remembered these words, L stopped and smiled. Back to the golden slime. At this moment while moving, suddenly, it also detected something and glanced to the side. And immediately after, a fire arrow shot straight at it, causing a part of the monster's head to evaporate instantly. But perhaps because it was a slime-type monster, it didn't die instantly. However, L was still quite satisfied and said, "It's because I hit its core. Not bad. If that's the case, then just for more shots. No, at least 5 more." L muttered and thought, "Well, it's not a problem anymore. I'll prove it," he thought as he began to draw the short sword from his hip. It seems he has decided to go all out against this boss monster. And the golden slime, at this moment, also spotted L, then began to open its mouth and use a spit attack on him. Seeing this, L quickly jumped from the tree trunk to dodge. But this slime monster wasn't about to give up. It continued to fire relentlessly, as if it had infinite firepower. And faced with this rain of acid bullets, L also felt it was a bit difficult. Then, he swung the rope connected to the short sword in his hand, and swung it straight into a tree trunk on the side. At the same time, he told himself, "I have to hit them, I can't miss. A normal mage couldn't do this. But I'm different, because my title in my previous life was the best long-range fighter." With that thought, L pulled the rope in his hand, pulling his body to the side and temporarily dodging the attacks of the yellow slime. And taking this opportunity, he activated the fire arrow magic. He then shot a fire arrow and hit the same spot where he had previously dealt damage. "Alright, for more shots," L mumbled. And the golden slime immediately spat acid phlegm at L, causing him to quickly swing on a rope to a nearby tree trunk, then quickly run up it to dodge the attack. Then he activated the fire again to attack. And it's not surprising that the yellow one got hit in the face again. 3 more shots, L told himself, while dodging the monster's attacks as it started to go berserk. And he always took the opportunity to attack right after this one had just finished its full assist. But at the moment, when there were only 2 attacks left to defeat the monster, his fire arrow suddenly failed because the Slim suddenly twisted its body to the side and narrowly dodged. It dodged for that size, it's pretty fast. But it's okay, Eltham thought and started to activate the telekinesis ring. He controlled the arrow that had missed a turn back and aimed straight for its head again. Of course, this yellow monster couldn't have imagined the attack could return. So it didn't dodge in time and took the full hit. And after taking this hit, its wound revealed a red crystal inside. Perhaps this was the monster's core. And L, after seeing this core fully exposed, he proactively swung forward. "This is the last shot," he mumbled and prepared to activate the fire arrow magic. But at that very moment, the monster also raised its giant hand and aimed it straight at him. And just as this giant hand was about to slam into L, He had already realized this attack, so Eolin activated the telekinesis and did it himself. Proceed to pull his short sword hard, but because the short sword was stuck very tightly. So instead of the sword being pulled away, L's entire body was pulled towards it. And thanks to that, L was able to avoid the Slim's blow. Then, after landing and regaining his balance, he immediately activated the divine fire arrow magic and shot a fire arrow straight at the yellow slime. The golden slime, knowing this attack was extremely dangerous, quickly raised its hand to protect its head. Unfortunately for it, L had already calculated everything. Seeing this, he just smiled. Then he used his telekinesis ring to control the arrow's flight path, circling it under the hand, and smashed straight into the monster's head, causing a huge explosion. And its core couldn't withstand the pressure of the explosion and shattered immediately after. As for the monster itself, after losing its energy core, its entire body began to swell up like a balloon and exploded immediately after. Seeing this, L quickly ran forward to avoid this acid wave, but the speed of this acid wave seemed a bit too fast. So he quickly grabbed his sword and I threw it forward with force and used his will to control it, wrapping it tightly around a tree branch not far away. Then he pulled the rope in his hand to create leverage and climbed straight up to this branch. And the wave of axes created by the Slim was truly terrifying everywhere it passed. The trees were corroded to a crisp. If he had been a moment slower, he would have been reduced to bones. After waiting for the wave to disappear, L quickly climbed down to return. But suddenly, he discovered something in front of him. Now, he then quickly used his telekinesis and aimed at the location where he had discovered the strange object. A red light was emitting from that spot. Then a sphere of some kind emerged from the ground and flew straight into L's hand. And after it landed in L's hand, it emitted a red aura, then formed a hemispherical screen. It's unclear what this is. Not long after, L returned and went straight to Abyss's office. "I'm back," Elbin said calmly. And before the return of this rookie, Abyss was silent for a moment. Then finally he said, "So you're not a braggart, huh? But why did you come back alone? Where are the items?" Hearing this, L coldly explained, "The people you put in my group were all new. They conspired to rob me of all my items. When I left the group to escape, they fought the boss monster and all of them died." "A monster?" Abyss said with a doubtful tone, seeming not to believe it. But immediately after, he was startled by L's words. It was a golden slime. "What? If it's that, then all the items have probably..." "That's right. It swallowed them all," L said calmly. And this result made Abish's face turn grim. Damn it. The Merchant Guild's items have all been destroyed. So this mission was a failure. Abish thought bitterly. Then he looked at L again and judged. The problem is that this guy is still alive and has gone outside. There are a few rules at the gates. First, the number of people allowed in is limited. Only those who have marked the gate can enter. After that, the gate will be disabled until the person inside is defeated. Second, the limit of people entering a gate is based on the gate's difficulty and the circle's level. The gate's difficulty is distinguished by its color. The easiest is red, the hardest is purple. If a person's circle level is higher than the gate's difficulty, they cannot enter. Third, there's only one chance to beat the gates, which is to defeat the biggest obstacle inside that gate. If someone survives and gets out, that gate will be destroyed and cannot be entered again. So that also means that if someone has entered the gate and stepped out, others will not have a chance to enter that gate again. So the gate has disappeared. But how can a one-circle hunter like him deal with a Slim? Abish wondered, then he spoke up. "I see. You were just trying to survive, and since the items were swallowed, you didn't pay attention to them anymore. Anyway, the fact is that you failed this mission." But before he could finish, L on the opposite side spoke up. "Calm down. I'm not done talking yet. That golden slime, I ate it," L said as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the magic circles on his wrist. And Abyss, after seeing his wrist, his mouth fell open in shock and he said, "Impossible. To circles already. You ate the mana stone from the Slim." L, hearing this, slowly said, "I think that's enough to prove my abilities, as promised. Please rank me as E." And before his words, Abyss lunged onto the table and said, "I'll rank you D. No. If you work with me, I'll arrange for you to work with a C-rank adventurer." Back to L, of course, was such a lucrative offer he couldn't refuse. So he immediately signed the contract, and Abyss, at this moment, also sobered up a bit and thought, in general, for an adventurer with less than 3 circles, being rank C is a bit much. Adventure ranks are based on circle level. Veteran adventurers are A and B rank. Intermediate adventurers are C and D rank. And apprentice adventurers are E and F rank. The power of the circle is the clearest evidence of their abilities. But this bastard is not like the others. Just by using a mana stone, his circle level has already increased. He says it's all thanks to his survival instincts. That's right, survival instinct. No, it's innate talent. He got the second circle right after returning alive. I've never seen anyone with that ability before. I need him. Abyss was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. And L, seeing him so happy, also felt relieved. His attitude has completely changed. It seems he's being nicer to me now. Well, there's no more time. A red gate has appeared. The number of raiders is 100. There is a big event that all the merchant guilds are paying attention to. And of course, the Gafo Merchant Guild is no exception. Well, it's no harm to me. I need it anyway. This is a good opportunity for me to proceed with my plan. With this thought, he spoke to Abish. Abish, I have a proposal. Lend me some money. And before Io's money-related proposal, Abyss's cheerful face immediately stiffened. This bastard is so demanding, he thought to himself. It is said that the appearance of the gate opened the era of adventurers, but it was all a trap by the dark sorcerer. It caused many people to lose their lives in there, for the purpose of cutting off the future of the Fengthu world, and finally the apocalypse. All the monsters are just waiting for the opportunity to flood out of the gate, and we will surely lose. Exactly 3 years from now, the mission that the Fengthu world must face is not far off. Back to L, after leaving the guild, he was still thinking. It's still not enough, but it's a good start. The 100-person gate this time is red level. Only those who have reached level to circles can enter. Normally, the GAFO guild only chooses high-level adventurers. They are investing in a level 2 adventurer like me because they are aiming for that gate. I've earned some money, but spending it all on items is too foolish. Equipment suitable for my level is too expensive. Can I buy something useful with this amount of money? El thought randomly and unknowingly. He had walked to the slave market, and as soon as he stepped in, he was greeted by a young merchant who welcomed him. Welcome, sir. Thank you for choosing our lit slave market. You must be an adventurer. Let me introduce you. What kind of companion are you looking for, Mr. Adventurer? Someone who can be bait or a warrior to fight alongside you. El, hearing this, shook his head and said, I need to find a guide. The merchant boy was a little surprised to hear that, but then he still led El down to the prison cell, introducing, this is the punishment cell, where we punish rebels like the one you're looking for. And not long after, they arrived in front of a certain cell, and the merchant just seeing the person chained inside. He gulped nervously. Then he turned to El and asked, sir, are you sure you want to choose him? This guy, But before the young man could finish, El interrupted, I know. He's the one I'm looking for. Looking at the face of the person being held captive also brought back some memories for El. Before his regression, one person's death had hastened the apocalypse of the Fengthu world. The hero of fire, Aaron, she was assassinated. Aaron's first and last disciple was the one who ignited the apocalypse, the hero killer, Debo. It's him. And at that moment, Debo in the prison also looked at El and said, you came for me. Do we know each other? Get lost. After saying that, he even spat on the ground as if to drive El away. And the merchant next to him, seeing this, quickly turned and said, I'm sorry, sir. His nerves are a bit of a problem. And Vile agreed with the merchant's opinion. His actions are different from before my regression. But now he's just a slave. But treating an adventurer this way is truly rude. Not just his personality, but his skills are also insane. Besides me, he was one of the people who caused a stir after the apocalypse. The two of us were often compared because we were from the same region. Our awakening times were similar, and our skill levels were comparable. But the biggest thing we have in common is that we're both broke. He has a younger sister with a blood disease. With that thought, he asked, what's your price? And to El's question, he began to speak with a provocative tone. Oh, are you a rich young master? You can pay any price. Then how about 1 million mezzo? Is that okay, young master? If you don't have the money, then scram. If you want to show off, then. But as he said this, Debo's words fell silent, because he had seen El start to reach into his pocket and pull out a wad of cash. 1 million mezzo. Is that real money? It's not fake, is it? He said in astonishment. Even the merchant next to him was equally surprised and asked, are you serious? El, on the other hand, didn't want to answer about the real or fake money. And he got straight to the point. Wait, listen to me first. This contract lasts for 1 year. The profit split is 7-3. I get to choose the items from the gate. The merchant next to him, seeing this, his eyes bulged out. He's making a contract with a team member, not a slave contract. And on this side, El also presented the contract and said, here is the contract. Look, Depot, seeing this, quickly snatched the paper from his hand and said, don't you dare go back on your word. After saying that, this young man quickly bit his finger, and I pressed my hand to confirm. And this also made El think a little. He agreed without hesitation. Is it because his sister's life is in danger? Thinking of this, El also became happy and said, "Since it's sealed, let's go to the gate. Just leave it to me." Debo said eagerly. El, hearing this, said coldly, "You have to prove your worth, Debo. You won't find anyone as hardworking as me," Debo replied. Then the two of them started to drag each other into the gate, and during this time, El had also equipped the young man Debo with a two-handed axe. But it seems Debo wasn't used to using this kind of thing, so he said, "Ah, boss, you gave me a new weapon, and I'm grateful, but I'm more used to Long's words. How about we go back and exchange it?" Hearing this, El turned back and said, "From now on, you will learn to use a fire axe when you are with me. If you don't like it, you can just cancel the contract." And when El said this, they had already reached the front of the gate. At this moment, Debo also saw the information displayed on the wooden post and muttered, "This is, you're going to test me with this gate." El also looked at the tree and said, "Red level. The maximum number of people allowed in the gate is now 8. It seems we've come to the right place." Back to Debo, he also looked around and asked, "Where are the rest of the people? Our boss has a lot of money, so his teammates must all be talented. All right, at least there's a healer. Fighting is one thing, but having a healer is still." At this point, Debo noticed El turning to look at him with a very unusual expression. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Could it be, boss?" Debo said worriedly, thinking of something. But fortunately, at this moment, El spoke up. "Don't worry about teammates. We have enough people." And these words made Debo let out a sigh of relief. "I knew it. I was scaring myself again." But before Debo could feel relieved, El pointed at him and said. Hearing this, the man on the side was stunned for a few seconds. Then, immediately, he said in a panic, "What? Wait, no way." But unfortunately, El didn't even give him a chance to think much. He kicked the young man inside and said, "Don't waste any more time, get in." And so, both of them squeezed into the gate. At that moment, Debo became furious and turned back to say, "Are you crazy? To people in a gate for 8, there's a limit to how crazy you can be. Do you think this is a joke or something? And I have to use a weapon I'm not used to," the young man said, his voice growing weaker as he saw El's murderous expression. But at the same time, a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distance, catching Debo's attention. And the cause of this dust cloud was a group of tree stump monsters charging straight at them. With no other choice, Debo gripped his weapon tightly and prepared to fight. "This is it. It's all my fault. They're known for having hard shells that are difficult for swords and spears to pierce. And there are so many of them." And while Debo was still panicking, El from behind pushed him aside and said, "Move. You're in the way." Hearing this, Debo quickly tensed up. "Hey, wait a minute." But before he could say much, then El on the side had already started using fire magic and skewered one of them instantly. And in Debo's astonished eyes, then El started to combine the use of his telekinesis to control this arrow, to destroy all the other stumps. And so, the teeming horde of monsters that were charging forward were burned to a crisp by eel before they could even reach them. And so, within a few seconds, all the surrounding monsters were on the ground. At this moment, El also spoke up. "How disappointing. You're like this right from the start. Next time, don't make the same mistake." And before his words, Debo had only one thought in his heart. Who the hell is this monster? Scene changes to a certain building. At this moment, inside the building, someone is reporting something to their superior. The merchants have taken the bait. The plan needs more time. But the dispatch people have been selected and are ready, right? "So, can we proceed with the operation, sir?" this person said, looking at the back of the man in front. At that moment, the man said coldly, "All right, everything will be according to that person's will. The one who will liberate Fongthu world." Back to El's group. After Debo collected all the mana stones from these monsters, he announced the quantity to El. "There are 27 of them. I've collected all their mana stones." "Yeah, let's go," El said. Then the two of them started wandering in this desert again. And while walking, the young man Debo thought, "I thought he was crazy. But it turns out he's not to be trifled with. A remote control skill. I've never seen anyone use a fire arrow like that. Going with someone as talented as this, I'm sure to make a lot of money. The split is 7-3, so I'll be able to pay for medicine and living expenses." Just thinking about sitting back and getting rich made Debo smile so wide he couldn't close his mouth. And at this moment, El, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and said, "I see it. I have a talented one." Another pile of stumps. Seeing this, Debo quickly wiped the smile off his face, hid behind the wall next to him, and peeked out to count. "There are about 9 of them, 9A. "A perfect number," El said. Of course, Debo, after hearing this, was stunned because he didn't understand what El had just said. Afterwards, he felt even more worried as El started to stare at him as if he had a dangerous thought. And not long after, he learned why L had said that. It was because 9 monsters was a suitable number for Debo to handle on his own, and L would just sit back and watch without interfering. And to make the fight easier, Debo first threw a rock in front of the stumps to attract their attention. Then he jumped down from above and stepped up, and used his axe to split a tree monster in two. Seeing this, the stump monsters were a little startled, but then the whole group charged towards Debo, and Debo, at this moment, also grumbled in his heart, "Damn it, I have to deal with all of them myself. I've never used this weapon before, so it's a pain. Even with 10 lives, it might not be enough," he thought, and couldn't help but shout, "Damn old boss." With that, he began to wield his axe and fight the stump monsters. At this moment, L was also calmly observing this young man fighting from behind and thought, he said he's only used to using swords. No wonder his movements are so strange. But then he will see that the fire axe is the weapon that will make him stronger than ever. There's no need to doubt his talent, because he is the only one chosen to be the disciple of the hero of fire, Aaron. Back to the battle at this moment. A tree monster also flew up and pointed its 4 legs straight at Debo to attack him. And before this leg-spreading motion, Debo fed it an axe, splitting it into instantly. And after a few rounds of chopping wood, Debo gradually felt the difference of this weapon. This fire axe is both powerful and has a long attack range, maybe even more convenient than a sword. When I relax, it feels even lighter. So if I hold it like this. With that thought, Debo relaxed his hand and held the axe at the very end of the handle to maximize its attack area. And thanks to a better weapon grip, then he began to mercilessly chop down the stumps. And L, from a distance, had to admit, he catches on quickly. Even without awakening, his ability is already at this level. And just as L thought of this, the ground suddenly shook, making Debo extremely scared. And immediately after, he quickly looked up at the cliff next to him. A few seconds later, the cliff was suddenly pierced from within by something. Then a sharp, thorny vine shot straight out. Debo, on the side, was still stunned and didn't understand what was happening. Then this easy plant, as if it had eyes, shot straight at him. Luckily, this easy plant missed, so he was only pushed back by its impact. But next, Debo witnessed something that made him break out in a cold sweat. "What is this?" Debo stuttered, causing him to, when he witnessed a colossal demon tree in front of him. Its height alone was taller than the cliff in front of him. And while he was still stunned by this giant figure, the tree monster had already used its roots to attack again. Luckily, L charged up in time and pulled him to the side, allowing the young man to survive. Then, L conveniently threw the young man aside like trash. He also used his fire magic and shot a powerful fire arrow straight at the huge body of this monster. Debo, from behind, seeing this, laughed with delight. "That's more like it. Watch the magic." But before he could rejoice for long, the fire arrow was blocked by the tree monster in front using one of its branches. It blocked it. Debo was shocked, and L, seeing this, was not discouraged. "It reacted faster than I thought. But what about this?" L said as he began to condense another arrow and shoot it forward. But this time, he also combined it with telekinesis to control it, flying around the tree monster to find an opportunity to attack. And while it wasn't paying attention, L quickly had the arrow circle behind and strike straight at it. Just one hit, L told himself. But this tree monster truly had eyes in the back of its head. Even though he deliberately attacked its blind spot for some reason, the tree monster still guessed it and even accurately controlled a branch on its head to block it. It blocked it like that. L's eyes widened at the sight before him. And because magic was no longer effective against this tree monster, Bibo in the back immediately ran away. But at least when he ran, he didn't forget to say to L in the back, "Why are you still standing there? If you don't want to die, run. Magic is useless now." Neo, hearing this, also got up and ran, and he didn't forget to think of a way to deal with it. It's not that the attack is useless, it shouldn't have been able to block the fire arrow. The problem is the branches on its head. And as Neo thought of this, the beast had already caught up to them. He then slammed his leg towards the two of them, and although this attack was not accurate, it also sent both of them flying. The tree monster, seeing this, took the opportunity to attack with the branch on its head. Debo, seeing this, screamed in worry. Luckily, this pound reacted in time. He immediately used his telekinesis to control a nearby rock fragment, and lifted both of their bodies into the air, dodging the whip-like blow in an instant. "Awesome, boss." "Sweet jet, thanks," Debo said as he coughed a few times from the dust upon landing. But at that moment, L said to him, "Debo, thanks for handling the stump monsters. I'll take care of the boss." Debo, hearing this, was startled and looked at the stump monsters that had surrounded them since who knows when, and said, "What the hell?" But before Debo could finish, L had already charged forward to attack the giant tree monster. Huh? Wait, why is he so fast? Debo exclaimed in surprise. Back to L. After dodging the giant tree's attack, L saw that it was afraid of being hit. Then he quickly used his fire magic to help, and shot a fire arrow straight at the monster's face. And Debo in the back, seeing this, thought with frustration, no, without a proper plan, we can't beat it. We have to run. See, I knew it. Debo thought to himself as he saw this attack being deflected by the tree monster. But immediately after, the tree monster's eyes suddenly widened because at that moment, it had been hit by a fire arrow from behind. And Debo, seeing this scene, was also extremely surprised. He managed to hit it. Back to L, at this moment, he was calmly controlling the fire arrow to attack it again. Its branches are more agile than I thought, so it's hard to use remote control to both dodge them and attack the gaps. But now that I'm level 2, I can cast spells twice. With that thought, L controlled the arrow to descend from the sky and blew away a few of the trees on its head. The loss of a few strands of hair also made the monster cry out in agony. On the side, Debo was fighting off the attacks of the stump monsters. Seeing the scene, he was overjoyed. Unbelievable. Behind one arrow was another. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't dodge consecutive attacks like that. Even the boss monster had to admit defeat. This guy must be more than a monster. IBE thought as he watched the monster scream in pain from L's arrows. But at this very moment, Debo also noticed that the small tree monsters had ignored him and charged up to attack L. Seeing this, he quickly shouted, "No, behind you. Watch out behind you. This is crazy. There are so many of them, I lost a few." Debo blamed himself, but before he could worry any further, L controlled the arrow to fly backwards and destroy all these small stumps. Then he looked at Debo with a disappointed expression. "Debo, can't you handle these little guys?" Back to the giant tree monster. As soon as it lost the attack from one arrow, it freed its legs and started attacking L. Seeing this, L also quickly retreated to dodge. Damn, I was only careless for a moment, and it already got me, L thought to himself. But at that very moment, another branch swung straight at him. And what was particularly dangerous was that L was currently in the air, so he had no support to dodge. Then, just as this whip was about to strike him in the face, then Debo suddenly appeared next to him and pulled L back. At the same time, he also swung the axe in his hand and severed this branch. And after landing safely on the ground, we can start searching. Then Debo didn't forget to boast, "Ha, I just saved you. Aren't you going to take back what you just said?" he said, panting like a bull. And L, hearing him say that, also smiled and said, all right, you're finally useful. Then let's go." With that, L also began to create to fire arrows hovering around him. And because there were no more of those annoying little ones, Debo would now officially join the fight and help L. "All right, attack," LH shouted and began to control the two fire arrows, sending them straight forward. And immediately, one of the two arrows blew away a branch of this beast. But this beast also reacted very quickly. It seems it had accepted sacrificing one of its arms to deal with the remaining arrow. As soon as it saw its other arm blown off, it turned its head and controlled another branch to strike the other arrow. But at that very moment, Debo had closed in on it from below and cut off the SAP plant and touched its arrow. At the same time, L below was also very in sync. Controlling this arrow, it pierced through to other branches, causing it to scream in agony. But their actions had also enraged this tree monster. While Debo was still hovering in the air, it controlled two branches on its head and shot them straight at him. Attack from both sides, L thought when he saw this scene. Then he said, "Debo, I'll take the right. Then my side is the left," Debo said as he swung his axe to the side. And this combination of the two also destroyed some more branches. But it's not over yet. While falling, Debo somehow managed to cling to this tree trunk. He then ran up like a gecko. Then he swung his axe and cut down all the white branches in front of him. And while he was furiously chopping down the tree, he was sneak attacked from behind by the beast with the branch. The blow was so strong that his eyes rolled back and he coughed up a liter of blood. And the giant tree, taking this opportunity, opened its mouth wide as if to swallow Debo whole. But unfortunately for it, L, who was watching from below, immediately used his telekinesis to control a rock to fly up and block for Debo before it could swallow him. But the demon was no slouch either. Debo had just gotten on for less than 3 seconds before it swung its hand and destroyed the rock he was on. Debo, seeing this from below, also felt his head spin. This is troublesome, he thought to himself, and started using his telekinesis again and controlled countless rocks to rise up. Debo, seeing this, quickly jumped on a rock to avoid falling to his death. Then, he also used the floating rocks as stepping stones to dodge the continuous whip-like blows from the beast. And L on the side wasn't just sitting around either. At this moment, He was also controlling the missile to fly around, harassing the beast and simultaneously dealing with its branches. And while this giant tree was busy looking east and west to deal with the fire arrow, El shouted, "Finish it, go." Following El's words, the capital had immediately closed in on the demon when it wasn't paying attention. And as soon as he was within striking range, he used all his strength to swing the axe in his hand straight at the giant tree's eye. The powerful blow also caused the eye to bleed instantly. So, one of its eyes was gone. And the pain from this blow also made the beast scream in pain and stumble backward. And its unsteady balance also made it impossible for Deepo to hold on to the axe in his hand anymore, and fell straight down. But luckily for him, he was at least able to land safely. However, it seems Deepo was still not satisfied. His eyes began to stare at the monster with a burning fighting spirit. "It's not over yet, you damn monster," he said as he began to stomp his foot, then shot straight at the monster like a rocket. Back to El as soon as he saw Deepo's action. He immediately understood and used his telekinesis to affect Deepo's axe. Then, he waved his hand, caused the axe to be pulled out of the eye and fly straight into Deepo's hand. And Deepo, with a weapon in hand, became much more confident. "Open your mouth. I still have dessert for you. You can eat it," he said as he began to swing his axe at the remaining eye. And so another eye was gone, causing the monster to scream in agony. But very quickly, it suppressed the pain and turned around, and knocked El down below. Then, the monster, almost in a frenzy, began to open its mouth and snap straight at him. But El from behind wouldn't let it achieve its goal so easily. As soon as he saw it open its mouth, he quickly launched a fire arrows straight into its mouth, and the result was not surprising. After the 2 fire arrows flew into the tree monster's body, it seemed they had hit its core and exploded immediately after. And seen from the outside, the monster was now screaming in pain, as its entire body was being burned. And only then could Deepo sit down and take a few breaths to regain his strength. From behind, El confidently stepped forward and praised him. "Well fought." Deepo, hearing this, glanced at El and said, "You too?" And so, the two of them began to look at the burnt corpse of the monster in front of them. Time quickly passed until evening. The scene changes to a small house. At this moment, inside the house, a little girl is mumbling, "It's so late. I should eat first and then go to bed." "Thank you for the meal," the little girl said, clasping her hands. But just then, a knock came from outside, making her a little curious. Then, she quickly rushed to open the door and asked, "Who is it?" But before she could finish asking, she froze, because before her eyes was a very familiar figure. "Is that you, brother?" she said tremblingly as she witnessed Deepo's blood-soaked appearance. The little girl's hand also trembled, and she clutched her clothes. "I'm home," he said softly from the opposite side. And these words also brought tears to the little girl's eyes. She quickly hugged her brother. "Welcome home." The scene changes to a wooden house. At this moment, El is also staring at someone with a bruised arm lying on the bed. And based on the photo on this table, it seems this is a very important person to him. Back to El, he also looked at the corpse on the bed and said to it, with a very cold face, "Use it." Then he also activated his fire magic and decided to burn this house down. Then he left without hesitation. Time quickly passed until the next morning. At this moment, Abyss was still struggling with some paperwork. This. The senior gate subjugation for 100 adventurers is coming up, but who should I send? Lord Raken is in charge of this. If I disappoint him, I'm done for. This subjugation is a major event involving all 10 major merchant guilds. The reason it's so attractive is because the items inside can contain rare, even legendary items. Of course, the difficulty is also very high. The 3 Natasha sisters of the Gold and Richie Merchant Guild. They possess skills considered impossible for a 2 magic circle mage. Compared to them, who also have to magic circles, the adventurers of the Gafor Mechanics Guild are nothing. Frankly speaking, the manpower of the remaining 10 major merchant guilds, including the Gold and Richie Guild, are all very strong. Among them, our guild has the worst reputation and is the weakest, although I'm not very sure. But and just as Abyss said this, his words suddenly stopped, because outside, the door to his room was suddenly opened. This naturally made Abyss angry, and he said, "Huh? Who dares to enter the room without knocking?" But Abyss didn't. Before he could finish, he was startled to realize who the person in front was, and quickly, he shouted out, "Is that you?" Passed. Back to the man Raken. At this moment, he also confidently sat in Abyss's chair and asked, "How is the selection of members for the gate team this time?" Hearing this, Abyss quickly bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, that's not done yet. I see you're working a bit slow. Not like usual. What about the adventurers you mentioned before?" Raken Fana said, and to his question, Abyss also told everything about El Palmi. "I'm still quite worried about him. The SSB's party all died, so there's no way to confirm what happened there. Since there are no witnesses, he might be really good, but for important matters, it's certain. At this point, Abyss stopped talking, but Raken, hearing this, understood perfectly, so he spoke up. Then why don't you try again? The event only happens once. Alright? We can create a team of candidates under observation and have them clear a nearby gate. A lot of people will go in there, so we'll know everything about them, he said with a very sinister smile. Not long after, L's group was also requested to go to the gate arranged by Raken, and currently, there were already quite a few people here, which surprised Debo a little. Oh look, there are a lot of adventurers this time. At the same time, a voice from the opposite side spoke to L. You belong to Group 5A. To slaves, these words came from a rather shabbily dressed man, and his attitude, along with that of the people in his team, was looking at L's group with eyes full of contempt. And not just this group. After a quick glance, L also noticed that the eyes of the others were also looking at them with no goodwill at all. No matter how you look at it, they don't welcome us. To them, slaves are just a nuisance. That's an unwritten rule among experienced adventurer groups. It seems they are the ones who have awakened to true magic circles. They look completely stronger than SSB's team before, so they can be considered so strong that they don't need slave bait at all. While L was thinking this, Abyss and his two guards appeared in front of the group and said, Are you all here? I'll be brief. The trial will begin in a few minutes. Whoever shows their potential will be given a chance. The guy with the red bandana, hearing this, was a little surprised and said, What chance? The opportunity to participate in the subjugation with 100 people, Abyss said with a smile to them. And this really surprised the red bandana guy. 100. The 100-person gate. Back to Abyss, he continued to paint a picture for everyone. You will receive special treatment when you show your strength in this gate. His words also caused a stir among everyone, and only L was the one who remained calm. So that's it. So this is his plan, he thought to himself. Do your best, Abyssco encouraged everyone, and then they all moved together into the gate that could hold 40 people. And after everyone came out from the other side of the gate, the scenery had hardly changed. The guy with the red bandana, seeing this, also muttered, another forest gate. Then he was full. He also glanced at this mage and said, We will only cooperate when we fight the boss. Split up to explore, search for everything, and regroup on signal. And so, this group of people began to split into smaller groups and go their separate ways, leaving the two members of Group L all alone. Back to the mage's group. At this moment, he was also instructing the others. We don't have much time. Focus, hunt. Yes, Lord Doran, the girl in the back quickly said. Then, this young man Doran also noticed some rustling sounds in front and paid attention. And in his line of sight, at that moment, behind a tree, a small monster shaped like a spider appeared, but it seemed this monster was quite weak. So, Doran didn't pay it much mind. TSK, just one monster. And it's a mushroom monster too. What a waste of time, he said as he began to use his magic and create a blue energy sphere. He then shot it straight ahead, causing a not-so-small explosion. This was the elemental burst magic. How boring. Get its mana stone and let's go, Doran said to everyone around. But immediately after, as the dust from the explosion slowly cleared, it revealed the figure of the mushroom monster, unharmed, and only slightly scratched. And this scene made Doran unable to believe his eyes. What? It's not injured at all. Is it strong enough to withstand a level 1 magic spell? He said with a hint of panic. But his black-haired teammate immediately drew his weapon and reassured him. It's okay. There are many of us. And just as he finished speaking, countless whooshing sounds suddenly echoed in their ears. Tenderin, seeing this, quickly warned everyone. Something's different, everyone, be careful. A few seconds later, they were completely surrounded by countless of these mushroom monsters. Damn it, we're completely surrounded by mushroom monsters, someone in the group shouted. And after a long and arduous battle, they finally dealt with this horde of monsters. Finally done, Doran said, panting heavily. But at this moment, the only girl in the group also noticed something unusual and asked, Lord Doran, the monsters are stronger than we thought. What should we do now? Doran, hearing this, thought for a moment and said, We will have to fight an unimaginable number of monsters. If this continues, we will be exhausted soon, and if that happens, our lives could be in danger. Let's just ignore the previous agreement and go fight the boss alone quickly, before we run out of energy on these small monsters. Back to L, at this moment, he also said to Depot in front. Most of the other groups will think the same way. Debo, on the opposite side, was panting like a bull and managed to reply, Listen, that makes a lot of sense. But why are you just standing there talking and not helping me? There are only 3 monsters, L said dismissively. Back to Depot, after taking a few breaths, he regained his composure and said, "Anyway, you said we shouldn't waste time like this, right? Let's keep going. Let's go take down the insects," IBB said. "Clear the monsters first," L ordered coldly. But this command also surprised Debo, who said, "Why? You just said we shouldn't waste time," L. Hearing this, began to explain, "That's what everyone else will do. So we'll clear the monsters first. Defeating the boss isn't the only evaluation criterion. The ability to clear monsters also counts. Moreover, the more people gathered at the boss's location, the more dangerous it becomes. You never know what schemes those people have. Not all schemes are obvious on the surface. They're hidden deep within their hearts, and they're always plotting something. And I feel something dangerous here too," El said as he glanced up at the sky. Back to Duran's group. As planned, they were now moving to fight the boss and nothing. While they were moving, the girl in the group suddenly pointed to the side and alerted Lord Duran. "Look, there's an exit." Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing, and indeed, there was a small stone platform with 2 pillars on either side. This made Duran a little happy. "I didn't think we'd find it so quickly." "It's fine, just mark it." "Yes, my lord," the girl said quickly. But suddenly, the blue-shirted teammate in front of them burst out laughing like a madman. And this laughter made Duran a little annoyed, and he said, "What's wrong with him? Hey, Ovent, shut up." But to his warning, Ovent laughed even louder, as if he would die if he didn't laugh. At this point, Tenderin was really annoyed and growled, "Did you hear me? This will attract monsters here." Ovent, on the other hand, managed to turn his head back, revealing a very strange face. His mouth was smiling, but his expression was like he was crying. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, and even the veins on his face were clearly visible, as if he was trying not to laugh but couldn't. "What the hell?" Duran exclaimed in shock when he saw the expression. But then, the laughter of his other comrades began to echo from behind him. Duran, hearing this, quickly turned his head and found the whole group enveloped in a purple mist. With the instincts of an adventurer, he immediately deduced that it was poison gas. "This is bad. I need to get out of here now," he thought. And without a second thought, he abandoned his remaining comrades and charged straight for the gate to get out. But at that very moment, a loud sniffing sound echoed from behind him. And the owner of the sound was a giant mushroom with a very grotesque appearance. And it was also the one who had spewed out this poisonous smoke. All this smoke was sprayed out from the holes on its body, like an air pump, and faced with such a large amount of poisonous smoke. Duran finally couldn't hold it in and started laughing like a madman. Back to L's group. They were now moving along a river. And while moving, Deepo was also lost in thought. Yesterday, he didn't want to fight at all. So should I? And just as Deepo thought of this, something suddenly appeared in the sky, catching his attention. And in Deepo's line of sight, a flare had been launched into the sky, and both of them immediately recognized it as a signal flare. A signal flare. "They found the boss," Deepo shouted. Then, the two of them quickly went to the location where the flare was fired. And although they saw the other groups waiting there, Deepo was still a little surprised. "Even though we agreed to signal for a gathering when we see the swarm, I don't believe they would actually do it." Back to L, at this moment, he wasn't paying much attention to Deepo's words. He started staring at the group in front and thought, "One group is missing." And the guy with the red bandana, after seeing them arrive, also spoke up. "Looks like everyone's here. I'll explain the situation again." But before he could say anything more, the purple-haired girl next to him asked, "Majdoran's squad isn't here yet. Forget them, we've waited long enough. We found the insect's location and captured it, and also saw Doran's whole group get wiped out by it. That boss is a berserk poison mushroom," the purple-haired girl, upon hearing the name of this boss, couldn't help but scream. "What? A berserk poison mushroom?" Not only her, but the other members also began to whisper among themselves. "We're in big trouble. Even with this many people, we might not be able to take down that boss. If we've encountered a berserk poison mushroom, don't even dream of defeating it. The only thing left to do is find the exit and escape." On this side, Deepo, who was a complete novice and knew nothing, saw everyone discussing like this and also became curious, asking L, "Is the boss really the famously difficult berserk poison mushroom?" Back to Eel. After hearing the boss's name, he himself felt it would be a tough fight. "So it's that one. It's indeed the most difficult boss at my current level. Because of the poison gas it emits, I won't be able to get close to it. This also means that no matter how many people there are, they won't be able to do anything to this thing. If we want to defeat it, we have to use long-range attacks. However, those half-assed attacks can't cause damage because it's very strong and fast too." On this side, the guy with the red bandana waited for everyone to discuss for a bit. Then he announced some bad news. "Unfortunately, the boss is right in front of the exit. So, we have to face it if we want to get out." And Debo, hearing him say that, puffed out his chest and said, "Are you afraid of it? 3 bosses are nothing. Just 1 fire arrow from this big brother here." But before he could finish, L, next to him, said coldly, "Debo, shut up. We will die if we face it blindly. My fire arrow can't hurt it." Hearing this, IB lost all his confidence and said in shock, "Huh? Why?" Neo, hearing this, slowly explained, "Even the small monsters in here are very tough. So the boss monster must be many times tougher." Dibbo, on the side, hearing him say that, didn't know what to say. And at the same time, the guy with the red bandana let out a helpless sigh and said, "He's saying things everyone already knows. That's why slaves." But before he could finish complaining, his teammate next to him spoke up, "Eboru, there's no time to grumble. We need to find a solution to this." And as soon as this young man finished speaking, El in front raised a hand and said, 50,000 meso. 50,000 meso per head. There are 30 people here, so that's 1.5 million meso. Give me that money, and the 2 of us will be bait for everyone to escape, El said, pointing at Debo behind him. And Debo, on the side, after hearing this, his head spun, "Damn it. What the hell is he talking about?" Debo thought, clutching his head. And at that moment, Iboru on the opposite side also roared, "Don't be so arrogant. You're still used to the ways of a slave, but man proposes, God disposes. That boss isn't as easy to lure as the others. If we're moving and you get caught and killed by it, then we'll have to die too. Slaves in a high-level gate are just an obstacle. Besides, what can the guy next to you do? He hasn't even awakened yet. What can a slave and a 2-circle mage do?" Iboru said angrily, and his words also made Dibbo on the side furious. "These bastards are insulting me. They're using a goading tactic. I don't want to be bait." Back to El, after hearing these words, he didn't get angry at all but just calmly asked back, "So what are you going to do? Have a better plan, no, right? If you did, you wouldn't have bothered signaling. By the way, let me clarify. My group consists of a 2-circle mage and a 1-circle mage." According to El's words, Depot also looked at his wrist in shock and exclaimed, "When did I awaken? What is this? Since when? I'm a genius." El, on the other hand, ignored Depot's excitement and continued to ask, "Does your group have 2 mages?" Iburu, hearing this, was at a loss for words. And at that moment, the purple-haired girl, the leader of the other group, spoke up, "Wait a minute. If you really do that, I'll pay. However, we didn't bring that much money with us." El, hearing this, waved his hand and said, "No problem. We'll collect it after we get out. So if we don't make it out of here, you won't lose anything. However, everyone here has to agree. So, decide." El threw the decision back to them, and of course, these people had no other choice but to follow El's plan. And so, everyone began to calmly move towards the exit where the berserk poison mushroom was guarding. At this moment, it was still happily enjoying the body of someone from Doran's group. And while it was still engrossed in its delicious meal, a fire arrow suddenly flew from the side and aimed straight at its face. The direct hit to the head also created a sizable explosion, and the monster even let out a little smoke right after. The owner of this attack was, of course, El. He did it to deliberately attract the monster's attention, and after hitting it, he quickly warned Debo next to him, "Debo, we'll move as soon as we see the swarm notice us." Debo, hearing this, still felt a little scared and said, "Do we really have to do this?" But before he could say another word, the berserk poison mushroom's eyes lit up as it spotted them, and immediately after, it charged straight at the 2 of them like a machine. "Here it comes," El said, and immediately ran back. And Debo, after seeing the speed of this monster, was also stunned. How is it so fast? And so, the chase between the many-toothed mushroom monster and Eel's party officially began. And taking this opportunity, the female team leader shouted to everyone, "Now, everyone, hurry up and activate the gate before those to get killed." But she didn't need to say much, as the group was already running for their lives towards the gate. Then, a member quickly slapped the switch and activated the gate. Then, after the gate was formed, she shouted again, "Go quickly with that." They all quickly entered the gate and disappeared. Meanwhile, El and Depot are still running for their lives. But before they could get far, they were blocked by a group of tiny mushroom monsters. Seeing this, IB grumbled, "Damn it, do I look that easy? Get lost," he said as he began to channel his magic into his axe. Then he swung it powerfully, cutting in half all the little monsters that dared to block his path. This was his unawakened state. But even though he dealt with these monsters, he was a step too slow, allowing the enraged poison mushroom to catch up right behind him. And at the moment the monster opened its mouth wide to bite down on Depot. Then El, next to him, gave it a fire arrow, sending the monster flying backward. But just as Eel had predicted, even though it took a direct hit to the head, it barely caused any damage. Seeing this, Neo unleashed another fire arrow and aimed directly at the head. But this time, it seems the mushroom monster reacted in time and dodged to the side in the nick of time. L, seeing this, still didn't give up. He immediately used his telekinesis to control the arrow to turn back and get it. It continuously flew in front of the enraged poison mushroom to block its path. But even so, then with the monster's overwhelming speed, its claws were right behind them. It's catching up. He cried out in fear. But luckily for them, at that moment, a crack appeared in front of them, and L, as soon as he saw it, said, "Jump." Then, following L's command, as soon as they reached the edge of the crack, they jumped down, and also managed to dodge the blow of this enraged poison mushroom. "Hey, you damn monster, take this," Debo said as he gave it the middle finger. While L behind him also started to activate his fire magic. He then gave it an arrow to the body. Of course, this was just a farewell gift, as it wouldn't really cause much damage. And both of them fell into the water and were swept away. Swept away by the current immediately after. Not long after, the two of them successfully climbed ashore. At this point, Debo also took a few breaths and asked, "What the hell were they?" Wearing on the side, hearing this, he wrung out the water from his clothes and said, "Haven't you heard? It's the boss monster of this place. It seems we need to prepare better if we want to kill it." And to his answer, Debo's face went blank and he laughed awkwardly. "Ha, boss? Are you saying we're going to kill it? I didn't mishear that, did I?" "You heard right," L said coldly. "Are you kidding me?" IBB shouted. L, hearing this, said in surprise, "What's wrong? Didn't we come here to hunt monsters? That was when we didn't know there was a poison mushroom boss here. Don't you know something called retreating?" Debo shouted. L, hearing this, also said, "You can't re-enter the gate after you leave." "I know that," Debo said loudly while thinking. "Shouldn't we have gotten out of here after finishing our bait duty? How can we kill that boss when magic missiles don't even work on that horrible thing? Didn't he say we would die if we fought that thing?" Back to L, it seems he could also read the thoughts on Debo's face, so he said, "The situation has changed because the competition is over. We don't need to worry much about it anymore. And now, on top of that, we'll get an extra reward. Isn't that great?" At this point, L's face became cold as he looked straight at Debo and continued, "And as you said, are you planning to break your contract with me?" Debo, hearing this, his face went a little blank, but then he immediately said, "I never thought about that. You'll pay me extra, right?" "Of course," LT said with a smile. Back to Debo, at this moment, he also expressed his doubt. "At least tell me how we can kill it when arrows and swords don't work on it. I have no intention of sacrificing my life. Is there really a way to kill it?" Debo said as he stared at L's emotionless face. Scene changes to outside the gate. At this moment, the group of people are running out one after another. And Abyss, seeing them come out so early, is a little surprised. They're out already. It's a 40-person gate. Isn't this too fast for them to conquer? At this point, he also stepped forward and asked the purple-haired girl, Jebber, how was it inside the gate? It seems a few people went missing in there. Are they still inside? And to his question, Jebber quickly replied, "We failed to clear the gate. Doran's group was wiped out, and El Pomi is still inside. We were only able to escape because El and his teammate acted as bait. This boss monster is unbeatable. It's too strong." Abyss, hearing her say that, started to frown and said, "So, you did nothing but run away?" Rebber, hearing this, thought he didn't understand the situation and explained again. "The boss is a berserk poison mushroom. It's super strong. We couldn't do anything." And faced with Jebber's words, Abyss turned and said to his two guards, "Let's go back, Jebber." Seeing this, quickly said, "Sir Abyss, wait. El Palmi's group hasn't come out yet. The gate is still there. Maybe they're still alive. They won't survive. It's just a matter of time, didn't you say so yourself? The boss is a berserk poison mushroom, right? If you want to wait, you can wait by yourself." "I don't have time," Abyss said and left immediately. "You can wait?" And at the same time, he also despised this group in his heart. What a bunch of useless people. I guess they were really unlucky to have to fight that berserk poison mushroom here. The remaining two groups in there to kill the berserk poison mushroom is impossible. Give up. I don't want to waste time on ordinary adventures like this. What I want is an adventurer, someone who can defeat that thing. Someone who can turn the impossible into the possible. Back to L, at this moment, he was also standing on a rock, and drew his bow, aiming a fire arrow in some direction. "Let the hunt begin," he mumbled. He then released his hand and let the arrow in his hand fly straight forward. And Lee Zoel, standing and aiming from a distance like that, also has a clear purpose. This boss is faster and tougher than any we've ever faced. On top of that, it uses a spreading poison mist that's incredibly difficult to deal with in that case. It's better to keep our distance and attack from range. but the magic fire arrow I created currently doesn't have enough power. However, using telekinesis to twist the arrow and then shoot it at high speed will greatly increase its piercing power. This is something I can only do in the Fengthu world. It's what I thought of when I had to face the Berserk Poison Mushroom boss. A skill that turns the impossible into the possible and increases my chances of defeating it. Fire Spear. And as L thought of this, the launched Fire Spear arrow had reached right in front of the giant mushroom. Then, this arrow also pierced straight into its body, causing the enraged poison mushroom to scream in agony. And with a terrifyingly strong spinning force, it successfully pierced through the giant mushroom's body. However, L, who was watching from a distance, still felt a little regretful. I tried to shoot through its head in one shot, but it seems I missed. This is going to be troublesome. In his line of sight, at this moment, the Berserk Poison Mushroom had been pierced by the Fire Spear through its upper left area, but this was still not enough to trouble this beast. Immediately, it began to roar as if it had gone mad, and turned its face towards the direction the arrow was shot from, and spotted L aiming his bow to shoot it again. And without a moment's hesitation, the Berserk Poison Mushroom accelerated on all fours and charged straight at him like a rabid dog. L, seeing this from above, gave it another fire arrow, but unfortunately this time, with its rapid movement speed, it dodged to the side just in time. At this point, L also felt a bit of difficulty. It's hard to use the Fire Spear while moving and finding an advantageous position. Also, the cooldown of the Fire Spear is too long. I have to finish the boss before it gets here, he thought, and unleashed another Fire Spear at the enraged Poison Mushroom, just as it reached the cliff he was standing on. But this crazy mushroom easily dodged again. But at this moment, it seems the Berserk Poison Mushroom also noticed something, so it let out a few incomprehensible roars. And immediately after, L from above also shouted, "Now." Then, following his command, Deepo, who was hiding below, pulled the rope in his hand hard, causing this poisonous mushroom to tumble and crash straight towards the swamp in front. And as soon as it got back up, the axe in Deepo's hand flew towards it at lightning speed. The enraged poison mushroom didn't even have time to react before it took an axe straight to the face, causing its blood to splatter everywhere. Then, Deepo yanked the rope in his hand and retrieved the axe. But that's not all, because it was falling into the mud. The smoke-spewing holes on it were now blocked, and it couldn't release any more poison smoke. Seeing this, Deepo also raised his hand to taunt the crazy mushroom. "Finally, I can breathe easier. The air is fresher now. Let's play a little, shall we?" Back to L. At this moment, he was also observing the Berserk Poison Mushroom and thinking, are the conditions right? The key to this strategy is to lure that monster to the swamp, because the basic principle of monster hunting is to neutralize the prey's advantage. Once it falls into the swamp, it has lost its strongest weapon. While he was still thinking, Deepo below was also staring at the crazy mushroom and said, "What's wrong? Can't do anything because your pores are all clogged. How pathetic." As he spoke, he began to channel his magic into the axe in his hand and swung it hard. And as soon as this axe had completed half a rotation, he let go of his hand and grabbed and sent it flying straight at the Berserk Poison Mushroom. But this crazy mushroom also reacted quite quickly. As soon as it saw the axe flying towards it, it raised its hand to block the blow, although the axe still embedded itself firmly in its palm. Seeing this, Deepo quickly yanked the rope to retrieve the axe, and then immediately threw it back at the giant mushroom. And he repeated this action over and over again, making this Berserk Poison Mushroom look like nothing more than a piece of wood being carved. Streams of blood began to spurt from its body with each swing of Deepo's axe, and after taking a few dozen axe blows from him, it seems it had also gotten used to the rhythm. So it swung its hand and knocked the axe aside, and then it also took this opportunity to charge up and finish off IBB. But that's okay, because they had already planned for it. The reason we lured this bastard monster here was not just to see its pores. A dark swamp is the worst map for any monster that relies on speed for its attacks, just like now. After taking a few steps, it immediately realized its speed had been nerfed by an unknown percentage. And L from above also took this opportunity to unleash his Fire Spear skill down below. And this attack also successfully hit the crazy mushroom, because it couldn't move in time. However, it also saved itself by raising its hand to block the arrow. Of course, this Fire Spear move wasn't so easy to block. The arrow began to twist and pierce into its palm, causing it to scream in agony. Finally, an explosion occurred, and Deepo from behind, seeing this, immediately wondered, "Is it dead?" Deepo said as he focused on looking forward. Then, in the smoke, he saw the silhouette of this monster still standing and immediately cursed. "Damn it, this long, hungry-looking bastard." And at this moment, L from above also shouted, "Attack its mana core. That weak point must be in its head." "Got it," Deepo quickly said, and started throwing his axe straight at the crazy mushroom's head. But this berserk poison mushroom reacted incredibly fast. Just before the axe blade could chop into its head, it immediately raised its arm and grabbed the axe handle. Then it swung the axe in its hand and pulled Debo flying towards it. But El from above had also seen this scene, so he quickly used his telekinesis to control a nearby log to fly straight towards the monster. As a result, the berserk poison mushroom took a log to the face, and Debo conveniently grabbed a branch on the log. The berserk poison mushroom, not knowing Debo had clung to the tree trunk, quickly brushed the trunk aside to look for him. But of course, it couldn't find anyone, because at that moment, Debo had flipped backward and kicked straight at its mushroom head, making it scream like a pig being slaughtered. Then, after landing a kick, Debo didn't press his advantage but quickly retreated to maintain distance. At the same time, he pulled the rope hard and, "You guys try to get your own axe back." Then, he also used the floating rocks and moved continuously around the enraged poison mushroom, looking for an opportunity to attack. Seeing this, Dio also supported him by using his will to control the muddy water and create a screen to obscure the monster's vision, and to further confuse the berserk poison mushroom. He also controlled several streams of water to shoot straight at its face, forcing it to quickly use its hands to block. But at the same time, it saw a shadow preparing to swing an axe at it. As a natural reaction, the enraged fist immediately let out a loud roar. He thrust his claws through the water screen and straight towards the figure. But unfortunately, when it pierced through the water screen, it realized it hadn't hit anything at all. Debo's body wasn't there at all. In fact, at this moment, he had somehow circled behind this monster and was swinging his axe straight at its neck. And with a powerful spin, Debo successfully beheaded this monster in one strike. The severed head also fell to the ground immediately, while its body was still standing tall in the swamp. Madipo on the side also began to pant heavily from exhaustion. Then, he also gave a thumbs up to El as if to declare success. El, seeing this from above, also smiled, but suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief, because in his line of sight, at this moment, the body of the berserk poison mushroom, which had lost its head, suddenly moved, and it was even swinging its fist and unleashed a hammer blow straight at Aiba's head, sending his entire body crashing down below. Then, it also turned to face El and roared as if it had gone mad. Male on the side also felt confused. What's going on? Its head was already chopped off, he thought, and activated his fire arrow and fired again. As soon as the arrow flew down, it created a not-so-small explosion. But the headless corpse of the enraged poison mushroom reacted very quickly and promptly retreated to avoid the explosion. Something's not right, El thought worriedly, and at the same time began to use his telekinesis to upgrade, lift the entire log that this berserk poison mushroom was standing on into the air. And this crazy mushroom also cleverly took this opportunity to jump straight towards the cliff, where El was standing and sitting, and clung to it tightly. Continue. It also used its hands to climb up like a spider, and El, seeing the scene, also broke out in a sweat. I only have one arrow left. There's no such thing as a next cooldown, and I can't shoot recklessly anymore. While the berserk poison mushroom was crawling on the cliff like a gecko, Debo below had also woken up and shouted, "Damn it, I'm so pissed off." With that, Debo used all his strength to throw the axe in his hand straight at the body of the berserk poison mushroom. This was his violent chop ultimate skill, and the berserk poison mushroom seemed not to have noticed, so it didn't have time to dodge. And as a result, this axe had cut its body horizontally and split it into two. Its lower body was severed and fell down immediately, and Debo, seeing this from below, was overjoyed. That's what you get. But before he could laugh for 3 seconds, then the young man's eyes widened again when he saw the upper body of the berserk poison mushroom, still climbing as if nothing had happened. "Be careful," IB shouted anxiously, and at this moment, the staff in El's hand also lit up. He then shot an attack straight at it, but unfortunately for El, this monster reacted too quickly. As soon as it saw the attack coming, it let go of the cliff with one hand to dodge to the side. And at this moment, a face of some kind appeared inside the body of the berserk poison mushroom, smiling very smugly as if having achieved victory. But just as it was in the middle of laughing, El's cold voice also rang out. "So this is your real head. Thanks for letting me know," he said. In its line of sight, at this moment, it seems the attack just now was actually a flare fired from the gun in his hand. Debo, seeing this from below, was also stunned. A flare gun? The attack just now was just for show. Back to El, after seeing the true form of the enraged poison mushroom, he didn't hesitate to unleash another fire spear, piercing straight into the face hidden in the mushroom's body, and knocking it off the cliff. And not surprisingly, the spear began to dig deep into the enraged poison mushroom's body and attack this face, causing it to scream in agony. Finally, its entire body was pierced through, and the screams of this face were silenced immediately. Then, this body was also dragged away by the smell of the wound and exploded not far away. And accompanying this explosion was the complete release of all the poisonous gas from the enraged poison mushroom. Debo, seeing this from below, also broke out in a sweat, truly painful until the very end. But luckily for him, at this moment, L from above had used his will to control a rope to wrap tightly around IB and pull him up. Phew, I thought I was a goner, IB said quickly upon landing. And at this moment, the scene on the ground was filled with purple fog. Seeing this, Debo also asked, "Is it really over?" "Yeah, well done. Let's go. Quickly collect the magic stones once the poison dissipates." But as L said this, his voice suddenly fell silent because at this moment, in front of him, for some reason, the body of the berserk poison mushroom suddenly flew up. Then, from within the body, a horrifying scream erupted. It seems the core of this monster has not been completely destroyed yet. Then, it also spewed all its poisonous smoke straight at the two of them. And Debo, on the side, seeing this scene, he could only laugh. Scene changes to Abyss's office. At this moment, Raken, after hearing the story, burst out laughing. "Ha, so that's why you came back when you saw them fail like that. The atmosphere is still as explosive as ever, isn't it?" Abyss, on the side, hearing him say that, also said, "I'm very sorry, sir. I believe it would be best to leave this matter to the Cyclos Knights." But just then, a knock suddenly came from outside, making Abyss a little angry. He turned back and said, "Didn't I say this is not the time to talk? Go back. I'm coming in." "What? How dare you?" Abyss said angrily, but then his face immediately went numb. When he saw the image of El stepping inside, "I'm back," El said coldly. And Raken, in the room, seeing him return safely, laughed with excitement. "Ha, how interesting. Hey Abyss, what's with this guy?" he said as he turned to look at Abyss, who was just as surprised to see El appear. "It's like he just came back from the dead, isn't it?" Back to Raken. At this moment, he also looked straight at El and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Raken. You're El Pomi, right? You really live up to the rumors. You are the element that our guild desperately needs." El, on the opposite side, hearing this, quickly bowed his head and said, "Thank you for your compliment, sir." Raken, seeing his attitude, also said happily, "Good, I like your politeness. I'll ask you a question. Do you think you can survive in that 100-person gate?" Hearing him say that, Dio also pondered for a moment and then calmly said, "It's quite difficult." And his answer also made Raken on this side a little silent. Meanwhile, Abyss had gone crazy and said, "How dare you talk to Lord Raken like that, El Balmy? Don't think that just because I registered you as an adventurer, you can do whatever you want. You villagers still owe a huge debt." El on this side started to close his eyes and let him say whatever he wanted. As for Raken, after a moment of silence, he also smiled and said, "Hard, huh? Does that mean it's still possible? I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. What do you want?" he said as he looked straight at El. Time quickly passed, and the scene changed to a pub. Currently, El and Debo are sitting and drinking together. And after Debo heard El's request to Raken, he couldn't help but spit out his beer. "What? 5 million mezzo for each person. The two of us would be 10 million mezzo. You're asking for too much." And at this moment, El, on the side, his face covered in beer from the guy in front, was also looking at IB with a very cold gaze, which made him quickly say, I'm sorry, but aren't you being too greedy? Those guys will definitely reject this offer. So our first business deal is over." El, hearing this, calmly used a towel to wipe all the beer off his face and said, "You don't need to worry. They'll accept." Debo on the side still didn't quite believe it. "Ha, you're so indifferent to everything. No matter how chaotic it gets, if Abyss gets mad, he'll blacklist us from the guild." While the two were talking, a voice came from behind them that caught Debo's attention. "You guys look so comfortable. Not at all like someone who just cheated death," Ibru said, and behind him was Jeba. And Debo on the side, as soon as he saw the two of them appear, he angrily slammed the table and said, "What did you say? How dare you talk to the person who saved your life like that? I haven't liked you since we first entered the gate. Get out. Let's have a proper fight." But before Debo's request, the two, Ibru and Jeber, bowed their heads and said, "We are deeply sorry for underestimating you two. I have always been ashamed of myself, so today, I have come here to sincerely apologize to you two. This is the agreed upon amount for you two. 1,500,000 mezzo. I've added a little extra as a token of my appreciation for you," Iburu said as he handed them a bag of money. And Debo, on the opposite side, just took it dazedly and said, "Hudo, yeah, thanks. But at this moment, L on the side immediately spoke up. We don't need it. We'll only take exactly 1,500,000. No more, no less. I only accept money for work. I don't need your goodwill. That's all I have to say, L said coldly. And Depot, on the side, hearing this, also grumbled. TSK, if you're not going to take it, you should have said so from the start, making me happy than disappointed, he said, as he began to open the money bag and return the extra money to them. At this moment, L turned to look at Iburu and said, Pirate, your name is Iburunyi. Iburu, would you dare to do something as risky as I did just for money? And his question left Iburu speechless. Scene changes to Abbas's office. At this moment, he is also shouting at his superior. You can't do that, sir. 10 million mezzo. With that amount, you could hire a 3 or 4 circle mage. Even if he's the best candidate available, you shouldn't favor him so much. He's just trying to extort money from us. Let me call him here and renegotiate the price. Raken, hearing this, glanced at Abbas and said, HMM, you think so naively? Why don't you think he'll come back and demand double the amount? What? Abbas was stunned to hear this from Raken. And to explain this, Rakan took out a piece of paper and said, read this. This time, the GAFO Mechanics Guild will only send El Palmidi's team. Abbas, on the other hand, also picked up the notice to read and thought, White can just a people do. But I don't know what's written in this notice. But as soon as I read a little, Abyss's face broke out in a cold sweat. Then he quickly turned to look at Raken and asked, Is this true, sir? Raken, on this side, also leaned back in his chair and answered comfortably, If that news is fake, we'll be in big trouble. I spent a lot of money to buy this information. Abyss, hearing him say that, also gritted his teeth and thought, The Dark King Din. Will the Dark King Din really be there? Back to Raken. At this moment, he also picked up a pen and pointed it at Abyss, saying, Don't make unnecessary mistakes, Abyss. The war has already begun. Time quickly passed, and it was time to raid the Red Gate with 100 people. Currently, there were already quite a few adventurers who had set up tents to rest and wait for the others. And at this moment, El and Dibbo were also here. I don't think they will actually accept your offer, Dibbo said in surprise. Don't get too excited and focus on the fight, El said coldly. Don't worry, I'm an experienced adventurer now, Dibbo said as he began to observe the other adventurers around and mumbled. The atmosphere here is really tense. And suddenly, a blonde uncle spoke to them. Oh, there's a new person here. Are you from the Gafo Mechanics Guild? Nice to meet you. I'm Sudin, an E-rank adventurer from the Janus Mechanics Guild. El, hearing this, said coldly, I am El Pomi, a C-rank and C-rank adventurer. El's speed really startled Sudin on the side. What? A C-rank person? I thought only 1 or 2 circle mages could enter this gate. How can a C-rank person? But before he could finish, a voice came from behind the group. Hey, can I talk to him for a moment? I need to talk to him. These words came from a blonde girl dressed like a knight, whom he had called. Asudin, seeing this, clicked his tongue and left, grumbling, TSK. So now he's with those people. What a waste of time. Back to El, after seeing this girl's appearance. He also remembered his conversation with Abish earlier. Why do I have to do that? El asked curiously. But Abbas didn't intend to give a long answer and just said, just take the order and do it. Why are you asking so many questions? Our guild will cooperate with the Signet Knight Order in this matter, following the ideals of Empress Sidnius, the strongest army, the Sidnius Knight Order, praised by the world as a symbol of strength and power, has begun to take an interest in the gates. The slots for the gates have been snatched up by other guilds, so we have no choice but to ally with them. Even if they only send their amateur team, the success rate will still be much higher. Although they are plotting something by approaching this gate, cooperating with them is not a bad idea. El, hearing this, also said calmly, I see. It's just an alliance. HMM. I don't think it's that simple. I have a feeling something shady is going on, Abishvu said. Back to the present. At this moment, the blonde girl also introduced herself. I am Kiri, the leader of the Cygnus Knight Order's amateur team. I hope you know your place and don't get any funny ideas just because we've spoken a few words. I don't want to cause any trouble, so just keep quiet and follow my orders. And of course, her words also made Debo on the opposite side feel angry. Huh? What kind of damn attitude is this? Kiri, on the other hand, seemed not to see his annoyed face, so she continued to ask, Are you to the only team sent by the Gafo Mechanics Guild? That's right, El said calmly. And Kiri, hearing this, also let out a sigh and said, has the GAFO Guild given up already? And as she said this, the other guilds had also brought their people. First was the Dick Mechanics Guild, Grokus's group. Then there's the Media Mechanics Guild, Cuban's group. Debo, on the side, just by looking at their aura, could already feel the difference. They are all elites from other guilds. The atmosphere has completely changed. But it's not over yet. At this moment, 3 red-haired girls arrived at this place with a very confident aura. They are from the Goldrick Mechanics Guild, the 3 Natasha sisters. And Kiri, after seeing them appear, also said irritably, "They look so arrogant." Their appearance also marked that all the guilds had arrived, so the host voice rang out. "Hello everyone. My name is Longko, the one chosen to guard this place and help those who escape from the exit. I'm sure your manager has already told you about the gate, but I'll repeat it one more time. Legendary grade items dropped inside the gate will not belong to you in any form. Their ownership belongs to the association you work for. Of course, you will also receive a corresponding reward. In the end, you should be happy you get to keep the mana stones. Also, if you plan to appropriate the supplies for yourselves, then you will have to face a B-rank adventurer party," he said, pointing behind him. 3 adventurers were waiting there. Debo, on this side, hearing that, also noticed these 3 people, then was startled when he saw the number of magic circles on their wrists. A 5th circle midge. Their whole party is 5th circle, he thought in astonishment. As for Longko, after explaining everything, he also said, "I'm done. I wish you all a safe journey." Following his words, the adventurer parties entered one by one. At that moment, Kiri also turned to Elle and said, "Follow me, I'll lead the way. I will be the only one who can successfully clear this gate." Debo, hearing her speak so confidently, was startled. Is she out of her mind? Do I really have to cooperate with her? Elle, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to him. He was staring intently at the gate and thinking, "In the end, all my efforts so far have been to enter this gate, a gate I've never set foot in, not even in my past life. But I must succeed. That chain of events has now begun." Thinking this, he also told Debo, "Let's go, Debo." Behind him, hurriedly followed and said, "HMPH, even if they cry and beg, I won't help them." Report from Red Gate 100, the first entrance. Consolidated report. Genesis Guild wiped out. Meridia Guild wiped out. Dick Guild wiped out. Sky Guild wiped out. El Nido Guild wiped out. Goldrick Guild wiped out. All guild members are dead. Raid result report. Failure. Rewinding to the time when this adventurer party had just entered the Red Gate. At that moment, what appeared before them was a vast, expansive field. "Everyone, follow me," someone said. Meanwhile, he said, the young man, Debo, was still in awe of the sight before him. "My goodness, it's so huge. Did you think we came here for sightseeing? Hurry up," Kiri urged. This made the young man Debo feel a bit annoyed. "Boss, are you really going to let this slide? Why are they?" As he spoke, he turned to ask Elle, but stopped when he saw him pressing his ear to the ground. Then asked, "What are you doing?" However, before he could get an answer, not far from them, countless heavy footsteps suddenly appeared, accompanied by a long trail of dust. The cause of it was none other than a herd of super muscular wild boars, with a red ribbon tied around them. Who knows by whom? That sound is a herd of ribbon boars. There are about 1,000 of them coming. The group shouted as they saw the boars charging towards them like Formula 1 race cars. And while everyone was panicking, Kiri quickly regained her composure and shouted, "What are you doing? Spread out and draw their attention, quickly. A few parties still haven't entered. Isn't there an unwritten rule that participating parties shouldn't interfere immediately?" Over here, the other adventurers clicked their tongues in annoyance upon hearing this. But they quickly scattered to both sides. "El Nido Mechanics, come here," Ahmed shouted. But these people refused. "We'll go this way." Just like that, the adventurer party's formation was cut through by this herd. But that didn't mean they would actually ignore the people. The boar herd immediately split their formation in two and chased after them as if to the death. And during this time, the Cygnus Knights, led by Kiri, also fled for their lives. "Good. Head towards the forest. There are many obstacles there. We'll hunt them there," Kiri ordered. But before she could say more, a knight beside her spoke up. "Miss Kiri, we have a problem. We've lost track of the GAFO mechanic member." "What?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Elle's 2-person party was quite relaxed after the chaotic incident. "Whew, that was refreshing. Looks like we can relax now." "But how did you know the ribbon boar herd would attack?" Debo said with a laugh, having escaped a dangerous situation. Elle calmly explained, "Based on my experience, on a vast grassland like this, herds of monsters often appear. Ribbon boars have an average length of 2 meters. They are very aggressive monsters that usually move in herds, numbering from hundreds to thousands. Though difficult, it's not impossible to defeat them, but the other mechanic groups think the same way. They just don't want to waste their energy right at the beginning, so they want to split the herd. From now on, we can't know what monsters will appear. This is definitely not the end. The 100-person expedition in Slipwood in my previous life ended in failure. with the death of all adventurers. El recalled his memories. Meanwhile, seeing him in deep thought, Debo asked, "What are you thinking about?" As he spoke, he turned to look at El, and this very action caused him to not notice a tripwire at his feet and run into it. Then a spike trap suddenly sprang up from the ground, heading straight for him. Luckily, El reacted in time and pulled the young man back, saving his life. "What was that? A trap? Who would place them here?" Debo said, his face pale. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, the sound of a rope snapping suddenly rang out. Then, immediately after, a sharp stake aimed straight for an unidentified adventurer. But this bald-headed man was no pushover. Even without turning around, he detected the trap coming towards him and immediately swung the great sword in his hand, slicing the sharp stake in two. "HMPH, pathetic," the man said with a contemptuous voice, as if looking down on those who set this trap. His teammates, who were with him, also sheathed their swords and reported, "We've disarmed all the traps, that was the last one." And among the group, the leader, seeing the bald-headed man's casualness, reminded him, "Don't let your guard down, Babel." The owner of this voice was Grokos from the Dick Mechanic Guild. Continue. He then looked at the destroyed traps around and commented, "Although still imperfect, they are very dangerous, and they even mimic human hunting methods. From that, we can deduce they are not ordinary monsters. If it's a monster with this level of intelligence, it must be a hob. They're troublesome, so they might be the boss monster of the Red Gate. I had a faint guess already. This gate's difficulty is quite high. Unless they're adventurers of the same level as me, the rest will die a hopeless death. I will find the best solution. Follow me," he said. But no one answered. "Be careful. Don't let your guard down." Crocus turned back to remind them. But the only thing he witnessed was Babel's head being separated from his body. Then a flash of light appeared and aimed straight at the entire group of adventurers, instantly logging them out. Even Crocus, who was confident in his strength, was caught off guard by the scene, and was approached from behind by an assassin and sent to meet the King of Hell. "You fool, talking as if you know everything," the assassin said with a laugh. And so, without even truly encountering a monster, this group had already started backstabbing each other. The scene shifts to a corner of the grassy field. At this moment, the voice of an unknown man rang out, diverting attention at the entrance with a herd of ribbon boars. "I don't know whose idea it was, but thanks to that, my job has become much easier. I should act now since things are going smoothly. Oh my, this is such a pain. But time is running out, so I guess I have no choice. Let's get started, shall we?" he said as he slowly stood up. Meanwhile, the three Natasha sisters were standing behind him. However, there was something strange. It seemed the sisters were in a state of paralysis, trying to move their bodies. But unfortunately, reality was too harsh for them as the cross-eyed man started to speak. "Trying to move is useless. That's how this magic works. It will take at least 30 minutes. Why is there nothing? Why are you doing this?" the eldest sister said, trembling. The cross-eyed man was a bit surprised. "Impressive. You can still talk in that state." Just as expected from Natasha. "Since you're a danger, I'll just deal with you now." After saying that, without letting the eldest sister say another word, he immediately launched a fireball spell, piercing through her body. Behind her, the two younger sisters' faces turned pale with fear. Back to the cross-eyed man. After the eldest sister was dead, he answered her question. "HMM, you ask a difficult question. Why am I doing this?" At this point, he noticed the other two and found his answer. Would it be easier to understand if I explained it this way? The thing that Hulk mages all do. "Fire arrow," the man said, showing a very perverted expression. Then, immediately after, his magic activated and blew the bodies of the two remaining younger sisters to pieces. Having finished his work, the pervert let out a sigh. They didn't have a better end. "I really want to rest now," he said, remembering a recent memory. When he was summoned by the white-haired villain, William, "I am here, my lord," he said hastily. "I have waited for this day for a long time. We have hidden from their eyes, concealed our identities, and stayed deep underground to spread our power and influence throughout the entire guild. Now, the time is ripe. I will not disappoint you," William affirmed. And to be sure, the white-haired man threw him a feather and explained, "Take this. This is a gift from him. Failure will not be forgiven." Back in the present, the feather was tied around his neck like a string. "I shouldn't have turned it off, should I? I guess there's no other way. It seems I need to put in a little more effort." The man whispered and started to leave the area to hunt others. Time passed quickly until evening. The scene shifts to the camp of the greenskin hobs. At this time, Elle's two-person party had also left. Was also eyeing this landmark, but after seeing the number, scale, and operation of the monsters, the young man Debo was on the verge of wanting to go home. What is this?" You mean all of them are bosses? That's it. I'm sure I explained to you at the beginning that only a few of them are bosses, El said, annoyed at having to repeat himself. However, after hearing that, Debo wasn't any less worried. Boss or not, it's the same. Besides their innate strength, they're also very ferocious. Facing just one of them is risky enough. Not only that, it seems they've collected the spoils of war, items from dead adventurers. So, dealing with them will be even harder. Because some variants can use skills through those items, El reminded him, making the young man really want to go home and hide under a blanket. What does that mean? So they're basically an entire army of adventurers. Are just the two of us going to fight them? You catch on quick. Very good, El nodded in praise. But Debo didn't want this praise. Huh? What are you talking about? Very good. Oh, I'm just pointing out that with just the two of us, we can't do it. We need to join up with Kiki or Kiri or whatever. He shouted in the quietest voice possible so as not to attract the attention of the monsters behind. Why didn't you want to split up? Because you didn't want to work with them? El asked, puzzled. That's because I didn't know about these monsters. Anyway, with just the two of us, it's impossible, the young man said firmly. It seemed that no matter what El did, he was determined not to go to his death with just two people. If they were to die, the whole group had to die together. In short, no. Despite what he said, somehow El managed to persuade Debo to carry out the attack plan first. They waited for one of these greenskins to go on patrol alone, and as soon as he felt there was an opportunity to attack, he charged forward without any hesitation. It's just a pity that his attack was dodged by the greenskin, who ducked down at the last second. Oh my god, really? He did that on purpose, right? I didn't say I was going to take them all on by myself, did I? Debo gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the greenskin immediately swung its giant arm behind it to counterattack. However, the fierce young man also reacted very quickly. He immediately planted his axe on the ground and jumped behind the monster. Next was a game of cat and mouse between the two. The greenskin continuously initiated attacks, while Debo tried to dodge the dangerous blows from the hub. The continuous retreats made Debo a bit frustrated, so right after dodging a punch from it, he immediately hit the monster in the face with a club, making it stick its tongue out. You're too loud, you brute. After saying that, he quickly swung his axe and chopped off one of the hob's legs, causing it to fall to the ground immediately. Next, Debo took advantage of the opportunity. While the large creature was in pain and off balance, he immediately circled behind the monster's back to deliver the final blow. This is the end, he shouted, smashing his axe down hard. But unfortunately, his attack hit the ground for some reason. Even though the monster was injured in the leg, it still moved as fast as a squirrel to dodge. Even right after that, it took advantage of the opportunity when Debo hadn't regained his posture and threw a straight punch at his face, making me wonder, sending the young man flying backwards like a rocket. Why are you so hard to kill? Debo gritted his teeth, but in response was a devastating punch from the green skin. Even the tree behind El was shattered by its punch. If he hadn't quickly ducked to dodge, he might have been logged out permanently. However, this was also an opportunity for Debo to counterattack. He immediately seized this chance and swung his axe, severing the hob's right arm, causing it to scream in pain. But then, the monster, suppressing its pain, slammed its remaining arm into his face. Then, it started treating Debo's body like a toy and smashed it hard onto the ground, causing a large crater to appear on the ground. But before the monster could attack much more, he immediately wrapped his legs around its arm, while pressing his axe handle against its hand, preparing to break the monster's arm. Seeing this, the greenskin hurriedly swung its arm forcefully and threw Debo far away. Ah, he screamed loudly, and then started to charge at the monster again. Time passed quickly. At this point, victory belonged to Debo as the giant lay motionless in a pool of blood. Sk, I thought you were going to help me, Debo complained to El beside him. It looked like you could handle it all by yourself back there. Thanks to that, you also learned that they're not unbeatable. No, my foot. I'm getting more and more suspicious of this mission. If there's a whole army of those things, Debo grumbled, but right after that, his voice fell silent as he witnessed the terrifying scene ahead, where countless corpses of adventurers who had entered this gate lay. What is all this? Aren't they all members of the Cygnus Knights? What the hell happened here? Debo said, bewildered. Then, right after, a sound of pain rang out, drawing the attention of both. Over here. Someone's still alive. After saying that, they hurriedly ran towards a tree where a knight was still struggling to hold on. What happened here? Did the goblins attack you? El asked hastily. The knight on the opposite side gritted his teeth and said, Goblins? Not at all. It was a bunch of bastards who did this, and have seen. Scene switches to Abyss's location. After taking a drag from a cigarette, he collected his thoughts. This isn't right at all. Opportunist, these unknown gates can only be entered by a few people. Their purpose is to gather information and attack the remaining adventurers. Since that type of gate will disappear after they exit, all evidence of their wrongdoing will also disappear with it. However, this time it was almost an unwinnable battle, because they would have to overcome this difficult pass with their strength exhausted, and they only had a few people left. Even if they somehow passed that stage and brought out a unique item, they couldn't avoid the suspicion of those outside the gate. Could it be that they are the elites of the guilds in the end? Impossible. Even if that was their purpose, if this news somehow got out, they would have to go to war with the remaining merchant guilds. A merchant guild wouldn't participate in such a dangerous gamble. So, does this have a greater meaning and purpose? He secretly speculated in his heart. Back with L's group, the knight in front had now told them everything, leaving Debo a little bewildered. Could it be? Yes. I don't think I saw that girl here. L nodded. The knight, now even more furious, punched the ground. Damn it, it's all my fault. Who would have thought she was the traitor among us? But why would Miss Kiri do that in front of everyone? L, after hearing this, asked back. I don't understand why she, who is part of the Cygnus Knights, would betray us. I don't understand either. No matter how much I think, I can't figure it out. However, considering everything, the orders she gave at the gate's entrance seemed to be part of her plan as well. Before she settled everything here, she herself said that she was a good person, a disciple of that Hacama that much, he said bitterly. And the information that a black mage was here also startled Debo. The black mage, 800 years ago, he, a transcendent being along with his many disciples, threatened the worlds of Fong through joy and hell. And to stop him, the 6 heroes joined forces to defeat him, and that battle pushed the black mage and his forces into a completely disadvantageous position. When he and the 6 heroes were sealed, with the Mundo army trapped in chaos, the allied forces counterattacked and wiped out the black mage's Mundo forces. Any citizen of Fong through joy knows the story happened like that. It can't be a disciple of the black mage, Debo stammered. Our protagonist, on the other hand, after hearing this, suggested, this probably isn't the time to worry about these monsters. We need to find her. Are you coming with us? You should prepare yourself to fight her when you meet. That's exactly what I want, the young man said with a determined voice. Cut to Kiri's location. At this moment, she was also moving hastily as if being chased by something from behind. However, she had to brake suddenly when she was blocked by William in front. Oh, welcome. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Kiri. Haha, it seems you were the one who killed the ribbon boars. Thanks to everyone being in different places, we were able to continue our plan easily. Now we can take our time to finish it. That's right, did you receive the gift we sent you? He said with a laugh. Meanwhile, Kiri, realizing she had been tricked, drew her sword. Who are you? Back with L's group, Debo was now supporting the knight. If you're too injured, we can go slowly. He's already ahead anyway, thanks. I'm fine, he shook his head, refusing. Don't worry, our boss is good at tracking. I'm sure we'll meet her soon, Debo affirmed, unaware of the approaching danger. I see, that's good. As he spoke, he began to channel mana into his dagger. Speaking of Kiri, she was now fighting all these villains by herself somehow. They had been fighting from night until dawn. William, in the back, seeing that Kiri could withstand so many consecutive attacks alone, didn't hold back his praise. Excellent. Or should I say, as expected from the training captain of the Cygnus Knights. I wonder how much longer she can last, he said with amusement. Back to the battle. After Kiri retreated to dodge an attack from a man in brown, she began to use her skill called Thurnhet Rising Sun, creating a sun-like symbol behind her. And of course, the other adventurers weren't stupid enough to give her time to use her skill. Enough showing off, a blue-haired man shouted. At the same time, he swung his sword fiercely, slashing straight at Kiri. But she immediately raised her sword to block the blow. Then, she used a super-fast speed to retract her sword straight towards her body, then swung it out again, aiming straight for his neck. Wait, the man shouted hastily, before being cut into countless pieces by Kiri's Nhetrum Sun Slash technique. However, although this technique was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. So right after using it, Kiri started to breathe heavily. Reveal your purpose if you don't want to die here. She began to threaten. And these words also made William, who was in the back, feel a bit annoyed. So noisy. What are you guys doing? Finish her off quickly. Following his words, the 3 remaining hounds immediately charged forward to attack at the same time. They shouted in unison, and Kiri also gripped her sword tightly to prepare to defend. However, at this very moment, a black shadow suddenly burst out from the nearby grass. And then, right after, the man holding the sword in the middle was cut into 3 pieces by this black shadow. To the astonishment of the remaining people, and the one who acted was none other than the young man Debo. And to explain why he appeared here, we have to talk about a few hours ago when he was still supporting the Cygnus Knight. At this moment, as he began to focus energy into his dagger, he immediately used one hand to grab Debo's neck while the other aimed the dagger straight at him. Excellent, send my regards to Kiri when you see her. The man laughed as if he could already see Debo lying in a pool of blood. However, man proposes, God disposes. At the very moment his dagger was about to touch Debo, a fire arrow suddenly shot from a distance, blowing his arm away. And only then did our naive Debo realize with a start that he had almost died, and hastily threw the knight aside. My arm, my arm. The man screamed tragically as one of his arms had said goodbye to its owner, while the young man Debo next to him still didn't understand what was happening. Boss, what's wrong? Speaking of Elle, he frowned as he observed and said, just as expected, it's disgusting. Sorry to have to say this to you, but I don't have the habit of trusting others. As he spoke, he began to activate his fire arrow magic to send this guy to the afterlife. Returning to the present, Debo's sudden appearance also caused William to officially show himself. How strange, an uninvited guest has appeared, he complained. The hounds next to him immediately recognized Debo and warned Sir William. He's from the GAFO Mechanic Guild. If he's alive, that means, and without letting him finish, William already understood. I know. Viton, it seems that Rabbit was useless. I gave him a chance to work. Was I wrong? The man mumbled and then turned his eyes towards the two of them. How annoying. Because you two look strong. I guess we'll have to do it ourselves. Following his words, the remaining men also started to roll their shoulders and necks to warm up. Kiri, seeing this, immediately warned, be careful of them. I know. They're perverts, right? Debo said with a laugh. And at this moment, William also ordered his hounds to charge forward and attack. Surround them. You can at least handle one of them, right? I'll take care of the rest. Don't be careless. Kiri reminded him, and right after that, the first man with the sword used a skill called Tankich Devastating Strike, aimed at both of them. But Debo immediately jumped aside to dodge the blow. He even jumped aside to dodge the blow. He even quickly swung his axe to counterattack, nearly killing the brown-haired man. But Debo didn't give him a chance to regain his balance and attacked again. You brat, die. Debo laughed while starting to cover his axe with mana. However, before he could swing his axe to attack, the man in red from behind used a crossbow to attack him to relieve the other man. And after seeing Debo dodge it, the man even clicked his tongue in annoyance. You cowardly rat, he gritted his teeth. However, as Debo focused on the man in front, another man approached him from behind. And before he could react, he was hit by a Thirkich Rising Strike from this man, immediately leaving a wound on his shoulder. TSK, to shallow, not enough damage. Don't worry, I'll release you right away. Assault, he shouted and charged at Debo again. Meanwhile, Kiri, who was next to him, saw this and shouted, You idiot, what are you doing? And somehow, as the man's sword came down, Debo dodged it and slipped behind him. What do you think I'm doing? Obviously, I'm playing with him. After saying that, he directly swung his axe and split this guy in half. You bastard, someone shouted and simultaneously thrust a spear towards him, but was dodged by him. Debo dodged with extreme ease. Then he performed a Boutram violent slash to push the spearman back. Damn it, why is he so strong? The spearman gritted his teeth. But right after that, he suddenly realized something was flying towards him. So he quickly jumped aside to dodge. And the one flying was none other than the man in brown from before. When he confronted Kiri, she beat him to a pulp. You call yourselves elites? The girl said mockingly, killing me. The armored man gritted his teeth in anger but could do nothing. In the end, William couldn't bear to watch his underlings get beaten anymore and started to act. Looks like I can't stand by any longer. You've come this far. We've wasted too much time. As he spoke, he also started to use his fire arrow magic and aimed at. An arrow flew straight towards Debo. What's faster than the bosses? Debo thought in surprise. Then, right after, a huge explosion occurred. You were careless just because it was a fire arrow, weren't you? But my fire arrow is on a different level. And even if you knew, you couldn't dodge it. It's over. We should tackle the next dungeon, the cross-eyed man said with a smile. But before they could leave, his eyes widened. When the flames dissipated, Debo was still intact, and Elle's figure also appeared in front. You. How is that possible? The man said in confusion. Meanwhile, Elle began to use his telekinesis and pointed to the side. Another guest is coming. Be careful, you bastards. And right after, as soon as Keel finished speaking, a giant pig burst out from the tall grass. Or rather, it had been lured by a wooden stake that Elle controlled with his telekinesis. causing the two men to be startled and unable to react in time. More accurately, it wasn't just one, but a whole herd. Time passed in a flash. At this point, the leading ribbon boar had fallen to William's firepower, but having to deal with such a large number of monsters also left him panting like a dog. So tiring. I can't believe they dared to use this boar herd to escape. Jero, he shouted to ask about the situation of the men next to him. Sir William, please forgive me. We've just finished up on the side, he replied hastily. After hearing this, William told the entire group that they didn't have time to regroup and needed to chase after Els group immediately. The reason William was in such a hurry was that he was worried whether Els group would take this opportunity to escape from the gate. If they really did that, it would lead to very troublesome consequences. Or rather, if Els group went outside and told the B-rank adventurers outside everything that happened inside, they would be as good as dead. However, at this moment, William also sensed something very strange about El, but he couldn't put it into words. Sir William, there are footprints on this side, someone shouted. If you encounter the one in the cloak, just hold him off. I will deal with him myself. The cross-eyed man ordered, but the other men were a little concerned. Sir, I don't think you need to face him alone. If you allow me, I think he's not just a small fry. Are you worried about me? Don't you know? There's no way anyone in this gate is stronger than me, he declared grandly. Back with El's group, after escaping from William and his hounds thanks to the sacrifice of the boars, they immediately hid in the forest. Did you see their faces then? If you ask me, there's a high chance they were trampled to death by that herd of boars, Debo said with a smile, but El didn't think so. They're not that weak. Also, watch your step. Did you forget about the traps from before? Of course not, but why didn't you deal with them then? You could have totally taken advantage of their opening, boss, he asked curiously. Because those bastards are stronger than me, El reminded him, which greatly surprised the young man. At the same time, El also recalled the scene just now when he used his fire arrow to save Debo. At that time, the magic he shot was completely pierced by William's fire arrow. My fire arrow should have at least been able to deflect it, but his fire arrow was completely unharmed, he thought to himself. While the young man started to laugh awkwardly and thought El was just joking. Come on. Stronger than you. You're kidding. Kidding? There's no reason for me to joke. So you really ran away. That's right, El confirmed. Then, El also pulled down his sleeve to reveal his two circles and explained. It seems my circle can't get any thicker. The thickness of the circle is proportional to the speed and power of the magic. Right now, I'm at the upper limit of the second circle. Logically, he and I should be equally strong, or I might even be stronger. But his strength is just too absurd. To enter this red gate, he must also have two circles. He must have used some mysterious method to enhance his own strength. He could very well be the strongest person inside this gate. Next to him, Debo's eyes widened upon hearing this, and then, he also hurriedly asked what they should do next. Should the group continue to use the monsters like before to deal with the other group? However, El shook his head at this suggestion because it was no longer feasible. The goblins were completely different from the ribbon boars. The goblins were capable of recognizing their confrontation with the other group and even using it to counterattack them. Speaking of Kiri, seeing El and Debo thinking of a plan to counterattack the other group, she immediately questioned them. Wait, what the hell are you thinking? Don't you understand what's happening? Do you understand that a disciple of the Dark Mage has infiltrated the Sigmund Knights? This is a major issue concerning the fate of the entire Fengtu Joy. We need to return immediately. Clearing this gate is no longer necessary, she said as she gripped her sword so tightly that it trembled incessantly. Forget her. El didn't care about retreating, which surprised Debo a little. Kiri, upon hearing this, looked at him with eyes full of anger, even though he had saved her life just a few minutes ago. Right? I shouldn't expect anything from someone who was once a slave. Do you still only desire the scraps from clearing the gate? And before she could finish, El started to question her back. Even if you manage to report this information after getting out of here, what will happen next? Do you think that information will be enough to wipe them out? Don't underestimate them. The disciples of the Dark Mage have been hiding and have taken deep root in the underworld for countless years. Revealing their return will only have one result. They will cut off unnecessary tails and dig deeper underground to hide. If they are no longer present, no one will be able to find them. They will continue to be a plague ravaging this world, just in a place where no one can stop them anymore, he said, bluntly stating the next development if this was reported. Kiri, at this point, could no longer contain her anger and grabbed him by the collar. You keep telling me this won't work. That won't work. So what do you want us to do? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have a solution yourself. We're being hunted by them. We need to get out of here before they catch up, she shouted. And faced with her anger, El could still smile as he always had a plan in mind. Don't worry. We'll show them who the real prey is. Cut to another corner of the forest. Following William's orders, the group began to move quickly and search for El's group. Find them quickly. If they actually escape outside, our lives are over. The man in the brown cloak shouted, and without waiting for them to search, El's group directly found them first. Or rather, they had secretly ambushed them here, waiting for the group to pass by to attack. Hello. Hello. Debo's voice echoed from behind him. At the same time, he swung his axe horizontally across the body of the man in the brown cloak. But the man quickly realized and ducked in time to dodge the blow. Meanwhile, the spearman immediately recognized Debo and charged forward. You fool. You've walked right into your own death. This time, I'll finish you off nicely. He laughed as if he could already see his victory. But at this very moment, the sound of a rope snapping suddenly rang out. Then a trap was sprung, aimed directly at the spearman. As a result, he was hit by a large log from behind, causing the man in the brown cloak to shout an alarm. Andres, and the one who cut the rope just now was none other than Kiri. Back to Debo. Taking advantage of their distraction, he attacked again. Don't get distracted like that. He laughed and slammed his axe hard into the enemy. However, the man in brown also reacted very quickly. Before the axe blade could touch his body, he proactively charged forward and used his back to block the axe handle. Then he aimed the knife in his hand at Debo's face, but he nimbly tilted his head to the side to dodge the blow. What? The man exclaimed in surprise when he saw Debo could dodge such a swift attack, and without giving this guy a chance to do anything more. The fierce young man immediately kneed him in the chin, causing his whole body to lean backwards. Then, Debo directly let go of the axe in his hand and used his fist to land a series of bone-crushing punches on the blond man's face and stomach, causing him so much pain that he stuck his tongue out just like that. Under the continuous attacks from Debo, he didn't even have time to defend himself. And this scene was also witnessed by the crossbowman. Seeing his comrade getting beaten up like that made him even forget to shoot arrows to support him. What the hell is going on? The man in red mumbled, now realizing that Kiri had silently approached him from behind and directly stabbed him with a swift sword thrust, nearly killing him. But dodging a fatal blow didn't mean he had truly escaped danger, as Kiri continuously closed in and launched a relentless barrage of slashes, forcing him to retreat to dodge. In the end, he couldn't even dodge anymore, so he had to raise his crossbow horizontally to defend. Focus here, you trash. I'm also getting annoyed having to deal with you, she said with a face full of anger. At the same time, not far away, the sounds of battle had reached William's ears. Looks like they're already fighting. I'm a little curious. Are you waiting for me? As he spoke, he began to stare at El, who was standing in front. It seems they've divided the fighting tasks. Well, whatever. I wanted to meet you anyway. Fire arrow, the man muttered, and both of them agreed at the same time. At the same time, activated their magic, creating several fire arrows hovering above. Next was a barrage between the 2-second circle mages. First, the cross-eyed man completed his magic first and immediately aimed at the main character, but he was dodged by jumping to the side. Then El immediately returned fire with another fire arrow, and the psychopath, seeing the arrow heading towards him, his eyes widened and he shouted, "Excellent." Just like that, it's unclear if he used any defensive measures, but the arrow exploded upon hitting him, creating a cloud of smoke. Dusty. However, before El could observe further, something suddenly flew out of the smoke and dust. This startled him a bit, and he immediately leaned to the side. A rock. He thought as he saw the rock graze past him. But at this very moment, the psychopath William took the opportunity to circle behind him to attack. Is that all you can do? Fire arrow. As he spoke, he swung his staff to cast another spell, creating another explosion in the forest. For some reason, after the flames died down, El just stood there as if nothing had happened. Did you just neutralize that attack? Oh my, what an unexpected result. You don't have the strength to block that attack, so how could you? What on earth did you do? He said with an excited voice. But after seeing El's silent posture, William guessed that he wasn't one to talk much in battle. It seems you're the type who doesn't like to talk much. Well, it doesn't matter. We can't fight and talk at the same time. I'll find out for myself. At this point, the man flicked his wrist and shot an arrow forward. And faced with this attack, El also knew that his fire arrow magic couldn't possibly stand against it. So he had to use a type of magic with more terrifying firepower, the fire spear, to block the blow. As for William, after seeing his attack blocked by strange magic, his eyes widened in disbelief. Did he use telekinesis to spin his fire arrow? He's piercing my spell like a drill. I've never heard of anyone using this method. William screamed in his mind. Then, a massive explosion occurred as the two magics neutralized each other. Unbelievable, using telekinesis to enhance skills. So, I see now. You're the kind of person people call a genius, aren't you? The kind of person I hate the most. So why don't we enjoy this opportunity a little more? Show me what else you can do. As he spoke, he immediately created a fire arrow and aimed it at the main character, forcing L to immediately use his telekinesis, controlling the rubble below to form a shield to block this attack. But even so, it was still too weak to completely block William's fire arrow magic. It instantly pierced through the stone slab. Haha. What are you doing? Is running away all you can think of? He laughed like he was having a seizure when he saw L running away like a mouse. And to give him a little surprise, L immediately put his hand forward to use his telekinesis to control a fire arrow aimed straight at him from the side, nearly sending him to his grave. But this attack wasn't over yet. Immediately, L waved his hand, controlling the flying arrow, circling past his face, just like that. He continuously controlled the arrow to chase after William until it hit him, and the constant dodging was starting to drive him mad. I'm not playing with you anymore, he said as he threw a fire arrow downwards. And of course, our main character is also us. Also immediately used fire to extinguish it, neutralized the magic of Hanta. But this also created an opportunity for William to catch his breath and use another of his spells. So you finally used both spells, didn't you? After saying that, the man also used a type of magic called Poison Breath, spewing out a layer of poisonous mist directly towards L. Poison Breath is truly powerful. True, but I can't defend while casting. Your attributes are telekinesis and fire, right? If I can take advantage of the cooldown of the fire arrow, I can stop your attacks. Then you won't be able to move for 30 minutes. My fire arrow is also on cooldown, so please forgive my rudeness in having to finish you off with a dagger. Now, it's finally my favorite moment. I'm so curious. I can't wait any longer. The desperate expression on your face. Are you trembling or are you crying? If not, the man said, showing a very perverted expression, and at the same time began to lick his dagger, probably not afraid of cutting his tongue. However, before the man could finish his sentence, L had somehow managed to get close to him. I threw a straight punch into his face, causing William's teeth to immediately bid farewell to their owner. And to explain why L could still move after being hit by the poison smoke, we have to talk about the conversation at the bar 3 days ago between Debo and the man in the red bandana. How did he do that? Tell me. How could he resist the poison of the crazy poisonous mushroom? Your boss isn't here, so you can tell me, right? I'll pay for the beer, so just tell me. Next to him, the young man Debo, slightly intoxicated, happily agreed. What's the use of telling you? Even if you hear about it, you won't be able to imitate it. He called it vacuum, I think. His skill is to use telekinesis to suck in all the air and then block it. Just when I thought I was about to die at the hands of that damn poisonous mushroom, he sucked up all the poison that had spread throughout that vast area. You see, that's all there is to it. Not much, right? I've told you, so you're treating today. What the hell, isn't that skill to superhuman? The uncle exclaimed in surprise. Debo, hearing this, had to nod and say, haha, that's why I said so. My boss is super strong. Back to the present, L was now using William for martial arts practice. And when it came to close combat, he had no chance against L. He didn't even give William a chance to cast a spell. Then he would engage in close combat, and he would engage in close combat for William. He would engage in close combat for William, and he would engage in close combat for L. He would engage in close combat for William, and he would engage in close combat for L, after knocking the pervert into a nearby tree. Then, L also quickly used his telekinesis to retrieve his wooden staff and began using fire arrow magic to prepare to finish him off. Just like that, a fire arrow was launched, piercing through the tree that William was leaning against. As a result, one of his arms was also blown off by the magic, but at least the man was still alive. How dare someone like you do this to me? William shrieked like a mad dog. At the same time, he began to cast his poison breath spell, spewing out a cloud of poisonous mist once more. But against this magic, L simply used his telekinesis to block all the poison smoke. But also because the poison smoke was blocking his vision, L guessed that he had some plan, trying to pull a trick again. He might be faking his madness, but I'm sure he's aiming for something. Since he can no longer use poison on me, he probably wants to get his magic staff back. Try to get it back, and I'll finish you in that moment, L silently speculated. But contrary to what he thought, a fire elemental magic suddenly attacked him from behind, causing L to be unable to dodge in time and take the full brunt of it. And the one who did it was none other than William himself. Without needing to use a staff, he began to use the ring on his hand to cast magic instead. "You bastard, I'll chop you into 100 pieces," William shouted madly. Back to L, hit squarely. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured. I was careless. I didn't expect him to still have the trump card of a fireball before my regression. I never made a mistake like this. I was too arrogant, he told himself, while William began to activate another item to create countless fireballs aimed at L. Just like that, a terrifying explosion occurred. So much so that Debo, who was fighting not far away, could see the column of fire created by the explosion. "Boss," he said worriedly. On the opposite side, Kiri had now finished off her opponent and turned to give instructions. "Don't waste any more time. Finish him off. That much is not someone he can deal with alone." All right. I was about to do it. "Stop ordering me around," Debo exclaimed angrily. But just before he was about to deliver the finishing blow, an arrow suddenly flew from nowhere, aimed straight at the man's eye socket and sent him to the afterlife in an instant. And the owner of this arrow was a certain green-skinned hob. Because of the loud noise from the battle, this group had been drawn over, and had silently waited for them to be exhausted after the battle before starting to attack. "Crazy. I was wondering why they hadn't shown up," Debo grumbled. "Are they green goblins? We need to deal with this quickly. Don't underestimate them. They're not easy to deal with. Furthermore, among their ranks, there's one that looks very strange," Debo warned, looking ahead where a green goblin dressed like a midge was sitting on a palanquin, carried by other goblins. Back with the pervert William. After looking at the wreckage in front of him, he mumbled, "Is that bastard really dead?" After saying that, his eyes also turned red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood, as if he could die at any moment. Despite being on the verge of death, he could still smile cheerfully. All right. You have my recognition. You're really not bad at all. I didn't expect you to be able to fight me to this extent. I should have asked for your name before finishing you off, shouldn't I?" he said with regret, and it seemed that God heard his plea. Then, L's voice rang out again. "L Pomi. That's my name. Remember it well, because that's the last name you'll ever hear." On this side, William was a bit startled to see that L was still alive, but then he calmed down. "You bastard. You live a long life, don't you? But it's meaningless. Even if you put on that act, you can't escape. I already understand your capabilities. Right. I've given up on that idea. Capturing you with just those two magic circles is impossible," L said as he began to pull out an orange stone, the one he got from the body of the yellow slime before. And seeing his action, the mage William immediately guessed his intention and burst out laughing. Has this crazy bastard lost his mind? Is that your hope? You're going to absorb that stone to get another magic circle? You stupid fool. Absorbing a magic stone won't help you gain another circle. What you need is enlightenment through countless experiences, he said, laughing as if he had seen the most interesting thing in the world. And this was not wrong at all. So L in front also nodded in agreement. That's right. Experience and enlightenment. You don't need to worry because I've never lacked those things. As L's voice rang out, his body began to erupt with a considerable amount of energy. And then, in William's astonished eyes, on L's wrist, another magic circle was slowly forming and completing. Just like that, our main character has officially become a 3-circle mage. The movie-like scene unfolding right before his eyes made William unable to accept the truth. Are you trying to trick me again, Die? After saying that, he cast a spell to create the fire arrows at the same time and aim them straight at L. And to deal with this attack, you also can immediately create a similar fire arrow spell and shoot it straight ahead. The only difference is that the power of this arrow is on another level. As soon as it collided, it destroyed the 2 arrows of the cross-eyed man and continued to rush forward, causing the bullet to penetrate. William had to immediately use a fireball spell to block it, but this action of his was also within L's expectations. So while the arrow was still in flight, he used his telekinesis to transform it into the fire spear skill. Just like that, with the increased power from the spiral force, this spear easily pierced through the fireball and shot straight into William, causing a considerable explosion. The last thing was, after this explosion, there were only a few remnants of his body still burning. Oh my. I forgot to ask for his name, he said, scratching his head. Back with Debo and Kiri's group, while L was taking down William. They were also fighting the Green Goblins, but two fists are no match for 4. As a result, they were beaten to a pulp by these monsters and are currently fleeing from their relentless pursuit. This is bad, Kiri thought to herself, remembering the past. Back then, they were still fighting these Green Goblins quite easily, especially the young man Debo, who was extremely aggressive. With every swing of his axe, he could easily split a Green Goblin in 2, to the point where Kiri next to him was amazed. How can he defeat these monsters so easily? She wondered to herself. As for Debo, the more he fought, the more enthusiastic he became. Haha, easy as pie. I read you guys like a book. You bastards, he laughed, while dodging the punch from this big green goblin. Then, using the tree trunk as a support, Debo immediately rushed down and attacked the monster that had just swung at him. And if successful, this would be the 18th monster he had killed. But before his axe could touch it, a powerful blast of fire hit him squarely, causing his entire body to be pushed to the side. And that firepower also caused a considerable explosion. And the one who created this attack was none other than the goblin midge sitting comfortably in the back. The magic it just used was Hawaiian Fire Flame. But Kiri didn't understand why a monster could use this technique. A monster that can use items is a difficult variable to predict, damn it. This situation is really tough. It seems there's no other way but to hide and regroup with El Pomi. I hope he's still safe, Kiri silently planned in her heart, before a greenskin discovered their hiding place and immediately reached for them, causing her to hurriedly grab Debo and jump to the side. But by jumping out, she had revealed her own position, causing the other green goblins to charge forward and attack wildly. And carrying a man like Debo while fleeing from the speed of these monsters is impossible. So Kiri immediately threw his body into the air. Then she drew her sword and struck the monster squarely, killing it instantly. Then she gently caught Debo's falling body and continued to flee. You damn flies. If you came one by one, I could handle you, Kiri mumbled. But the green goblin midge wasn't going to let them escape that easily. As soon as it saw its underling defeated, it immediately used its magic, shooting forward to block their escape route. Then it also used magic again, aiming a barrage at them. A fireball at both of them and causing a huge explosion. Kiki, the green goblin midge laughed with delight, seeing its prey had been roasted. Or at least that's what it thought, until the smoke and dust cleared to reveal Debo's body standing firm, shielding him. Of Kiri, hair disheveled, she said, bewildered. But before she could ask Han if Debo was okay, he had already charged forward with his weapon. On the opposite side, the goblin midge, seeing this, also ordered the goblins under his command to charge forward and attack. And facing these low-level monsters, Debo immediately swung his axe, slaughtering the first two goblins. Taking this opportunity, another goblin started to attack him from behind with an axe. But Debo detected it and dodged. He even quickly swung his axe and slashed the monster's waist in a counterattack. Back. Seeing Debo fight so valiantly, it immediately used a fireball spell to attack, not caring if the spell would spread to its underlings. A terrible explosion began to occur, causing Kiri's face to turn slightly pale. Impossible, she said worriedly. But this was a bit of an overreaction, because Debo had dodged it by a hair's breadth. Then, the young man also took advantage of the smoke and dust created by the explosion to jump directly towards the goblin midge, and began to put all his strength into swinging his axe straight at the monster's face, with the intention of finishing it in a single blow. But it must be said that the midge reacted extremely quickly. More accurately, it didn't even take time to cast a spell before it fired a magic spell straight at Debo, causing him to be blown backwards. Fortunately, Kiri managed to catch his body in time. However, Debo's attack was not without effect. Although it was only for a moment, he managed to touch the mage's body, instantly blowing away a part of its face. However, this also started to infuriate the monster. It started to make some strange sounds while creating a supersized fireball above its head. Meanwhile, Kiri in front, seeing this, also hurriedly gripped her sword and stepped forward to shield Debo. Get back from now on. I'll fight it, she shouted. The goblin midge on the side also unleashed its magic towards them. And at the very moment this fireball was about to hit both of their bodies, it was pierced by a fire spear flying from a distance. And it didn't stop there. After piercing through the fireball magic, the spear continued to fly forward and shattered the green goblin mage's body into many pieces, in Kiri's astonished eyes. And this attack was from none other than Joel, who had just arrived. Looks like I just arrived in time, huh, he said. Scene shifts to outside the gate. At this moment, the red-haired uncle Long Ko was also yawning while waiting for the group. Hey, it's been 3 days and still no news from them. I was going to do something simple to earn some money after a long time, but this time it's making me worried. This kind of work really doesn't suit me. From now on, I should refuse guard duty missions, the uncle said, dejected. But right after that, he was also distracted by the hurried sound of people running forward. Huh? What's all the noise about? And without waiting for Long Ko to say much, the gate in front of them suddenly began to crack into many pieces and shatter instantly. Needless to say, the uncle immediately knew that someone had come out from inside the gate and hurriedly ran over. Get the supplies here, quickly, the black-clad girl shouted. Long Ko, who had just arrived, also hastily asked, Hey, Kite, what's wrong? Report the situation to me immediately, Long Ko. We have some survivors. The gate is destroyed. So the conquest must have failed, she said, speculating and following the red-haired uncle's gaze. At this moment, only 3 survivors emerged from inside the gate, and they were the 3 L members, and their appearance was also pitiful. Time passed quickly, and our main character also slowly woke up from his coma. HMPH, you're finally awake, Long Ko said. L also looked around in confusion and asked back, where is this? But before he could finish his sentence, Long Ko interrupted, listen here, from now on, try your best to answer my questions. In the conquest of this gate, only the strongest from the merchant guilds participated, but only 3 people from the GAFO guild survived. What exactly happened inside the gate? He said in a serious tone. Meanwhile, L also started to act and said with a start, we are the only ones. I suspected it, but as I thought, everyone is dead. As he spoke, L's body began to tremble as if agitated or scared. But Long Ko didn't pay much attention to this. What he wanted to know was what exactly happened inside, so he reminded L again. Answer me properly, unless you want to lose the life you just got back. Thinking this, L also began to regain his composure and spoke up. A demon. There was a demon in there. At this point, he looked up at Long Ko and asked, can I borrow a pen and paper? Let me draw it for you. I don't know the name of this demon, but I still remember its shape. Just like that, pen and paper were quickly brought to L. And after seeing the shape of the demon he drew, the uncle's face became a little dazed and he said, I see. Then, after leaving the tent where L was resting to recover, the uncle brought the whole story to report to the representatives of the guilds. And of course, for the merchant guilds who had put in a lot of effort to prepare for this conquest. They couldn't accept the news of the raid's failure. This is absurd. A 100-person gate. And those were the best people from the merchant guilds. Even if it's a 100-person gate, isn't its level just red? You're telling us to believe that all those members were killed by monsters. To be blunt, they couldn't have been defeated in that gate. My cousin was also in the team, the bearded uncle shouted. He was the representative of the Sky Merchant Guild, Toriel. And to answer his question, Long Ko also showed the drawing that L had described and explained. It doesn't sound like he was making things up. It seems this is the monster that attacked them. The boss of the 100-person gate. A goblin, a green goblin. Someone shouted, huh? Then the representatives also turned to discuss among themselves if it's a green goblin. Isn't there a rumor that they know how to use tools? I heard that they have high intelligence. So a whole herd of them is no different from a human army. 100 people had to fight them. It must not have been easy, another person nodded. And while everyone was gradually accepting the fact that the expedition failed, because the boss was too strong, there was still one person who did not accept this result. HMPH. I won't accept this. Perhaps it was difficult for others, but how could our Natasha be defeated by this kind of monster? This was said by the representative of the Gold Richie Merchant Guild, Franco. What do you mean? Long Ko asked back, and Franco also said it bluntly. HMPH. You really don't know, so you're asking. Someone is playing a trick on us. This is very unreasonable unless one of them stabbed us in the back. We have no way of knowing what happened inside the gate, right? I can imagine them changing their minds and plotting something evil. Who knows if this was intentional or not? And come to think of it, the 3 survivors all belonged to the same guild, Franco said with a voice full of insinuation, causing the representative of the Gafo Merchant Guild Abbas to hurriedly stop him. That's enough. You've said enough nonsense. So you mean GAFO betrayed everyone? According to the report, our people only reached the 3rd circle so they could survive, while others couldn't. Isn't that enough? So you're implying that the adventurers of our merchant guild are weaker than those from GAFO? Franco stroked his beard and said with a slightly angry voice, I'm not implying anything. The results are clear, aren't they? Abbas's sarcasm made Franco even angrier. You must be kidding. If the Gafo guild had so many talented people, your guild wouldn't be at the bottom of the 10 guilds. Hearing this, Abyss's face began to show veins, but he still tried to patiently explain. That's because we're still developing. The ranks will gradually change. So you should prepare to lose your position. Ha ha ha. Both of them started to laugh out loud, but there was no trace of a smile on their faces. It was only poor Uncle Long Ko who had to sit here and endure this verbal battle between the two. Please, just let it end, he prayed in his heart. Finally, after laughing for a long time, Franco continued, well, since you've said so much, you must have some evidence. Evidence. In the first place, we didn't get a single item from the gate. They had no motive. Do you understand? Abyss raised his voice to make the bearded uncle opposite him understand the issue. Then the meeting ended just like that, and after finding nothing unusual about L, the 3 of them were released. Well then, we'll be heading back. Thank you for treating us, Elle said with a bow. And Longko also nodded in response. Remember to be careful. Then the group of 3 quickly left. Seeing them leave like that, the girl Kai, who was behind, also spoke up and asked, Longko, is it okay to just let them go like that? Anyway, everything is over, he said calmly. It seems this uncle didn't want to interfere in this matter anymore, because he was just hired to be here. Back with Elle's group, on their way back, they also encountered a certain snail. Ha, look, it really followed you, Kiri said in amazement. And in front of them right now was a very cute snail, returning to the time when the group had destroyed the Green Goblin's lair. What are you hesitating for? We've eliminated the disciple of the evil midge and completely wiped out the Green Goblin herd. Don't we just need to throw away all the items we found, injure each other, and then leave the gate? Kiri suggested. It seems this is the safest method for them to leave this gate without being interrogated too much. But our L didn't want to just throw away the rare items he had found, especially the feather he had taken from William's body. It's true that I said that, defeat the boss and leave the item, but his item is a phoenix feather. This is an item that, just by possessing it, increases the destructive power of fire-type spells by 30%. And compared to other items that cannot stack effects, the effect of the phoenix feather can be stacked. Finally, I understand why in my previous life, all the adventurers in this gate were wiped out. What an unexpected bargain. I have to take it with me at all cost, he told himself. And Kiri also saw his greedy expression and reminded him of the price of taking the item out. If we take an unannounced item out of the gate, we'll be suspected of foul play, as I recall. You were the one who mentioned that, Pomi. Don't be greedy, just follow the plan. Especially since we found an exit gate near the guard post. Kiri tried to persuade the greedy man not to have crazy thoughts. Before the group discovered a snail moving in front of them. This type of snail is called a scavenger snail. Unlike other snail monsters, it is not aggressive and has a habit of sniffing out and collecting items. It also has a unique characteristic. The more items it contains, the bigger its shell becomes. In my previous life, after the gates opened, this creature was discovered, he thought with a smile. Meanwhile, the snail was very understanding as it began to reach into its shell and pull out a phoenix feather for him. So, you managed to bring that thing out without getting caught. How did you know how to use that snail? Kiri said in astonishment, but Elle didn't intend to explain much. Instead of warming up about leaving the gate, it's better to try to see what works. After that, Kiri didn't intend to ask much more about the snail, but she started to ask about their next plan, as she had followed his words. Elle also gave the girl a sedative. Don't worry, those fools have infiltrated the Cygnus Knights, so this information must be kept top secret. If anything goes wrong, they might hide even deeper. They've probably arrived by now, so let's just wait and see, Elle mumbled. Cut to the castle of the white-haired villain from before. After the news of the failed ambush, he angrily clenched the report. Behind him, a subordinate summarized the results. The Janus Merchant Guild, the Medea Organization, and the Dick Merchant Guild have all been destroyed. Goldrichi, El Nido, and Sky have also been eliminated. The conquest has failed. They said the conquest failed because they were defeated by the boss monster. And only 3 members of the GAFO Merchant Guild managed to escape with difficulty. Although during the meeting, some suspected that someone had played a trick, but it was mainly about the merchant guilds, not us, and even so, they were not convicted due to lack of evidence. Although the mission failed, fortunately our identities were not exposed. Please allow me to prepare for the next operation. In front, the white-haired villain, after listening, did not think so simply. You said it wasn't exposed? Our plan was to wipe them all out and conquer the boss. If that's the case, the 3 survivors must have met William. But in El Paumi's testimony, there was no mention of this, he asked. And the subordinate hurriedly expressed his thoughts. But there's no reason to hide this, right? And even if there was, they couldn't point to our merchant guild, because we have dispersed our members into all the guilds. They have no reason to hide it. Returning to the villain, he then posed a hypothesis for his subordinate to hear. What if they realized that the mastermind behind this incident was not an ordinary merchant guild, but his disciples, the only ones who know that the Black Mage's disciples have returned? What if that was their purpose? Impossible if what you say is true. The situation is very critical. We must eliminate the members who have infiltrated the merchant guilds before they are exposed, the black-haired man said worriedly. But the white-haired villain didn't feel the slightest bit of danger. He even felt a little excited. An invitation. Haha, is this their invitation? How interesting. Alright, I'll accept. But it's best we change the stage to make them the 101st guest, he said with a laugh while burning the report in his hand. At the same time, in a certain forest, a gate for 50 people has appeared. Cut to some time in the future. It was a hell in a state of extreme poverty. The people considered living humanely a luxury. I witnessed my sister suffering from black blood disease, living in pain every day. I couldn't even protect the only member of my family from death. This place has always been hell for me. Oh, still alive. You seem to be having a hard time. You want my help. A white-haired female warrior asked Debo. And faced with her kind words, he just gave the girl a fierce look and shouted, "Get lost." That was the first time Debo met Eren. Cut to an unnamed battlefield. At this moment, Debo had just finished off a monster and was happily boasting, "All right, I'm number 1. Next to him, the others, hearing this, also said regretfully, "If only I had been 30 seconds faster." It seems today's dishwashing duty has been decided. Debo, you're too arrogant. It seems we've sorted everything out. Good work, everyone. Let's go now. Eren said with a smile, standing on a pile of monster corpses. A year, that amount of time was enough to change my values. She was a cold but warm-hearted heroine. As a pathfinder and protector of everyone, she opened my eyes to the world. Of course, my goal is to help her. Getting to experience real combat from an abandoned mine to a challenge cave. It's really great. Thanks, the white-haired young man laughed, making Debo a little angry. Can't you see I'm in a bad mood? Stop laughing. Right? Debo, you're not doing anything, are you? You call yourself Eren's disciple, but I think if you want to be recognized, you should do a little better. I told you not to talk about that anymore. Debo shouted in a slightly embarrassed tone. Meanwhile, the captain, Eren, didn't pay attention to their teasing words and turned to ask a girl behind him. I think we're going in the right direction, Sonal. I think so, because there are traces my brother left on it. Something in the air has changed. A place like this exists in the El Nassau mountain range. Back to a few days ago, when Sano began to plead with Eren, please. The abandoned mine in the El Nassau mountains is too dangerous. I can't go alone, and no one will go with me. I need Eren's strength to find my brother. Behind her, on the opposite side, Eren, after listening, also enlightened the girl about the problem. You've come to the wrong place. I don't deal with personal problems like that. Bringing you along is useless. My principle is that bringing someone with a level 3 skill will only be a hindrance. There's no guarantee that your brother is still alive. Go find another adventurer. At this point, Shannon's face began to fall into deep sadness, and just when she thought all hope was lost, the young man Debo behind her spoke up. Eren, sorry for interrupting, but we are her last hope because since that last day, no adventurer has gone to the trial cave. I want to help her. I will take responsibility for her safety. Please reconsider. That was the reason Eren's group was at this cave. And after a period of searching, they also discovered the first corpses. Is this the one? She said, looking at the body of a certain mage. However, with just a glance, Shannon realized this was not the person she was looking for. No, that's not my brother. I see. Well, that can be considered a good thing, I guess. But why did he die here? Those wounds don't look like they were made by a monster. To be exact, he's been dead for a week. Wait, if not, then this person is someone in the group shouted upon realizing the man's true identity. But before this person could finish their sentence, a large shadow from above them crashed down below, creating a considerable explosion. And the pressure from the explosion also blew the young man Debo away. Fortunately, he managed to catch Shannon in time. What's going on? Could it be, damn it, it's Akum. Get behind me. Debo gritted his teeth and charged forward to intercept the giant stone statue. However, before he could make a move, Eren, next to him, swung her axe, knocking the monster's giant arm away. At the same time, she shouted, Debo, we'll attack it from the left. Let's finish it, he said enthusiastically. At the same time, the others also started to charge forward and attack, plundering. Just like that, the whole group started to use a mobbing strategy to brawl with this monster. And after a hard struggle, they finally managed to bring the monster down. Is that the damn thing everyone's talking about? Debo said, panting heavily after the battle. But without waiting for him to think much, the knight next to him looked around and shouted, Where's Sanon? Does anyone know where she is? What? Debo said in surprise. In the end, he only found the hairpin that Shannon had dropped and speculated. Don't tell me she went inside alone. Crazy. Why would she act on her own like that? Next to her, Eren now looked into the cave with a serious expression and told everyone to be careful, because she could feel a strong energy radiating from within. What? You mean there's something inside? Someone asked back, but Eren couldn't tell them clearly. I'm not sure either. I can't say for sure, but there's definitely something very powerful and very dangerous. Back to Debo, because he was the one who caused this mess while everyone was hesitating. He stood up and took responsibility. I'll go inside and bring her out, because I'm responsible for protecting her. The rest of you, Stay here and guard this place, Debo. Calm down, didn't you hear what Eren said? The swordsman reminded him, seeing Debo in a panic. I'll go with you. Anyway, the thing inside is a threat to the world of Fangthu, so it's my responsibility to stop it. It's settled then. Let's go inside quickly. Eren made the decision. Then, the group began to enter. And not long after walking the path before them, the group saw Shannon sitting next to someone under a tree. There she is. Sanan is there, the group said happily. But after noticing the body lying next to her, they were a little taken aback. Wait, there's a body. Turning towards Shannon, hearing everyone's voices, she also nodded and replied, yes, that's my brother. Behind her, Eren, seeing this, her eyes began to show a serious expression because her instinct told her that something bad was about to happen. Damn it, so the worst has happened. Shannon, stay there. I'm coming to you, Debo shouted. But in response to his words was Shannon's face filled with despair. You followed me, Debo. I knew you would come in here. Because you're a good person. But I can't go back anymore. Debo, do you know what Jaka means? It means demon tree. Many people think the thing that moved just now was Jakam, but actually, only the giant tree here is the real Jakam. You haven't even started the real battle yet, Xanon. What are you talking about? Debo shouted when he heard the girls start to ramble, but without waiting for him to say a lot. Eren, next to him, raised her hand to signal him to stop. Thanks for letting us know this is a different form, Xanon. I will destroy this demon tree. So don't worry. Now, leave this place, it's dangerous here. If the tree falls, you could get trapped inside. Or do you still have unfinished business, for example, using your brother as a sacrifice? Eren said with a serious face, but unfortunately for them, these words were a little too late. When Shannon started to take out a certain gem from her brother's body, she still didn't understand. It really started the moment you guys stepped in here. You'll be possessed by Zakam, and it can control you completely, she said. The gem in Sanon's hand suddenly developed a crack, and right after that, Debo was suddenly stabbed from behind by the swordsman, catching him completely off guard. And it wasn't just the swordsman who was controlled. Even the white-haired young man had lost control as he suddenly charged at Eren. With his spear technique, back to Debo. After being hit, he immediately fell to the ground. Miria, what did you just do? He said, coughing up a little blood. Correction, Miria is actually a girl. I was cross-eyed and didn't notice. Back to the story. According to Debo's gaze, he said to the girl that he had spoken to her. 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 The female swordsman Miria had almost fallen into a state of madness. You're killing my friend. These words were spoken by Jacome, who was controlling her. Meanwhile, Shannon's laughter echoed from behind. Haha, it's useless. To them. You two are the targets to be eliminated. Now everything will end. Let's try to finish this performance. For the Black Mage, Sanan said, her appearance completely changed. Back with Debo, his body was now trembling from the wound. Could it be that she's been possessed by Zakum? He speculated in his mind. Meanwhile, Eren shouted, Debo, don't be a coward, finish it. That's not Miriam anymore. Wake up. I know, damn it. He gritted his teeth as Eren began to use her strength-enhancing ability, enveloping her body in a layer of energy and charging forward to fight the people who had just been awakened. Damn it. I messed up. I shouldn't have suggested we come here. It's all my fault. He began to curse himself in his mind and directly charged forward, gifting the girl. Miriam, this one's for you. Sorry, Miria, he mumbled. And it seems the girl wasn't dead yet, so she immediately reached for his face, causing Debo to panic and swing his axe again, creating a large gash on her chest. All Miria did was caress his face and instruct, thank you very much. Please take care of Eren. After saying that, she directly collapsed in her teammate's arms, making Debo even more self-conscious. I am more sure of myself. Back with Eren, after dealing with the stone people blocking her way, she immediately charged towards the demon tree, the root of all this trouble. So this is your true form, she said, swinging her axe forward, creating a blade that shot straight towards the tree. However, it couldn't reach its real body as the energy blade was blocked by stone arm. Even after that, the stone man quickly counterattacked by throwing its giant fist towards Eren, but she dodged it by spinning in the air. Meanwhile, Debo was now climbing on the other arm of the stone man to attack together. Eren, let's tear this thing apart. Both of them shouted at the same time. Debo and Eren also began to use a continuous slash technique, inflicting countless cuts on the stone man's body. But even after taking a ton of damage like that, it was still very tough. This damn thing, Debo said in annoyance as he had to speak. had to struggle to block Jackam's giant fist. But while he was in a power struggle with the monster, a shadow also rushed towards him from the side. "I will offer my life to the Supreme Being," Sano said with a voice full of madness. At the same time, she also gripped a sword in her hand, causing it to glow as if she was about to activate some skill. However, before this skill could be unleashed, she was charged at by Eren and sent to the underworld with a single blow. "So all that's left is that stone statue," Eren mumbled. Debo next to him also nodded in agreement. "It certainly won't let us destroy it easily." However, at this moment, a certain evil power suddenly began to affect Debo's body, causing him to clutch his head and scream in pain. And just by looking at his appearance, Eren had already guessed something. "Debo, could it be?" "Eren, no. You have to quickly deal with me. Hurry. Go before I do something I'll regret," he roared. And Eren also knew that he was beyond saving, so she could only grit her teeth. "Damn it. To hell with it. Forgive me, Debo." As she spoke, she began to cover her axe with mana. And the young man, seeing her determination, was also satisfied. "Yes, in the end, it's for the better. This is probably the punishment I deserve for those foolish thoughts. I'm sorry, everyone. Because of me, hurry," he screamed in his mind as he began to feel his pain intensify. But right after that, the pain suddenly stopped, and the image before Debo's eyes had also changed. "Diniv, why is my sister here? What's going on? Who brought her here? Who was it? Was it you? How dare you?" he thought as he looked at Eren with eyes full of madness. At this point, he was completely dominated by Jackam's mind. "Don't worry, I'll end this quickly," Eren said. But according to the girl's eyes, Debo had been blackened. "If you've been corrupted, and you dare to involve my sister in this, I will not forgive you." Then, Zakum also began to team up with Debo to deal with Eren. It immediately threw its giant stone fist towards her, forcing Eren to quickly jump back to dodge. However, Debo also took this opportunity to swing his axe at her, causing it to cut through her cloak, and at the same time, Debo also performed a roundhouse kick straight to Eren's face, but she blocked it with her hand. "His reflexes are too fast," she thought to herself, was then continuously pushed back by attacks from Debo. And as Eren took a step back and slashed out a wave of energy, it was blocked by the stone arm of the bow. But it didn't last long, as the girl immediately approached from behind and unleashed a skill called Final Toss, severing Jackam's stone arm and causing countless ice pillars to appear on the ground. As for Debo himself, he was also thrown out, his fate unknown, taking advantage of the opportunity. Was not messing around, so Eren immediately charged up to deal with this annoying person. "Let's end this." "Final blow," Eren shouted, simultaneously. Used another skill to create a large bear-shaped illusion behind him. But at this very moment, she also realized that Debo had somehow climbed onto the head of the stone statue and was charging down to attack himself. "You damn fool. This is my only chance. I can't stop." "Sorry, Debo," she thought to herself. Then the bear illusion, a large one, also struck and smashed this demon tree. Time passed quickly. Now that Jackum has been defeated, Debo has also escaped its control. "Ugh, what's going on?" "Jackum is still," he mumbled, but was interrupted by Eren's voice. "Life has come. Finally awake, huh? That's good. I thought I have to leave without saying goodbye to you," Eren said with a laugh. And in Debo's eyes, at this moment, the axe in his hand was firmly embedded in the girl's body, making his love proud, causing the young man's face to turn pale. "Eren, did you know?" "No, Eren. I told you to kill me." "Why? Why did you?" he said as his body began to tremble violently. "Debo, 800 years ago. I know, we failed once. I'm no longer the one who will stop the Black Mage. But you, Debo, you're very talented, unlike me. At your age, I wouldn't dare to compare." "Don't, Eren. I can never be as strong as you, never," he said in confusion. But it couldn't help Eren's condition improve, as she began to hand everything over to the young man. "Debo, I entrust the world of Fongthu to you. I'm sure you'll handle it well, because you are my only disciple. I'm a little tired. I'll take a nap. Eren, wake up. Open your eyes, Eren," he shouted in desperation. And that was the story of Eren's permanent departure. I had to inform her friends and heroes about this. And finally, I also left that place, because it wasn't where I belonged if Eren's shadow was missing. It was like hell, from not being able to protect the goal I had finally found, to not being able to atone for my own sins. I couldn't even fulfill the wish of the person I cherished. This place, he thought to himself, before the massacre of the Black Mage's artillery. Back to us. With the current timeline. At this moment, the young man also slowly woke up. "Oh, you're awake. I was so worried because you were unconscious even though you weren't injured anywhere." "Oh, right. You were also talking in your sleep. Did you have a nightmare? His younger sister didn't have said. But Debo himself also scratched his head because he couldn't remember anything. Meanwhile, outside, the doorbell suddenly rang, making Jordan a little curious. Who could it be? I don't remember having an appointment. Coming, the little girl shouted and hurriedly ran to the door. After seeing the visitor, she also called out to her brother. Brother, come out here. Someone's here to see you. Debo said annoyedly, and also quickly dragged himself to the door and sat down. The person who had just arrived was none other than our main character, El Debo. Our plan has been accelerated. Get ready quickly. No rest days allowed. Boss, he complained. But this only made El more curious. Didn't you just have a good rest? My goodness. What are they doing? And what's with this change? She'll probably have to give me some money. 200,000 mesos should be enough. Absolutely not. Debo exclaimed without any room for negotiation. To talk about this mission, we must go back to the secret meeting between El and Abyss, naturally. Although he thought El didn't have the guts to backstab him, he still had to call him over to ask about everything that happened inside the Red Gate, the hideout of Yeltinga. So they dealt with all 97 of them. But you were able to overcome them by increasing your magic circle. Yes, that's right. El nodded in reply, but his answer didn't satisfy Abyss. He couldn't understand what El was thinking when he said those words. So, you don't know any other details. Let me be straight with you. Only if you provide me with enough information will you receive the reward for this gate. You definitely need that money, right? He began to threaten, but unfortunately, this old man had threatened the wrong person. Because after that, El directly took out a wad of money from his side bag and explained. It seems I made a mistake. Then let me pay off my debt first. This is 2 million mesos, so I've paid off all my debts. With this money, El's contract with the Gafo Merchant Guild was considered terminated. This meant he could come and go as he pleased. This group of people couldn't do anything. And of course, Peach also understood this clearly, so his expression immediately changed. This brat, how could he have earned so much money? The amount we paid him is nowhere near that. It seems he has been secretly earning money all this time and chose this moment. Is he planning to reap a lot of benefits from this information? Abbas speculated in his mind. Then he also let out a sigh and clapped his hands to congratulate him. If that's the case, it seems we have to sign a new contract. Tell me how much of a signing bonus you want. I'll do my best to meet it. 50 million mesos. El stated his price, startling Abyss. What? 50 million? That's an absurd amount. You're only a C-rank adventurer. No one would pay you that much. Well then, it seems our conversation ends here. After saying that, our main character also stood up and left directly. Back to reality, while moving, Debo also turned to ask, how did it go? After hearing my signing bonus, he refused. Huh? How much did you ask for? Debo was curious, as he knew the Gafo Merchant Guild's financial resources were vast. 50 million mesos. What? 50 million, boss. Are you crazy? He exclaimed in the exact same way Abyss had before. But El didn't think this number was expensive for himself. No, TSK, you always do things like this without telling me anything, he complained. Then he also looked ahead and continued to ask, but why are we going to a place like this? You know this place? How could I not know? This is the slum. When I was young, there was nothing I wouldn't do to escape this place. Although the place I live in now isn't much better compared to this area, it's a paradise. I heard this place used to be the most vibrant area in Leeds. It seems that's all in the past now. Now, it's just a den of thieves. It seems this is the worst place on Victoria Island, Debo said, expressing his thoughts on the area. And just as the young man said, the two of them had just entered the area for a short time when they encountered a fight, as a large man was kicked towards them. And without realizing it, the two of them were also surrounded by another group of people. More accurately, they were surrounding the man on the ground. It was just that these got caught up in it by accident. Damn it, I thought everything was going smoothly. The uncle on the ground gritted his teeth. Debo, seeing the scene, could only sigh and advise. It looks like a conflict is about to break out. We should take a detour. This neighborhood is still the same as I remember. However, before the two of them could leave, the uncle on the ground suddenly stood up and involved them. Hey, big brothers. Why are you so late? Those bastards suddenly called me a thief and started beating me up. Please help me. Please save me, the uncle said, crying, which made Debo, who didn't want to get involved in trouble, unable to resist shouting. What is this bastard talking about? With a face like that, you're calling us big brothers. Who would believe that? But contrary to what Debo thought, there were actually some idiots who believed it. Like the group in front, Big Brother. So that's how it is. Your little brother over there stole our stuff and sold it. If you're his big brother, you can pay us back on his behalf. If you do, we'll spare his life. Hand over 3 million mesos right now, the fat man said, pointing a knife at them. This fat man is our poor man. The big bone uncle, seeing this, provoked him even more. Did you see me steal it with your own eyes? And with your tiny eyes? What could you see? Stop blaming the innocent. Get lost. The uncle said with a laugh, which made the fat man even angrier. You bastard. You really don't want to live anymore. But before the man could act up, L, on the opposite side, threw a few wads of money at his face. 3 million mesos. I've paid. Now get lost. Why, big brother? Why did you do that? Debo exclaimed. But El didn't seem to care much, because at this moment, the uncle in front, hey, Raf, follow me. Then, the three of them went into a small alley to talk. You mean you came here to recruit me? Well, what about the money? I'm out of money. Those wads of cash just now were all I had, El replied. So who do you work for? Nobody. He shook his head, which gradually angered the uncle, Raf. Are you kidding me? Then I have no reason to join your team. Next to him, Debo, seeing his attitude, was so angry he was trembling. You bastard. Give back the 3 million we paid you? Huh, that 3 million. Did I ask you to pay for me? You acted on your own without discussing it with me. And if you've come all this way to recruit me, you must know about my skills. So, you should pay me a proper salary. Let's see, I'll give you a special discount and join your team for 3 million. How about that? He said with a laugh, which made Debo want to fight him right away. You damn bastard. And while the atmosphere between Debo and Raf was getting tense, the white-haired villain's subordinate suddenly spoke up from the side. Sorry to bother you all. My name is Baizu. I'm from the Kanya Merchant Guild. May I ask if Mr. El Paomi is here? That's me, El said with a smile, seeing El confirm. Then, the man named Pedja continued, nice to meet you. Actually, I didn't want to meet you in such a rundown place, but things didn't go as planned. Please forgive me. We at the Kanya Merchant Guild highly value your abilities, as you have successfully conquered a 100-person gate. So, although it's a bit sudden, I'll be direct. We want to recruit your team. Of course, you'll have to go through a simple gate crashing test. But we'll pay 3 million mesos upfront, and when you pass the test, we'll pay a signing bonus of 50 million. Do you want to join us? At this point, our main character also smiled, and so the contract between them was signed. And before leaving, Baizu didn't forget to remind them. The gate break will take place in 3 days. I wish you good luck. What an unexpected profit, boss. The young man couldn't stop smiling. But before the money in L's hand could get warm, he had already thrown it to the greedy Raf next to him. That's the amount you requested. The contract term is 10 years. After successfully breaking the island, I will give you another 7 million. Back to Debo, at this point. He really thought L had eaten something expired to act like this. What? Wait a minute, boss. Did you eat something wrong today? You're going to give this kind of person 10 million. Not paying attention to this complaint, L continued, let's go. We're late for our next appointment. What? There's still another place to go, Debo exclaimed. And when he saw the next guest he was meeting, his face clearly showed disgust, because that person was none other than the girl Kiri who had once accompanied them inside that gate. Boss, why is this noisy girl here? Shut up. I'm just here to fulfill a promise, she shouted. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, at the gate of the test. What a beautiful day to break through a gate, Debo commented on the weather. Then he also turned to observe the people around and assessed. There are 5 teams. A total of 50 people. This should be enough to break through, right? He said with a smile. Because as long as they succeeded, their group would receive 50 million from Baizu. However, Raf, seeing such a large number of people, began to complain, TSK. Having to bring along useless people again. Will the amount of money I earn decrease? Speaking of Baizu, after seeing that everyone had gathered, she also stood up to give a speech. Hello, I am Baizu of the Kanya Merchant Guild. As you all know, the gate this time is orange level with a maximum capacity of 50 people and 3 cracks. I believe that with this many people, conquering this gate will not be a problem. Blah blah. Over here, ever since Beirut recruited him, he had guessed the villainous identity of this group. The Mono no. I also guessed that the Kanya Merchant Guild would recruit me, but I didn't expect them to bring me here. So they've started using this place already. Although the timing is a bit different from my previous life, I've conquered this gate once before. My plan will not change, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Baizu's voice continued to ring out. Please remember that all teams must fire a signal flare if they discover a second gate. A second gate? What's that? The young man Kondibo wondered, causing the Night Kiri to just sigh and enlighten him. The gates are divided into different levels based on their color. A second gate means there's another dungeon inside this gate. Yellow has 2, and blue has 3. An orange gate has 2 dungeons. So, we'll have to clear another dungeon inside it. And in the second gate, the terrain and monsters will be completely different. Remember that, you idiot. I can't believe he's so clueless. I'm starting to get a little worried. You said your name is Pomi. Let me make one thing clear. Although I've signed a contract with you, it hasn't been decided who will be the captain. Shouldn't the captain be chosen based on ability? He said with a smile. And L didn't seem surprised at all. Ha, so you're the greedy type. Alright, we'll decide the captain's position through contributions in this gate. Seeing L agree so easily, Ralph smiled as if he had struck gold. Haha, this rookie fell for it. Once I become the captain, things will get very interesting. Well then, good luck, Bayer said, bidding everyone farewell. Then, they entered the gate one by one. It's finally starting if we close this gate. That's 50 million mesos, boss. Let's just close this 3-crack gate and be done with it, Depot said confidently when, causing Raph to tease a little. Phew, think we came here to set up camp. I guess I won't be seeing this naive rookie again soon. What the hell, damn it. I'm not taking it anymore. Come at me, Depot shouted angrily, giving the uncle the middle finger. However, his provocations didn't seem to bother Cordif at all. Why would I go in there when the outcome is already clear? I don't do things that don't make money. Why? You bastard. Anyway, why did the boss recruit that bastard into the team? Thanks to him, the whole atmosphere is ruined, Depot Fannin complained and also wondered in his heart. However, before he could finish his sentence right after stepping inside the gate, the scene before him was all the adventurers being attacked by a group of monsters that looked like one-eyed lizards, causing their formation to break instantly. Help everyone, hold the formation. If we split up, we'll all die. Run, it's the evil eyes. Panic sounds began to ring out. Evil eyes. They are monsters that live in a linea. They are characterized by a giant eye and move with their 2 arms. Back to the story, right after the young man Debo stepped inside the gate, he also became a target for these monsters. And before he could react to the unexpected situation in front of him, a lizard jumped on him and pinned him down. He fell down below, but luckily he reacted in time, using both hands to block its mouth, preventing the monster from taking a bite and sending him to meet the king of hell. My God, what is this damn thing? He said, trembling, as he tried to endure the monster's strength. At the same time, he also felt a disgusting sensation as its long tongue began to lick him. However, this monster was also very intelligent. When it felt its mouth being blocked by Debo, it immediately used its claws to attack. But luckily for El, at that moment, Uncle Raph had stepped inside the gate. Seeing the situation, he immediately rushed over and kicked the monster, sending it flying towards a nearby tree. Phew, calm down, damn it, he grumbled. The female knight who had just entered was also stunned by the scene before her. Unbelievable. The gate opened right in the middle of a monster horde. In front, the evil eye monsters, seeing more and more people appear, became even more excited and charged forward to attack. And in response to their excitement, El also immediately used his fire arrow to pierce through these monsters. However, he was also a little puzzled, because according to his previous life, when raiding this gate, the evil eyes didn't bring their whole swarm to the gate opening. Could this be a different pattern from my previous life? El speculated in his heart. Cut to Kiri's location. At this moment, she also began to use her third het rising sun skill to attack. But somehow, these monsters managed to dodge it at the last second. It dodged that attack. She thought to herself and continued to attack. But once again, the lizard monster spun its body in the air and dodged in a very magical way. What kind of movement is this? I can't predict it at all, she wondered. But without waiting for Kiri to think much, the monster used its tail to whip the girl away. Then, 4 or 5 other monsters immediately charged forward, with the intention of devouring the female knight. But then, for some reason, their bodies were suddenly hit by someone. On the side, the young man Debo was now struggling against one. This is driving me crazy, he said. And then a black shadow rushed straight towards him and found him, and punched the evil eye right in the face, causing its body to explode into many pieces. And the one who did it was none other than Uncle Ruff. So the Greenhorn team has lost 2 members, and one from the cool-headed team has gone in. Always dramatic. No need to thank me, just keep acting like that until we get out of here, so I can be the center of attention. Her, the Western uncle said with a smile, revealing himself to be a 3-circle adventurer. And faced with his strength, even though Kiri didn't want to, she had to admit that was the man's true skill. I hate to admit it, but a 3rd tier is truly different. Back with the monsters, another lizard, not knowing life from death, charged up to attack Raph. and was immediately crushed by his punch. However, he could not say that. The old man didn't forget to assess the situation just because he was angry. Maybe it moves without a pattern, but that's it. Now that those two rookies are out of the game, only El Pomi is left. Possesses the fire arrow skill along with telekinesis, but he certainly has the skills that made the Kania merchants notice him. I don't know how El fights, but his attack speed is much faster than mine. Then that young man is definitely mine. A contract worth 50 million mesos is an opportunity, a fortune that not everyone can easily obtain. And considering the merchant guild's attitude towards him, they might give him more in the future. Here, I can see it. I can see myself swimming in a pile of money after taking over this party. He thought with a smile as he began to fantasize about the future. And the happier this uncle became, the more enthusiastically he began to punish the monsters. That monster, he's just enjoying all the fun in the world, Kiri mumbled. This is so exciting. Uncle Raph laughed loudly and started to throw punches at the lizard, causing its face to also stiffen. However, before we begin, we will cut off its faces. When his fist could dislodge the monster, suddenly he was kicked aside by El. What the? So why did you sneak attack me like that? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? The uncle shouted, but El just said calmly, no need to thank me. What are you talking about? He said before looking, seeing countless arrows of light rain down on the monster horde, turning them into beehives in an instant. If El hadn't kicked him out of the way just now, his fate would probably be no different from these monsters. On this side, Ralph also thought things through and shouted, what was that just now? Which bastard was it? However, in response to this angry voice, no one answered, and the monsters were still swarming to attack the group, and the culprit was a mysterious archer hiding in a tree not far away. And at the moment he gathered energy to prepare his arrows, El also immediately detected his position. Is it over there? He said, glancing behind him. Then, these arrows also began to rain down, causing all the monsters to die like flies. He's already opened fire. El thought silently, and he was also scared. Use a fire arrow aimed straight at the archer, creating a huge explosion deep inside the forest. Back with Raph, seeing El react so quickly, he was also impressed. He blocked the evil eye's attack and countered. What a genius idea and a brave act. However, before the group could feel relieved, Debo's worried voice rang out, boss, watch out. Hearing this, El was also startled and realized that there were 4 to 5 arrows aimed at him from behind. It's coming from the opposite direction, he thought before they started. The arrow caused an explosion, and when the smoke and dust cleared, El's entire body was also slightly injured on the arm, but this didn't bother him much. What puzzled him was the direction of those attacks. What's going on? I'm sure I hit them, didn't I? Also, those surprise attacks from behind. And while I was hitting them, I saw everyone hitting the clock. Our main character was still pondering when the female knight also realized something and shouted, Pomi, it's dangerous here. We have to run now. Run. But where can we run to? Raph said as countless arrows were aimed straight at them from above. And these arrows weren't just aimed at El's group, but also at the entire group of adventurers who had entered the gate. Damn it, run. They shouted, but right after that, countless people were pierced by these arrows. Meanwhile, Kiri also used her sun-slash skill, performing a sweeping slash that cut through all the arrows heading towards her, to protect an adventurer behind her. What are you doing? If you want to live, run to the forest quickly, she shouted. If we could, we would have run there a long time ago. They're waiting for us in the forest. How can we get past them? The person said, looking towards the dense crowd of monsters waiting in the forest, and as if hearing their wish. Right after that, a powerful fire spear suddenly shot forward and pierced through the monster formation. Someone has opened a path, someone shouted, and Uncle Raph was the first to run into the forest. I'm going first. Don't hesitate anymore. Hurry up, Number 5 shouted at those who were still bewildered, while many others were running away. Meanwhile, the archer still had no intention of letting them go and started shooting arrows continuously. And in the process, some people have fallen. Seeing that the situation seems to be not good, Depot also hurriedly reminded Boss, at this rate, we will all die, he shouted. And of course, Al also understood this. So he immediately used a fire arrow to shoot behind him to fight back, and at the same time, took advantage of its explosion to blind the archer. Debo, listen carefully. El began to give instructions but was cut off by the author. Returning to the archer, the fact that El was able to find his position also surprised him a little. He found my position already. It seems Sir Ivok's worries were not unfounded. I am El Pomi, aren't I? I'm sorry, and goodbye. After saying that, he also began to focus his arrows on the main character. However, He was able to dodge them all by using the surrounding tree trunks as springboards. TSK. Why is Amij so agile? He grumbled. Then he started to pay attention to the remaining people and thought, wait, 6 people. One of them is no longer there. The one who uses fire attacks, he thought to himself. But at the same time, a fireball suddenly appeared behind him and aimed straight at him, and caused a considerable explosion. The one who did it was none other than L, just now, in the chaos. He had swapped clothes with Debo to have him impersonate him as a distraction. As for himself, he silently sneaked behind to attack. This time, I saw the attack hit him with my own eyes. L thought to himself. Back with Depot hearing the sound of the explosion, he also knew. The plan succeeded. Great, it seems the plan to swap outfits for camouflage has succeeded. It's all thanks to the great Debo for buying time, he thought happily. Before being shot through by an arrow and collapsing immediately. Walk, Kiri shouted worriedly. And L, not far away, also realized an arrow was heading towards him. Then, the arrow suddenly exploded, creating countless other beams of light that flew straight towards the fleeing group. Impossible. Help. Damn it. Run faster. Everyone shouted. And Kiri also immediately supported Debo and ran with him. However, at this very moment, an arrow suddenly pierced through the female knight's thigh, causing her to cry out in pain. And both of them also collapsed to the ground. And at the most critical moment, Uncle Raph also ran over and carried both of them away. Focus, I haven't even had kids yet, and I'm already taking care of children like an old father. What a nuisance, he grumbled while increasing his speed. Meanwhile, the white-haired archer was still relentlessly pursuing them. For some reason, he was able to escape L's previous attack. You can run wherever you want, but you can't escape my sight. As he thought this, the man began to draw his bow once more. However, when he reached their running direction, the man was also a little stunned. What are we running in this direction for? I don't know either. Just shut up and do as the boss says, Debo exclaimed. You're about to die, and you still dare to act like that. At this point, Raph also carried the 2 of them through the bushes in front, and the first thing the group witnessed was a gate leading to the 2nd floor. The 2nd gate? It can't be. Could it be that El Palmi already knew its location? Well, whatever. Thanks to him, we'll all survive. We're about 100 meters away from the enemy. At this distance, we can reach the gate faster than his arrows. The uncle chuckled to himself and quickly increased his speed, while Debo also guessed his intention and spoke up. Wait, don't tell me you're going through the 2nd gate without waiting for the boss. Isn't that his intention when he led us here? Stop struggling. We'll go through that gate first and wait for him there, the uncle shouted. But at this very moment, countless arrows were suddenly aimed straight at them from the front, causing all 3 of them to be unable to dodge and take the full brunt of these arrows. What just happened? Why did that attack come from the front? Could it be that in such a short time, he has already circled in front of us? Ruff speculated, but before he could think much, 2 more arrows were aimed straight at the uncle. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Debo's axe suddenly flew over and blocked the 2 energy arrows. It's the fire axe that the boss brought. I knew he would save. Damn it, Debo mumbled on the left, in his heart as he saw a large pillar flying straight towards him and hitting the ball, sending all 3 of them flying into the shore. Inside the gate, and the archer behind. From afar, seeing this, was also stunned. You crazy bastard, he thought. Back to the battle, a black shadow suddenly flashed through the forest. However, it hadn't even moved a few meters before being pierced through the head by a light arrow from above. As a result, the bulging-eyed monster only had time to let out a shriek before being sent to its grave. And the one who did it was none other than the archer from the Kanya Merchant Guild. Seeing that the thing he had shot was a big-eyed demon, the archer's eyes showed a hint of annoyance. Another evil eye. Why isn't he moving? Is he trying to hide to stall for time while looking for me? How foolish. No problem. I'll play your game and see how you struggle, El Palmi. He laughed at himself and began to think about the past while waiting for El to appear. In the 13th year, Saravak adopted me. A selection match was held, where 300 assassins would fight until only 5 remained. And in this 7-day massacre, no one could find me during that time. And Sir Wyvuk gave me the title of Shadow. Back in the present, the archer suddenly felt a burst of energy. And then, without any hesitation, he aimed his arrow in that direction. However, the target this time was still just an evil eye, which made his face of the man also twisted slightly as he missed. At the same time, from afar, a fire arrow also shot straight towards his position, but luckily for him, the arrow missed and hit a tree next to him. Seeing that, the archer also knew that El had guessed his position. So he immediately put force into his legs and jumped between the tree trunks to change his position. Then, after landing on L's tree trunk and making sure that this place was out of L's sight, he also prepared to counterattack. Well done, but with that last shot, you revealed your position. The assassin thought, then drew his bow, firing 3 streams of light arrows towards one. The wine-splitting arrow with terrifying destructive power immediately shattered this tree trunk. However, after the tree trunk broke, there was no figure hiding behind it. At this moment, another fire arrow flew around the tree trunk, aiming at him, which startled him. The man was startled and quickly jumped down, looking at the explosion above. He also guessed L's intention. That bastard used telepathy to make me misjudge his position. What a cheap trick. As he thought this, the man quickly ran away on the ground. However, L also had no intention of letting him go that easily. At this moment, he also used his telekinesis to control to other fire arrows to weave through the tree trunks and rush towards him on the ground. The archer also knew that his legs couldn't run as fast as a rocket, so after running for a while, he turned around and drew his bow, firing 3 arrows at L's 2 attacks, causing them to explode simultaneously in the air. And the fire it created also temporarily blinded the assassin, preventing him from seeing the situation ahead. I can't see anything, he thought to himself, before another fire arrow flew around a tree and attacked him from behind. Seeing this, the man could only grit his teeth and say, damn it, then immediately shot another arrow to block the blow. However, it seems this attack came too close, so even though the 2 attacks canceled each other out in the air, the explosion it created also sent him flying. The archer rolled on the ground. Pomi. That bastard, you're good, the assassin thought as his whole body trembled with anger. Back with L, he was now hiding behind a tree, concentrating on every sound in the forest to determine the other's location. So quiet. Where did he hide? So annoying. I didn't expect him to be able to hide so well. In my previous life, no one in this gate had such an ability. He must be an assassin sent by Kania. Did the future change because I failed at the 100-person gate? L thought to himself. However, without waiting for him to think much, a sound suddenly came from behind him, DL Pomi. Hearing this voice, our main character was also a little startled. A sound from the other side. He thought in confusion, as the man was clearly still in front of him. But for some reason, his voice suddenly came from behind. On this side, the archer began to stand out and shout loudly, unafraid of him sneaking up. You know it too. Right. Don't waste any more time. Hiding like a cowardly rat won't do you any good. I heard you like to fight head-on. You like to hide like a rat like this. Huh? He laughed like a maniac, while he himself was the one who had been hiding and sneaking around to attack the adventurers who entered the gate. Speaking of which, seeing this guy dare to stand out like that, he also didn't miss the opportunity and silently ran forward to find a chance to attack. At the same time, he himself was a little curious about him. But how did he get there? I didn't feel it at all. Could it be instant teleportation? But it could also be a flash. He thought, frowning. I see you. The assassin mumbled, and then, immediately after, countless energy arrows flew from behind L, aimed straight at him. L's situation was extremely dangerous. Cut to the 2nd floor of the gate. This is a snow mountain map. At this moment, the teleportation gate suddenly lit up, and then the 3 raft members also fell out. Damn it, we left the boss behind. Debo gritted his teeth. Uncle Raph, seeing this, also complained. No one forced you to do it. What are you angry about? How can he handle everything by himself? Debo said, trembling. I think he already has a plan. Someone replied. And at this moment, something rolled in front of Debo, causing him to exclaim loudly, hey, what the hell is this? This is just a gate with 3 marks, but what's with all these human bones? This many means it wasn't just 3 groups that came in, but at least 100 people. Behind them. Looking at the scene, Kiri also guessed everything. Those damn Kanyas. Now I understand. Forget it. They tricked us. They suddenly appeared, then there were traps on the 1st floor. And now there's this pile of bones. Don't you get it yet? Kanya are followers of the Black Mage. They must have lured the adventurers who were in their way into this gate. But the fact that they also sent an assassin Pomi was right to say there was a bait. Kiri said in a serious tone. But it's a bit unfortunate that at this moment, Uncle Raph had to interrupt their conversation. A believer. Sorry to interrupt your interesting story, but let's save that for later. The landlord here is very cunning, Raph said with a very forced smile as he looked ahead. Because in front of them was a giant super gorilla monster with bulging muscles. Seeing its body, Depot also trembled and asked, is this the boss? No one answered his question. And at this moment, Uncle Raph also had to use his trump card as he began to clutch his necklace. Haha, it's time for me to pay the rent. You to pray for yourselves. This is a move I don't show to just anyone, he said, activating some power of his, causing the necklace to emit a burst of light. If I had to describe Raph's personality in one sentence, it would be this: he's unbearably calculating and annoying. Slave to money, but his methods are also of the cheap kind. But if you were to describe Raph as an adventurer, he's very capable. Other things aside, his skills are top-notch. That guy is at the peak of the third circle as a healing bishop. At this moment, the uncle began to use his healing skill and healed the two of them. As soon as the skill was activated, their bodies were enveloped in a green light. Then, their wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound is healing. This guy isn't in a close combat position, but a healing one. So that means even if he doesn't use his skills, he can still fight in close combat. Is he still strong enough to be a warrior? Kiri thought in a daze. As for Ralph, after healing the two of them, he also smiled and said, "If you two are better, then let's get to work. Make it worth the money you were paid, because that guy can't wait any longer. Let's see what you'd have got." As he spoke, the uncle immediately turned and ran, while the large ape clapped its hands and slammed them straight towards him. Fortunately, the uncle ran fast, so he wasn't crushed. And this blow was still strong enough to crack the ground into many pieces. The stone slab that Debo and Kiri were standing on was also overturned by it. That bastard. Debo grumbled, but before he could react, the large ape had opened its mouth and bit straight into the two of them's stone slab, causing it to shatter into many pieces. Luckily, at the most dangerous moment, Debo managed to jump to the side and cling tightly to its exposed fang, which surprised the ape a little. "Where are you looking?" The fierce young man shouted angrily, and then slammed his axe into the ape's eye, causing it to scream in agony as it was blinded. At the same time, Kiri, behind him, also swung her sword and slashed at its calf, causing the ape to cry out in pain again. Seeing this, the monster also reached out towards Depot, wanting to grab him. However, before its hand could reach him, Uncle Raph had already charged in from the side like a rocket, hitting this arm and knocking it aside. Then, he also used its arm as a springboard to gain leverage, and charged forward to punch the giant monster in the face, causing its face to seem to deform a little more. Enraged, the great ape began to grit its teeth and use its left hand to punch towards Raph, but was soon dodged by the uncle. At the same time, Kiri, who was below, was also kicked forward by the ape, forcing the uncle to intervene and save her. What a nuisance. Raph complained and quickly used healing in his series of actions, without any unnecessary movements, also made Debo's eyes widen in amazement. He's not just healing from behind, but also attacking to support us. Moreover, the timing of his healing spells, the uncle doesn't use healing spells randomly, but only casts them when we're in real danger. Back to the next day. I forgot to mention, initially it was free, but from now on, I'll be charging both of you. As he spoke, he took out a small book from his side and began to use his enchanting and strengthening abilities on both of them. I can feel a source of energy welling up inside my body, Kiri thought in surprise, before stepping outside, then stated the price. 100,000 mesos each. All right, you crazy bastard. The two of them shouted at the same time. Time passed quickly. At this point, the monster had been tormented by them until it was battered and bruised, with both its eyes bleeding profusely. It was unknown if it had been blinded further, and its body was covered in countless wounds. Finally done. Damn, it's strong, Kiri said, sitting on the ground and panting from exhaustion. Meanwhile, the big uncle, Raph, seemed to still be full of energy. At this point, he also cracked his wrist and started to discuss the division of the spoils. It's normal now. Let's divide it among ourselves, shall we? The uncle said with a smile. And it seems this monster, still not dead, knew that it was about to be butchered by them. So it opened its mouth and roared, causing the boat to, almost suffocated from the stench it spewed out. So smelly. Shut up. Or should I put you to sleep for good? Debo shouted. But right after that, the next action of the monster truly caught them by surprise. At this moment, it quickly grabbed its severed arm and pressed it against the wound. Then, the wound began to freeze over and heal. Just like that, this giant ape, which should have peacefully accepted its death, was now suddenly full of life and vigor as if nothing was wrong. Back with El, he also had to run for his life from a rain of arrows from the archer. As he ran, he also began to formulate a plan in his mind. Something's a little off. I can't find his firing position. A third-rank archer can use information to teleport, but the information will only return the user to a certain point, meaning there's only one point of return. To move like he is now with it is impossible. El frowned as he couldn't understand the assassin's movement method at all. Meanwhile, the archer on the side was still laughing as if he had already won. Haha, I told you, it was useless. You're too slow. I'm about to fall asleep. Seeing this, El also got annoyed and created a fireball and shot it straight behind him. However, because this was a shot without precise aiming. It was mostly just for intimidation. Where are you aiming? If you keep wasting skills like that, you'll get mana shock, he said, kindly reminding L. And it seems what this guy said was really true, as the main character's face now seemed to be in a state of poisoning. Seeing that, he also began to increase his movement speed, while L continuously fired behind him to blind the man. He must be trying to distract me with that skill so he can run through the second gate. Haha, impossible, he thought to himself, shaking his head. In front, L was also sweating profusely. Damn it. I can't just have a stamina contest with someone whose position I can't even determine. At this rate, everything will be ruined before that happens. At this point, L was also sent flying to the side by an explosion caused by an arrow hitting the ground. There. The young man began to roll on the ground and quickly took out a bottle of energy restoring potion from his inventory and chugged it down. I don't have time to think carefully. At this point, I have to take a gamble, he thought, gritting his teeth. Then, Ngao also activated his fireball skill, shooting a giant fireball forward and knocking away all the arrows flying towards him. Then, the fireball also flew towards the archer, but he easily dodged it by moving to the side. The man even had time to turn around and mock L. Huh, how foolish. The words had just left his mouth when his eyes widened, as at this moment, 6 fire arrows were aimed at him from 4 directions, which couldn't help but startle the archer. What? 6 at once? He's using the strongest skill a level 3 mage can summon while in mana shock. Is he trying to sacrifice himself? Then thought as he turned to look at L, whose body was also in intense pain due to the mana shock state. And of course, L did this because he also had a small suspicion in his mind. So he bet on his thoughts. If your secret is the same as my thoughts, then even if I have to push myself to the limit, I have to drag you out. L thought so, and used his telekinesis to control the fire arrows to shoot randomly. And this crazy action of his also made it impossible for the archer to focus on attacking. He's shooting them without knowing where I am. This bastard must be crazy, he thought to himself. Then, L focused his energy again and shot another fireball, causing the man to have no choice but to run away between the tree branches. Not yet. It's not over yet. I have to stand firm. I have to hold on until the end. L screamed in his mind as he continuously fired his weapon, and the magic caused the whole forest to start shaking because of his fire power. Meanwhile, the assassin, seeing L's suicidal actions, was secretly happy. You fool. Do you think you can hit us like that? Your fate is sealed. You will die from mana shock while feeling the pain of your body shattering, just like that. A firefight and escape took place in the forest until the assassin suddenly stopped, because I realized that all around me was fire. Wait, this whole place is on fire. That bastard. So this was his goal from the beginning. This is dangerous. At this rate, I'll be burned alive. An open space, I have to run there, he thought as he looked at the open space in front of him. But at this very moment, he began to hesitate again. Wait, an open space right in front of me. At this very moment, it's really suspicious. The man thought, frowning, then quickly turned back to warn someone. No. We have to go back. This is a trap, he said, looking at an archer dressed exactly like him. It turned out that from the beginning, there were 2 of them here. They took turns attacking, confusing L's judgment. Brother, what are you doing? The younger brother said in surprise, seeing his older brother suddenly stop. But before he could get an answer, at this moment, L from behind had used his telekinesis and controlled a stone slab to smash straight into him from above. The older brother, seeing the trap, could only shout, damn it, and quickly shot an arrow at the rock to save his younger brother. But L's attack still wasn't over. At this point, he could clearly identify that his enemies were 2. So he passed through the screen, approached the younger brother to take him down as quickly as possible. 1, L mumbled. As he spoke, L thrust his staff forward, but the archer also reacted very quickly. As soon as he felt himself being attacked, he planted his bow on the ground to use as a lever to jump into the air. Then, he also used the momentum from the bow to launch a spinning kick aimed straight at L's face, forcing him to quickly lean back to dodge. I don't have much time. I have to end this quickly, L reminded himself. Then, he also swung his staff hard and hit the bow, causing him to be hit. The bow fell to the ground, causing the younger brother to lose his balance and fall. And without waiting for the man to react, the main character also kicked him straight in the stomach, sending the man flying out like a torn sack. It's just a bit of a pity that at the moment when Eel ran over to finish him off, the older brother from above drew his bow and shot straight at the center of the 2 of them, causing L to startle and retreat. Then, because he knew that L had figured out their secret, the older brother also jumped down directly and shouted, get up, Nia. He doesn't have time to recover his energy for another attack. Let's end this battle. As he spoke, The older brother began to draw his bow and aim at L. However, before the man could release his hand to fire the arrow, L was one step ahead of him. He had used his telekinesis to control a knife and shoot it straight at the older brother's back, forcing the man to inadvertently had to stop his attack and tilt his head to the side to dodge, looking at what was attacking him. The older brother was also a little startled. A dagger. He can use telekinesis with just that little mana, as he thought. He began to dodge left and right to avoid L's attacks while closing in on him. And as soon as the assassin felt he was in range, he quickly took out a dagger from his pocket and slashed continuously towards L. Seeing this, L could only raise his staff to defend while retreating. At the same time, he also couldn't afford to be distracted. Still didn't forget to control the knife to charge up and attack. But it was quickly knocked aside by an arrow from the younger brother, Nia, from behind. That's enough of this game. He gritted his teeth and began to draw his bow, aiming at L once more. But before he could do that, L had controlled countless pieces of rubble around to hit him squarely, causing Nia to cry out in pain and fall backwards. In front, after regaining his posture, L also fought back against the older brother, even overwhelming him. Why is a mudge like him so good at close combat? He thought to himself, and the result of thinking about random things in battle was that he was kicked in the stomach by L, causing the man to open his mouth in pain. I can't let my guard down, L thought, then assessed again. Control the knife to fly up again, continuously aiming at the younger brother behind. The surprise attack went. Before the young man could shoot an arrow, his bow was knocked out of his hand by this knife. Seeing this, L immediately charged forward, raising his staff to finish him off. But at the moment he swung his staff, another arrow from afar shot through L's arm, causing his attack to stop before it could hit its target. Excellent, you're the best. Nia laughed happily and kicked El Gasa away. And what about your soul? L's staff was also sent flying by the kick. Not stopping there, the man named Dia also quickly ran forward, grabbing the dagger that was falling on the ground, not knowing if he could get it, and attacked the main character like a storm. What can you do with just one left arm? Untaunted. And in response to these words, Thiel, with just his left arm, was able to easily block all of his attacks. L even knocked the knife out of the man's hand. Damn it, got it, he said with a smile when he saw his hand had caught the knife again. However, he didn't know that L himself had deliberately let him do that. As soon as the man dared to reach out and grab the dagger, L also quickly reached out his hand, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it, caused his wrist to make a series of cracking sounds. As for the young man himself, he also opened his mouth and screamed as if his house was on fire. Let me go, you bastard. Do you want a few more holes in your body? He threatened, as if he was right. But absolutely, these threats had no effect on Elka. Right now, he had used his fireball to aim at both of them, and held Nia tightly to ensure he had no chance of escaping. Seeing this, Nia also panicked. You crazy bastard. Wait a minute, behind. The older brother, seeing that his younger brother was about to die, also shouted, no, watch out. The words had just been spoken. At the center of the two's position, a world-shaking explosion occurred. As for Nia himself, he was also blown away by the shockwave from the explosion towards a tree not far away. I can't breathe with this condition, he thought to himself. And meanwhile, the older brother was now looking at a layer of membrane, a green light in front of him. What is that? He asked. Speaking of Nia, he was now pulling up his shirt to cover his mouth, while looking around for his brother. Damn it, where's my brother? He thought as he quickly ran to find him. But before he could spot the other's figure, Yahello appeared right next to him. Then, without knowing where he got it from, I'll also grip this weapon and thrust it towards Tanir. Seeing this, Tanir also went crazy. This bastard is as persistent as a leech die. After saying that, he also threw his cloak at L's head to blind him, while gripping the dagger to attack. Then a stream of blood spurted out, and it was unclear whose it was. Outside, the older brother, who had now seen the curtain of light shatter into pieces, hurriedly rushed inside. It's broken. What happened? Could it be? As he thought, he frantically looked around and discovered that his younger brother's figure was coughing violently in front, and not far away. There was also a figure lying flat on the ground. Seeing this, the man also hurriedly rushed over to support Nia. Hang in there, Nia. No, now is not the time. We've wasted too much time. We have to get the phoenix feather, and at this point, the older brother's voice suddenly stopped, when he realized that the person lying in front might be his younger brother. And as a result, as soon as he found out about this, then El also used his hand to grab his neck, while his other hand quickly grabbed the dagger and directly cut off his head. I'm getting sick of these bow users, El mumbled and then collapsed inside the burning forest. Back to the Battle of Earth's group. After the giant ape recovered, it went crazy and beat all three of them to a pulp, leaving them beaten, especially the young man Debo, who was targeted the most. It seems that because he had used his kite to cut off one of the monster's arms earlier, it was now paying him extra attention. At this moment, it threw a large punch, and although it missed, the shockwave it created still sent Debo flying to the side, causing his whole body to tremble in pain. Then, the giant ape didn't want to linger any longer, so it cut, also clenched his hand and punched again, but to no avail. At this moment, Uncle Ruff had also charged from behind to attack. However, the giant ape quickly discovered this and swung its hand straight behind it. Instead, the uncle didn't flinch and gathered energy in his fist to block the force. To slow, Raph shouted and performed a cannon shot straight into the giant ape's face, causing its whole body to sway and fall to one side. How about that? However, although it was a little painful, the last punch still didn't cause too much damage. This thing is so hard, Raph said, looking at the piece of ice on the giant ape's head. And while he was still standing there, then the ape also reached up and slapped its own face, swatting Uncle Raph like a mosquito, causing the uncle to scream tragically, "You bastard!" And then, while out of the room, was about to become a meat patty when Kiri also charged in from somewhere and performed a Bao Kuang, explosive light technique, severing the ape's finger, causing it to roar as if its house was on fire. After she was done, she also extended her hand towards Raph and said, "I've paid my debt to you." Then she said again, "I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you anything." The female knight also quickly carried Raph and ran down before finding him. The monster went crazy, or rather, it was already crazy, it just went crazier. The pain from losing its fingers started to make the giant ape lose its mind and punch, and kick wildly below, while Kiri could only run away like a duck, seeing the two of them had run far away. This monster also gathered strength in its legs, and jumped straight up high like a cannonball. Then, it also took advantage of the force of its fall to slam its hands hard on the ground, performed a sledgehammer move, creating a violent shockwave that spread out all around. Returning to the group, after being freed, Uncle Raph also used healing on all three of them and began to coordinate their attacks again. At this moment, however, Depot, who was leading the group, turned around. "Hey, have you thought of a way to destroy it yet? If we continue like this," before he could finish his sentence, someone's voice suddenly rang out with a warning. "Behind you," he said. "Behind what?" Depot asked back. At the same time, the ape's giant hand was also aimed at him. Fortunately, Depot remained vigilant and managed to dodge to the side in time. "This thing is so big. Can you be more specific?" he shouted. "Talk less. Try to distract it from me, so I can aim for its weak spot," Raph instructed. Just like that, following this plan, Depot also began to grip his weapon and charge forward to attack directly, while also creating a distraction to create an opportunity for Raph to attack. At this moment, he was seen using his kite to block the giant punch from the monster. After he was done, he also hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up!" Seeing that, Kiri and Raph, who were behind, also didn't waste any time and started to charge forward to attack at their fastest speed. However, as soon as they charged in, they were swatted aside by the large ape. On this side, Debo was now running along the monster's arm, charging up to assist. "It knows. I thought it was just a big, brainless thing," he complained, before the monster swung its hand again, causing the whole group to be spun around like a top. As a result, in a moment of delayed reaction, Debo was crushed to the ground by it, causing a large crater to appear on the ground. But before he could stand up and adjust his posture, the large ape also raised its leg and stomped straight towards him, with the intention of finishing Debo in one blow. Next to him, the female knight, seeing the critical situation, also shouted loudly, "Raph, heal me." At the same time, the monster's foot also stomped hard on the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. "Debo," Kiri shouted worriedly, back with Uncle Raph after his days passed. He also turned to remind her, "I only have 4 more heals. Try to dodge." The words had just been spoken, and the monster, this defensive unit, also didn't give them a chance to discuss and charged forward like a tank. Split up, both shouted simultaneously and jumped to either side to avoid the impact. However, it seems Kiri was a step too slow, so she was sent flying by the monster, causing the uncle to sigh in frustration. "Damn it, I just told you to dodge." As he spoke, he began to use his healing ability on her, of mind for Kiri, while not forgetting to complain in his heart. She fainted. What a waste of a spell. Then, without time to pay attention to Kiri, the uncle had to start running away from the attacks of the giant ape. And on this side, my friend Debo, who was lying dead in a large hole, also started. He recalled the words Elle had told him before. "Increase your circle." "Yes. You have enough experience to reach the second circle," Elle nodded. which made Debo a little curious. Can I do it just because I want to? That depends on your enlightenment. Enlightenment? What is that? Teach me, Debo said excitedly. However, El just quietly poured himself a cup of tea and said, everyone is different. Even if I share my experience, you won't be able to learn it. Then what do you want me to do? You just need to find a word that suits you. It could be related to your understanding of mana or an unforgettable memory. As he recalled this, suddenly, behind the ape's back, a huge explosion occurred, making the giant ape turn its head to look behind. And as soon as it saw the young man Debo getting up and rushing to attack, the ape didn't hesitate to swing its giant arm at him. But there was one thing I think it didn't expect. Debo had become much stronger. With just one powerful move, he easily coated his axe blade in a layer of energy and cut straight through its arm, much to everyone's delight. Raph, standing nearby, widened his eyes. He can cut through that. How is that possible? After saying that, he also noticed the two glowing magic circles on Debo's wrist and understood everything. That kid has reached his circles, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Debo seemed to have gone berserk, rushing to attack the large ape. At a terrifying speed, he aimed for its remaining eye and blinded it instantly. Then, he ran straight up to the top of the monster's head, aiming for a sword that had been stuck there for who knows how long, and directly swung his axe, striking the hilt of the sword, driving it deeper into an energy core inside. And right after he did this, the great ape lost its balance and collapsed to the ground, pinning the fierce young man underneath it. Seeing this, Raph seized the opportunity and rushed forward, punching the ape directly in the face, sending its entire body flying to the side. Not bad, he shouted in praise, then used his healing spell on Debo. Having been healed, Debo began to repeatedly swing his axe at the monster's back, causing it to flip over, exposing its belly. The other warriors also took this opportunity to steady themselves, grip their weapons, and charge forward to attack. However, before they could even reach it, the great ape swung its fist, striking them directly, forcing Debo to grit his teeth and use all his strength to block it. Seeing this, Raph also used his healing spell to give him the strength to hold on. However, seeming to know that he was the one continuously healing the other two, the giant ape reached out and crushed Raph's body, making him cry out in pain. This creature was also quite intelligent. You have time to hit me, huh? As he spoke, the old man used his healing spell once more on Debo, and while the ape was busy attacking Raph, Debo climbed onto its body to drive the sword in again. In response, the great ape let out a panicked roar. However, before it could react, Debo's axe slammed down hard, driving the sword's tip straight into the energy core and shattering it into pieces. The agonizing blow from Debo made the giant ape scream as if it were dying. Seeing it roaring like that, Debo gripped his weapon, ready to launch another attack to quickly send it to the underworld. However, before he could, the great ape swung its arm and sent him flying. He sank deep into the snow. The shock of the impact knocked Debo out for a few seconds. As soon as he regained consciousness, he quickly got up, ready to fight again. But at that moment, Debo noticed that for some reason, Raph was lying next to him. Raph, what happened? Debo asked, confused. At the same time, in front of them, the giant ape was running away in a panic for unknown reasons. However, it hadn't taken more than a few steps before the arm it had reattached earlier suddenly fell off. Then, not only its arm, but also both of its feet cracked and broke, causing the monster's entire giant body to collapse forward. In the end, it could only let out a helpless roar, and then, its entire body turned into a block of ice and slowly shattered before Debo's eyes. Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to an ice cave. Kiri, who had been knocked out for some time, slowly woke up. Seeing this, Debo, who was sitting opposite her, asked, "You're awake?" Hearing the question, Kiri asked back, "You're still alive? Where's that monster?" "Well, look what you're covered with. I was so hungry I tried to eat that monkey, but I couldn't. Its meat is as hard as a rock," Debo said angrily, which made Kiri a little impressed. "You have a strong stomach. So, you waited for us to wake up." At this, Debo fell silent for a moment and replied, "Well, I couldn't find the exit either. The weather is terrible, so I thought it's best to rest here for a bit. Besides, Raph doesn't look too good either. I plan to scout the area when the blizzard calms down. You rest here. I'll go." Just like that. Time passed quickly. After feeling that the weather had stabilized a bit, Debo took his weapon and went outside to find a way out. Looking at the snow-covered landscape, Debo began to stroke his chin and thought, a day has already passed. What happened to the boss? He wondered. But just then, a loud footstep sounded from behind, startling him. He turned around to look. The source of the sound was a monster that looked exactly like the evil eye from the first floor, except its skin was grayish-white. This was a cold eye, a type of evil eye monster that had adapted to constantly fighting the cold. Seeing its ferocious appearance, Debo flinched back. Damn it. Why did I flinch? Phew. Why are there so many of them here? As he spoke, Debo quickly ran away from the horde of monsters. Time continued to pass. After scouting the surrounding terrain for a while, Debo returned. At the same time, the female knight had just woken up. You're back. How did it go? Did you find the exit? She asked. She turned to look at Debo. However, after seeing his blood-soaked appearance, her eyes filled with horror. You. What happened? You're awake. It's nothing, Debo said, shaking his head. There are still monsters. It's too dangerous. We have to, Kiri suggested. However, Debo, now sitting by the fire, didn't quite agree. Because Raph hasn't woken up yet. Someone has to protect this old man. At least for now, we're teammates. Then I'll go this time. There's no reason for you to suffer alone, Kiri continued. But Debo still refused. No, it's better if only one person goes, so we don't scout the same place. Don't waste your strength, just rest. After saying that, the young man turned over to rest. But his action of shouldering all the burdens himself made Kiri a little worried. You idiot, if you keep pushing yourself like that, you might then. After resting, Debo continued to search for the exit. This time, he was cornered by a group of cold eyes at the edge of a cliff. It's freezing, he muttered before the horde of one-eyed monsters rushed to attack him. Then, one cold eye that seemed to have a death wish charged straight into Debo, pulling him down into the abyss below. As a result, the foolish monster fell to its death, while the young man Debo was lucky enough to be unharmed, just a little sore. Finding himself still alive, Debo gasped for air. That was close. I thought I was a goner, he said, trembling as he stood up. And as soon as he looked up, Debo saw a figure sitting cross-legged in front of him. Seeing this, Debo's eyes became vigilant. Someone's here. After speaking, he focused his gaze and realized it was just someone who had been dead for a long time. Turns out it's just a corpse, he thought to himself and quickly ran over to check. He found a letter on the body. Doesn't seem like they've been dead for long. What's this? A will, a letter. So many words. Debo complained and quickly examined the letter. The letter read, I leave this letter to you, whose name I do not know. To call this a reward might be an overstatement, but I will give you my gauntlets. If you are a warrior, it contains a combat skill that will be useful to you. Combat skill is a passive skill for level 1 adventurers in the warrior class. It usually enhances all stats related to defense and movement. As you can see, we fell into Kanya's trap, and my comrades were annihilated by the Yeti. If there is any consolation, it is that I found the gate to the outside. But unfortunately, this gate is special. It only works when the boss is defeated. I have left its location on the back of this letter as a map. I hope you have the strength to do it. And please deliver this letter for me. After reading, Debo could only sigh for the unfortunate adventurer who had fallen into the Kanya clan's trap. The only thing he could do was to bury the man carefully. Then, because he now had the location of the gate, he quickly returned to the cave and brought Kiri and Raph to the location ready. After getting outside, he turned to Kiri and asked, What should we do now? Hearing this, she immediately replied, We need to recover our strength first. In this state, both you and I before she could finish. A mocking voice suddenly echoed in front of them. Oh my, I had some doubts. But our evil eye didn't miss. So it was truly defeated. The owner of the voice was a masked man, and behind him was a group of assassins in hooded cloaks. Looking at their numbers, he also didn't know. Debo's eyes changed. Don't tell me these guys are all from Kanya, damn it. This is bad. How can we fight them in this situation? He thought anxiously. And his worry became a reality when the leader of the assassins waved his hand, signaling them to charge. Don't worry, we'll take care of you before you can even blink. Seeing this, Kiri had given up. She gritted her teeth and rushed to block an attack from an assassin while shouting to Debo, Fall back. From behind, an assassin casually threw a few darts that pierced straight into the female knight's thigh, causing her face to contort in pain. Taking this opportunity, the remaining assassins broke through the defensive line and rushed to attack Debo and Raph. However, at that very moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from within the gate, a stream of light piercing through the assassin's body. Then, several more streams of light flew out, blasting their bodies to pieces. The group was literally blown to bits before they could even react. Seeing this, Debo and Kiri turned to look behind them, and after seeing who came out, Debo broke into a happy smile. I hate to say this, but were you guys okay without me? I asked. Barely, but you're a bit late, Debo replied. Scene changed to a Vox castle. He was stroking the monster behind him, deep in thought. Someone with such skills appearing out of thin air but no one knows who is behind this. And it seems the public will be in an uproar, he thought. PG suddenly appeared before him like a ghost and announced, "El Pomi has returned, sir. What should we do with the contract?" Hearing his hound's words, Ivok's face suddenly turned colder than ever, and he gave his verdict. "Kill him." Hearing this, Peju was a bit startled and asked again, just to be sure, "Why, sir?" But before he could finish his sentence, Ivok cut him off and explained more specifically. "We are not in a position to worry about public opinion. He is too unpredictable. Do you really think he can do it? We'll make up a reason later. He's not alone, he's with others," Peju quickly reminded him. Back with El's group, they were temporarily staying at Debo's house to rest. Looking at the food in front of him, Raf said with a sigh, "This food is so bland." Opposite him, Debo's hackles rose. "Don't you dare criticize my sister's cooking. Eat it all. A little more salt would make it delicious," Raf suggested, while the sister on the side kept bringing out more food. "Let me know when you're done." "Everyone. Thank you." Kiri nodded. Meanwhile, Debo continued to complain. "This is why I didn't want to bring you guys here." Speaking of Kiri, she had to explain the situation to the hot-headed young man. "I'm sure Kanya is hearing the rumors already. If we split up, it'll be dangerous. This is the safest place for your sister. Even if we hide, we'll eventually be caught," someone reminded. At that moment, the door outside suddenly opened. Then, our main character, El, stepped inside and asked, "How is everyone? Where did you go?" Someone asked. "Oh, I had something to take care of," El replied. Turning to Raf, seeing El appear, the old man got straight to the point just in time. "I wanted to discuss the division of the reward. Let's postpone the decision of the team leader for now, since our shares are quite similar. When are you going to give us the extra 7 million meso?" Before El could reply, Debo, red-faced with anger, questioned, "Are you crazy? You really want to go to Carnia to ask for money in this situation? Besides, you said I defeated the Yeti alone, even though I don't remember. While you were sleeping, I was the one who found the way out." Opposite him, Kiri nodded in agreement. "I heard that El Pomi had to fight the twin assassins too." Their words were very persuasive in making El the team leader. However, these words had no effect on the old man. In fact, he started to play dumb. But did anyone witness it? Seeing him deliberately feigning ignorance, Debo could only grit his teeth. "You bastard." Paying no attention to their verbal sparring, Kiri turned to El and asked, "So what are you going to do now?" Hearing this, El nodded and shared his thoughts. Kanya won't sit still, and until then, before he could finish, someone outside the door suddenly punched the wall and said angrily, "Hey, how long are you going to make me wait out here?" After speaking, the owner of the she asked again angrily, "Hey, can you tell that bastard who just went in that he needs to hurry up?" This person was none other than Abyss from the Gafor Merchant Guild. To explain his appearance here, we have to go back to a time before, when the old man was still grumbling about El joining the Carnia Merchant Guild. "Damn it, things aren't going my way. I didn't expect the Carnia Merchant Alliance to contact El Pomi. They started the dungeon raid before I could do anything. Should I stop them? This is killing me." The more he thought, the more his head ached until a knock suddenly sounded at the door, and the visitor was none other than El. Seeing him appear, the old man's expression changed, and he asked, "Did the negotiations with Kanya not go well on this side?" El had no intention of hiding it and said it straight. "I was offered 50 million meso for success. But since the dungeon raid is over, the contract is the only thing left." "Huh? So you came here to brag? You're as annoying as ever," Abyss asked with a frown. Back to El. His complaint didn't faze him at all. El said bluntly, "If you have nothing to say, I'm leaving." Hearing this, Abyss pondered for a moment and then sighed heavily. "All right, you win. 60 million meso, sign it. This is more than you asked for, so don't complain," the old man said as he took a contract out of his pocket and handed it to El. And this was exactly what he wanted. Then, without any hesitation, El quickly signed the contract. After he was done, the old man continued, "Now that we're partners, share the information. The Kania Guild is the mastermind," El said coolly, which surprised Abyss a little. "What? How are you so direct?" Paying no mind to this, El continued to explain in more detail. "The Great Gate. It was a trap. They tricked us into it, saying the Great Gate only had 3 markings, even though at least 100 people died there. Not only that, they also sent assassins after us. Then, they contacted us to try and erase the evidence." Turning to Abyss, the more he heard, the paler his face became. Then he broke into a very sinister smile, as if he had thought of something. "Ha, Kania, I won't let you get away with this." Over here, after the old man had finished laughing, El asked, "Are you satisfied now? My testimony is the only evidence, so they can deny it." Hearing him say that, Abyss didn't seem too surprised. Of course, but we can manipulate public opinion. The other merchant guilds need a scapegoat for the failure of the dungeon raid. If Carnia is weakened by public opinion, Abyss silently calculated his plan. However, RL wanted to be more decisive as he began to suggest, we can annihilate Carnia. Instead of just bringing them down, we can wipe them from the Maple world. Hearing this, Abyss guessed something and rushed to ask, what else do you know? I thought we were being honest with each other. Not answering the question, El calmly advised, don't announce the trap just yet. A full force punch will be more effective. Alright, Abyss nodded in agreement, although it was unclear what El's plan was. The Black Mage's believers have already made their move, he muttered. Time passed quickly. Now, Abyss and El had come here to talk, and the one receiving them was, of course, Peju. It's been a while, Lord Abyss, but why are you here? I came to apologize. Abyss said with a smile, which made Peju a little confused. Apologize for what? There was a little misunderstanding between El Pomi and my merchant guild. I thought he went to Kanya for revenge. I apologize. For that, to be clear, El Pomi is an official business partner of Gafo. It seems I snatched him from you. In response to these words, Peizu nodded and said, I understand, but I can't pay the promise fee in the contract if things turn out this way. Is that okay with you? He said while turning to look at El for his opinion. And of course, our main character didn't want to enter the den of these black mages. So, he nodded in agreement. Alright, back to Abyss. The old man stroked his beard and said, this is a personal matter. But I realize the value of human life through this incident. I've decided I should treat people with the value they deserve more. I will have skilled bodyguards ready for 24-hour protection, so that nothing bad happens. Of course, that will apply to all members of El Pomi's group. I realize their group is very competent. If anyone wants to harm El Pomi, or the members of his group, they will have to face the entire Gafo Merchant Alliance, Abyss said with a very arrogant smile. Meanwhile, Peju's face on the other side had turned pale. Back to the present. That's what happened while El was away. And after hearing the price for the new contract, the beau's eyes widened. 60 million. Good heavens. Are you a magician? Not just him. Even the night Kiri couldn't help but be startled as she glanced at the window. They even sent bodyguards for us. Is it really the Gafo Merchant Alliance? She said in astonishment. At that, Raf's face lit up with happiness, and he turned to give him a thumbs up. Well done. El Palmi, you're a great businessman. This group is better than I thought. All that's left is to get rid of the useless ones. The old man's voice was full of hidden meaning, making Debo turn white with anger. This bastard, he said through gritted teeth. But it seemed the angrier he got, the happier the old man became as he boasted. I guarantee there's no bishop like me in this port. No, in the entire Maple world. Someone who can not only heal, but also lead and protect. I'm the perfect in every way. He said smugly. Yeah, you're number one. Someone replied just to get it over with. Back to the old man. He pointed straight at El's face and said, and you, kid, you're a real monster. I wonder who you are. You passed out, but you woke up and defeated the boss by yourself. There's something about you that can't be explained with words, he said, stroking his chin, confirming his thoughts. Hearing him say that, Kiri also remembered something strange from before and said, come to think of it, when you were fighting the Hobbs, you were going berserk while unconscious. Even if I try to remember, I can't. The only thing left in my head is some dream. And in it, a woman appeared. Although we argued, it seems we were very close. But every time I wake up, I always forget her face. All I can remember is that she used a long-handled weapon, Debo said, shaking his head. Meanwhile, El, who had been calmly leaning against the wall listening to them, was startled when he heard this. What? A long-handled weapon. A dream. Everyone knows that before the regression, Debo and Aaron were together. A mysterious power, and if that woman really is Aaron, there's a part of his power from before the regression return when he's unconscious. What's happening? Could something have gone wrong when I changed the past by regressing? He silently speculated. Unfortunately, Raf didn't know this, so he assumed Debo was just being foolish. You think you're so smart, Debo yelled. Ignoring his anger, Ralph looked at El and laughed. You're the same, El Pomi. You level up unbelievably fast, and I can't believe you have so much experience. Considering your cognitive and judgment skills, now I understand why Gafo wants you so badly. On the other hand, that girl, you have a good foundation and are quite smart, as one would expect from a Cygnus training captain. Not bad for a two-circle, but maybe. That's as far as you go. There's nothing that makes you stand out from the others. Gafo isn't stupid. We already know. We were used as bait, and they paid the price from now on. Our job is to walk into the trap Kinia has set to find those henchmen. I'm willing to do anything as long as I get paid. But I don't like having to share the reward with someone who's considered a burden. If you could return to Cygnus, right now would be better, he said with a smile, and his words made Kiri tremble with anger. Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to a mansion. As Kiri was walking down the hallway, someone greeted her. "Oh, I heard you've had a tough job recently. I thought you died in that great gate." The speaker was a young knight. Although he had a smile on his face, his mocking tone was clear. Sarcastic, Kiri replied, "I'm on my way to see Master A. I also heard you joined some adventure group. You're lowering yourself, but that's the perfect place for you from the beginning. Giving up is the best thing you can do for the knights and the master. Go on." "The master is in that office," the fox-faced man said with a smile, while Kiri's face darkened upon hearing his words. Then, she went inside the office, met her master, and made her request. After hearing her, the person sitting opposite asked, "You want to quit?" "What happened?" Kiri, in response to the question, the female knight's face showed a hint of difficulty. "I'm sorry, but I can't explain in detail." "Someday on the side," her master raised an eyebrow slightly after hearing her. "Someday, I will report that your participation in an adventure group is part of a secret mission. Report to me once every 3 weeks," he said calmly and didn't forget to remind his disciple. "Don't forget, Kiri. You are still my disciple, and forever a knight of the Cygnus Knights." Back to the story, Kiri was now pleading. "I know this is an unreasonable request, but as long as one of their henchmen is in the Knight Order, I can't return to my master. I don't need money. I will get stronger if you give me time, so please," she said in a pleading voice. But these heartless words were not enough to break the heart of stone of someone as despicable as Raph. Hearing her words, he burst out laughing. "Ah, so naive. Is it that hard to understand that we want you to leave?" Just as he finished speaking, before the old man could say another word, Elle suddenly spoke from behind. "Are you sure about that?" Hearing him, everyone turned to look, and Raph complained, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Turning to Elle, he calmly explained the situation to everyone. If she goes to find the henchman alone, no one benefits. With her personality. And Raph, you say she lacks skills, but let me add this. You seem quite confident in your skills, but you're not the only one disappointed in the skills of the team members. The reason I sent you all to the second floor first was because I believed you could easily pass it. But without Depot, you all would have died. That wasn't an ordinary opponent. You have no right to talk, Raph stammered, but before he could say much, the main character cut him off. A Yeti isn't an ordinary opponent. I've hunted a Yeti by myself before. Hearing this, the faces of the 3 people opposite him changed, and they shouted nonsense. Are you serious? In truth, Elle's words were not a lie at all. That was before I regressed. But I should have been the one to fight it if things had gone according to plan. But that assassin messed everything up. His skills were higher than I expected. My team members and I are not as good as we are now. He thought to himself. Meanwhile, Raph voiced his confusion. Nonsense, how is that possible? You were just a slave back then. You don't believe me? Then do you want me to prove it? Elle said, staring intently at Raph, which made the old man quickly retract his attitude. Oh no, that's not necessary, he stammered. Looking at this weak-kneed, strong, fearing demeanor of his, Elle gave a faint smile and continued. It's simple. You all just need to become stronger than you are now. I think there's about a month until the next time for situations like this. Violence is the best solution, Elle said coldly. In the winter. In another development, PG was reporting everything to Evoke. It seems things are not going according to plan. If we clash with GAFO, public attention will be on us. How much do they know? Were the negotiations just a show? Evoke asked. However, because the GAFO Merchant Guild had hidden things so well, Pedja couldn't find out much. I don't know. Even our spies couldn't give us that information. There might be information that only the high-ranking leaders know, he replied. Speaking of Ivik, although he had heard everything, his face showed no trace of worry. Gafoa. How can they be a problem for me? Eliminating them is very easy once that day comes. Our only enemy is the Maple Association. Just like 8 centuries ago with Queen Cygnus at the head. The Cygnus Knights, the Resistance, the Explorer Association, and the Nova tribe formed an alliance after the 6 heroes were sealed. The only threat to us is them. If it's just a conflict between merchant guilds, we don't need secondary help. Thinking of this, a baseless worry suddenly rose in Avok's heart. But I have a bad feeling about this. Did he do all that with just the help of GAFO? The more he thought, the more this worry began to gnaw at his mind, making him unable to resist ordering Baizu to find out more, get more information about GAFO. Yes, sir, Baizu said with a nod, and then his body dissolved like a wisp of smoke. Looking at the subordinate disappearing before his eyes, He didn't know if he knew or not. A cold look appeared in Evoke's eyes. El Pomi, I hope you will prove to be a worthy enemy. Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to a deserted forest. El was personally training the other three, and the result was that they were beaten by him like punching bags. Damn it, what the hell? What kind of mage uses? Rafdoon said thickly while, over here, without a drop of sweat, he walked towards them and taunted them. What's wrong? Why don't you hit us? Just one hit and you can rest. After saying that, El rushed to attack them again. And this time, the big old man ran away immediately. Stay away from me, he shouted. And for some reason, Debo was assigned to sit quietly in a corner. Why are you guys so noisy? I want to sort this out. But why do I have to do this? He said, clenching his fist as he sat cross-legged on a large rock, remembering El's previous instructions. You need to try and voluntarily use the power that appears whenever you pass out. I don't know if it will work, but if you can do it, it will be great. Hey. Thinking of this, the hot-headed young man sighed again. Will doing this really make me stronger? He muttered. Time passed quickly until evening. Raph, with a bruised face, turned to ask El, Hey El, is this really just sparring? Beside him, Depot saw his face and burst out laughing. Ha, with that face, any girl would fall for you. Ignoring Depot's laughter, El confirmed, I'm fighting according to your number of circles. I don't believe it, Ralph said, shaking his head. Then they left. He turned to look at Debo's sister and asked, Is it okay to leave this little girl at home alone? There are guards here, so it's fine, El replied. Back to Debo. He turned to El and said, There's something I want to talk to you about. It's something I found in the Great Gate last time. Thanks to this, we were able to escape. I don't want to keep it, but I don't know where to return it. Do you know what this is? He asked, pulling out the letter he had received from the unfortunate person on the second floor. As soon as El saw the ring attached to the letter, an image suddenly appeared in his mind, making his face go blank for a moment. What's wrong? Debo asked when he saw El's expression. Hearing the question, El quickly regained his normal expression. Then, he quickly took the letter and said, I'll keep this for now. Go get some rest. You have to train with us tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Raph turned to Debo with a bright face. When there's another person to take the hits with him tomorrow. On the contrary, just looking at Raph's disfigured face, Debo could guess that he wouldn't be much different tomorrow, so he was sweating bullets. Scene changed to the female Night Kiri. While everyone was resting, she was training alone in the forest, repeatedly slashing her sword at the nearby tree trunks. However, the more she practiced, the more she thought of Kasim's deceitful face and his words calling her incompetent. Hearing this, his whole body seemed to burst into a flame of anger, and he threw himself into training even more furiously. Back with El. After taking the letter, he went to a house in the neighborhood. He raised his hand to knock on the door and found, from afar to wait, not long after. The door opened a crack, and a man peeked out at him with vigilant eyes and asked, Who are you? Upon hearing that, El took out the old letter and said, A letter carrier. The Great Gate destruction incident occurred when the entrance to the Great Gate was destroyed. An allied merchant guild came to investigate, but found no culprit. In fact, there was no longer any reason to look for them. Yet the Great Gate reappeared near its original location, and after that, no more Great Gates were destroyed. Only later did I realize who was behind this and why, El thought to himself. Then he followed the man into a room, and as soon as he stepped inside, a voice asked, How did you find this place? Explain. You have 5 seconds. At this time, in El's line of sight, there were 5 mysterious dark figures in front of him, and he was quite clear about the identity of this group. They are the Cross Hunters, a secret organization that knows the Great Gate is a trap set by the believers. They were the ones who destroyed the Great Gate, a noble sacrifice that will not be recognized. Just like this time, he thought. El used his telekinesis to control the letter and brought it in front of the girl, saying, I came to return what you lost. Don't you want to accept it? Without answering the question, the girl in front started counting down from 5 seconds. Seeing this, El calmly continued, I want to show you a shortcut. You running around east and west doesn't benefit me at all. I can't tell you why I know this place. But if you kill me, the basement of the Edelstein Guild, where your guild master resides, will be exposed, El said calmly. And at this point, the girl in the darkness couldn't contain her curiosity and stood up, pointing her cannon at him and questioning, Who are you? Nice to meet you, Cheryl, El said with a smile which made the girl think for a moment. I should have said long time no see, because we were friends in a past life. Cheryl joined the resistance after the Cross Hunters disbanded. I fought alongside her in countless battles, and on that day, when you sacrificed yourself, I will repay that debt to you. El thought to himself and got straight to the point. I'll be direct. I either withdraw the branch in Genesis, That branch has been discovered by the believers. I just picked up an item. The Khania Merchant Guild has this interesting thing. As he spoke, L took out a wooden box and opened it, revealing a hand inside. And of course, with just this hand, Cheryl couldn't understand. What is this? If you dare to mess around, I won't spare you. Look closely, L said, starting to channel his magic into the hand, causing a tattoo to appear on it just by looking at this tattoo. Cheryl recognized it as the tattoo of the believers. Behind her, the others also recognized it and muttered, "Yes, that's it. Is that really from Khania? It's really from the believers. It's hard to find because it won't appear unless you channel magic into it. Not many people know about the existence of the believers right now." Cheryl thought in surprise and shouted again, "What do you want? Talk nonsense and I'll shoot you." Opposite her, our main character stated his purpose. "What I want is information. I need information." Just like that, an exchange took place, and it's unknown what they talked about, but right after Elle left, the people next to her said worriedly, "Cheryl, do you trust him?" Of course not. He's just suspicious, especially since he appeared at this exact moment. It's definitely a trap, so I'll pretend to go along with it, Cheryl said, stroking her chin. Back to Elle, this meeting was a bit more successful than he expected. "I didn't expect to get this, and the information. Khania, they're acting too fast? Could it be that because the future changed? They also changed their plans? In that case, it's clear now. The next location will be Nautilus, Elle silently planned." Time passed quickly. A month later, at a certain port, Elle's team was present. Looking at the line of people slowly boarding the ship, Depot said happily, "It's been a month, hasn't it? My body is getting itchy to talk about this." "There's nothing. We have to mention the conversation between Abyss and Elle before. Choose. The 60-person gate at the 6-path crossway, or the 77-person gate in Alenia. I've selected the gates that Khania might be eyeing. Why haven't you started? It's been a month." On the opposite side. Hearing this, Elle began to ponder without saying a word, and this made Abyss's face show a hint of anger. "Hey, you bastard. Don't tell me you're scared now. I've already chosen where to go. It's Eagle Eye's tomb," Elle calmly replied. "And it's not clear where this place is, but after hearing it," he said. Abyss broke out in a sweat and asked again, "What? You know what kind of place that is?" Kieran, the captain of the Nautilus, who commands countless pirates. She had a first disciple named Ego Eerie, and the Eagle Eye Gate is where her disciple died, so it became a tomb to commemorate her. Back to Abyss. After a moment of surprise, the old man regained his usual composure and asked again, "You mean the place with a bounty of 9,990,000 meso? Countless adventurers have failed to conquer it, so it's rumored to be impossible. Don't tell me the Khania Merchant Guild is targeting it. First of all, where did you get that information?" "Over here." Before Elle could answer, Raken suddenly walked in and asked, "What's so interesting?" Raken, what brings you here?" "I was thinking of giving you a gift. Here, this is your gift. This was specially prepared by the captain. Phoenix feathers. And there are 2 of them. I have high expectations for you," he said, turning to Elle with a very happy smile. And this was also a reason. It put some pressure on him, because it also meant he had to do as much as he was given. With this, he had a total of 4 Phoenix feathers. That was truly an unexpected harvest. Back to Depot. Seeing Elle standing there in deep thought, he asked, "Aren't we going inside, boss?" Hearing this question, Elle snapped out of it and replied, "There are still people coming." "Huh?" Depot asked, confused. Then a voice rang out not far from the group. "Long time no see." Hearing this, the hot-headed young man looked towards the source of the sound and replied with a smile, "Oh, it's the drunkard, Iburu." "What's in your hand?" Elle said, looking at the large bundles Iburu was carrying, and the young man explained, "This is the stuff your boss ordered. Seriously, making me deliver it to. Try it on." After speaking, he also untied the bundle and threw it to the group. Inside was a set of clothes that had been designed for each person beforehand. After putting them on, they looked much better. "Oh, this is great. Is it free?" "It's lighter than I thought. It's like I'm not wearing anything," Kiri said in amazement. Then she turned to ask Iburu, "What's it made of?" "It's Yeti skin. Your boss threw it to me and told me to make this. Remember?" he said with a laugh, making Debo remember the moment when Elle took the Yeti hide somewhere. Putting that aside, Iburu then looked over the group and praised them. "You guys have been eating well lately." "Of course. Since you have the skills to clear a 100-person gate," he exclaimed, making Depot quickly look around and whisper, Hey, keep your voice down." "But wait, how do you know about that?" In response to this question, Iburu affirmed, "How could I not know? I received such a rare item. Only I know, so don't worry. Oh, there's some more equipment." This is before he could finish. From the front, Elle interrupted him. "That's yours." Huh? Mine? But why? Thanks. But I don't think it will be useful, Ebru said, shaking his head in refusal. However, Elle insisted on giving him the item. I said it's yours. Hearing this, the drunk young man seemed to have guessed something and asked in confusion, wait, you mean there's no more time? Hurry up, El Farnan. Scene changed to a deserted island in the middle of the sea. At this time, there was nothing. A figure was also approaching the Nautilus ship. Seeing this person appear, the men standing next to the ship said happily, oh, she's here. Ms. Minor, thank you so much. Ms. Minor did it for us. She did it. She cleared the 200-person orange level gate. Ms. Minor is back. This changes the whole dynamic for conquering the gate, the group said joyfully. However, after this Minor went to see the captain to discuss something, the captain flatly refused. No. Hearing the captain's words, Minor hurriedly asked, Captain, why? I even cleared the 200-person gate. The 74-person one will surely. I'm much stronger than Eagle I was before. There's no reason for you to stop me. Opposite her, the female captain frowned upon hearing this and reminded her, are you arguing with your captain? Are you going to disobey orders? Then how am I supposed to get revenge for sistery? You know how hard I've worked, she said, her whole body trembling with emotion. However, the female captain opposite her remained firm in her decision. I am ordering you once again as your captain. Go back. Helpless, seeing the serious expression on the female captain's face, Minor could only reluctantly return to the main hall and drink to drown her sorrows. Seeing her like this, her teammates could only laugh. She won't let us do that. Should we just ignore her and take the bounty? Minor muttered. That's Kieran's way of spoiling you, someone replied. But this didn't make Minor feel any better. She's too protective. After saying that, the red-haired girl sighed heavily. Before a sailor suddenly ran inside in a panic and announced, Minor, we have a problem. Come outside, quick. A moment ago, some guys took the bounty for Eagle Eye's tomb. Hearing this, Minor sobered up and shouted, what? Then the group hurried outside to see. And very quickly, they witnessed the people who had taken the bounty. Looking at them, the crew members didn't have friendly gazes. Who are they? The land rats, the brats who took the bounty. At this time, in their line of sight, the group that had taken the bounty was none other than Elle's party. Speaking of Debo, of course, he could feel the scrutinizing gazes from around him. So he said uncomfortably, what's with this atmosphere? It's making me feel strange. There's something next to me. The female knight Kiri, hearing this, reminded him, this is their home turf, so shut up. Since we've ignored their unwritten rule, it wouldn't be strange if a bullet flew our way right now. What rule? Debo asked, puzzled, and the girl conveniently explained it to him. The rule of Nautilus is simple. The person who takes the bounty has priority in conquering the gate. A gate that has a bounty on it must be entered. Those are the two rules. But most groups have an unspoken understanding not to take the bounty of a gate that someone else has already targeted. And the bounty we took was, Kiri began to explain. But before she could finish, Minor had already run up to them and questioned, hey, who are you guys? Who are you to dare take that? That's mine. Don't you know? The girl said, her voice filled with anger. However, Elle, with a cold expression, asked her back, then you should have taken the bounty first. I was waiting because I haven't been given permission yet. Minor shouted, and the situation made Elle even more confused. Permission? I've never heard of that before. It's mandatory, because Captain Kieran is my mentor. That's not how it works. It seems you don't understand the situation. But the bounties of Nautilus only exist for pirates. You're not a pirate, so you can't take them. No gate is under the ownership of Nautilus. Beside him, Debo started to tremble as he listened. Finally, the young man's arm was killed. As if unable to hold it in any longer, he burst out laughing with great joy. Ah, I finally get it, boss. Stop laughing, Minor yelled. And at this time, Debo turned to introduce them. I don't want to, let me introduce you. We are the Iburu pirates. Behind him, Iburu, witnessing the scene, laughed until his mouth was crooked. On this side, after hearing them, Minor's face was both angry and worried as she said, don't say things like that. Do you think becoming a pirate is that easy? Everything has to have a proper official process. In response, Debo waved his hand and laughed faintly. What's fake about it? It's so sad. We're all pirates. Don't you know Captain Iburu of the Iburu pirate crew? Behind him, Iburu could only let out a forced laugh, while his face was covered in sweat, not paying attention. Debo continued to talk to Minor. Iburu is a real pirate. Just by looking at the fact that we're on the Nautilus, you can understand that. If the captain of the crew is a pirate, then this party is definitely for pirates. And of course, it's a party of the pirate world. Behind them, a big guy suddenly stood up and questioned, that sounds arrogant. Does that mean the rest of us aren't pirates? Are you trying to pick a fight? Deepo said, annoyed. When Minor heard the sound, her eyes lit up as if she had found a savior. Oh, you're here. Murad, turning to the big guy Murad. He glanced around and asked, what's all the noise about? Speaking of El, seeing the people around seemed to respect this guy so much. He quietly observed the person in front of him and thought, Murad. That's a strange name from before my regression. After thinking, El asked, it's probably not against the rules, is it? In response to his question, Murad pondered for a few seconds and then said, let's see. The rules were set by Kieran, so that's a matter for her to decide. Then he turned to ask El, where are the other members? Are these all that's left? Hearing this, El nodded in acknowledgement, a total of 5 people. Oh my, that's insane. Do you know this is a gate for 70 for people? It seems a bit suspicious. What's your name? Murad asked with a frown. And El didn't hide anything and answered directly. I'm El Pomi. Above. A pirate heard El's name and was startled. El Pomi? If it's El Pomi, then what is it? You know him. The girl next to him asked. And the young man nodded. I've heard that name before. If I remember correctly, he was the survivor of the Red Gate for 100 people. As expected, as soon as they heard him share the news he'd picked up, the surrounding pirates looked at each other and started whispering. Is that the rumored 100-person gate? I heard most of the adventurers who went and died, damn. Those must not be ordinary people down there. Young Deepo, hearing the crowd's words, his nose started to get long. That's right, it's all true. Deepo said proudly before a complaining sound was heard. So what does that have to do with anything? After all, he's just a failure who couldn't conquer the gate. What's the point of surviving? Aren't they just cowards who ran away because they lack strength? The dark-skinned girl said, shouting straight in the face of the person next to her, making the pirate quickly raise his hand to calm her down. Why are you yelling at me? Minor conquered an orange level to 100-person gate. In terms of strength, doesn't that mean Minor has the overwhelming victory? That's true. Someone nodded in agreement. Hearing them making a fuss, Minor's head started to hurt. Don't be so loud, she muttered. Back to Murad. After hearing El's introduction, he nodded in acknowledgement. I see. So, why don't we compromise a little? Since you've posted the bounty, you'll have priority to conquer it, and the remaining 69 spots will be transferred to other crews. How about that? He proposed. No way, Deepo scoffed, but was immediately shut down when his face. And his boss, El, agreed quickly. All right, but each person will have to pay 100,000 meso. And I'm only selling 10 spots, El said calmly. Then the scene changes to Minor's private room. Unable to miss this opportunity, she had returned to her room to get money. Hey, are you really going to buy it? They're all going to die anyway. We can just go in after they're all wiped out. The brown-haired pirate reminded her. I'm getting ready. If they manage to escape and survive, it's all over, Minor said calmly. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man asked worriedly, what about Kieran? I don't have time. I'll just do it first and apologize later. I can't give that spot to anyone else, Minor said with a serious tone. At the same time, in the study of El's group, Raph was questioning him. Why did you do that when things were going so well? With so many, why only sell 10 spots? We're already at a loss of 5.9 million meso. Go and sell the rest of the spots now. Oh my, this money grubber, Deepo said in disgust. Turning to the female Knight Kiri, who didn't have the same greedy personality as the old man. She had a more comprehensive view, and explained if we sell all of them, their number will be 14 times ours. You haven't forgotten about those believers, have you? Who cares about them? Just smash them all and it's over, Raph yelled. Paying no mind to their argument, El was focused on thinking things through. This time, it can't be like that. What is their goal? This time, it's to assassinate Minor, Leah's second disciple. At the gate where Leah, Captain Kieran's first disciple, an eagle eye died. After Minor, Leah's successor, also died at the same gate. Captain Kieran fell into a state of deep shock and withdrew from the front lines to live in seclusion. Due to the internal activities of the believers, the pirate crew on the Nautilus was completely wiped out. This was supposed to happen 2 years from now, but the situation has changed. I received information from the Hunters Association that Cornea has transferred money through the Nautilus. This is a sign that they have accelerated their plans, so we need to act first. To protect her well, we need to limit the number of participants. I can't repeat the same mistake as before, so I need to minimize the use of magic. El thought to himself, while the argument over here was still going on with no signs of stopping. Shut up. The boss has his reasons for everything he does. Oh my god, my chance to make free money, Raph said with a pained voice. The only one suffering was Captain Aburo, caught in the middle, not knowing what to do. Why did I call him? He thought with regret. Time passed quickly until evening. At this time, L was alone in his room when suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Seeing this, the main character's eyes showed a hint of vigilance. Then he prepared his telekinesis and slowly opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" After speaking, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly changed his tone of voice. "Oh, I'm a bit surprised. Come in. Captain Kieran and Murad too. What brings you to here at this hour?" Elle said calmly. Meanwhile, Captain Kieran was looking at her with sharp eyes and got straight to the point. "I need to check directly, so it's best not to lie. Elle Pomi, are you a believer of the Black Mage?" Her sudden question truly stunned Elle. He didn't know how to answer appropriately. How did Kieran know about the existence of the believers? Has the future changed? Or was it like this from the beginning? If so, why didn't I know anything before I regressed? He thought anxiously, and his expression was caught by Murad on the other side. "You look quite worried, don't you?" "Could it be?" he said, and the atmosphere in the room grew colder, which snapped Elle out of it, and he hurriedly explained, "I'm not a believer. I was just surprised because I didn't expect to hear these words from you two." Turning to Kieran, she continued to ask, "You don't have any doubts about the existence of the believers?" "Stop beating around the bush," Elle reminded her, and Kieran's gaze grew colder as she got to the point. "How can I believe you're not a believer? Where's the proof?" "Over here," Elle answered the question immediately. "The proof is not difficult at all. You already knew, didn't you? Who was following me and what relationship I had with them? If not, what would have come to me wouldn't have been a question, but a bullet. You're from the Hunters Guild, aren't you? So there was a connection from the beginning." Elle stated his speculation, and at this point, Kieran admitted, "That's right. The believers are from Kanya's group, and you are their enemy. But that doesn't mean you're an ally," she said seriously, but Elle shrugged in response. "However, we might be able to cooperate. I believe the reason you came today is for that. What do you want from me?" Hearing this, Kieran's expression changed slightly, and she said, "The situation is very serious. I know that the believers of the Black Witch are behind the death of Leah, Eagle Eye. However, they have hidden themselves very deep within the Nautilus. Besides Murad and me, and a few other trusted comrades, I can't trust anyone in this situation. Damn it, has it come to this? Things are happening much faster than I thought." Elle thought to himself. Over here, Kieran continued to explain, "I heard they are going to make a move. Their target is probably Minor now, since Leah is no longer here. She is now the symbol of this ship. If Minor, who is the center of this pirate crew, dies, it will cause great chaos on the Nautilus. And then a situation will arise that even I can't handle. This will be the deal. I hope you can save Minor. In this part of Eagle Eye, the price is that I will give you items from the Nautilus's treasure hold." Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to the front of the 74-person gate. Elle's group was preparing to enter. "I'm going first. You guys can take your time," Debo said with a smile. Then, their party quickly entered the gate and ran. When they appeared on the other side, they found themselves inside a limestone cave. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Debo said in surprise, "Oh, it's a different scene this time." "It's so dark," Debo said with a laugh, and his carefree attitude made Kiri remind him, "Are you on a picnic? Be a little more serious." Over here, the old man was still regretting the deal about selling the spots. HMPH in the end. "We only sold 10 spots, he thought through gritted teeth. And at that very moment, a heavy footstep sounded in front of them, and the thing that had just arrived looked exactly like a prehistoric dinosaur. Looking at its ferocious appearance, Depot burst out laughing. What is this silly-looking thing? Just stand still, I'll take care of it quickly," he said confidently. Before the small dinosaur let out a roar, calling out a supersized mother dinosaur, which made his pride. Debo's confidence vanished in an instant. So your mom came along too," he said with a forced laugh as if trying to make peace. In another corner inside the gate, the pirate group was also busy shooting and attacking the dinosaurs in front of them. "Keep shooting. Take them out one by one. Zio, the gunshots are attracting them," a girl shouted. "Don't panic. We can do this. They're nothing. Besides a few big ones, we even cleared a 200-person gate," Zio shouted. Not noticing that in the moment he turned around, a giant set of jaws was lunging straight at him. But luckily, at that moment, from a distance, a volley of powerful bullets shot out, causing the dinosaur to be blown to bits before it could even have its dinner. And the one who had just saved his life was none other than Minor. "That's right, Joe. Just like you said. Reform the line. I'll handle this." Speaking of Depot's group, unlike the pirate team that had cleanly dealt with the dinosaurs, they were being chased by these tyrannosaurs. Damn it, another one. Where are they coming from? At this point, Depot remembered the moment he had just stepped into the gate. El had immediately gone off somewhere for his own business, leaving the group like a headless snake. Damn it, where did that bastard go? At the same time, they had run up to a large pillar. Seeing this, Debo quickly jumped to the side, on one side to dodge the pillar, and right behind him, the Tyrannosaur, unable to stop in time, slammed its head directly into the pillar, making its head spin. Seizing this opportunity, Debo gripped his axe and charged, delivering a powerful blow straight to its throat, making the dinosaur open its mouth. Alright, let's go, he shouted with a spirited cry, rewinding to a short time ago. Upon entering the gate, El had told the group, "The way you guys fight is really bad. If you keep fighting individually like this, it won't be effective. We will fight as a team from now on. So, from this moment on, you are all a family. Debo will be the vanguard. He will lead and create chaos. Even if he can't handle them right away, that's fine. He just needs to focus on injuring them. His goal is just to push forward no matter what happens. Ignore any attacks from behind. The father will protect him. My dear son, just trust your father," Raph said with a smile, delivering a thunderous punch. It sent the dinosaur that was about to sneak attack Debo from behind flying. "Shut up," Debo shouted in frustration, not feeling any joy at being saved. "You will be Debo's shield. Forget your selfish way of fighting. Fight for him from now on. Protect him at all cost. That's an order." Back to the battle, Debo and Raph were now in a sandwich situation, trapped between two giant dinosaurs in front and behind. But this priest didn't seem worried at all. Immediately, he stomped hard on the ground, creating a small crater. Then, he could also see a small hole, but there was nothing suspicious. The two of them joined forces, charging forward to stab, kick, and chop mercilessly at the two dinosaurs. But at that very moment, Ruff suddenly noticed a dinosaur swinging its tail straight at Debo. Seeing this, the old man didn't hesitate to rush forward and grab the tail to protect the young man. "Son, damn it. Is this the power of a father's love for his son? This is so exciting," he said, as he began to use his healing skill on himself to reduce the impact of the blow. Meanwhile, hearing him call him son, Debo was furious. "I told you to shut up." Turning to Kiri, the mission El gave her was the most important role. Your skill prevents the target from healing their wounds. Use it to finish off all the injured enemies. The one who has improved the most in the past month is you, Kiri. Kiri's strength had reached the level of 3 circles. "It's easier than I thought." "Great. Let's keep going like this," the group said excitedly as they witnessed that these big dinosaurs weren't as tough as they thought. At the same time, outside the gate, the 2 young men who were leisurely guarding the entrance suddenly noticed a group of people approaching. "Huh? That's Catro. What brings you here?" the chosen members have in response to these words. Catro with the red bandana shouted, "That doesn't matter. This is an emergency. I need to inform Miner immediately." Speaking of Miner's group, at this time, they had also safely taken down all the monsters. Good job, Miner," Zio said with a nod. "It's nothing. Let's keep going," the girl replied cheerfully. At the same time, the brown-haired girl in the distance, standing on a dinosaur, waved to Miner's group and said, "We're rich. Look at the size of this mana stone. If we sell this, we'll get at least before she could finish from a distance." A fire arrow suddenly shot through her stomach, causing her to. The group stared wide-eyed, unable to react to the sudden situation. However, it wasn't over yet. Immediately after, a hand reached out, directing the fire arrow to curve around and head towards another member. Only then, they realized the attack was not as simple as they thought. "What? Everyone, be careful," someone shouted. At the same time, Zio rushed to grab the targeted person and pull him aside. "Damn, Miner," he shouted as a warning, but Miner already knew what to do without him saying much. "I know," she said, opening fire. She fired a shot that shattered the fire arrow. Next, she sensed the presence of someone behind her, and without a moment's hesitation, the girl turned around and fired 3 shots in the direction she sensed, and waited for the smoke and dust to clear. The girl's face darkened. "You bastard. Explain yourself," she said through gritted teeth. "And the one who attacked just now was none other than our main character, El, just cleaning up." "Stand still. I'll be done soon," he said, creating a dozen more fire arrows aimed at the group. Scene changed to a Buru's location. At this moment, he was in a state of extreme panic. Everyone forgot about me. That bastard Depot. How could he abandon me like that after telling me to trust him? If he was going to do this, why did he bring me here? Good thing there's this anthill, otherwise I would have been a goner. But I can't hide forever either. If everyone else gets out, then I'll really be a goner. Thinking of this, he mustered up some courage and cautiously stepped outside to scout the surrounding situation. "This is crazy. I'm a 2-circle adventurer too. Let's see. I won't die so easily in a place like this. As he said that, while wandering around. Inside the gate, Ibur discovered a gate leading to the second floor, the second great gate. What should I do? If I just wait here, then at the same time. On Ibur's shoulder, a pair of curious eyes peeked out. Looking at him made the young man so startled that he fell backward. Then, after taking a closer look at its snail-like shape, he breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? You're El Palmi's snail. Phew, when did you get here? I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest. As he spoke, he accidentally reached out and touched the gate, and right after that, his body was also sucked inside, making him uncomfortable. The snail was also a little speechless at the level of bad luck this guy had. Then, the storage snail could only sigh and quickly went into the gate and disappeared shortly after. Back to L's position. Currently, the red-haired girl was also pointing her gun at him and said, "Explain, didn't you hear what I said?" However, before L could give an answer from a distance, a volley of bullets suddenly flew towards him, straight to his position, causing a significant explosion. The one who attacked was this Gasu. Good, it seems I'm not too late. It's Catro. Why are you here? Miner asked, puzzled. However, Catro didn't explain immediately, but turned to order the hounds behind him. He's still alive. After him, then, he turned to explain to Miner. It seems that Brad El Palmi did the same thing at the 100-person gate. Kieran sent us here after discovering his identity. Is it Kieran? Miner muttered. Back to the main character, while being pursued. He didn't forget to control his fire arrows to shoot straight behind him, sending this flock of industrial chickens to meet the king of hell. In a single note, seeing the rapid loss of forces, the brown-haired man also shouted angrily, "Damn it. What are you guys doing? He's just one person." Then, he also used his frenzy fire skill, firing a bullet straight ahead and causing it to explode like a bomb. Dust and dirt flew everywhere after this attack. Alright, he thought with a smirk, but he was celebrating a bit too soon. Because right after that, a giant fireball flew out from within the dust cloud and aimed at all three of them, causing them to scream once before they were blown to bits. Back with L. After confirming that the opponent's presence had disappeared, he nodded. 3 of them. And more are coming. Did they find out? He thought anxiously. Before his escape was cut off by Miner. Continue. Without a moment of hesitation, the girl continuously pulled the trigger, aiming straight at him. Luckily, L reacted quickly and managed to tilt his head to dodge in time. You think I'll let you lose me? The girl said while firing nonstop. Now it was like a firestorm. Each bullet left a large explosion. Unfortunately, the main character dodged faster than an eel, using the stone pillars in the cave to shield himself. Then he saw a gate leading somewhere, but before he could do anything, from behind, Catro took out a bomb and shouted to the group, "Everyone, get down." Then he threw the bomb forward. Seeing this, El immediately used his telekinesis, controlling a pillar. A large rock flew straight in front of him to shield him, and right after doing this, the smiley-faced bomb exploded, causing a terrifying explosion, causing a large amount of rock and soil from the cave ceiling to collapse. In the end, it left a large amount of rock and soil, trapping both El and Miner inside. Miner, everyone, get over here. Quick, damn it, Zio shouted. And inside this pile of rocks, although she wasn't injured, she was also coughing violently from the smoke and dust caused by the explosion. Cough, cough. What's before she could finish? El pointed a fire arrow right at Miner's head to threaten her. And the reason they hadn't been crushed by this rock pile yet was because he had used his telekinesis to prevent the rocks from falling. You bastard. What the hell are you doing? Tell me your plan now, Miner questioned. Then, are you ready to face the consequences? El asked coldly. Meanwhile, outside, Zio was grabbing Kazro's collar and shouting at him, "We have to do something." Miner got caught in it too. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly the pile of rocks was blown up from the inside. Seeing this, Joe also turned back worriedly and said, "Miner, are you alive?" "Where?" In response, a fire arrow shot through the smoke, flying straight towards both of them, making their hair stand on end. "What the hell is happening?" Ryo shouted. But that wasn't all. Immediately after, a gun was raised and fired, straight at Kazro, turning him into a honeycomb in an instant. And the one who did it was none other than Miner. Looking at her act of killing a comrade, Joe started to feel like his mind couldn't keep up with the story anymore. Miner, what are you doing? Without answering the question, Miner just muttered to the main character, "So what's the result?" "I just wasted mana because of your useless stubbornness." "Just as I thought. They are all new members," he said with a shrug. And at this point, Miner also made her decision. "Joe, lead the others and run." "That's an order from Kieran," she said seriously. And at that moment, there was a pendant around her neck that wasn't there before. Back with the unfortunate young man Iburu. Knowing that he was sent to the second floor, he was regretting it immensely. I accidentally came here. Now I have to wait for the others to come. At this point, Iburu paused for a moment to observe the scenery of the second floor and was a little surprised. The second great gate is also a cave. Are those people here? After speaking, he spotted a dark figure moving in the distance and was overjoyed. So he hurriedly ran towards it. Is that a person? Hey, wait, I'm lost. Can I join you? He shouted loudly, but the snail, the believers behind, felt a sense of unease from this dark figure. So it burst out with terrifying speed, aiming straight for Iburu's knee, making him almost kiss the ground. What the hell are you doing? Do you want me to roast you over a fire when El Pomi isn't here? Hearing this, the snail could only let out a few worried squeaks. I'm so sorry. But Iburu didn't understand snail language, so he looked at the other person and said, this snail isn't a monster. But speaking of, his voice trailed off because the dark figure in front of him turned out to be not a human at all, but a mushroom monster with a human-like shape. And it wasn't just one. Immediately after, the chilling roars of other mushroom people appeared. Back to the battle of El's group earlier. While still inside the pile of rubble, El began to explain everything to her. Do you know anything about Leah's death? Behind that pile of rocks, there are believers of the Black Mage mixed among your friends. The one behind Eagle Eye's death. Kieran already knows everything. That's why I'm here. Don't you understand? The reason they tried to isolate you from Kieran is because their next target is Kieran's second disciple. That means you, minor, El said bluntly, which made the female pirate's face go blank, unable to process everything. Wait, what is he talking about? There are followers of the Black Mage in the Nautilus division, and it was my own comrades who killed Lear. The more Minor thought, the more chaotic her mind became. Seeing her expression, El took out a pendant and said, Kieran wanted me to give you this. Turning to Minor, looking at the necklace, she immediately recognized what it was. It's Kieran's necklace. There's no way she would give it to a stranger. It's her symbol. So Kieran really knew all this and was trying to protect me. Thinking of this, she began to guess the main character's previous actions and asked, so the people you just dealt with, that's right. El nodded in acknowledgement. But how could you tell them apart? She asked, puzzled. And all of this was thanks to the item he had obtained from the Cross Hunters Guild. At the same time, inside the Cross Hunters Guild, Cheryl's subordinate was still restless and said, Cheryl, I don't think this is right. They know about us and have information about the number of items we have. That doesn't make any sense. We can't trust him. In front, Cheryl also thought about the item she had given to Elle. It's the piercing glasses, an item that allows the user to see the flow of mana. It's a good way to distinguish the followers of the Harkmage, but its drawback is that it consumes a lot of mana. Thinking of this, as if remembering something, she sighed and replied, after you kill him, no one can use it anymore. Don't you know it only works when it matches the user's element type? Although I don't know how a guy who looks like a mage can use it. But anyway, we should trust him a little. He definitely has the same goal as us. So before she could finish, this guy interrupted. It could be a trap. We don't know who's behind this. Hearing him say that, Cheryl also shrugged. So what can we do? I've already lent it to him. It'll be fine. Trust me, if his mana isn't enough, he'll be dead before he can even use it. Let's just wait and see what answer he will bring us. Back to the present. Now, using the piercing glasses, Elle was quickly able to distinguish between friend and foe. All of them, except for the three in front, were followers of the Black Mage. Hearing his words, the pirates in front began to put on an innocent act. Follower of the Black Mage, ridiculous. Miss Minor, you shouldn't believe that bastard. He doesn't even have proof. Speaking of Elle, seeing these villains wanting proof, he decided to indulge them. Proof? You mean this? He said. He also began to activate the piercing ring. Dealing with the followers of the Black Mage is really annoying. Even before I regressed, their tattoos only appeared when you injected mana into them, and they placed them anywhere on their bodies. But just because you can't see the tattoo with the naked eye doesn't mean it's not there. Thinking of this, in his line of sight, he could. A red dot suddenly appeared inside the body of Tenkatro, who had just been taken down. Next, since he had found the location, he just needed to apply mana to it. Well, I tried to respect all of you, but don't you think you're crossing the line? He said, pulling up the face of the traitor Castro for everyone to see the eye tattoo on his forehead. And as soon as they saw this, the faces of the two Dios turned pale. That's the symbol of the Black Mage. It can't be, they both exclaimed in horror, while the guy with the blue scarf was gritting his teeth for being exposed. That bastard, damn it. Take care of all of them, he shouted, and without needing his order, The rest of the group automatically raised their guns and pulled the triggers, firing straight ahead. Seeing this, Miner's group quickly scattered to both sides to dodge the volley of bullets. What the hell is going on? He said. He unleashed a barrage of fire forward, causing the area in front of him to be blown into countless pieces. Waves of scorching heat were also released all around. The female pirate miner was not to be outdone, raising her to guns. She shot a brown-haired man, turning him into a honeycomb, and while they were fighting fiercely, Elle didn't forget to remind them, "I've used too much mana to track them down. We'll be at a disadvantage if we continue like this. There's a second great gate nearby. We should go through it and hide first," he said urgently. Unfortunately, Miner didn't hear any of this. After confirming that these were the ones who killed her sister Leah, her mind was filled with thoughts of revenge. "Shut up. I have to deal with all of them myself," Miner shouted. And at that very moment, in front, the man with the green hat suddenly pulled out a special item and shouted to his comrades, "Fall back." Then he also began to activate the skull item in his hand, causing it to spew a purple smoke from its mouth towards Miner's group, surrounding them and blocking their vision. They were completely blinded. "What? An illusion. I can't see anything," she thought with a frown. Then, at that moment, something suddenly shot out from within the mist, grazing her beautiful face and leaving a streak of blood. Not bad at all. "You can't see anything, can you? But you better prepare yourself," the blue-haired scar-faced man said with a smirk in the song, when the other two weren't much better off. "Miner, I can't see anything, damn it. What the hell is this?" they said in confusion. "Hey Miner, I'm going to send you to Eagle Eye's place right now. Tell her I said hello," he said as he pulled the trigger of his gun. It released a bullet right at Miner at the most dangerous moment. Suddenly, Elle's figure lunged forward, pulling the girl aside, and the fact that he could predict the bullet's direction surprised the green scarf man. "What? How can you see? Shoot him. He's too unpredictable," the villain said in fear. And although he couldn't see their real images, Elle could see every flow of mana in their bodies through the piercing glasses. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all back here. Hearing his command, the entire group opened fire, aiming straight at Elle. However, with just a wave of his hand, the main character used his telekinesis, pulling a large stone pillar from the ceiling and bringing it straight down, blocking the entire group's volley of bullets. Then, he swung his staff again, controlling the fire arrow to fly in a zigzag path, and immediately performed a triple kill, sending 3 opponents to their graves. In another corner, C1 Tenacon also used his cannon, firing a powerful shot. Released from the barrel was a rocket with a shark face. "You think that's enough?" he roared. But right after that, the rocket. This fire was also hit by Elle's arrow. Next, his own head was blown into a watermelon, making him only able to scream, "What? Impossible," before he went to meet the King of Hell. Not far away, the man in the green scarf, looking at the scene, was terrified. "What kind of demonic power is this? Those are just ordinary fire arrows." "Block it," he said, and the group fired a rain of bullets forward to counter this attack. Elle immediately took out his phoenix feathers to enhance his fire-type skills. Then, he performed a 6-shot combo, creating 6 fire arrows and merging them. It formed a giant drill, boring straight ahead and blowing away everything. All the bullets blocking his way, he changed the direction of the fire arrow, he said. And while this group of black mage hunters was still busy paying attention to the explosion, then suddenly, Elle fell right in front of him and swung his sword, cutting off the arm holding the evil item. Next, he also threw the knife in his hand, stabbing it deep into the green-hatted man's chest, while his other hand also destroyed the skull to prevent any of the hounds from picking it up to deal with the group. And right after it was destroyed, the blinding mist that had obscured Miner's group vanished, allowing them to see everything again. "I can see," Miner thought to herself. Back to the green-hatted man. Before he died, he had to take another bite out of Elle to be satisfied. "You bastard, it's all for the black mage." With that, this guy, out of nowhere, pulled out a human face bomb from earlier, and it wasn't just one bomb. Around the group, there were dozens of other bombs flashing simultaneously. Then they exploded at the same time, causing the cave to rumble. The group was also thrown out by its shockwave. But in times of difficulty, it was still Elle who had to step up and carry this weak team. At this time, he was seen controlling a large piece of rock to fly around and catch all 3 of them. However, he also knew that he had reached his limit, so he accelerated the rock towards the gate. "I've reached my limit too. I need to get to the Great Gate before I run out of mana," he thought to himself. But things were never easy for the main character. At this time, the foolish long-haired man didn't want everyone to carry out their plan, so he jumped onto the rock and reached out. He punched Miner, knocking her to the ground. "Miner," Ryu shouted while Elle She could only curse damn it in her heart and hurriedly used her telekinesis, hoping to pull her back. However, the foolish rich kid didn't give him time to do that. "Don't you dare," he said with a smirk and threw another smiley face bomb, just like that. This bomb exploded right in front of Elle. At the same time, the gate leading to the second floor was also shattered by it. Time passed quickly after she woke up from being thrown down. Miner's eyes became vacant as the gate leading to the second floor had been blown to smithereens. Beside them, the followers of the Black Mage, seeing this gate destroyed. Their faces also became dazed. "Why the gate? Damn it, the second gate. So we've lost track of that El Palmi group," they said, bewildered. And another person spoke up to reassure them. "It's okay, the gate will be regenerated soon. Besides, our real goal is to deal with Coda." With that, the long-haired idiot immediately charged forward, using his fist-like weapon. Like a bear's fist in his hand, he punched straight ahead, unleashing a whirlwind punch. Seeing this, Miner immediately jumped back, simultaneously raising her gun and firing straight at his hand to give him a few bullet holes. It's just a shame that he used a type of magic called defensive barrier, which covered his entire body in a light blue glow. And the bullets fired by the pirate Miner didn't cause much damage. "It's useless," he said with a smile. Miner, seeing that her attacks had no effect, her eyes showed a hint of difficulty. "The attack has no effect. He's been hiding his true skills," she thought. Not believing it, the girl continuously fired forward, but it could only leave a few scratches on his large body, and as soon as he got close to Miner, the girl had already emptied her ammo. This guy immediately threw a thunderous punch without hesitation, creating a small crater in the ground. However, it was meaningless if it couldn't hit Miner. As soon as he threw the punch, she bent her knees and leaped into the air. Then, the girl landed lightly on his shoulder, aiming her gun. Her gun, she fired at the sole of his foot, and it seemed that place was not covered by the defensive magic, so her shot easily passed through his foot, making his face. This guy also broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. At the same time, behind them, the underlings, knowing that the long-haired idiot was resistant to bullets, didn't hesitate to open fire on both of them to take down Miner. But Miner had no reason. She also twisted her body, using her hands as a pivot point to open the door, and redirected the push, using the long-haired idiot as her shield, making his back. His bullet wounds spurted out flowers of blood as he took these shots. As soon as she got up, conveniently having a shield in front of her, Miner was surprised. She began to pull the trigger to counterattack, causing a few unfortunate ones to be immediately blown to bits. "That coward," the long-haired idiot grumbled, he said, and at the same time, began to gather strength in his fist again, aiming it straight down at her. However, before his fist could even touch Miner, the girl had already pressed her gun against his stomach and fired at close range, immediately creating a bloody hole in his stomach. The guy was in so much pain that his eyes widened and his mouth hung open. But he shouldn't have opened his mouth in front of Miner, because right after that, she shoved her gun into his mouth and pulled the trigger again. The bullet went straight through his brain and out the top of his head. It sent him to meet the king of hell in an instant. Pedro, the group behind, said in fear, while Miner, after dealing with him, coldly turned to look at this group of traitors. "I don't have time. Let's all attack at once." Scene changed to Depot's group. After dealing with all the dinosaur monsters blocking their way, they were now in a difficult situation. Now, in front of them were countless gates leading to the second floor, leaving the group unsure of which one to choose. "What the heck? Gates?" Daibo said in amazement. "There are more here too. Are all of these gates to the second floor?" Kiri added. And to answer this, Ralph shared some information he had picked up somewhere. "This is probably a special gate. I've heard about it. It connects to other locations in the second area. When a certain number of people pass through, that gate will close, and the rest will eventually have to use another gate." Hearing this, Depot suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly stopped the old man and asked, "Wait a minute. We don't know where we'll end up if we enter any of these gates. What if we run into the boss?" There's no other way. We'll have to leave it to fate for now. We can only try entering," Raph said with a sigh. Next, with no other choice, the group cautiously stepped inside the gate, and luckily, all three of them could enter one gate together. Phew. Luckily, it seems a maximum of 3 people can go in together. Let's look around carefully. Maybe El Palmi will move to another gate. We need to regroup quickly, the old man said cautiously to everyone. At the same time, a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distance, catching Debo's attention. "Hey, what's that? It feels like it's heading towards us. Could it be a monster?" As he spoke, the hot-blooded young man narrowed his eyes to observe. Then, the image of their comrade Abaru being chased by a group of people appeared in their eyes. "Is that Abaru?" the group said in surprise. Meanwhile, Iburu on the other side was so happy to see them appear that he wanted to burn Joss paper for his ancestors right there and then. Everyone, please save me, he said emotionally. But in response to his request, Debo's group, with terrified faces, warned him. What are you talking about? Don't come near us. Debo cried out in fear as this guy suddenly brought a horde of monsters towards them. But it's not clear if he didn't hear clearly, but Iburu's face lit up with joy. As expected of the Iburu pirate crew, always loyal and righteous. No way. This guy, get lost. Boss, where the hell are you? Debo cried out, but his heart didn't know where. As they were preparing to face the group of people, L's group, who had been thrown into the second floor gate, had already encountered these terrifying monsters, especially in a situation where L had already run out of mana. In a corner, after shooting and disintegrating a mushroom man's body, Joe recognized it and exclaimed, "These aren't just monsters, they're also wearing pirate costumes like us. Could they be human? Damn it, now's not the time to worry about silly things. These guys won't die," someone shouted. "They're still moving even after being shot in the head. We're running out of ammo," the group said with difficulty. Meanwhile, L was gritting his teeth as the situation was getting out of control. "This is crazy. I've never heard of this before. The monster has no core. Are these guys human corpses that have been turned into monsters? There are no weak points, so no matter where you shoot, you can't take them down. What's going on? This is completely different from before I regressed. I have to find out at all costs." With that thought, he strained his eyes and noticed that on the heads of all these mushroom people, there was a thread of energy connecting to somewhere. Wait a minute. Maybe there's a mana thread connected to them. This is crazy. I don't know how far it connects. There must be something on the other side of this wall. As he thought, he began to trace the energy thread and happened to find Debo's group not far from him. Is that Debo? Did everyone enter the second gate? This is bad. I'm at my limit. I don't have any mana left to maintain my skill. The main character cried out in pain as his mana suddenly hit rock bottom. And looking at his appearance, Dio also said worriedly, "Hail Pom, what's wrong? Wake up." At the same time, from behind, a mushroom man took the opportunity to charge straight at them. However, at that very moment, he knew that he was the mushroom man. A gunshot suddenly rang out. Next, a giant rock fell from the cave ceiling, smashing straight into the mushroom monster, splitting its body into instantly. And the one who had just acted was the female pirate miner, who had finished off the group of hunters of the Black Mudge and immediately rushed over. Seeing her appear, Dio was overjoyed. Is that miner? Just as he finished speaking, countless more explosions rang out, aimed at the sharp rocks above, causing them to fall like rain, immediately crushing the mushroom monsters and making them scream in agony. After that, Miner had also landed safely below. That was lucky. Are you hurt anywhere? The other person asked. Kevin, if there's anything, just tell me. If you don't want to die, step aside. Huh? What? Kevin asked, puzzled. But very quickly, he got his answer. At this moment, the two barrels of Miner's gun began to glow red hot like forged steel. Then, right after that, two huge streams of energy were released forward, creating a terrifying explosion, and when it was all over, the group saw a large hole had appeared in the cave. Miner, I almost died just now, Kelvin complained before he turned to look around and clicked his tongue. Damn, what the hell? There are still so many. What should we do? We don't have enough ammo anymore, Kevin said worriedly. I can shoot one more time. I'll use all my remaining mana on the shot, Miner said, taking a gamble. But at that moment, Eolian stood up to stop her. Wait a minute. We still need that skill. Hearing this, Miner turned to ask, puzzled. What are you talking about in a situation like this where we're about to die? Don't you see those guys? There's no time to wait. Back to L, with Miner's appearance, he had already devised a plan. The distance to Depot's location is about 1 kilometer. There's not much time left. There's no time to think anymore. Thinking of this, what did he do? He pulled out some stones from his bag and said, give me 5 more minutes. No, give me 3 more minutes. What? What can you do in just 3 minutes? I'll clear this gate. Elle affirmed, back to Debo's group. They were currently fighting hard against these mushroom people, and the more they fought, the more they felt how tough they were. What the hell? These zombies, even if they're human corpses, cutting off their heads still doesn't, Debo said in frustration, swinging his giant axe across the body of a mushroom monster. But they couldn't fight. But right after that, he was grabbed by the neck by the arm of another one. Luckily, Ruff managed to rush over and knock this guy away. Is there any way to actually take these things down? Debo asked. Stop whining. In the meantime, take down another one, Raph said as he used his elbow to strike another monster. And beside them, Kiri and Iburu were also struggling to stop the monsters from getting close. And during that time, in a panic, the pirate Iburu shot a bullet at the rock above, causing it to immediately fall from the ceiling and pierce through the body of a mushroom man. Good, Iburu. Good shot. Everyone praised him, which made Iburu a little embarrassed, because just now, he had only shot in a panic. Oh, it's nothing. Back to Depot's position. At that moment, the ground in front of him suddenly exploded. Next, a giant figure emerged, making the young man's face turn pale. This is crazy, you. What the hell did you just wake up? He yelled as a giant, mutated mushroom with countless egg sacs on its body appeared in front of them. Damn it, they were just praising me, Iburu muttered to himself. Back to the position of L's group. It's unknown what he ate just now, but right after that, his entire body erupted with a fierce mana. But more importantly, his body seemed to be under a great strain. Damn it. My heart feels like it's going to explode. I don't want to have to push myself like this again. But there's no other choice. It's too early to increase the magic circle. It will only hinder me. If I force it when I'm not ready, then there's only one way. I've always had to face situations like this before my regression. The monsters got stronger and stronger, while I lacked the mana to cast attacks when needed. Once I reach the limit of the 6th circle, magic will cost more mana. Now I have to find another way to deal with them. It's a gamble. The magic stone I only use to increase my magic circle. Based on the nature of the monster, if I absorb this magic directly, can it be used as instant mana? Theoretically, I can recover mana that way. Now only the overflowing waves of mana remain. If I channel it through my heart in the direction of blood flow, now my body can withstand this pressure. The more he thought, the more L tried to concentrate, directing the flow of energy towards his heart to focus on recovering the consumed mana. And while the female pirate, Miner, was still struggling to protect him, L's voice rang out, "Good job, Miner." Just as the words ended, a giant fireball shot straight ahead from L's direction, scorching. I immediately roasted 2 mushroom men. Hey, what was that? So, you, the girl said in surprise. However, L didn't explain much and just instructed, "Get that skill ready first." What? What's wrong with his appearance? She exclaimed in her heart when she saw the young man's somewhat cold appearance. And while they were preparing to deliver the finishing blow, Dibbo's party was also struggling against the attacks from the monsters. And after being knocked away by a whip-like tongue from a giant mushroom man that had just appeared, Raph suddenly ran away. I was the first to discover that at the side of my wound, a few mushrooms had grown. What is this? Are these mushrooms? This is crazy, is that it? The secret of that zombie mushroom. As he spoke, he quickly took out a dagger from his side and carved. He cut off the part of his flesh where the mushroom had taken root. Then, the old man also used his healing to seal the wound and turned to warn everyone. Everyone, be careful, don't let the tentacles touch you. Otherwise, you'll turn into those disgusting zombie mushrooms. Hearing him say this, Depot's expression showed that he understood everything. So that thing is behind everything. Everyone is getting exhausted. We're going to get wiped out. At this point, I decided not to. He made a risky decision, to stay behind and hold off the monsters so everyone else could escape. Leave this place to me and run away from here. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, he then rushed to fight the mushroom monster head-on, and immediately cut its tongues into many pieces. In front, because it had no hands, the mushroom monster could only swing its long tongue to attack him. Seeing this, Debo jumped to dodge, but suddenly the tongue twisted like an arm, changing direction in midair and knocking Debo aside, making him spit. Next, the whip. It swung again, striking him once more. And because Debo was flying in the air, he had nowhere to dodge. But at that very moment, Kiri rushed forward to take the blow for him. Back with the O's group, after temporarily assigning the task of blocking the big shots to Yahello, they were standing in front of a large stone wall. Just focus on maintaining the skill and leave the aiming to me. The target is this wall. We only have one chance. Fire, fireball. At his words, the girl miner began to pour all her remaining mana into her body to unleash her most powerful attack, creating a giant bullet that shot straight ahead. At the same time, Al also wrapped his energy around the bullet to steer it, just like that. The bullet began to spin down. I chose to drill through the wall. Hurry up, faster. Move forward, he said, explaining. I increased the rotational speed of this bullet to transform it into a fire spear. But, looking at this firing force, El's eyebrows furrowed. Not enough. I need to add more magic power. Keep holding on until the end. He shouted loudly and used 5 more fire arrows, shooting straight into the tail of the bullet to increase its thrust. At the same time, behind him, he also screamed, "Damn it, I'm out of ammo. Run, miner." he cried out as a warning, as now that there was no one blocking the way. The mushroom men charged straight at everyone. At the same time, on the other side, the sharp legs of the mushroom insect were also heading straight for Debo. When he had no strength left to dodge anymore. The monster has no core. The decoys in front of me are misleading and making my judgment blurry. Where are the mana threads that connect and control them coming from? The true identity of those unkillable bastards is that their master is something else entirely. The thing we need to fight. It was this monster. Thinking of this, the bullet. The giant also drilled through the wall and appeared right in front of the monster, catching it off guard. Then, with a powerful move, the bullet shot the upper part of the mushroom's body into dust, and its magic core was shattered along with it. The situation suddenly changed, making Debo and Raph's faces go blank. And as soon as, after this monster died, the bodies of all the mushroom soldiers suddenly froze. Then, their bodies exploded in unison, splattering blood and gore everywhere. Haha, we're saved, Iburu said joyfully. The dungeon is complete. Scene changed to a childhood memory of minors, looking at the smug smiles on the adults' faces. The little girl's face showed a hint of worry. They are very terrible people. And it was Sister Leah who protected me from them. She stepped forward and became our hero. One sunset evening, as Minor and Leah were watching the sky from the rooftop, Minor's mood suddenly became a little down. It's already been 10 years since Master took us and time really flies. It feels like everything happened so quickly. Well, Kieran has acknowledged you as a genius, and I'm sure every day is happy for you. Compared to me at this point, the red-haired girl sighed sadly, making her sister Leah guess that their master had probably given her a lecture. Unaware of this thought, Minor continued, I feel like I'm being forced to improve quickly. I feel like the distance between us is growing every minute. If Kieran hadn't let this girl finish her rambling, Leah would have flicked her forehead and reminded her, don't be like that. Confidence is your strongest trait. I told you not to hit people like that. Minor grumbled at this action. Sweet, that's a privilege only I have. Don't feel like you have to rush to improve so much. I'll always be by your side, Leah said with a very confident smile. Back to the present, Depot was anxiously looking at Kiri, who had just taken a blow for him. Kiri, are you sure you're okay? Hearing this, the female knight checked her body for a moment and nodded. I'm fine. Probably thanks to the new equipment. Hearing her say that, Raph grumbled and corrected her. It's thanks to my healing spell, luckily. I still have enough mana. Otherwise, this place would have become your grave. Yeah, right? It's all thanks to you, Debo muttered to himself. At the same time, Zio, who was leading the group, noticed something and pointed it out. Hey, that thing is. What? They said. They all rushed forward and witnessed the shadow. A girl had tied herself tightly to a sharp rock. It was the person they were looking for. Leah. Looking at this scene, Minor's mood became silent, not knowing what she wanted to think. While Raph voiced his speculation, a rope. Maybe she tied herself up, he said, before turning into a zombie mushroom. Then, they also hurriedly untied Leah, and inside her clothes, they also found a suicide note left by Leah. The letter read, Dear Master, the followers of that black mage have returned. They have infiltrated deep into the Nautilus long ago. I need to go back and help you, but I don't think that's possible anymore. Please take care of yourself. And this place, they have prepared everything thoroughly. Half of our squad were already those followers. I couldn't even find out how many of them were among us, but you can trust Brina and Catterick, because they've been by my side for so long. So, in short, don't trust anyone hastily. I guess this is as far as I can go. I can't keep my promise to you. I'm sorry, my little sister. After reading the letter, the female pirate's eyes were filled with tears, and she bit her lip to keep from crying out loud. At the same time, outside, the hunters belonging to the Black Mage group were also stationed outside the gate to ensure that nothing went wrong, and the two gate guards had already been killed by them. Roughly estimating the time since Catro's group entered, an assassin in the group said, They're late. Could it be that he said with concern? In response, the assassin next to him shook his head in disagreement. Cadro has obtained the Shard of the Night, even if it's Minor's team, as long as the item's spell is still active. Before he could finish, from a distance, a bullet suddenly flew by at lightning speed and immediately pierced through the body of an assassin. Then, countless gun barrels were pointed forward, shooting at the entire group of assassins, causing chaos. Aha, an ambush. What? Who is it? They shouted then. After seeing the appearance of the attacker, the assassin's eyes widened. I thought you were at that conference. At this moment, in his line of sight, the person commanding the ambush was none other than Captain Kieran. At this time, she gave the assassins a murderous look that materialized. How does it feel to be the target of an ambush for the first time, you parasites? She asked coldly. Time passed quickly, facing overwhelming firepower and being caught by surprise. It was not surprising that this group of assassins was shot to pieces. We've taken down a total of 46 of them, Murad reported. Hold your position, Kieran ordered. Don't worry, Captain. We sent that person to follow them for a reason, Murad reassured her, knowing what his captain was worried about. If Miner doesn't come back, I'll never be able to forgive myself, she said through gritted teeth. And at that very moment, the gate in front of them suddenly flashed with light. Then Miner's group, with sad faces, returned with Leia's body. Kieran, I've brought my sister back, she said, trembling. Yes, I see. Welcome back, both of you, Leia replied, tears streaming down her face. Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to somewhere on the sea. The funeral for Leia was being held with the participation of everyone in the crew. Wow, there are so many people, Depot said in amazement, and Kiri next to him nodded. Basically, that's probably everyone on the Nautilus. After all, it's the Eagle Eye's funeral. Then, she also looked at Leia's body, which was being given a sea burial. Looking at this scene, Miner's eyes looked as if she had lost her soul. Meanwhile, Debo looked around for a bit and, not seeing his boss, asked, where did the boss go? Speaking of L, at this time, while everyone was attending the funeral, he was hiding in a corner, continuously using mana recovery potions to replenish his consumed mana. At the same time, he also remembered the negotiation. That's a proposal. The conditions are a bit too demanding, but obviously necessary. But that many mana recovery potions is too much. Do you realize how precious even one is? After the formula was transferred, Kieran reminded him again, so that L wouldn't be too greedy. But this was also the reason he told Kieran. I'm aware of that. That's why I'm asking you. Considering the financial strength of the Nautilus, that should be an easy matter for you. Turning to Kieran, without immediately agreeing to this request, she asked back, our deal is over. So why do you want to help us again? It's true that the deal is over, but I guess we still have things we can cooperate on, the main character said with a shrug. However, in response to his words was a look of complete vigilance from the female captain. I'm grateful to you for protecting Miner, but that doesn't mean I trust you. Then let's just consider it another deal. And instead of giving me one of the items in the vault, you promise me, give me two. In return, I will find all the followers of that black mudge in the Nautilus, the main character said with a smile, back to reality, after replenishing his consumed energy. He also activated the piercing ring, and immediately in his line of sight, countless red dots appeared, representing the hunters hiding among the crowd. And as expected, more than half of this pirate crew had been infiltrated by them. Damn it, it's my second life. But life is still not easy at all, Elle lamented. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the female pirate Miner. Seeing her looking dazed, the big guy Ryo smiled and said, what are you staring at? The sudden voice startled Miner a little. Then she shook her head. It's nothing, just leave me alone. You should join him, Miner Joe advised. What? She said, confused. And at this time, the big guy also said it straight. I didn't mean to eavesdrop back then, but I know that El Palmi invited you to join his party back then. This time, things went smoothly all thanks to him. But the followers who killed Leia are still out there. I'm sure you really want to avenge her. I want to do that too. And if you go with El Palmi, you'll be fighting the disciples on the front lines. I think he's a reliable guy, so go with him. I'll protect this place. You know me well enough, right? He said, confidently patting his chest to reassure her. And with his words, a smile appeared on Miner's face before it turned cold again. I can't trust you because you're too weak. Hey, don't pour cold water on me like that, Dio said with wide eyes when he saw the girl looking down on him like that. Well, I guess everything will be fine since Karen is here. You really are, he sighed. Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to a flooded forest. At this time, Elle was also rowing a small boat, following Captain Kieran's instructions to this place. And it didn't take long. After a while, a large, towering gate appeared in front of them, and slowly, from above, cannons were aimed straight at their small boat. At a glance, it was discovered that one of the people holding a gun was a five-circle adventurer. This was enough to prove how high the level of defense of this place was. Then, Captain Kieran quickly took out a torch and lit it, causing it to emit a blue flame to signal the people above. Next, as if their identity had been confirmed, the gate also opened for them to enter. And as soon as he saw the scene before him, Elle's eyes widened. This place is Kieran's treasure vault. At this moment, before him was countless gold coins piled high into a mound. It made Elle drool. Can you explain these items to me? He suggested. However, Kieran was very clever. How could she introduce the rare items in her treasure vault to the main character, for him to take? What pirate would tell you the value of their treasure? You have to judge for yourself. To be clear, I only promised to give you 2 items, the girl said coldly, which disappointed Elle a little. So cold. Is it because of the offer I made to Minor? Thinking of this, he understood Kieran's attitude towards him. He then focused on his main task and turned to observe the items inside the treasury. Anyway, this place has more treasures than I thought. Dragon staff, onyx, shifting face. These are the Dawn Guardian Angels. It's unbelievable. I was promised 2 items, so I have to get the 2 best ones, he said. He swallowed hard, unable to believe how amazing Kieran's treasure was. As he thought, Elle's senses were was again attracted by another item and immediately went towards it. Huh? He's decided. Kieran thought in surprise, while Elle also reached for an item he had known in his previous life. This must be. After the final day, when the adventurers were on the front lines, one adventurer massacred numerous members of the association. The traitor of humanity, Gake. He had infiltrated the top positions of the association and betrayed everyone at the most critical moment, dealing a fatal blow to the association. The symbol of terror he once used. I lost so many people because of that bastard. Did he take this from here? Thinking about the things that Geke had caused in his previous life, Elle gritted his teeth and said, I'll take this, the first item. After saying that, he also conveniently put the bracelet on his right wrist, and seeing him choose that item, Kieran praised him. Good eye. But why? That item doesn't suit his attributes. She wondered to herself, unaware of this. Elle continued to look around for a bit and was again attracted by a certain ring, lying among the pile of money. I've never seen that before. I can't feel anything. Is it just an ordinary ring? It's just suspicious. An ordinary ring has no reason to be here. As he spoke, he reached forward as if to pick up the ring. But at the same time, for some reason, the ring suddenly flew towards him, startling Elle a little. What is this? I touched it and suddenly turning to Kieran. Looking at the ring on the main character's hand, her expression changed, and she shook her head. Sorry, that ring is not mine, so I can't give it to you. Please choose something else. Understood, all right. But I can't take it off, he said as both of his hands trembled as he tried to pull the ring off his finger without success. Scene changed to Evoke's castle. At this moment, his hound subordinate Bayu was also reporting to him about work. The matter of the Richie Merchant Guild has been resolved. Hearing this, a look of satisfaction appeared in Evoke's eyes, and he nodded. All right, well done. What about El Palmi? It should be about time, he said coldly. And as soon as he heard these words, Bayru's whole body trembled involuntarily. My apologies. That failed. Just as the words were spoken, as if unable to accept this result, Evoke slammed his hand hard. He slammed his hand on the arm of the chair and questioned his hound. Failure. Are you kidding me? I even gave you the dark shard to use. But this is all you can do. Last chance. If you fail again, you'll pay with your life, he said, his eyes red with anger, showing just how furious he was. Ignoring him, back to the female pirate miner, as if she had made up her mind. She had already finished packing her luggage. Phew, all right. Let's go, she muttered to herself and quickly walked out of her room. At the same time, since their work here was done, Elle's group also said goodbye to this pirate crew. You're leaving already, Zio said with a smile. We'll come back if we have the chance. The wine here is delicious, Deepa replied. You better improve your skills before you come back. Yeah, have fun, Raph said cheerfully. Which made Dio on the side remember the dart betting session not long ago. This gambling addict had licked away from million gold from the old man. That damn gambling addict. Dio cursed silently. Unaware of this, Deepo, seeing that everything was done, turned to Elle and said, So, shall we go? Yes, Elle replied. However, at that very moment, the figure of the girl miner rushed out of the ship's door. Wait, where's my spot? The girl said, panting heavily from having to rush here. Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to inside a certain gate with the architecture of a mysterious corridor. At this time, the head of a man in the party had just been taken by the monster guarding this place. Damn it. Run. Don't look back, run. Someone shouted, and the survivors also used all their strength to run straight ahead. No. At this point, we're going to please. Over there, hurry up. I'll activate it. This damn thing. I won't die so easily, the nameless man said as he pulled the lever on the wall. But just as he said he wouldn't die here from behind, a broadsword flew straight through his 2 legs and cut them off. Seeing this, the person running in front also turned around in fear. Gutrin, damn it. Gutrin, in response to these words, gritted his teeth. You fool, get out of here. You have to survive, he said through gritted teeth. And the owner of the sword was a death knight riding a skeleton horse, burning with a faint blue flame. Back with Elle's group, as soon as he returned to the Gothel Merchant Guild, He was immediately scolded by Abyss. Why did you come back empty-handed? It was an emergency. It's a miracle we're still alive, the main character replied calmly, and his nonchalant attitude only made the bearded old man angrier. What? So, why are you taking this so lightly? In response, I also had a suitable answer for him. Well, I'm not saying this can make up for it, but I'll be expanding my group a little. What the hell are you talking about? Abbas Holland Minor, the target of the disciples, has joined our guild, the main character reminded, causing one of Abbas's eyes to flash with surprise. Goldeneye, is that what you wanted to say? They certainly won't just sit back and watch. We'll lure them out, El said, sharing his thoughts. However, this was still not enough to appease Abyss's anger. What is this? How long do I have to play along with this stupid game? Back with El. He could understand why he was so angry. I still can't reveal everything to him. If a war breaks out because he has a narrow view of the goal of overthrowing Kanya, things won't be done properly, and we'll never be able to get to the root of the black mages that way. But Gafor is also running out of patience. I have to hurry. Thinking of this, he also affirmed again, well, not for long. Just a little more time. Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to Depot's house. It's unclear when this place became their de facto meeting room for strategy sessions. And currently, Raph was complaining a bit about the decision to let Minor join the party. You added another person to the guild without even discussing it with me. Now I'll have to spend more money on you. Guys, he said angrily, and after hearing him, Daibo stood up and argued back. Having another skilled person is a good thing. And why do we have to ask for your permission when the boss is the guild master? What? Guild master? Who decided that? We're still arguing about it. Well, for now, he's just the temporary guild master. Raph grumbled, and he kept emphasizing the word temporary, which made Kiri's mouth twitch. That old man needs another beating, she muttered. Back to El, as if sensing that this was the right time to clarify the members' positions. He also placed his teacup on the table and said, temporary. Well, it doesn't matter. If you have any questions, you can show me your skills. I'm always ready for a fight, he said, looking straight at the money grubber with a very cold gaze, which immediately sent a chill down his spine. Finally, not daring to confront El, the old man could only say a few meaningless words, damn it. That's my opinion. Why don't you guys discuss it? This is crazy, he said. Raph also slammed the door and left. Phew, that old man is so greedy, Daibo complained. Before he noticed El also getting up from his chair and asked, huh? Where are you going? I have something to do today, so I'm not training. Then, El also quickly left the room. At the same time, outside, the guards sent by the merchant guild were annoyed to see them wandering around like that. They went into different directions. Damn it, do they think they have multiple lives? They don't even pay attention to us. Why do they always leave on their own? Let's split up. We'll follow that guy, they said, looking at Raph. Over here. El walked while remembering his conversation with Captain Kieran before, when he couldn't take that ring off his finger. Can't take it off. What the hell are you talking about? The item chose its owner or something? Well, even if you ask me, it won't budge, El said, shaking his head when he couldn't even make him cut off his finger to get the ring. This isn't good. The owner of that ring is Kieran frowned and thought, and after a few seconds of hesitation, the girl sighed and accepted the result. Whatever. But you'll have to get permission from its owner. Back to the present, at this time. El also went to the Cross Hunters Guild, and as if knowing he would come, Cheryl's group was also greeting him with looks that seemed like they wanted to eat him alive. So you're still alive. Are you the owner of the ring? El asked. What ring? Cheryl asked, puzzled. I came here to ask for your permission. I can't take it off, so I came to ask if you would allow me to use it, he said as he raised his hand for them to see the ring, and they had taken it off. And as soon as she saw this ring, Cheryl's expression changed. That is, he can't take it off. If that's the case, then thinking of this, she turned to look at her teammate and nodded. Then, Cheryl also told El, I can't give it to you now because its real owner isn't here. So, can you bring them here? I don't even know how to use this ring, so I need someone to explain. El requested, and for some reason, Cheryl also accepted this. Alright, El Pomi, this is a request. The owner of that ring, please go and rescue Prue, the hero's follower, from me. In the end, humanity was cornered, but then, 6 special people appeared. The one who is natural is Experience Freeze Even, the foe of destiny, Luminous, the Phantom Thief, Mercedes the Spirit King, the hero of weapons, Aaron, the hero of weapons, Unwon. The return of the 6 heroes. We witnessed their terrifying power and the miraculous things that they created. We regained hope, believing that they would save us once again. But we didn't know that the power of the 6 heroes awakened from their seals was unstable. 800 years ago, during the war against the Black Mage, the heroes' artifacts were lost in the rifts of space, and for some reason, they were found in various gates. The association couldn't buy enough time for the heroes to regain their strength. This time is different. We need to create a solid shield that can withstand the followers. We will become the bait to lure the Mundo. The forces of the Maple World will assess. We'll reorganize, creating a powerful alliance, and change history. Back with El's party. At this time, they were also at a certain cliff area and looking at the scene in front of them. Deepo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this view is beautiful." At this time, before them was a sea of clouds with countless large stone pillars rising from below, but without any mind to pay attention to the scenery. El also scanned the wall behind him and noticed an X-shaped mark and thought, "Is it around here?" He then took out 5 talismans and distributed them to everyone. "Keep this with you." "Huh? What is it?" Deepo said curiously and quickly. He stuck the talisman on himself, and right after that, the talisman suddenly emitted a source of energy that enveloped his body. "What is this? No way. Is it a gate? My god. What is this? It wasn't here before. Is it a type of magic?" Deepo said in amazement. At this moment, a gate suddenly appeared in front of them, and even Minor, who had cleared countless dungeons, couldn't help but be surprised. Without it, we would never have found this," he said, his mouth agape. Back with El for him, this was an extremely important mission. The hero's follower, Piru, the one who finds the traces of the hero's artifacts. So this is a hero's artifact. "All right, we'll save you," he thought. El began to step into the gate with a determined face. Time passed quickly. Coming out of the other side of the gate, Deepo said excitedly, "We conquered the first gate in just 3 hours. Isn't that a new record?" "It was too easy. The pigs or whatever were a piece of cake," Deepo said arrogantly. Looking at his smug face, the female knight Kiri had to remind him, "Wipe the ash off your face before you talk." Turning to Minor, looking at Deepo's performance on the first floor, she couldn't hide her surprise. "That's surprising. Didn't you say you just recently reached the first magic circle?" Hearing this, Deepo's nose went up to the sky. "Well, I'm a genius, maybe the second best genius after the boss. At this rate, it won't be long before I reach the 3rd circle, maybe even the 4th soon," he asserted. "You're getting too excited," Raph said sarcastically. "What? Are you scared?" Deepo retorted. Over here, hearing them talk about increasing their strength, El also took the opportunity to remind them, "Don't get too excited. It's not what people usually think. Increasing your magic circle quickly isn't a good thing. Leveling up a magic circle means all your stats change drastically. If it happens in a short period of time, it will put a strain on your body. You have to learn to balance your learning and your body's capabilities. It can hinder your growth if you increase your magic circle too much." Hearing him say this, Deepo was a little scared and asked again, "Huh? But you also increased by the magic circles. You were fast too." In response, El shook his head. "I had no other choice at that time, but it's better to wait 2 months before increasing," he advised. And hearing the two of them talk about increasing their magic circles, as if it were buying vegetables at the market, also made Minor feel envious. They talk as if they can increase it whenever they want. Back to El. After saying those words, he also reminded himself in his heart, "Before I regressed, I couldn't get past the 7th circle. All the dangerous situations forced me to level up. But ironically, it happened to fast and prevented me from developing further. Now I know the future. I can't stop at the 6th circle. I need to level up at the best time to reach the 7th circle. No, the 8th circle." Thinking of this, he unconsciously clenched his fist. Meanwhile, the female knight Kiri from behind, after listening to the group for a while, also spoke up. "But didn't we come here to fast? Our goal is to find someone, not to conquer a gate. What if we left him behind at the first gate?" "Don't worry, that won't happen. I've already checked," he said, taking out the clairvoyant glasses and putting them on his eyes. Looking at these glasses was disappointing. Of course, the hothead also had some doubts. "It's that weird eye patch again. You keep putting it on and taking it off. Are you really using it to find people?" "As long as the person isn't dead yet," the main character replied, simultaneously starting to use the power of the clairvoyant glasses to check the surroundings of this floor for a bit. Then, right after that, his voice became hesitant. "Wait, hundreds, no, thousands. Everyone get ready. We have guests." "What?" Deepo asked, puzzled. But without needing El to explain, from a distance, a cloud of dust and dirt rushed straight towards them. It caught the young man's attention, and when he saw their skeletal appearance, Deepo's eyes rolled back in their sockets. "What the? Who are these guys now? There are so many of them. Everyone, run!" Someone shouted. After hearing that, everyone quickly turned and ran. And as they ran, Miner also said, "They are scattered. My bullets have no effect on them, damn it. Did you hear that?" In a similar vein, Kiri's face became annoyed. First zombies, and now Scotten from now on. Are we going to have to fight these guys? Damn, there's no other choice, Raph said in frustration. But there's no other choice. At that moment, a shout suddenly rang out, "Everyone, get down." Just as the words ended, a section of the wall next to it suddenly slid open, revealing countless gun barrels. Then, countless arrows were released, shattering the skeleton soldiers. Next, another lever sound was heard, and then a wall rumbled and moved up from below. It sent all the skeleton soldiers flying and temporarily stopped their attack and handling. After seeing their attack had temporarily stopped, the owner of the voice also stepped out and said to everyone, "The one-eyed hunter, a cross hunter. That was lucky, that was close. Hurry up, let's go." Piru said with a face that looked like she had been starving for a long time, and it was true. Then, after saying this, she also ran out of breath and fainted. Time passed quickly. After being revived by everyone, they also followed her. As they walked, Biru also introduced, "I got used to this place while I was trapped here. I know the behavior of the Lutz Cotton and the mechanisms here well. Well, I'm quite confident in my infiltration skills. The problem is, I ran out of food 5 days ago, and there are no more monsters to hunt for food. I'm about to starve to death." Bilu, I have a favor to ask, Elle called out. But after looking at her chewing with her mouth full, Tadiel didn't want to ask anymore. Just keep eating. Back to the female pirate. Finding Piru also meant they were done here. That's lucky. They found the exit, so we just need to get out. No need to defeat the boss anymore. Hearing that, Piru on the side also tried hard. He managed to swallow the whole piece of bread and bowed his head to the group. "Wait, not yet. I have a favor to ask. 3 days. Be my bodyguard, just 3 days. Please, I'm looking for an item. If I leave like this, my friends will have died in vain. I want to go deeper, but I'm not good at fighting, so it's hard to go on my own. Please help me. I promise I'll find it in 3 days. I'll also reward you all." Opposite him, everyone turned to look at the main character as if they wanted him to decide this. Then Elle didn't agree right away but asked back, "How can you find an item in 3 days when you couldn't find it in a month? I don't have time to waste 3 days here." In response to the question, Piru's expression changed and she asserted, "It's different. I haven't searched the dangerous area. There's a place where I think it will be." Scene changed to the position of the villain of Oak. As if sensing something, he also glanced out the window and muttered, "Has it started? You won't escape this time, El Pomi." In response to his words, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind him. "Are you sure?" That voice, suddenly appearing behind him, made Avok's face turn pale with fear. "Who is it?" he shouted. But after seeing the appearance and the spider's opponent, his expression changed. "Your disappointment, Ivoka. I thought you were quite useful, but you can't even get rid of a new adventurer. How much more are you going to embarrass yourself?" The spider monster said. And at these words, Ivok quickly knelt on one knee, his face covered in sweat as he admitted his mistake. "Lord Wynn, I have no words to defend myself. I will accept any punishment from you. But the plan to eliminate him is already in motion. Please give me a chance to redeem myself." Turning to the spider monster, hearing his hound's words, a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. "Oh, so you'll take responsibility. Then tell me, what's your plan?" Scene changed to the dangerous area inside the dungeon where Eo's group is. At this time, in a certain corridor, the skeletons were aimlessly walking around when suddenly they began to search. A stream of light flew straight from behind, shattering the skull of a skeleton soldier, startling the rest. Then, from within the bend of the corridor, 3 large rocks flew towards them at lightning speed. Just one road. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the skeletons who raised their shields. And right after that, after blocking the attack, without a moment's hesitation, the whole group of them rushed towards the source of the attack as if being chased by a dog. However, the brainless fools didn't realize they had completely fallen into a trap. As soon as they had all run away, a mechanism lever was pulled down by Eo's telekinesis, causing a door to be immediately dropped from above, sealing them in. No matter how much they smashed it, they couldn't get out. And at this point, El and Depot also removed the talisman that was hiding them. Nice. The entrance is locked. It's just simple. There's no more time. These mechanisms aren't perfect. Once one is closed, another one will definitely open. They'll figure it out soon. Beer reminded them to avoid the group. Then, under her guidance, they also came to a wall. A statue of a knight with a giant sword planted in front of him. "We just need to find the item you're looking for before they find us again. Now let's see what the hero's item you're looking for is." Looking at the giant statue in front of him, Depot scanned it from left to right. observing it carefully before asking, I don't see any items. Are you sure we're in the right place? Without waiting for her to answer, Elle spoke for her. This place is completely different from the other locations. Maybe something will appear if we search. Anyway, I wonder who built this place before. Deepo was curious. Who knows, Elle shrugged. It won't suddenly move or anything, right? The girl miner said doubtfully as she looked at the wall. And while the group was walking around the statue to inspect it, the female night miner discovered something and called the group over. Everyone, come here. I can't read it, but I feel like this is important, she said, staring intently at the stone stele carved with an ancient script. And as soon as she saw it, Piru's eyes lit up with joy. Oh, it's a riddle in an ancient language. It must be a clue to the location of the item. Let me translate it. As the musicians sing behind the deep, dark curtain, a shining actor always looks down on us. Who bear the burden, follow that light. At this point, Piru's head also got big, as the words she translated sounded quite dark. At the same time, the red-haired girl on the side also discovered something. Hey, so you guys think this is important too? There are some drawings on here, she said, pointing to a door that had nothing else. And it wasn't just this one door. Very quickly, the group also discovered that there were countless other doors on the wall. There are more here, and here too. This must be the answer to the riddle. Each drawing probably represents something. The drawing is easy to understand, but the remaining ones are a bit harder to figure out. It says to follow the light, so try channeling mana into the symbol that looks like the sun. Is it like this? Debo said as he began to concentrate energy in his palm and channel it into the sun-shaped symbol. And then this door moved to the side, which surprised Debo a little. This is quite simple. Just as he finished speaking, a fierce column of fire shot out from inside the door, causing the tree to. Kiri was terrified. Debo, she cried out. But luckily, the firepower of the previous attack, although it looked powerful, didn't actually injure Debo at all. The only thing was that his hair had turned into a clown's wig. Looking at this hairstyle, Raph couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huh? Now he's a well-done piece of meat. Beside him, Piru was also a little embarrassed by this. That's probably not what it meant. I thought it was the sun, but it's not. After speaking, she pondered for about 3 seconds, and suddenly a flash of inspiration appeared in her mind. Oh right, behind that deep, dark curtain is the night. That means the answer is the moon, yes. Yes, that makes sense. I'm sure this time, Piru affirmed with a confident voice. Trusting her words, Raph stepped up to be the guinea pig. That sounds right. The expert is pretty good, he said with a nod. But after opening the door, what greeted him was a large rock that crushed him flat like a shrimp. And with 2 consecutive failures, the level of trust for her within the party had hit rock bottom. At this time, both of them were just staring at the girl with the eyes of a debt collector hunting. I'll definitely get it right this time, Piru replied weakly. Time passed quickly, because the riddle on the stone tablet was still too obscure. They didn't rush to try opening any more doors. Looking at the shattered rock beside her, the female knight spoke up anyway. It seems we've fallen into a trap related to the symbol if we guess wrong. Beside her, the young man Deepo, who was being healed by Raph, scratched his head and continued, I understand that. But the problem is we don't know how to solve this riddle. I think that's definitely a boulder or something. I don't know what the number 10 symbol is supposed to be. The rest are also quite confusing. Maybe that lightning bolt symbol has something to do with light. Why don't you try pressing it? Raph suggested, which annoyed Debo. But I'm not sure. You know what happens if we guess wrong. Back with Elle, instead of focusing on the doors, he expressed a different thought. Maybe we're misunderstanding the symbol. Why don't we try to solve the riddle first, and then find the appropriate symbol for the answer? At this point, stopping for a moment, Elle also shared her thoughts on those words. I don't think you misunderstood the riddle. The deep dark curtain is probably talking about the night sky. I'll assume those musicians are chirping crickets. Looking down on us means the moon, the stars, and the clouds, because we have to follow the light, he said. And upon hearing the suggestion from him, Piru's head immediately lit up and she connected the words together. It's a star. It always looks down on us, so it can't be the moon. After all, the moon changes in cycles. The stars also move, but they don't disappear. Then the symbol will be this. You can say it while looking straight at the symbol shaped like the number 10. So it's a language, not the number 10, Miner said with an understanding expression. Then, this time, not wanting to risk the group anymore, Piru herself was the one who channeled energy into the symbol. If we're right, then she thought to herself. And when the door opened, what was in front of them was our face. A secret passage. And only after seeing this did the girl let out a sigh of relief. Phew. It seems we were right. Behind them, for some reason, the two of them stood still. The two of them were still resentful for being caught in the trap for no reason. Now that Piru had gotten it right on the first try, they were unwilling. All right, let's go. I guess we just have to go down this path, Beer said cheerfully. However, before anyone could take a step, an unexpected voice rang out, "Are you sure? Then we'll be worried." Just as the words were spoken, a dark figure holding a chain weapon immediately appeared in front of Piru and swung his sword at her. However, his blade was blocked by Io's staff. Then he also spun his staff, striking the assassin's body, making his face contort in pain. "You little rat," El shouted and created a fire arrow that shot down through the opponent's body, but it seems this arrow only passed through the afterimage of the seed. But his real body had appeared a few meters away. "I hit him, no. Is that an instant teleportation skill? Is that her Beru?" At the same time, countless footsteps sounded from behind, attracting everyone's attention. And when they turned around, they discovered a group of masked assassins rushing towards them. "Damn it, who are they?" Debo said through gritted teeth. And in just a few seconds, this group had spread out, surrounding them in a circle. Next, from within the crowd, a beautiful girl with short hair, 2 long swords on her back, and a large sword box on her hip, spoke up in confusion. What should we do? Aren't we supposed to wait a little longer before attacking? We need that hero item to fix our past mistakes." "Well, I guess we'll get it one way or another." She smirked as if she was sure she could take down El's group. Meanwhile, Biru in front was still a bit behind on the story's developments. "What's going on? They shouldn't have been able to find that gate because of the illusion talisman," she said suspiciously. "I'm not sure. I thought I had checked to make sure no one could follow us," El replied with a frown. And to answer this question, someone spoke up. "My goodness, you didn't think this would happen before. You all look so curious. Why don't you ask the person right here?" he said, and a dark figure rushed towards El from behind. Then he also unleashed a thunderous punch, striking the sky, the main character's body, sending El's body flying like a cannonball into the wall, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Debo said with wide eyes. "Can't you see? I'm making money," Raph replied with a smile. Perhaps after going through life and death together a few times, they really didn't expect that the one who stabbed them in the back would be a member of their own team. To talk about this betrayal, we have to go back to the night before the group set out to the ruins to rescue Piru. In his private room, Raph was also looking at a map, the underground vault filled with gold and silver. He laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. "Ha, my love. I live for you guys." Then a knock suddenly sounded at the door, making the old man hurry. He locked the safe then. The old man also covered the surface with a carpet and pulled the table back into place to hide the existence of the hidden safe. After that, Raph calmly turned and said, "What is it? It's too late for visitors." "Hi," he said as he opened the door. Raph couldn't hide his surprise when the visitors were the guards of the Gafo Merchant Guild. "Why are you guys here? Aren't you supposed to be on guard duty?" In response to the old man's words, the guards' expressions immediately changed. "Watch your mouth. We're not your secretaries. Someone wants to see you." In front, as if sensing a bad feeling, Raph waved his hand in refusal. "I don't care. Tell them to get lost. Who are they to order me around? But I don't mean anything. I came myself. Shall we talk for a bit?" Someone's voice rang out, far behind, and as soon as he saw the opponent's appearance, Raph's expression immediately changed. "What is this?" The Kanaya Merchant Guild. Back to reality. Looking at Raph's actions, although the story wasn't clear, they could confirm that this old man was the traitor. "Raph, you damn bastard." The female knight Kiri looked at him with a cold gaze, which gave Raph goosebumps. "Phew, that's scary. Don't look at me like that," he said with a shrug. Meanwhile, Depot on the side also questioned, "You bastard. You betrayed us just for some rent money. Am I right?" Hearing this from him, the greedy priest couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Just a few coins. Good heavens. Who do you think I am?" Even the guards of Gafo who transferred to Kanya were promised triple their salary. "El Pomi, you know how much your head is worth. It's 100 million mezzo." "Ah, with that kind of money, how could I refuse?" he said, then burst out laughing with great ease. And in response to that laugh was a volley of bullets fired from Minor to punish the traitor. At the same time, the assassins of the Black Mage didn't want to drag things out to avoid messing up. Enough talk. Capture them all. As soon as the words were spoken, their entire group charged forward in unison. On Depot's side, Depot's group also gripped their weapons to respond. Just like that, the battle between the two sides officially began. At this moment, the Scarface girl was seen rushing to attack Kiri first. "Excuse me," she said with a smirk. "Damn it, You guys think things will really go your way? Kiri replied through gritted teeth. Of course, Miss Kiri, you learned to use dual swords and senos, but you have a habit of always using your right hand for strong attacks. If I can read my opponent's movements, dodging is too easy. DePaul gets stronger in one-on-one fights, but his weakness is revealed when he faces multiple enemies. I know all your moves. Accept it. Today, you will all die here. The female swordsman said confidently. It seems that to ensure the success of the ambush, their group had thoroughly studied the strengths and weaknesses of Yo's team. On another side, Minor was also firing nonstop. Get lost, you followers, she shouted, firing 2 shots at the same time. She successfully killed 1 assassin, but at that very moment, Beirut also suddenly appeared behind her and attacked, as expected from Kieran's disciple. Hearing this, Minor's expression changed, and she immediately lowered her gun to her waist and fired behind her. She aimed straight at her, but unfortunately, the bullet only passed through an afterimage. He used his instant teleportation skill to appear right in front of her. Then he swung his chain, wrapping it tightly around Minor's neck. It made it impossible for her to breathe. You've picked the wrong opponent. As he spoke, he began to tighten his chain, causing marks to form on her fair neck. Seeing his teammate in danger, the main character, who had just gotten up, launched a fire arrow, severing the chain to rescue Minor. Seeing his actions interrupted, Bayer turned and warned, Raph, focus. Do you think defeating this guy is easy? He won't be able to hold out for long, because I already broke his ribs in that last attack, the man replied. However, while they were busy dealing with their opponents, Piru, the one with the weakest combat ability, was left unprotected. Because of this, she was immediately targeted by an assassin, who stabbed her through the stomach with his sword. The situation suddenly took a dark turn. This caused the expressions of both Debo and Kiri to change. Piru, damn it. The two of them roared. But luckily, right after that, Piru's body suddenly dissolved into a cloud of energy, leaving the assassin completely stunned. It turned out that what he had stabbed was just a clone created by a talisman. Meanwhile, the real Piru had appeared right in front of a stone door. Over here, you idiots, do you want to know what this is? Because I just had an idea. Saying that, she began to channel her energy into the mountain symbol, and immediately the sound of turning gears echoed. The mechanism began to turn, causing the entire structure to rumble and shake. What is that? Beidou shouted. I have a bad feeling about this, the female swordsman said worriedly. Then, before the group could realize what was happening, the floor beneath them suddenly retracted, causing everyone from both sides to fall straight down. While falling, Kiri spotted something and shouted, Daibo, over there. What is it? Daibo asked, surprised. Then, looking to the side, they discovered pathways along the walls of the pit. Without a word, Kiri reached out and grabbed Minor's hand. Meanwhile, she used her other hand to grab the back of Debo's shirt and shouted, Debo. Hearing her, the wild warrior understood and signaled to both of them, hold on tight. With that, he enveloped his axe in energy and slammed it into the wall to stop his fall. Next, using the momentum, Kiri acted as the link between the two and swung her arm to throw the pirate, Minor, straight into the corridor. At the same time, Debo also pulled out his axe, and just like that, all 3 of them successfully escaped into the corridor. After the entire pursuing group had fallen, the mechanism above activated once more and slowly closed. Time passed quickly. After moving through the corridor for a long while without finding a way back, Debo frowned and said, This place is like a maze with forks everywhere. It's probably connected to other areas. In response, Kiri nodded. There are many entrances on the cliff face, so it might connect to those places. If we're lucky, we might run into El Palmi. But there's also a high chance we'll run into the cultist if we're not, Minor warned anxiously. At the same time, someone's foot unknowingly stepped on a hidden switch, and at that moment, right after, a steel gate slammed down from the ceiling. It separated Kiri from Debo and Minor. Well, we're definitely screwed, aren't we? The group said, dejected. Damn it. What the hell is this, Debo? You idiot, Kiri said as she tried to use her strength to move the gate, but failed. It wasn't me. Debo quickly corrected her. However, before they could figure out a solution, the sound of moving gears echoed again. Then, the walls on both sides began to rumble and move. It made Debo and Minor's eyes widen in fear. The walls are closing in. Outside, Kiri and Minor. Henry, seeing his 2 teammates in danger, immediately used his skill, Radiant Light, and slashed at the steel gate. However, the only sound was the clash of metal. The gate itself didn't even have a single scratch on it. Inside, Debo was also attacking with all his might, but the result wasn't much different, damn it. These bars, they're protected by some strange energy. We're out of options. Seeing them like this, Minor, the one with the strongest firepower, took action, damn it. Get out of the way. With that, she used her annihilation bullet skill. She fired a giant bullet straight at the gate, and as expected, its power was on a completely different level than her two teammates. The pressure from the bullet caused the wall to bend as if it could break at any moment. How about that? I should have done this sooner, Minor said, panting slightly from using too much energy. However, after the dust settled, the annoying wall was still standing there without a scratch. What the hell? How is it still undamaged? Damn it, the walls have started closing in, damn it. For real, Kiri thought, her whole body trembling with helplessness. But right at that moment, the battle-hungry Debo spread his arms wide, trying to push the walls apart to buy more time. We can't die like this. Kiri, do something. I don't want to meet my maker just yet either, Minor said through gritted teeth. At the same time, she pushed her feet against the wall. I know, but what can we do now? Kiri asked herself. As if seeing her struggle, Debo spoke up again. Damn, this isn't good. I've never forgotten the time you were ready to die for me. I don't like being in anyone's debt, so I was thinking, next time you're in danger, I'd be able to save you. But damn it all. Whatever, I give up. I'm leaving this to you. Can you save me one more time, Kiri? Hearing his words, Kiri's mood somehow became much lighter and calmer. You idiot. How can you still joke in a situation like this? Alright, everyone wait a moment. This machine runs on mana, so the bars are protected by an aura. There must be a device supplying the mana nearby. Just hold on until I find and destroy it. Don't you dare die before you pay me back. After giving her instructions, Kiri quickly ran off to find the mana supply device. Scene changed to L's location, right now. They were fleeing on a cloud summoned by the flying Nimbus technique, with the Dark Sorcerer's assassin hounds hot on their heels. Looking at the clingy pursuers, Pierre cried, damn it, these guys are killing machines. Saying that, to make matters worse, their path ahead was blocked by a wall. It forced them to make a sharp turn, a dead end. What the hell is this place? Wait, let's take a break, Pierre cried out as the assassins were nearly upon her. Seeing this, Elle immediately controlled a fire arrow which shot backward at incredible speed, instantly taking down two of the pursuing assassins. However, after doing so, her face turned a little pale from overexerting her energy. I told you not to let your guard down, Raph complained. While Peju didn't seem to care much about her subordinates' lives, those guys are done for anyway. They can't escape even if they run, she said with a smile, as if she had already seen her victory. However, at that very moment, the fire arrow from before looped around and attacked her from behind. Next, it caused a sizable explosion right in front of Raph's group, forcing them to halt. But it was a bit unfortunate that Peju managed to use her instant teleportation to escape the blast. Seeing that she was still unharmed, Raph's eyes lit up with joy. Excellent. Maybe you won't even have time to pay back what you owe me before you die. Back to another assassin. As soon as the explosion ended, he threw a dart aimed at Peju. Seeing this, Peju quickly used a protective talisman to block the attack. However, this dart was no ordinary dart. Immediately after, the ring on the assassin's index finger glowed with a faint purple light as the dart unleashed a burst of energy from within, causing it to explode into multiple fragments. This was an explosive dart. Luckily, Elle had sensed the energy inside the dart beforehand, so right before it could explode, Elle reached out, grabbed Pierre's collar and the dart, and pulled her out of the way. Ouch, ouch, my neck, my neck, Pierre screamed. But there was no time to care for her. As soon as they landed, the main character tossed her to the side and turned back to deal with the assassins who were charging at them like mad dogs. Then, for the foolish one leading the charge, he gave him a fire arrow to send him to meet the King of Hell. And while he was being dealt with, the remaining assassins threw their explosive darts like rain. Seeing this, El waved his hand and shot another fireball to counter the group. And while he was temporarily held up dealing with them, the entire group surrounded him and charged all at once. Out of options, El used his staff for close quarters combat. The result was that with just one spin, he easily cut down the entire group. However, after doing this, from continuously maintaining a high level of combat, El's entire body was visibly exhausted. Meanwhile, the assassins on the side were a bit panicked and didn't dare to charge forward. He's a real monster, they said, swallowing hard. Scene changed to Kiri's location. After a long and tiring search, she finally found it. She had successfully reached a large room where an inverted pyramid was pointing downwards, emitting a source of energy onto the floor. Did I find it? If this isn't what I need, there's nothing else I can do now. This is the mana source for the entire building, right? She said as she approached the energy source. Then, after observing the energy receptor below, Kiri's eyes showed a bit of surprise. The amount of mana concentrated here is enormous. This must be it. If I can destroy this, I can save Debo and Miner. Kiri smiled, thinking her two teammates wouldn't have to die anymore. Or at least that's what she thought would happen. Before the voice of the female swordsman rang out, how interesting. Hearing the familiar voice, Kiri quickly looked behind her. However, it was a little too late because at that moment, the female swordsman unleashed her skill. Waning Moon, 5th form, soul-severing flash, creating a large gash on Kiri's body. It forced her to her knees, coughing violently. Lucky me. I can take care of those other two just by taking you down, right? Plus, you are the weakest among them. Everything is going so smoothly. Saying that, she laughed excitedly at her good fortune. Back to Kiri, after taking a few breaths to suppress the pain. The knight struggled to her feet and said, "You damn lackey, get lost. I don't have time to play with you." In response, the female swordsman shook her head. "Oh, what a pity. I can't do that. I have a name too, you know. Why don't we chat a little more?" On the other side, Kiri had no more time to argue with her. So right after, she used her trial skill, causing a brilliant sun symbol to appear behind her. "Come on, let's get started. I'm a bit busy." Hearing this, the woman on the dark sorcerer's side sighed in boredom. Sigh. "You're really stubborn. Then I'll deal with you as you wish." As she spoke, she lightly touched her scabbard and immediately swung her hand forward, firing a series of blood-red energy blasts straight at the blonde knight. This was the sword storm skill. In front, Kiri saw this and quickly swung her sword like a machine to block the blood-red attacks. And as she blocked, she wondered, where did these swords come from? Are there fakes among them? Kiri frowned and thought as she saw herself dissipate one energy source, while other swords were knocked aside by her. Damn it, I can't tell the real swords from the fake ones, she said worriedly. And at that exact moment, the female swordsman in front of her clenched her fist and made a pulling motion. She controlled the sword that had already been knocked aside to immediately soar into the air and swing straight at Kiri. A sword from behind, Kiri thought in alarm and quickly knocked it away. However, right after that, the other woman's arm waved, controlling several other swords to aim at her, making Kiri's situation even more critical. She changed their trajectory. Is it remote control? Damn it, this makes things much harder. As she thought this, several crisscrossing blood-red threads suddenly appeared in Kiri's vision. At the same time, another sword flew straight towards her, and it seemed impossible to avoid. It was about to pierce directly through her body, or at least, she thought it would. No, Kiri managed to dodge at the very last second. She even caught the sword between her fingers. And at this moment, she had figured out the trick behind the moving swords. No, it's not remote control. She's using invisible wires to control her weapons. In other words, I can throw them back at her. As she thought this, Kiri reached out her hand. She grabbed the wire and gave it a strong pull, causing the female swordsman's body to be yanked forward. Wait a minute. You think I'd say that? With that, using the force of Kiri's own pull, the woman unleashed another powerful skill called Sword Path, 100 Flashes, which in an instant left countless slashes on Kiri's body before she could even react. But that wasn't all. Immediately after, she kicked off to invisible wires like a springboard and launched herself forward. Once again, Waning Moon, 6th form, Beauty, slashing out a swirling vortex of energy aimed straight at Kiri. The result was, right after, Kiri's body was sent flying like a cannonball, completely overwhelmed. The female swordsman temporarily paused her assault and stood on her wires. "I knew it. You're not that strong. It's not too late. Why don't you try running away? Or does your pride not allow you to do that? Kiri Frostman, born into a rather prestigious family, you must have been spoiled. And yet they send their precious daughter to a dangerous place like this," she said, clicking her tongue. And for some reason, after hearing this, Kiri's teeth clenched together. "Don't act like you know everything about me." Seeing her expression, the female swordsman caressed her own face and cooed, sorry. Don't be so angry. You're creating wrinkles on your beautiful face. Did you know that in the world of Maple, opportunities aren't given to those born in favorable circumstances? It's not fair. Some people enjoy all the privileges just because of the family they were born into. You don't even have any talent. Your group is full of people. Talented people, I've noticed that, except for one. You don't have Raf's experience, Miner's combat ability, Debo's talent, or El Palmi's mysteriousness. You're just... So what? Kiri cut in. What? The woman asked, puzzled. It's true that I'm weak, not good enough to meet the expectations of my master of Europe, my parents, or my teammates, but that doesn't mean you're stronger than me. Come on. I told you I don't have much time, she said, taking off her outer coat and tossing it aside. Meanwhile, The woman from the Dark Sorcerer's faction became annoyed seeing Kiri's fighting spirit still burning. Sigh. You really are stubborn. You piece of trash. You should know your place. With that, she began to wave her fingers and control all the swords stuck in the surroundings. They flew towards Kiri. Seeing this, Kiri also used her divine skill, Lunar Eclipse, slashing out countless small ice shards that flew forward like rain. She blocked all the swords flying towards her, and this move was not beneficial. This skill was also beyond the female swordsman's expectations. What is that skill? I have no data on it, my wires, she said in confusion as several of her wires were severed by the sharp ice shards. Using such a dirty trick. After speaking, she rushed forward using Dawn's sword arts, 100 flashes to attack, and with such a swift and sharp attack. For some reason, Kiri's mind suddenly became calm, and she remembered her master's teachings. Do you really think a knight is only for their family? Is that what you want to tell me? Alright, there are those who don't realize the value of a treasure. Others' standards don't determine true value. When you realize the meaning of these words and can believe in yourself, you will be stronger than anyone else in this world, her master said as he patted her small head. Back in reality, the sword swung by the other woman was blocked by the sword in Kiri's hand, causing her opponent's face to become dazed for a moment. How could she keep up with my speed? She thought, and in her moment of shock, she was even wounded on the bicep by Kiri, which made her even more frantic. How dare you? After speaking, she used a skill called Soul-Severing Flash, lunging forward at extreme speed. However, sensing that her slash had missed, she turned back to look at Kiri with suspicion. She dodged it. Kiri, your power doesn't just burn your opponent. The strength within you is like the vast universe out there. At this moment, Kiri's hair had turned a soft blue, like moonlight. Next, by the moonlight, I have seen a more beautiful sun. You can see that in front of her. It looks like a miniature sun is appearing, and this image of the sun is formed by Kiri's super fast sword swings. This is the blink of time skill. In just an instant, Kiri's body shot forward, unleashing a slash aimed straight at the female swordsman's midsection, cutting her in half instantly. After doing this, with no time to think, Kiri immediately destroyed the mana supply device and rushed back to her group's location. I think I understand what you meant, Master. I realized that the person I want to be is not someone who is proud, but perhaps I realized it too late. But no matter what, I will believe in my teammates, in them and in myself, Kiri thought with a smile. At this moment, Debo was smiling and giving her a thumbs up, seeing the problem. Kiri also gave the two of them a thumbs up for holding out long enough. One person rushed forward. A masked man ordered loudly, "You little rats, find them. Look." The green talisman was surrounded by a blue flame. Pizu cursed. Damn it, he frowned, panting. How much time can I buy with this trick? Pizu looked at Elbam's half-dead state. More importantly, he asked with concern Elbam, "Are you sure you're okay?" Just as he finished speaking, the masked men had caught up. The leader shouted, "You bastards have nowhere left to run. Get them." They all rushed forward together, but Elbam, with his staff, struck as fast as lightning, catching them off guard. Seeing that Elbam was no easy opponent, they switched their target to Pizu. "What the hell are you guys doing? Focus up. That kid is a terrible fighter." Pizu, who was doing his best to block the incoming darts, heard this. He gritted his teeth and roared, What did you just say about me, hey?" Pizu charged forward, using his magic talismans to attack. "Don't underestimate me." However, the masked man wasn't flustered at all. He blocked Pizu's attack with a single move. Seeing this, Pizu's earlier bravado vanished. He was at a disadvantage and retreated, begging for mercy. Never mind. Please, go ahead and underestimate me." Elbam from the other side jumped over to help him. He sent the two men flying. Elbam panted heavily. He had put all his remaining strength into that last attack. Then a voice rang out, dripping with fake pity. "Oh my, you look exhausted." Elbam recognized the voice immediately. His eyes widened as he looked toward the source of the sound. Bezu jumped out, landing an unforgettable blow on his chest, catching Elbam completely off guard. Damn! Pizu saw this and screamed, "Elbam." But Bezu had also underestimated Elbam. He held out his hand, and she frowned. Elbam gritted his teeth and summoned a surge of magic power. Then an explosion occurred. Though the impact could be called significant, Bezu managed to dodge in time. Her voice lost its patience. "TCH, you're just stalling for time." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened at the sight before her. The spot that had just exploded was now empty. Bezu's voice was filled with disbelief. He disappeared. Zafir stood behind her, nagging loudly, "You're driving me crazy. Did you think you could catch him that easily?" Bezu knew she was wrong. She slowly stood up. All right, fine. She looked down at her weapon. Bezu smiled slightly. I managed to plant my poison fang in him. Elsewhere, Elbam coughed up a pool of blood. Pizu panicked and quickly supported him. Hey, are you okay? Elbam weakly held his stomach. Ugh. The pool of blood he had just coughed up had corroded the tiled floor. Seeing this, Pizu screamed in horror. What is that, poison? Meanwhile, Zafar and Bezu were also urgently searching for traces of the two. She said with certainty, at most, 40 minutes. Elbam doesn't have much time. Bezu held her weapon, a malevolent purple aura surrounding it. A fierce smile appeared on her face. Venom, it's a deadly poison that causes excruciating pain with just a few stabs. Zafar listened silently to her ramblings. He couldn't have gone far. Ahead of them were the paths. Bezu, unable to wait, quickly rushed down the left path. She left a sentence behind. Let's split up here. Make sure you find him. On Elbam's side, his breathing was now extremely heavy. Pizu supported him as they walked. He couldn't help but curse, damn it. I didn't think things would get this complicated. He hesitated again. I shouldn't have asked you guys for help. Pizu frowned and said quietly, I'm sorry. Though weakened, Elbam still tried to comfort Pizu. Don't worry, it's not your fault. He seemed to have accepted his fate. If I can't overcome this poison, then I'll die sooner or later. He remembered Beiz's weapon. Teleportation this time, it's real. Not like the tricks of those twins from before. Then Elbam continued, I'll handle Bezu. You do your job. Pizu hesitantly asked, my job. Suddenly, Pizu seemed to see something. This is the ceiling. It turned out to be a ceiling split in two. This might be the exit. Pizu helped Elbam to a stone tablet inscribed with strange characters. This is the device to unlock the ceiling. Then he looked at the puzzle below. If nothing's wrong, if I can solve this puzzle, mana will flow through and activate the device. Pizu swallowed and approached the panel. Wait a minute, I'll try to solve it as fast as I can. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands were already flying across it. Elbam sat down, leaning against the wall. Just take your time and do your thing. I have work to do too. As soon as he finished speaking, his eye patch began to glow. You see? The structure of a room appeared. On the other side, Zafar's group was also rushing to find him. He ordered loudly. No one makes a move if you find him. I'll be the one to finish him. A masked man, unconvinced, spoke up. Why should we follow your orders? Zafar turned to look at him, annoyed. If you have any complaints, take it up with your commander. Suddenly, a surge of power shot straight towards them. Zafar was caught off guard. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, What the hell? The line of power rushed forward like the wind. It pierced straight through a man to their right. Zafar thought, impossible. Elbam had it all planned. He sent his power through all the locations on the blueprint he had simulated. Zafar, in his position, was stunned by the strange power. I can't keep up. Where is it coming from? Watching his men turn into corpses one by one, Zafar remembered something. Is it because of that see-through lens? Who is he targeting in this maze? Finally, it was his turn. Zafar was startled as he saw the surge of power rushing towards him. Zafar looked at the flame in front of him, utterly terrified. In an instant, everything was incinerated by it. And over here, Pizu shouted, It's done. The puzzle had been solved and was now glowing. He joyfully exclaimed, I did it. Now the mana will flow through. Mana slowly flowed through the conduit. Just wait a little longer, he said, then stopped midway. He saw Elbam collapse. Pizu yelled, Elbam, wake up. The stone sphere was shattered. The mana conduit also malfunctioned. Pizu was shocked. What? What's happening? He panicked. The man has been cut off. Suddenly, a grimy hand appeared behind him. It turned out Zafar had used a teleportation spell. He placed a hand on Pizu's shoulder and smiled excitedly. Found you. Pizu's eyes widened in shock. The rock mass was breaking apart, and water from outside poured in. Kibo heard the noise and turned to ask Kiji and Minezu, Did you hear something behind us? Kiji wondered, Hear what? All three turned to look towards the fork in the path. Suddenly, water flooded in like a massive deluge. The water swept them away. Kibo shouted, What the hell is happening? He was swept away by the water, screaming in terror. A large shadow flickered in the water. Bezu stood waiting, angrily complaining, So annoying. What's that sound? We need to hurry. Where's Zafar? A voice replied to her. Goodness, you complain so loudly. That sound is water flooding all the paths. This place is about to be submerged too. Hearing this, Bezu said sarcastically, You're so confident. I thought you had run away. But it seems you're all talk. Zafar was carrying a body on his shoulder. Actually, I've been through a lot. Bezu asked further, What about the people I entrusted to you? Zafar replied, They're all dead. But they were useful in their own way. Bezu asked in surprise. All of them? Zafir continued. Why did you feel attached to them? I've completed my mission. Let's finish this. Now hand Elbem over to me. Bezu held up a bag of money. So, he's still alive, right? Of course. But what if I kill him and pretend there was no deal? Bezu threw the money bag on the ground. You're annoying, but your attitude helps me trust you. Here, 100 million mesos as promised. Zafar threw Elbem and Pizu down. Take him. Bezu took out her hidden weapon. She said sarcastically, what a rather bland ending for you. The one who betrayed Kanya. All for the sake of the dark sorcerer. Her smile gradually became distorted. For my master, Lord Fok, she declared. She began to attack. Finally, something suddenly made her eyes widen. What? Zapper was pressed against her. Surprised. At this point, Bezu could only curse. Zapper? You bastard, damn it. I can't believe I trusted someone like you. Bezu's face was filled with panic. Damn. I see now. So he was working with Elbem? How dare he mess with Kanya like this? There's been enough time for the poison to spread throughout his body. Now I just need to collect his body. An extremely powerful energy attacked her. HMPH, over there. Thanks for coming out on your own. Saving me the trouble when you're already half dead. The hidden weapon emitted a blue aura. Bezu fled, while Elbem tightly gripped the weapon in his hand, which radiated a fiery aura. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. Bezu was surprised. How is he still okay? An extremely large amount of power rained down. The ground exploded. Zafar raised his hand to shield himself. Oh my god. Everyone was affected by the explosion. Bezu's figure gradually appeared. You're a stubborn one. She questioned Zafar. Why did you do that? I thought you were someone who would do anything for money. Zafar replied. That's right, for money. If you guys win, the world will be destroyed. Then all the money I worked so hard to earn would turn into toilet paper. Why would I help you with that? Zafar began to explain everything. Joining your side was part of my and Elbam's plan from the beginning. When Kanya cornered Elbam, he would seek out an assassin. The moment you laid eyes on me, the outcome was already clear. Bezu wondered, so injuring Elbam in the first attack was all to deceive me? Jaffer retorted. Injuring? Who do you think I am? I'm the best restoration mage in all of Maple. That was just a light wound to this Zafar. Of course, if I had attacked for real, even Elbam wouldn't have been able to take it. I'll end my explanation here. Zafar said cheerfully, plus, I got my 100 million, and now you're all alone. Hearing this, Bezu became extremely furious. She flew into the air. That decision, I'll make you regret it. Back to where Kibo's group was facing their own crisis as Kiri slowly sank into the water. Daibo reached out and touched her wound. Kiri's eyes immediately shot open. She cried out in pain. Kibo asked her, are you still alive? Maynath was struggling. What on earth just happened? Kibo quickly assessed. In any case, the situation is not good at all. Water is flooding in from every direction. It won't take 30 minutes for this place to be completely submerged. Kiri was startled. 30 minutes? Kibo continued. But I don't think there's any way out unless we open the ceiling. But since I destroyed the power source, there's no way to open the exit. Suddenly, something behind them moved, startling Minezu. The water suddenly churned violently. Kibo raised his hands to shield himself. What's happening? His eyes widened as he looked towards the commotion. A hand made of stone was rising. Kibo shouted, a stone statue. The stone statue's eyes suddenly lit up. Kibo was horrified. That thing is moving? Bezu's face was pale and panicked. Holding her weapon, she looked at the corpse in front of her. All around was rubble. Go to hell, a voice rang out. A pair of feet stepped forward. Someone like him doesn't even deserve hell. This is the price he must pay for his sins. The fate of those with blood on their hands cannot be better than hell. Your revenge is complete. As promised, Bedu. Now, look at its name. Fok decided. Now, your life belongs to me. Back to the battle, Bezu rushed forward like the wind. El Bump and Zafar watched in surprise. Zafar's head was slashed. Don't do it. But Bezu cursed silently, damn it. It's the cloning technique again. Always these dirty tricks. And most are just illusions created by talismans, not a real threat. But the problem is that reality and illusion are mixing together. Pizu impatiently shouted, damn it. Finish it quickly. I can't hold on forever. El Bomb continuously attacked her. A red streak of light flashed from behind his eye patch. The fiery arrow shot straight towards Bezu. A truly shocking blow. Bezu raised her hand to shield herself. Suddenly, he looked to the side and shouted, damn it, we've been. It turned out to be Pizu's trick. As he finished speaking, he rushed over and landed a stunning blow on Peizu's face. Is that what you were thinking? She spat out a mouthful of blood. Pizu looked at her with contempt. Alright, let's go. How about it? You'll never be able to tell the difference. Before Bezu could think, Zafar rushed up and landed another punch on her. Zafar taunted. What's wrong? You were so confident just a moment ago. Bezu fought back. Zafar easily blocked it with a staff. Suddenly, she grabbed the chain. Zafar was surprised. What? Zafar was confident. As if I'd go down that easily. The moment he finished speaking, the cruel truth hit him in the face. Pezu had wrapped the chain around Zafar's neck. She tightened her grip with every passing moment. She pulled with all her might. Just as she thought she had won, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Realizing she had been tricked again, she cursed loudly. You damn bastards. Bezu aimed for Kizu. You first. Kizu dodged. Elbam was now casting another spell. The energy enveloped the war spear surrounding Bezu, and she began to fight back. Pizu, exhausted, sat down in frustration. Damn it, these people. They're nothing short of monsters. After a moment, Zafar attacked again. He charged forward with Elbam. The two of them used a pincer attack on Bezu. A burst of purple energy erupted and enveloped the area. The energy grew stronger and stronger, covering almost everything. The injured Zafar screamed in pain. Elbam and Pizu were also pushed back. The blood-stained sword that had slashed Bezu fell and stuck into the ground. Bezu clutched her injured arm, filled with resentment. Damn it, you bastards. I'll kill you all. Sparing no one. Suddenly, something strange was happening at the cave entrance. Bezu stared and squinted. This is getting easier. The water had already started to flood in. A powerful current of water. Pizu was swept away. Zafar was lucky enough to cling to a high spot. Damn it. Looks like it's here. Bezu sank beneath the water, her eyes glowing fiercely in the dark. She launched herself out of the water, attacking Zafar and catching him off guard. Zafar was in so much pain his face became unresponsive. With the poison tree, I'll kill you all. You scumbag. Zafar, still dazed, glanced over at her. Bezu mercilessly attacked Zafar again. Blood flew from Zafar's mouth. Beju's attack seemed intended to finish everything. Though still choking on water, Elbam saw everything and could only shout, suffer. The water churned violently, mixed with blood. Pez's eyes widened as she sped through the water. She wanted to attack Zafar with her weapon, but he quickly dodged. He swung his arm, trying to grab her, but Beinu dodged with a twist of her body and put distance between herself and Zafar. Suddenly, Zafar retched, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with shock. Poison. But he had no time to process it. Zafar's eyes widened as he glanced to the other side. Beidou immediately rushed to attack him again, this time gritting her teeth and wielding her weapon. Zafar raised his hand to block, sending blood flying everywhere. Blood flowed from his mouth, carried away by the water current. Zafar knew Beidou had fallen into his trap. He smiled triumphantly and took out a glowing cross he had prepared earlier. Still holding Beidou tightly, a blinding light emanated, and above the lake, the shape of angel wings appeared. Faced with the sudden light, Beidou squinted suspiciously. This is. Something quickly flashed past the side of her face, but Beidou swiftly dodged it. Her heart was in turmoil. What? What was that? How? Her eyes widened as she saw Zafar using a dispelling spell, healing bit by bit. Impossible. A healing spell acting as an antidote. This bastard has Elbam too? Zafar leaped up, flipping in the water. Beidou watched in shock as her weapon was deflected by the barrier. At this moment, Zafar was surrounded by a shield and a holy spell protecting him inside. Beidou was astonished. A protective barrier. He thrust his hand out from the shield towards Pez's terrified face. She threw her head back and quickly dodged the attack. Zafar quickly activated the energy in his hand. Beidou yelled. He clenched his fist and power poured out unexpectedly. Beidou retreated to avoid the hand's movement. This bastard. Zafar chuckled mockingly. Oh, my apologies. He stood within the circle of holy magic. It's hard to ignore all your bragging. Beidou gritted her teeth and chanted, teleportation item. At this moment, Zafar rushed forward. Let's end this. He charged, and Beidou dodged, so Zafar only hit the stone pillar. She used her weapon to strike the barrier, but it was futile. Zafar fought enthusiastically, laughing with great pleasure. Don't you realize it's useless? He leaped up. He kicked Beidou down. You don't get it, do you? In pain, she spat out blood. Zafar delivered another punch. You always appear behind me whenever you disappear. Do you take me for such a fool? He rubbed his nose in delight. This is so much fun. At this point, Beidou couldn't take it anymore. She stabbed her weapon into the holy shield, wanting to destroy it. Don't. In the end, that attack exploded. Damn. Zafar was thrown outside. Beidou completely exploded, her face darkening as she leaped up to attack him. HMPH. This is indeed very fun. But before she could strike, her arm was severed. Beidou's eyes widened. The blood. A powerful current of water rushed towards them. Elbam and Pizu finally arrived to support Zafar. Elbam. He seemed to gain new strength, smirking as he swung his fist. What are you looking at? Beidou was caught off guard, her eyes wide with shock. With one punch, Beidou was sent flying a great distance, even breaking a large pillar. Her back slammed hard against the wall, forcing Bayu to cry out in pain. The insignia on her collar also cracked in several places. Beru gritted her teeth as she watched the insignia shatter before her eyes. Beru breathed heavily, gritting her teeth unwillingly. I lost to the darkness. If this continues, I won't be able to carry out FOK's orders. But her fighting spirit was not diminished in the least. I have to make it happen. She rushed towards Elbam at all cost. Elbam's magic power also shot straight towards her. The two surges of power collided in a fierce struggle. Beidou pushed forward. Her face was so disfigured by the flames that she was unrecognizable. I can't let them leave here, even if I have to sacrifice myself. Her weapon was also nearly shattered, but Beidou persisted. I will kill them all. But in the end, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. How could she fight back with her battered body? Beidou fell before Elbam's powerful attack. Her weapon shattered into pieces, and she was like a moth burned to a crisp. But even so, it couldn't stop her stubbornness. Her face was burned beyond recognition, but Beidou was still determined, wanting to take them all down with her. For fuck. At this moment, someone spoke up. Oh. Beru's eyes widened. Glimmering behind the flames was half of Elbam's face. He spoke slowly. I still have. From somewhere, Elbam produced a bow. He raised it, aiming at her. One arrow. Elbam released his hand, and the arrow flew through the air towards Beidou. Her body seemed to be consumed by that powerful pressure. Beidou's eyes bulged with veins as she watched death approach. At this moment, it was like seeing beautiful dreams before death. In her mind, she remembered the image of FOK and the praise he once gave Beidou. Well done. Beidou seemed to let go, her mouth agape. It was as if before her eyes, FOK's hand was reaching out to lead her away. Beidou smiled happily. FOK. That tear of happiness still lingered in Beiru's eyes. Please forgive me. In an instant, she was swallowed by that brilliant light. The water crashed against the stone slab. Beidou's weapon was stuck in it. The fierce battle was still ongoing as a powerful blue stream of water surged upward. The stream of water crashed into the monster, causing it to flail. Mineru attacked immediately after, using her power to create a fiery vortex, which she called Fire Shot. With a sweaty and pale face, she cursed in anger. Damn it, how can something so big float? This fiery vortex slammed into the stone wall, causing it to crumble. A huge explosion occurred, creating chaos which even the blue stream of water couldn't stop. Manu emerged from it, shouting to her teammates, "All right, I've attacked them." Suddenly, the monster stood up and swung its arm towards her. Another explosion, but this time it wasn't fire, but the monster's arm slashing down. As soon as it was slashed, water gushed out. A person holding an axe raised it high. It was Daibo. He was holding Mineru with one arm. She thanked him. The monster's arm was severed in two, dissolving into the blue water. Its face was filled with rage. It turned back and stabbed its sharp blade into the water. Over here, Kiji activated her ice, freezing the water in front of her. She also froze the monster solid. As she fought, she told her teammate, defeating him isn't what's important. We need a new power source to open the ceiling. The best option we have right now is... Her teammate was fighting the monster. Before Kiji could finish, her teammate understood and cut her off. All right, I get it. A shadow appeared behind him as the monster charged like the wind. Daibo slammed his axe straight into the middle of its head. He had shattered the monster's face and looked pleased. We need his mana stone. Fearing he would accidentally destroy it, his teammate quickly reminded him. Make sure you don't destroy it. We have to break through its armor first, if you can even find it. A blinding blue light flashed, dazzling anyone who saw it. Daibo accidentally stepped into a sunken spot. He didn't realize it. He wanted to charge forward, but his foot was stuck. Did it just regenerate, damn it? My foot is stuck. The monster with blue eyes looked at him. It reached out its stone-like hand. Its hand was about to grab Daibo, while he was still struggling to free his stuck foot. Oh my god. Why is this thing holding me so tight? When Kiji saw this, she quickly shouted towards him, Daibo. Hearing the shout, he turned his gaze towards the sound. Suddenly, someone created a protective layer around Daibo. Holy shield. He was shocked. You? The other person smiled, and a voice came from their mouth. Long time no see, my son. The protective layer couldn't hold and shattered into hundreds of pieces. Daibo was carried out by Zafar just before the monster's attack landed. He looked at his father with a face full of disgust. traitor. He looked at Daibo and smiled, his voice full of provocation. Oh my, you shouldn't talk to your father like that. Daibo angrily shouted. Shut up. The axe, with its orange stone, burst into flames. It drilled into the monster's back. The monster knelt down. In front of it, Kiji and Minezu were holding guns. Kiji was astonished. A rocket. Another shadow rescued Daibo from the sea of smoke. That person's voice rang out. I knew you would live. That shadow was Elbam. Seeing him, Daibo was overjoyed. Boss. He anxiously reminded Elbam not to break the mana stone. The blindfold over his eyes glowed a fiery red. It helped Elbam see through the monster's body, preventing him from breaking. What was inside? The mana stone inside the monster emitted a captivating blue light. Elbam focused his power into his hand and told Debo, got it. Hold on tight, Debo. The axe in Debo's hand glowed intensely. He was pulled up by the axe, astonished. The axe is moving on its own. It pulled him towards the monster, and Daibo screamed in fear. Well, what the hell is this? We're going to get crushed, boss. Minadi watched the scene before her and smiled. I get it. Brilliant. Daibo, being dragged along, was confused and didn't understand what she meant. Kizzy and Minezi shouted together. Go, go, you idiot. Daibo grinned with delight. Am I the main character this time? But they still called me an idiot. He stopped smiling and charged forward, axe in hand. Let me handle this. He was fearless. He used all his strength to strike the monster. Impact. Daibo continued to charge forward with his axe. He entered the monster's body, where the mana stone was, and his voice was full of joy. Found it. Let's go. Daibo lunged straight for the stone. Inside the monster, blue light seemed to be cracking. It started to sweat, even though its lower half was frozen. Zephyr flashed a strange smile. How does my son taste? He charged forward, clenching his fist. If you're done digesting, he shouted with a crazed smile. Then spit it out. Zafar charged straight into the monster. Its body cracked. Both sides had started to crack completely. Where he charged, there was a small hole. Daibo burst out from inside the monster. In his hand, he held the mana stone. Problem solved. He landed safely on the ground. The monster's body had a hole right through its chest. It contained the monster. Its horns had also been broken in half. It sank into the water, bubbles rising to the surface. The monster lay motionless in the water. Pizu was frantically trying to stay afloat. He turned to Minesu with a worried tone. Minesu panicked at the sight before her. This is bad. The water is rising too fast. We're about to hit the ceiling. Debo was also losing his cool, but he tried to reassure everyone. Don't worry. Just hold on a little longer. He'll be here. Beneath the deep blue water, air bubbles silently rose amidst the quiet darkness, accompanied by floating fragments of broken stone, signaling that something was gradually rising from the depths. A mysterious black object shot through the deep water, creating waves that tore through the darkness. El Bam sped through the water, tightly gripping the glowing cube. His eyes were filled with determination, ready to face the danger ahead. He gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze still steady amidst the water. Less than 3 minutes left. I hope I'm not too late. The control panel is complete. The mechanism is set up. All I need to do is give it a power source, and it will open. A brilliant red light emanated from something. No more time to think. An image of a path with straight pillars appeared. I have to find a way and get there at all cost. He continued to speed through the deep water. Zafar struggled to surface for air, utterly panicked. Damn it, the water's almost full. Someone was being pulled under. Everyone, hold your breath. Manisha had her mouth wide open, trying to hold as much air as possible. Ready, 1 to 2. Finally, all 3 of them sank into the deep water. Pizu was covering his mouth to hold his breath, while Dibbo looked around with a sharp gaze. Elbam was still trying to figure out the fastest way to rescue everyone. If I go this way, I'll be late. He hesitated under the water, trying to think of a plan. It'll take at least 5 more minutes, there's only one way. Elbam turned around. Behind him was something round. I have to break through. In the deep water, the strange mechanism began to glow faintly. The ring on his scarred hand suddenly glowed, as if it was about to release a massive amount of energy. Bam, with fiery red eyes and a determined expression, gathered all his strength for a single attack. There's only one chance. He created a whirlpool that lit up like an explosion. A huge explosion occurred with immense destructive power, fireball. Debris flew everywhere, accompanied by tiny bubbles in the still water. The explosion revealed a very wide hole in the middle of the water. Elbam prepared to launch another attack from the cube he was holding, his face ready. The cube shot forward at an incredible speed, creating a blue light that plunged into the hole. The stone emitted blue flames that enveloped it as it fell towards the tip of a pyramid shape. and then a corner of the stone collided with the sharp tip of the pyramid, as if preparing to unleash an immense power. The cubic stone was gradually cracking, with beautiful blue rays of light. The stone was cracking as if it was about to shatter. Finally, the stone shattered and created a beautiful blue sphere. Albin stood above and witnessed a bolt of lightning shoot up from the mouth of the hole, about to touch another pyramid tip above it. The lightning bolt touched the tip of the pyramid, creating a blue light that gradually enveloped it. A dazzling beam of energy tore through the water's surface, shooting straight into the glowing conical machine, as if Elbam had just activated the decisive blow in the heart of the battlefield. A bolt of lightning twisted and raged like a divine torrent, carrying the fierce power of the ultimate attack that Elbam had risked everything to unleash. Albam's lightning finally reached the glowing circuit board, making it all seem worthwhile. The entire system shook as if it was about to be completely destroyed from within. The gears were gradually being activated. Tizu and Manezu, with incredibly determined eyes, placed all their faith in Elbam. Finally, the wall above them began to open, and light started to creep into the place where Elbam's comrades were trapped. They burst out of the water, gasping for air as if they had just returned from the dead. Kitty lowered her head into the water while Daibo, though exhausted, managed a relieved smile. "Oh, I thought I was a goner." The group drifted into a flooded room. Honestly, what an unpleasant place. Maneza looked at the statue and wondered, can this one be operated to Ugh? Surely there can't be another machine like that. Biang Dino looked around in panic. Boss, where's the boss? In the deep blue whirlpool, the silhouette of someone appeared. Bam gritted his teeth, straining to push himself up. He shot forward like the wind. Light emerged from a square portal, surrounded by water bubbles. The figure of someone with long hair and a white outfit stood at the entrance of that area. Elbam helplessly shouted, his eyes wide with unwillingness. He reached out his hand helplessly and slowly began to sink. He was also gradually losing consciousness, and gradually sank deep into the abyss. Manezu, like a hero, dived down to save Elbam in a very romantic scene. She reached out, cupped Elbam's face, and propped him up with the staff. She was about to place a kiss on his lips to give him air. Alexer spoke with a teasing yet slightly reproachful tone. "You're taking everything on yourself again, aren't you?" Elbam snapped back to reality. Around him were his comrades in a vast forest. This place as he thought. All his teammates were smiling cheerfully at him. Jaden spoke with a bright smile while Philip looked exasperated. "If you're tired, you can rest." Alexer said cheerfully to Elbam, "You don't have to push yourself so hard. You did great." Elbam realized with a start, this is a memory from my past. Suddenly, he smiled. Even then, he was already dead. He smiled cheerfully and replied to everyone, "I'm fine. I made a promise." Back in the room from before, everyone was standing around someone. Elbam's eyes suddenly flew open, and he woke up. Then he coughed violently, startling Mineru. Ah, he's coughing. He sat up in a panic and questioned Minizer. "What happened? You saved me." His teammates all smiled with joy. "What a relief. I was worried because you hadn't woken up." He was also surprised, questioning himself when his body felt fine. "My body doesn't seem to have any problems. That's all thanks to my recovery magic." Elbam glanced at someone and said, "Then let's go." Minidi looked impatient and shy. "Is something wrong? Did something happen?" No, it's nothing." A voice came from the doorway of a room. So this was all part of the plan. Someone was approaching. Well, the second half of it was all improvisation. Elbam was arguing with Zafar as their teammates followed behind. "You should have at least told me first. You scared me. Don't you know that to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies? Thanks to that, even you were fooled." He mocked Zafar, who could only laugh awkwardly. "The acting was I wrong to think your first attack was too emotional. Come on. Now's not the time to talk. We have to hurry." He was carrying a woman's body on his shoulder and asked, "But why are we carrying that woman's body? She's still useful. I have to keep my promise to Gafo." Suddenly, Pizzy shouted in panic, "Ah." He rushed off somewhere, followed by the confused looks of the others. "What's wrong?" Everyone walked into a very large room with a pillar, and on top of it was an object, and in the middle was a beautiful red stone. Kiji was completely surprised to see the object, while Tizu looked proud and happy. "This thing is." It turned out that the beautiful, glowing yellow object was a legendary item. The legendary hero's item. Everyone stood around in disbelief. "Are you sure this is real?" "I can't tell just by looking at it." Pizzy spoke excitedly as Elbam looked on thoughtfully. "Of course. It matches the description perfectly. This is the key to Phantom's secret treasury." An image of Phantom in a beautiful outfit with a blue cape fluttering in the wind, and a staff with a red gem on top appeared. "Phantom, the greatest thief in the Maple world. Before I returned, I heard his secret treasury contained all sorts of amazing treasures. So this necklace is the key to open it. Pizu, with a joyful tone, was taking the necklace out, much to Depot's exasperation. Thank you. Guys, if it weren't for everyone. Suddenly, a rock fell and hit his head. Ow. After that, a shower of rocks started falling where everyone was standing, causing them all to panic. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Zafar spoke up. Wait a minute. Daibo looked at the unfolding scene and took a deep breath. Huh? Everyone was panicking at the scene and trying to escape. What are you all doing? Run. Who let him out? She shot out like the wind, accompanied by scolding words. Damn it. Why did you just grab it without thinking? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Sorry. A tower appeared amidst the heavy rain of rocks. We need to get into that tower. There's an exit. It must be open by now. Are you sure? Debo's eyes showed clear disbelief. What? You're not even sure? From somewhere, a group of skeletons charged out, attacking relentlessly. Damn it. I forgot about these bastards. Zafar rushed out to fight the skeletons. My turn, you dried up bones. A yellow symbol appeared, blowing away all the skeletons. Tower of Angels, Tower of Angels. The angels unleashed their power, incinerating all the skeletons. Everyone was trying to escape, but they didn't forget to blame Zafar. What? Why didn't you use this earlier? Because it consumes a huge amount of mana. I'm charging 500 mesos per person. All you ever think about is money. Suddenly, a horse-like creature appeared with its terrifyingly clenched teeth. On its back was a person in majestic armor with a long sword. Everyone panicked at the sight and desperately fled from the pursuer. What now, Zafar? Do that trick again? Zephyr shouted in annoyance, next to Debo's irritated gaze. Shut up and run. That was the only time I could use that move. You're useless. The beast was pursuing everyone fiercely. Suddenly, someone tripped over a rock and seemed about to fall. Minadi panicked and cried out, Avo. In the end, the whole group fell into a deep blue pit. Damn it, it can't be. The monster suddenly shot out a blue flame. A blue, carpet-like object appeared. Everyone sat on it together and crossed the water. Phew. Good job. This is also my last talisman. I don't have any more. That monster can even walk on water. It was rushing towards everyone at an incredible speed. Wait, that thing, damn it. It can swim. Elbam gave an order to Kiji. Kiji. I know. Kiji attacked the creature. Falling moon, crescent slash. The monster was being frozen and held back. Everyone greatly admired Kiji. Good job. That'll hold it. The monster suddenly roared very loudly. GDAA. Meneza got angry and launched a blast at the monster. Shut up. The immense power sent the monster flying. Everyone was stunned by the explosive scene just now. Suddenly, Pizu shouted hastily, Elbam, in front of us. Elbam, with a cool expression, held the staff that was emitting sparks. I know. And he shattered the stone wall. It's gone. It created another huge explosion. Be careful if the tower collapses. The tower was at a very high risk of collapsing. It had already started to show cracks. Everyone was rushing down. Go. Daibo and Minez were both terrified. Finally, the circular gate appeared. Found it. The tower was gradually collapsing, and everyone was trying their best to escape. No time to stop. Just keep running. Jump on my signal. 1, 2. Everyone jumped in simultaneously before the tower collapsed. Jump. And the tower collapsed, leaving only debris behind. A monster with terrifying red eyes appeared. I can no longer sense Belladu's energy. Red spider threads appeared. Below was some character. Perhaps this is another failure. I have no more excuses. The silver-haired man gritted his teeth and said with resignation, I will take responsibility with my life. Outside a building under the night moon, Vester said, responsibility. A sharp spider leg was swinging. I can take your life at any time, but before that, a woman walked in. Let me show you something. The more audience, the better the performance. The white-haired man's eyes were filled with astonishment, unable to believe it. They are. The silhouettes of two terrifying men appeared. It's time to change the players. Marco nodded respectfully and replied to someone, there is still hope. In front of him was a man in a very noble red robe. The young master must still be alive because the gate is still active. He must be waiting for the rescue team. It was a room decorated in an ancient European style. Luckily, they weren't a full team. So there are still 6 more people who can enter the gate. I will form a rescue team with the best people, Satch. The man in the robe spoke up, Satch. The man clenched his fist with a very angry expression. Elbam asked in surprise, how that? Elbam elaborated multiple items. Personal protection just as expected from the son of the richest man in the Maple world. There's no way they're only orange drank. Stalin thought to himself. So it was Carnia? I can't believe they dared to make a move on the association. Aren't they afraid of retaliation? Someone approached. This is suspicious. We should contact Gozik first. Stalin said in frustration, damn it. The only person who can come here at this time must be a troublemaker. No way. A hand opened the door, and a voice called in, damn it. You don't even know what it is anyway. I can't let this go. Soon. Totten and Stalin's comrade thought in unison. This voice, isn't that a document? Philip argued with Elbim. Wait a minute. You still haven't told me why you refused to give me that ring. I refuse because I really can't give it to you. How many more times do I have to say it? Jadalin ran over, thinking, oh, I recognize this voice. Jadalin was overjoyed, tears welling up. It's definitely Izu. Philip shouted, shut up. Philip roared, no way, give me back my ring. You thief, Elbim said calmly, that idiot is here. Just as I promised. Philip shouted, who are you calling an idiot? Give it back to me. Stalin forced a smile, Okay. The newspapers scattered everywhere. News for everyone. Everyone was surprised and started discussing. Is it true that Zexik is trapped in the gate? Impossible, that group is a third circle team, the strongest of them all. But that's not the issue here. Gozik is sending a rescue team. Whoever succeeds will get 150 million. The discussion was still very lively. 150 million. Wow, they're really rich. Everyone will definitely go crazy over this. I want that much money too. But don't get your hopes up. They only have 7 spots left. There's no way they'll accept a nobody like you. Dino was surprised. Wow, it's really become the hot topic in town, huh? Zafar asked emotionally, where did Elbim go at a time like this? My passion for saving people as a healer is burning, Debo replied. Leaving like that you want to save people more than you want to earn a ton of money. Depot asked curiously, hey, why are we going to the slums? There are plenty of shops in the market. Didn't the boss want to go to a shop, Zafar? Tacfo replied, I have my own plans. Zafar appeared in front of a house and said, just wait, you'll understand. Entering the shop, the bell chimed. There was a foot propped up on the table. Debo said uncomfortably, it's so dusty. Is this really the place? Ghazi asked bluntly. It's been a while, hasn't it? Zafar said, hey Rotsi, you have a customer. How long are you going to sleep? Ghazi greeted him. Zafar, long time no see. Depot, standing beside him, wondered, is he his friend? There's definitely a discount then. Ghazi greeted him unkindly, hey, it's been a long time. I thought you died somewhere. Ghazi brought a sharp knife close. This is the first time I've seen you since you tricked me. Zafar laughed nervously, stopping the knife. Huh? Did I do that? Ghazi growled. Are you serious? You bastard, you want me to chop you up and feed you to the pigs? Zafar lowered his voice. Hey, calm down. What on earth did you do to him? Zafar explained, reaching into his pocket. I had my reasons back then. I'm here for something else today. Zafar pulled out a stack of money. Hey, look at this. I brought a lot of stuff. Daibo said helplessly. The boss's money. Ghazi raised his dagger. You bastard. Ghazi suddenly rushed over and hugged Zafar. I missed you so much. Brother, Zafar replied. Huh? Me too. Debo was helpless. These two are a match made in heaven. Ghazi rushed over. Ghazi asked, so, what are you guys looking for? Just say the word. I have everything except the things I don't have so far. Fo laughed and asked, buying enhancement scrolls. Don't tell me you don't have any. Jadib pulled back an old cloth. Got him right here. Debo, not knowing any better, asked, huh? What are these things? They're all just normal scrolls. Ghazi scoffed. This guy. What kind of eyes does he have? Zafar explained. That's why I came with him. Debo shouted. I've never used this stuff in my life. How am I supposed to tell the difference? Ghazi smiled smugly. Well, to put it simply, they are items that can enhance equipment with a certain success rate and dangerous gates. There's nothing more reliable than this. This one has a 100% success rate. A voice cut through the atmosphere. What junk? Zafar put his hand on Ghazi's shoulder and said with a smile, are you starting to trick us already? Move aside. Let me see what's behind you, Dibbo asked, puzzled. Wait, hold on. What's wrong? Isn't 100% good, Zafar said. Zafar explained, good my foot. The quality of an enhancement scroll doesn't depend on a high or low success rate. The lower the rate, the bigger the benefit, if you're not using many at once. You need a scroll with the lowest possible rate to maximize the enhancement power. Depot grimaced, thinking, what a damn scammer. Ghazi asserted, how else am I supposed to make a living? I can't sell something I don't have. Zafar explained more clearly, the situation has changed. High-level scrolls are now considered military equipment and are banned from sale. Zafar clicked his tongue regretfully. What a shame. So my coming here was useless, damn it. I really need them. What should I do now? Zafar smiled slyly. I was planning to buy a few if they were somehow available. I thought they would go for up to 1,000,000. Ghazi advised, hey, at least let me finish before you decide. He told a story about a person, the great Mage Fode, the Dragon Master, the Dragon Mage. He had many titles, but the most special one was Special Skill, Master of Time Magic, but he didn't show up on the final day. That person was cursed, 800 years ago, before the Dark Sorcerer was exiled. He cursed the 6 heroes. The time of everyone who was cursed stopped at that very moment. But Fode, through the sacrifice of his contracted dragon, Afodine, was unaffected. Being the only hero left, Fode wandered the world, searching for a way to free his comrades. He disappeared. However, he couldn't find a solution and vanished like the wind, Pizu said, sharing what he knew. That's all I know. Some ancient documents record that traces of him still exist. Elbam looked at the ring on his hand and said, the ring of the hero Fode. The 3 of them stood facing each other in the room. Elbam thought in disbelief. No way the answer to my question. LPM thought about how he had appeared. Why did I regress? It might be because of him. If he can manipulate time. But how could someone from 800 years ago do that? If he's still alive? Why didn't he appear with us on the final day? So Talon was curious, but didn't doubt him, asking, I don't doubt you, because you were chosen by Fode. However, I want to know one thing. So Tai Lin asked why he was fighting against the believers. Elbam explained, I have my own reasons for not revealing my exact motives, but Elbang thought of everyone. I want to save them at all cost. In a forest with rustling leaves, Kitty was training, panting heavily. Don't miss. Debo walked up and asked, don't you get tired of doing this every day? Kitty was surprised. Debo, you said you searched everywhere. I looked for you earlier, but couldn't find you. Kiji said, I went to see my master. I need to tell him something. Daibo hesitated and asked, so, what is it? Daibo proposed, I need to ask you for a favor. Kizzy, wiping her sweat, asked a favor? Daibo shyly asked, can you go on a trip with me tomorrow? The clock struck 3:05. Daibo glanced at the clock and thought to himself, she's not here yet. Did I come too early? Just as he thought this, a voice rang out, startling him and making him turn around. Sorry. Have you been waiting long? Daibo heard her and replied, you're here? I just got. He paused when he saw Kizzy. Here. Kiji's hair blew in the wind. Minezu held me up for too long, so I'm late. Feeling shy, she broke into a sweat and continued. I told her I didn't like this style, but she still insisted. Forgive me. Daisy was wearing an incredibly cute and beautiful princess-style dress. She scratched her neck and hesitantly asked, why are you looking at me like that? Does it not suit me? Daibo immediately complimented her. No, it's beautiful, really. Kitty relaxed a bit. Well, that's good. Shall we go now? Daibo blushed slightly. In a nearby bush, a pair of eyes lit up. Debo and Kizzy had left. The voice from the bush spoke. The target is on the move. Everyone, get ready. How annoying. Now what? Zafar complained. What do I care about that kid's date? Mainadi angrily shouted at him. Shut up. Maintaining the mental health of all team members is very important. Got it. Over here, Debo and Kizzy were chatting very happily with each other. Mindy recalled the scene where she spat out all the water in her mouth and asked urgently, what about Daibo? Kiji sat with her arms crossed, looking annoyed. Yeah. He said it's his sister's birthday this week. He's probably never bought her a gift before because of money issues. He wanted me to help him pick a gift. When Minas heard this, she got extremely excited. That's just an excuse, so. What do you think? This is really interesting, Kiji replied. I'm not good at picking gifts either. It would be great if you came with us. Minas was surprised. What? Are you serious? Why should I go with you two? Minas's face was truly interesting. Kizzy was expressionless. Didn't you hear me? I said we want you to help us pick a gift. Kizzy thought to herself. She's so dense. Kiji continued. You're truly hopeless. Mindy retorted. What? Where? Wait a minute. Let go. A close combat weapon was raised by Daibo. What about this one? He asked, clueless. I think Dinf could protect herself pretty well with this. Kitty had an idea. What about that sword? It looks more suitable for a beginner. The two continued to choose gifts. How about this one? Not bad. Oh, this one is pretty too. Should I just buy them all? Kiji said. I was so nervous because I've never done this before. But it went smoother than I thought. Daibo was surprised. Really? Kiji said. I was so nervous because I've never done this before. but it went smoother than I thought. She explained, since I was little, I started training to be a knight. I barely had any time off, so I'm not used to strolling around town like this. Daibo listened to her silently. He spoke up, shall we go check out the explosive stalls? Kitty agreed, okay? Nearby, Minezu and the other two were following them. She was annoyed. Damn it, these idiots. What the hell are they doing? They're not doing anything useful. So clueless. You guys should pay a little attention to the audience. Elsewhere, 2 more people were watching them while eating popcorn, but they had no idea we were watching. It's obvious they like each other, but there's no progress at all. Minadi sighed. One of them doesn't even realize it. At this rate, they'll be alone for the rest of their lives. Right? Deanf was worried. That's why everyone says he's an idiot. I'm so worried about him. Zafir was startled by Dinif's appearance. How did you know we were here? He was surprised. I didn't sense her presence, Dinif explained. I was the one who complained about the gift. But anyway, the gift can wait. The little girl was annoyed. I just hope he doesn't come home tonight. I'm not coming home. Benez was surprised by the progress when she heard Dinif's words. Hey, that's too fast. They look good together, don't they? Zafar also exclaimed, yeah, they look really good. A memory flashed through Zafar's mind. Did we look like that back then, her and me? Mindy quickly dismissed his thoughts. I don't care about your past. Zafar got annoyed and shouted. I was right from the beginning. Elbim, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. What a waste of time, Minezu asked him. You're not interested in this? Elbam replied, I am. His answer surprised Minezu, who turned to look at him. Elbam continued, I'm just very busy, but I've been on a date or 2 before. Minadi's face fell when she heard that. She asked further, can you tell me what happened? Zap. Seeing Minezu's attitude towards Elbam's story, thought resentfully, this is discrimination. Elbam didn't know. Elbam closed his eyes. It's an old story. She's not even alive anymore. He paused, then continued, no, maybe she's still alive. After he finished speaking, he sighed. But it doesn't matter now. Minadi wanted to hear more. It does matter. Tell me. At this moment, Deanf was staring at Daibo, and Kiji with stars in her eyes. Those two are getting closer and closer. Everyone ignored Zafar, who was alone. He lamented. I'm so lonely. Night fell upon the town. Thanks for today. Easy, Deepo said cheerfully. I think DNF will like this gift, Kiji replied. I'm glad I could help. Easy turned to leave. Well, I'm off. Kibo hesitated. Huh? Wait a minute. Kibo was shy. He scratched his head, his face turning red. It's nothing, just thanks. See you tomorrow at training. Kitty slowly parted her lips into a smile, looking like a shy young maiden. If you need help with this again in the future, just let me know. Let's go. Daibo arrived at his door. I'm home. Inside, someone was surprised. Daibo. Bo entered the house and was surprised. He asked, huh? What are you all doing here? Deef opened the door, thinking to herself. So nothing happened. The scene changes to a place where a fierce battle is taking place. Cries echo, help me. Blood is splattered everywhere, a brutal scene. A person trembled, stop. You monster. I won't let you pass. He was determined. The old man was surrounded by a horde of monsters. Kazian began to attack. A gust of wind swept by. The old man had made it through the door. Finally, the sealing stone of the hero Fo Jai Du, which contains the power of time, I've obtained it. With this power, I can do many things. The stone was slowly moved by the old man, the plan, the dark sorcerer. At this point, the old man was surprised. Akazium held the stone slab in his hand. Why can't I feel anything from it? Don't tell me. Suddenly, another power attacked, and the old man shouted, who's there? Dust and smoke rose. Who dares to do this? The cracked tower looked like it could collapse at any moment. Akazium was furious. Someone reversed time before I did. The old man crushed the stone. I must find him. The next morning at the Gauzic Merchant Guild, the host announced loudly, an announcement to all who have registered for the Gauzic Merchant Guild selection. All candidates, please take your positions. The results will be announced in 30 minutes. Minds taunted confidently. Why don't you just give up? The difference in our strength is already obvious, isn't it? What nonsense are you talking about? Then let's decide who's stronger right here. The two of them kept bickering. Oh, fine by me. That's exactly what I want. But don't think you can leave here in one piece. Marco was annoyed. HMPH. So this is the world of the third tier. He thought to himself. I only have one chance. I must choose carefully. Suddenly, there was the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. Everyone started murmuring at the sight of the strange figure. What? What is he carrying, HMM? Elbam was carrying something very large on his shoulder, thinking to himself, those guys are. The owner of the Gauzik Merchant Guild, Gauzik, had appeared. It's rumored that he is the richest man in the Maple World. He even possesses financial power comparable to a nation. Elbam was led into the mansion by one of the man's guards. They went to a room where guards were on duty 24/7. The door to that room was slowly opened. Inside, Godik was already waiting in front of the fountain. Are you the adventurer from Gafo who was looking for me? Seeing he didn't answer, the man shouted, are you looking down on us? Elbam quickly bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Elbam. The reason I wanted to see you is the man cut him off. That's obvious enough. Go Rich was blunt. You want to join the rescue team, right? Listen carefully. While I still have the patience to speak politely. This is not a matter Garfon should get involved in. Elbam denied it. Pardon me, but I'm not here today as a representative of Gafo. Hearing this, the man became even more contemptuous. Then I have nothing to say to you. An adventurer who's only third tier. Without saying anything, he placed the large object from his shoulder down. Gozik angrily snapped. Are you crazy? Get out. I'm not in a good mood right now. Elbam remained calm. I apologize if you find me disrespectful. He opened the chest. But first, take a look at this. The man was stunned. This is. Inside the chest was the lifeless body of Beju. He sat down, and Godik couldn't believe his eyes. Beju. Marco's jaw dropped in shock. One of Kania's high-ranking leaders, do you have any idea what you've just done? Of course. I know very well, he replied. Gozik hesitated, realizing, are you trying to start a war? Elbam hinted, perhaps. However, he looked up at the man with a sharp gaze. The Gauzik Merchant Guild will also be participating in this. The man was sweating bullets. What the hell are you talking about? The door opened again, and a voice drifted in. Let me explain. That person stated firmly, this concerns you as well. Go Rich was doubly shocked, his eyes wide and white. In another development, a questioning voice rang out. Are you sure? Michael stood with his arms crossed. I can't believe it. You're saying those guys are still around? El Bandar. It's not just that they're still around. They've put down roots all over the Maple World, even in Sinisir. He didn't seem to believe him much. Can you take responsibility for your words? But he was still worried. But if we assume everything you've said is true, then everything I've found strange before now makes sense. He wouldn't be able to say it. He continued, it's not that I believe you. I simply trust Kiji's judgment. That's why I asked Kiji to come along from the beginning. Elbam was wary. What do you want? Michael said without hesitation. I want to erase Kana from this world. He emphasized in 3 days. Back to Gauzik's side, Michael, the captain of the CC Nusser Knights, analyzed seriously. This is no longer a matter between merchant guilds. This will be a war against the believers. Elbam used magic to move his hand close to Bez's forehead. A spider symbol appeared on her forehead, startling everyone. What, a tattoo? Elbam explained, this is the mark of a believer. They are all tattooed with a symbol representing their leader, which left Godid in disbelief. Bayu is a believer. He realized in horror. Then, Carnier is actually. Elbam took the opportunity to say, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. In a crowded pub, glasses clinking, Menezu and Elbam were holding 2 mugs of beer. She was a little uneasy. Are you sure? Partying like this when tomorrow is an important day. Is it okay? He looked bored. A day of rest won't hurt anyone. Elbam looked up. We've prepared as much as we can. He looked over at the pile of equipment on the table. All the necessary items have been reinforced. The training is also complete. He saw that someone else had also happened to come to this pub for a beer. Hearing a familiar voice. Resting before a battle is a good thing. They immediately went over to chat. What are you two whispering about? Zafar put his arm around Elbam's shoulder, teasing, are you two on a date? In that case, an expert in love. Well, he didn't finish his sentence before being punched squarely in the face. LBAM warned, don't get close, Zafar. You whine reproachfully, can't I joke a little? I was just trying to lighten the mood. He immediately criticized, you stink of sweat. Why don't you take a shower? He was miserable. Damn it. Then I won't say any more. Jaffer tried to lift his aching nose. Actually, I wanted to ask you something. Why did you decide to join Jack Ficker's rescue team when you yourself said it was a trap? Minas couldn't help, but wondered too. That's right. If so, wouldn't it make more sense to join the raid on Kanya? He said vaguely, I'm looking for something. Elbam thought to himself, I don't know if it's reliable, but I heard that Jack Seeker recently found a map leading to Furster's legacy. At first, I didn't think it was very credible, but the fact that the believers are approaching him means it's real. We can't let them get that map. That legacy is said to be extremely valuable. He took a sip of beer. Of course, that's if we don't get it first. The tavern was brightly lit amidst the quiet night street. In another development, Akazium was diligently researching Elbim. Elbim, age 20, from Lithienhaber, indebted to Gaffa, was a slave for 3 years. The old man calculated. Awakened to the 7th tier about 2 months ago, only took 2 days to reach the 2nd tier, and 2 weeks to reach the 3rd tier. With this potential, it's highly likely he will continue to rise. Go. The old man ordered his subordinate. Everything is in your hands now. A young man with long white hair was about to rush into the gate when he was stopped by the guards. He protested loudly, "Sir Royer, this is different from what you said. You mean, after saying everything was decided, you said you would support our group?" Royer scratched his chin, feigning ignorance. He shifted uncomfortably, not daring to look the young man in the eye, and asked back, "What do you want from me?" Doiso also sighed helplessly and explained to the surrounding crowd. The order to cancel the recruitment of outsiders was suddenly handed down from above. I don't know the reason, but aren't they just trying to make me handle everything myself in the end? I'm tired. The white-haired young man couldn't believe it and questioned Doiso, who had taken the money but didn't keep his word. How is this fair? What about the money I gave you, Sir Doiso? Seeing him let it slip, he urgently warned, "Watch your words. You can't say things like that here." While the two were arguing fiercely, a cold voice from afar rang out, confusing them. "Move aside." The crowd seemed to unanimously part ways for El Payum's group, led by Marco, to enter. The guard immediately retracted his spear and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Joiso, witnessing this scene, stammered, "Sir Marco, who are these people?" Marco had no intention of explaining further and deliberately cut Joiso off. "This has already been decided. I hope you understand." Doiso stuttered, trying to ask anyway, "Yes, but I don't understand what you're talking about." "The party today, Sir Marco." "Even so." This Daibo saw him in a tight spot and grinned. "These songs." The others, seeing El Payum's group being given special access to the gate, became envious. "What's with these guys? They weren't at the party's selection test. HMPH. Who do they think they are?" The group ignored them and proceeded into the gate. Before entering, Minadi turned around and stuck her tongue out to taunt the remaining people. El Payum's group departed, leaving behind only a dazzling flash of light. Behind the gate was the scene of an old temple with broken, watery pillars scattered across the floor. Daibo walked inside, causing Minadi in front to look back. "That's enough, you. This always happens. Don't you get tired of it? Be a little more creative." Mine suddenly realized something strange and stopped walking. Wait. She counted again and saw that their group was missing 2 members, Zafar and Kizido. In front of the gate, Zafar was angrily cursing, "Damn it." He tried to reach through the gate but was blocked by an invisible force. What the hell is going on? Has the gate reached its capacity? He immediately turned to Marco and asked loudly, "Didn't they say 6 more people could enter? Did someone go in before us?" Marco was just as confused as he was. "Impossible. We had guards posted to prevent others from entering first." Suddenly, this old man had a thought and said hesitantly, "Could it be that one?" Daisy had already realized and spoke decisively. "This is a trap." Inside the gate, Akazi's subordinate, along with Maitreya, were moving forward. He looked up with soulless eyes and asked the person next to him, "Well, it's good that we made it in. But how are we supposed to meet up? Have you heard anything?" The person in the hooded cloak muttered a complaint. "Don't call me by my real name, you idiot." He replied casually, leaving him speechless. "All right." The melon-eyed woman angrily berated Akazi's subordinate. "It seems you're tired of my earlier complaints. If things go according to plan, they'll be waiting for us on the 2nd floor." In front of them, a giant monster suddenly appeared, causing him to sigh in exasperation. "Looks like I'll have to warm up a bit before we meet up." He looked at the constantly drooling monster with doubt, wondering if it could really be of any help. He was about to act when Matrio reached out and stopped him. I have a better idea. I'll handle that one." Looking at his frail appearance, he wasn't very convinced. "Huh? Don't overdo it." But the monster went berserk, roaring loudly and charging towards them. Maitreya spoke contemptuously, "Is it coming to greet me?" With that, he controlled his chain, releasing a blast of green energy to attack the monster. "I'll show you." The dazed monster couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the attack. The pressure released from Matt Ring even made the subordinate's staff tremble. Matt Dio was surprised by his reaction. "You seem quite surprised, kid," he admitted with amusement. "This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. It's quite interesting." The two continued walking, leaving behind the monster's corpse, which was slowly being consumed by the green magic. "I'll leave the rest for later. This will only get more interesting." Finally, the monster was completely decomposed by Maxia's magic. Maneza nervously voiced her thoughts. I suspected it. Could the rats from Kanya have snuck in? Elbem calmly put on his blindfold and said, let's assume they did. Not bad. I didn't expect this to happen, but it's certainly getting more interesting. Daibo, behind them, scratched his head in confusion and asked, but isn't it a bit too quiet? There haven't been any attacks aimed at us. El Palm activated his eye patch and thought to himself, that's right, that's the problem. He scanned through the structure to the temple. There isn't a single living creature at the first gate. No sentries, no monsters. What on earth happened? Elba clenched his brow in suspicion. What are they plotting? The scene changes to the Minkania Trading Company building. Zixin led the Synod Knights into the building. Kolatan was very surprised by their presence. She greeted them. Why is Sinozer here? To have an appointment with someone, sir. Tasso Sim heard this and replied with a gentle smile. I apologize for coming so suddenly. By any chance, I'm sorry. He held up the severed hand with the Dark Sorcerer's mark in front of the girl and asked coldly, did you lose this? What? The girl asked in confusion, and the two men behind her were slashed into multiple pieces by sharp blades. She screamed in terror as their weapons and guns fell chaotically to the floor. Kaso Zim pointed his bloodstained sword at her and ordered, stay still. He smiled brightly, but his words were full of threat. If you resist, I will consider you a disciple of the Dark Sorcerer. The disciples hurriedly fled, shouting, for the Dark Sorcerer. Many believers were slaughtered in this massacre. The knights continuously cut down all the disciples who intended to flee. Stop them. Many curses and cries for help rang out. Damn it, help me. Kaso Sim walked and asked irritably, you lost track of them? A subordinate hesitantly reported, I'm sorry. They probably had information beforehand. Because when we arrived, they had already thank you. Tasso Zim frowned upon hearing his explanation. He gave a firm order to his subordinates, begin the search immediately. We must find them to end this. Hearing this, they replied respectfully, yes, sir. Elsewhere, Phil said coldly, I've given you plenty of chances. It slowly continued, resent me. Evok, though in pain from fear, tried to reply, serving the Dark Sorcerer is the greatest honor. For this useless body, just as Han finished speaking, the Dark Sorcerer's mark on his back lit up. The sky had now turned dark. A voice came from the camp. We have secured the area near the port. Inside a tent, Arbixer was discussing strategy with those around him. Pointing at the map, he said, there's no escape route left. Send the remaining forces to support the three-way intersection. Kogodik stood beside him, gritting his teeth as he listened, convincing himself. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. At this time, the structures inside the main city were engulfed in a sea of fire. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs leading to a secret basement. A giant crocodile roared, preparing to lunge forward and attack. Before it could strike, a sword flew in and cut it in half. The flying sword teleported back to Michael's hand after slicing the monster's body in two. The pink-haired girl who witnessed this cursed angrily, those Kenya bastards. They've been raising these things right under the Lighty port. She looked around and assessed with fear. Every single one of them is a terrifying monster. Below the port lay countless monster corpses that they had just defeated. If the Godik Trading Company hadn't brought the information in time, the casualties would certainly have been enormous. Michael suddenly understood upon hearing her explanation. I see, he thought to himself. They really are unusually strong monsters. He suddenly became suspicious. But why do I have this strange feeling? A huge facility like this. Yet no one is managing it. Suddenly, Michael heard the footsteps of a continuous stream of approaching monsters. He sighed wearily. They don't even give me time to think. A horde of various types of monsters appeared right before the three of them. At this moment, inside the quiet temple, curses suddenly rang out, damn it, damn it. Zexixon hid behind a large rock. Where did those monsters come from? If the escort team hadn't sacrificed themselves, Ratchzich, with tear-streaked eyes, stammered, I don't want to die. I want to live. Footsteps drew closer to Rattrich. The one who wants to live is making noise for the whole world to hear. Elba Umi only needed to say a few words to make him tremble. Do you know how far your whining carries? Zich, terrified, quickly grabbed the sword at his hip, preparing to draw it, and shouted, Who are you? Before he could do anything, El Palmi kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground. His sword was knocked far away by the force of the blow. He didn't know. While still reeling from the kick, he heard him mock. Looks like you still have plenty of energy left. Seeing Zexig's terror, El Palm kindly introduced himself. Don't be so tense, Zexig. We're the rescue team, here to save you. Ratrit looked at the thuggish appearance of the three and didn't quite believe it. Rescue team? Only when El Palmi threw out a red necklace did Ratchet stammer. This belongs to my father. She is my father's daughter. The group closed their eyes in fear. So, it really is a toy. However, Ratchet hesitated. But is it just you guys hearing him say that? Elba Umi was a little displeased. You should be grateful that this many people are risking their lives to save someone like you. He clutched the necklace in his hand and uttered a sentence that confused L3 Umi. Damn it. This isn't a place where 3 people can do anything. You shouldn't do anything. He activated his eye patch to scan deeper inside. Are you hiding something? However, he didn't find any abnormalities on Ratchet. No tattoos or any marks. Am I being overly cautious? Mine grew tired and urged everyone on. Alright, that's enough. The target has been secured. It's time. Suddenly, a blue light appeared, causing El Payumi to widen his eyes in alarm. A series of attacks were unleashed, cutting down every temple pillar near it. The last attack came from a group of people in black robes, their faces hidden by strange masks. The one leading the pack growled, making terrifying sounds. El Palm and his teammates had managed to teleport away from the surprise attack just in time. Daibo frowned and grumbled, "Hey, that was rude. I almost got hurt." El Palm wasn't surprised by the presence of these strange people, so, "You've finally shown yourselves, Kanya." Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the tense atmosphere. "Manners." The 3 of them immediately became vigilant, staring intently in the direction the voice came from. Elf. Mr. Apayum immediately used his left eye to scan him. What is that guy? From his perspective, the person sitting on the stone pillar was radiating an incredibly terrifying pressure. This amount of mana is horrifying. Seeing the vigilant gazes of the 3, Akazi's subordinate jumped down and spoke. "Talking about manners, you seem pretty relaxed. You're not just some small fry, are you?" He summoned a powerful surge of energy in his hand, revealing the Dark Sorcerer's mark. Let's see if Commander View's worries have any basis for a moment. From a distance, View gave a cold signal, begin. Elsewhere, a large building exploded, causing everyone to panic. 2 young guards were panicking and shouting, What's happening?" just as Team C entered. While he was still confused, another crate next to him exploded. A series of explosions occurred simultaneously, destroying the entire structure of the city. Below the Lithian port, a bottomless red pit suddenly appeared. Coincidentally, the hole appeared right in the middle of where Michael was standing. His teammates shouted, "Michael." Michael saw them about to rush in to save him and quickly shouted a warning, "Everyone, stay back. This is a trap." Just as he finished speaking, the hole expanded and swallowed his entire body. After being absorbed by the hole, Michael fell onto a dark, empty flat surface. He looked around the space, wondering in confusion, where am I? In the quiet space, the steady sound of footsteps echoed, making Michael become vigilant. He called out to the figure in the smoke, "Who are you?" The figure gradually became clearer. It spoke slowly, "Who am I?" A shadow. A familiar figure, identical to Mike Cohn, appeared. It asked him back, "It's a familiar face, isn't it?" In the camp, a large hand slammed down on the table as someone said angrily, "Impossible." Gappo, with a furious expression, shouted, 3 battalions completely wiped out. And Commander Me, who is missing too. Erbixer, sitting beside him, urged impatiently, "Check again immediately. What the hell is going on?" A guard rushed into the tent and reported, stammering, "Bad news. We've just confirmed reinforcements from the Believers' side." The commanders in the tent couldn't help but curse when they heard this, damn it. While everyone was losing their cool, Gogodik suddenly had a thought. Impossible, they're always one step ahead of us. This means, he concluded, there's a traitor in our ranks. Ibis quickly gave an order through the radio, change of plans from Team 5 to 1 to 6. The guard outside the tent spotted a stranger brazenly approaching and warned, "Who are you?" "Stand back, this is." Before he could finish his sentence, he was brutally murdered by the person opposite him. Gappo heard the sounds of killing and shouted in fear, "What's happening outside?" Marco, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, making such a fuss just for killing 1 or 2 people. He's strangely reassured, "Don't worry, stop." With that, a bloody hand suddenly pulled the curtain aside. Marco finally revealed his true face. It'll be over soon. His actions terrified the 3 men, Gogodik, Ebiser, and Gabo. They were so shocked they couldn't speak. Marco. A cold blade swung down. A brutal massacre took place right in the city. The bodies of both civilians and Kania's people were left scattered on the ground, uncollected. A series of chaotic screams rang out after them, "Watch your back." The knights and the Kania Legion fought fiercely, neither side willing to give in. Kiji quickly ran forward, clearing a path for the surviving civilians to escape. Civilians. This way. Kiji was focused on guiding the civilians and didn't notice a young boy with a sword rushing towards her, preparing to assassinate her. "Get in the car and leave the city immediately. Reinforcements from Gappo will arrive soon." Just as the sword was about to touch Kiji, The boy was stopped by strong force, preventing him from lunging forward. He was punched so hard that blood spurted from his mouth, and he was sent flying 3 meters away. Zafar was the one who delivered that punch. He looked around angrily. Just when I thought things had calmed down, it turns into this. Kitty looked back at the boy who had just been sent flying by Zafar and couldn't help but curse. These bastards. They didn't even spare the children. The boy who had just been punched lay scattered on the ground, clutching his wound and hissing in pain. Zapfer frowned and explained to Kiji, that's fanaticism, swallowed by blind faith. He recalled the past when he was enticed by the dark sorcerer, slowly recounting. When they tried to pull me to their side, they also promised that if I helped break the dark mage's seal, I would get what I wanted, even if it meant reversing time. When Kitty heard this, she was extremely surprised. She stammered in awe, reversing time, if so. That's no different from being a god. Zafar, seeing that she seemed to believe it, warned her. How naive. You believe in that. He loudly pointed out, in this world, things don't just go your way like that. If he was so powerful, why was he sealed? Everyone knows that's just a baseless myth. Suddenly, his voice became less harsh. They just take advantage of human weakness. Zafar clenched his fist, his usual gruff face suddenly showing a hint of regret. In this world, who doesn't have a past they want to go back and change? Gogodik, after realizing Marco was the traitor he suspected, became furious. This bastard. He gritted his teeth, unable to speak. Marco in the end. Why did you do it? Marco, hearing him shout, slowly stroked his beard and spoke. You're asking for a reason? He slowly explained. My poor daughter had to leave this world too soon due to a tragic accident. They said they would help me bring her back. I would do anything just to see her one more time. As he finished, he laughed mockingly, pointing straight at the 3 of them and said, serving you all this time has been my honor. Lord Gauzik. Woof woof Ebisser quickly stood up to shield Gauzik and Gabor. You two, get behind me. Ebisser decisively shouted, signaling to Gabo and Gozik. Run, Gabo, though his heart was torn, could do nothing but apologize. I'm sorry, Ebisser. Marco watched the 2 of them flee, and he flew into a rage. He ordered the 2 Kanya men beside him to pursue them. Why are you still standing there watching? Are you just going to let them go? Hearing his command, the Kanya men hastily chased after Gauzik and Gabor to finish them off. Suddenly, Ebisser from behind reached back to build momentum and shouted a challenge at them. Where do you think you're going? Immediately, he unleashed the Fist of Fury, a series of powerful blows piercing straight through the minions, causing them to collapse in an instant. Marco was stunned and terrified to witness Ebisser's rampage. All the Kanya cultists who had attacked outside the tent were killed in a single move by Ebisser. Gata calmly lit a cigar and said with contempt, it seems you all look down on me. Although he had many wounds on his body, none of them were fatal. Ebisser took a puff of his cigar. It's been a while since I've had a workout. Let's try a little warm-up. The scene shifts back to El Palm's group. He looked at Akazian's subordinate with a slight smirk. Under a Legion commander, are you? You think those boasts can scare me? Seeing El Palm still looking arrogant, Maxia finally spoke up. Oh dear, my apologies. It seems I didn't explain clearly. As it appeared, all the surrounding subordinates knelt respectfully. Then let me reintroduce myself properly. I am Maxia of the Martyrs. El Palm was startled when he heard this. The Martyrs. He searched his memory and recalled the secret army of 100 chosen ones. Their identities have always been shrouded in a veil of mystery. But why would they appear here? It spoke in a flat tone, chiding him. Lately, you've been causing a bit too much of a stir, to the point where even those you can't handle are starting to take notice. Hearing the whispers echoing all around, Daibo became agitated. Damn it. What is this nonsense? Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted, signaling to El Palm and Minizer. Enough talk. Let's get them. Maxia just chuckled and explained, oh my, such a hot temper. Have you never considered this? That the inside of the gate is unusually devoid of monsters. As it finished speaking, it used its power to control chains and flew up, saying ominously, now, let me introduce you. A great pressure radiated out as Maxia unleashed its power. Minizer hurriedly used her hand to block some of it. What? Countless creatures swarmed out from within Maxia's iron sphere. Debo saw this scene and said in panic, What the hell is this now? Summoning. The phantoms charged in unison towards El Palm's group. From tiny phantoms, they transformed into large, hideous creatures. Minzer's eyes widened as she shouted, Wait, look. Tao Matchizers. As she finished her sentence, the monster had already rushed towards her. Before they could even assess the situation, they were surrounded by a swarm of Tao Matchizers. What the hell? Why are they following his orders? And what's with these numbers? The 3 of them shouted back and forth. They've been brainwashed, these bastards, but how? Minizer and Daibo struggled hard against the swarm of town matchizers. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. El Palm, seeing the situation was bad, quickly warned Daibo, don't face them head on. These things Daibo couldn't hear him clearly and asked, confused. Huh? What do you mean? Before he could finish his question, Daibo was struck by a green stream of lightning. Screaming in pain, the monster unleashed a move that sent Daibo flying, slamming him hard against a nearby wall. Caught off guard, the damage he took was immense. Minizer cried out in fear. Daibo. The monster raised its staff, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Daibo. He gritted his teeth in pain, trying to find a solution. Damn it. So what am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, a red streak of light shot forward, piercing straight through the monster in a single blow. El Palm told his teammates, everyone, get back. I'll wipe them out in one shot. As he finished his words, he unleashed a massive flame into the middle of the town matchizer swarm, giving them only enough time to see it, but not to dodge. With just a single blow, El Palm wiped out the entire swarm of monsters summoned by Maxia. The Kania members were terrified by the terrifying power of the flame arrow. What? A fire arrow controlled by psychic power? El Palm coolly replied to them, exactly. He controlled the fire magic to move, incinerating a portion of the Kania subordinates. Minizer, seeing his somewhat reckless attack, shouted a warning, be careful, El Palm. Are you trying to kill us too? The stream of fire magic suddenly rushed up, tightly encircling the surrounding Kania members. Then, in an instant, El Palm directed it to swoop down and attack them. His flames turned the already desolate surroundings into even greater ruins. Just as the rumors said. How interesting. A subordinate. A Kazian subordinate witnessed this and exclaimed, a technique that combines fire magic with psychic powers. As he finished speaking, the ring he wore around his neck suddenly began to glow brilliantly. The fire magic that had been surrounding the Kania members gradually vanished. The temple was covered in smoke and dust after El Palm's attack. Minizer stammered in fear. How is this possible? El Palm's magic had no effect. The ground around them is still intact while everything else has been destroyed. A Kazian subordinate saw this and scoffed. What's with that reaction? Did you really think I'd just stand here and take it? As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. It's not over yet. Struggle a little more. Under his control, countless cracked stones gradually floated into the air. Daibo wondered in confusion. What is this? Psychic powers. El Palm was also a bit flustered witnessing the scene. He coldly extended his hand towards the three of them. Now, it's time for the real battle to begin. The fire gradually spread throughout the houses. Gabo, while running, informed Gauzik beside him. The defensive line has collapsed. We better retreat completely. Gauzik immediately objected. No, we have to hold on a little longer. The clock now read 11:10. There was a secret plan, one that not even Marco knew about. When El Palm proposed this plan, I thought he was overdoing it. Gauzik stared intently at his watch and muttered, we just need to hold out for another hour. No, just 30 more minutes. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from ahead. The group of assassins was already waiting for them. Gauzik shouted in panic. What the hell is this? Gabo quickly glanced behind him and, sure enough, saw a group of Kania members surrounding them. Damn it, we're trapped from behind too. He turned back and asked urgently, can't we execute that plan right now? If this keeps up, Gauzik said decisively, no, not yet. Gabo was cornered and helpless. Damn it. What's the point of that plan if we're all dead? Just then, a stream of ice magic shot out, freezing all the assassins who had just charged into attack. A voice spoke up, drawing the attention of the Kania members. Well, what a coincidence. Guildmasters, one of them shouted. Who's there? Zephyr and Kiji appeared just in time to rescue Gabo and Gauzik. Zephyr didn't forget to market himself. We're having a sale right now. So, is there anything I can help you with? Gabo, as if he had met his savior, stammered happily. You are. Seeing there were only two of them, they arrogantly charged forward. There are only two of them. Kill them. Kiji didn't hesitate, delivering decisive slashes that dismembered them into pieces. Zephyr was no less impressive, taking down countless enemies with a single punch. A Kania member, seeing the situation was dire, threw a volley of poison darts, hoping to end the fight quickly. Kiji easily deflected all the darts with her sword, leaving him utterly terrified. Are you insane? When Kiji used her sun and moon time technique, a Kania member suddenly recognized it and shouted, I remember now. They are El Palm's people. As soon as he finished the sentence, he was cut down by Kiji's blade. She moved like a flash of lightning, taking them all down in the blink of an eye. Silent step. Change. They were extremely impressed as Kiji and Zephyr easily defeated the Kania members. With just a few moves, Kiji's hair color gradually changed from blue back to yellow as she finished her technique. I saw the cultists gathering, so I came here. Zephyr beside her said enthusiastically. Seeing as the situation is extremely urgent, I've allowed you to use our services first and pay later. Just thinking about the money he would receive made his eyes sparkle like stars. Well then, I will now announce today's special discounted price. Before Zephyr could announce the price, a terrifying fire arrow shot towards them from a distance. Gaba wondered in confusion, what? There are still survivors. A tall male figure slowly emerged from the rubble. TCH, just a bunch of useless henchmen. Zephyr and Kiji quickly returned to a defensive stance. Zephyr gave a faint smile. Henchmen. Why say such harsh words? But speaking of which, to meet 3 noble guild masters at once, what is going on here? The man's face was covered in dark veins, and he slowly enunciated each word. What a pity. It turned out to be Evoke. He swung the whip in his hand and roared. I was hoping to tear Elpound to pieces with my own hands. At that moment, a Kazian subordinate waved his hand, dropping large rocks on Elpound's group. Debo hurriedly dodged to the sides. Elpound thought in confusion. What the hell is happening? Someone who can control psychic powers at this level before I regressed. I'd never heard of anyone this strong. Akashiang's subordinate coldly and continuously directed boulders to attack them. He said with disappointment, was it all just empty rumors? He hesitated. Or is it a trap that's already been set? It can't be just this. The 2 pillars collided violently, creating a massive cloud of white smoke. In the middle of the white smoke, a red light flashed. The stream of light shot out like lightning right before the cultist eyes. Before they could even figure out what was happening, they were left eating Elpound's group's dust. He controlled the stream of fire magic, turning it into a vehicle for them to travel on. Debo even turned back to taunt them. Goodbye, you idiots. Maxia saw this and quickly ordered, don't let him escape. After him, damn it, hurry up. Debo laughed triumphantly. Look at you guys, Elpound, with intense concentration, declared. Now then, the person we needed to save is safe, so let's just. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed, causing Elpound to immediately raise his guard. A monster quickly caught up to their group's flying speed. It immediately spewed a stream of fire, destroying Elpound's group's means of transportation. Daibo was thrown to the ground, not understanding. What was happening? What's going on? As soon as he finished his sentence, he was snatched by the monster's claws. It tightened its claws, causing Daibo to cough up blood. Then it let out a loud roar and threw Daibo forcefully to the ground. Minizer, who was in free fall, saw this and shouted worriedly, Daibo. Elpound, furious, gritted his teeth. He swung his scepter, launching a barrage of fire arrows aimed straight at the monster. However, before the arrows could reach their target, they were destroyed by a purple beam of power. The collision of the 2 streams of power created a huge explosion in the air. From the purple energy stream, a figure slowly emerged. No matter how I think about it. Ayakazi's subordinate teleported right next to Elpound and said coldly, it seems I found the answer. He stared at him and muttered, Elpound, are you afraid of me? As he finished speaking, he unleashed a purple beam of power that pierced through Elpound's stomach. The aftershock from his attack was so terrifying that it destroyed all the surrounding structures. Minizer, annoyed by the surrounding smoke and dust, whispered a curse, cough damn it. Before she could recover, she was shot through the shoulder by the enemy. Minizer was thrown backward, and the pillars she crashed into dented from the immense force. Maxia coldly ordered his subordinates, don't waste time, deal with him. Minizer quickly got up, gripping her weapon tightly. HMPH, these damn cultists. Before her were 3 bloodthirsty cultists charging at her all at once. On another side, the space was still quiet, and the surrounding scenery was intact and undamaged. Suddenly, something grazed a pillar, breaking it in half. It moved as fast as lightning, leaving only a long streak of yellow light. Daibo was pinned to the ground by the monster, taking the full force of the last punch. It roared, raising its hand to punch him straight in the face. Zephyr ran as fast as he could, panting heavily. He ran through the houses, engulfed in a sea of flames. Above him, a shadow appeared, flying towards him. The other guy flew in the air, swung his weapon, and struck the path below, causing it to crack. After attacking, Evoke landed nearby. Zephyr slipped, quickly grabbing onto a chain, his blood boiling with anger. Fool. Before he could recover, another blow came down on him, damn it. Before he could dodge, the chain quickly wrapped around Zapper's hand. Gotcha. Then came a powerful surge of mana, causing Zephyr to scream in pain. Evoke's face was ferocious. Don't mess with me. He grabbed the chain and pulled hard. I'll send you to your rest soon, Zephyr. Zephyr, down below, shouted, you bastard, I'm about to die. As he finished, he saw a sharp point protruding above his head. At that moment, he began to panic. She couldn't take it anymore. Kiji charged forward. Why don't you just leave that idiot alone? She raised her sword. Just kidding, he's our Mitch. Kiji swung her sword, cutting the chain, and Zephyr fell along with it. Evoke was so angry he looked like he would explode, and he screamed, damn it. After the rumbling sound, the ground below shook and collapsed. 3 stone tablets rose around Kiji, trapping her inside. Of the 3 tablets, one shot a stream of mana forward. In an instant, Kiji was struck by the mana fired from the 3 stone tablets. Zephyr, watching from the side, cursed, you bastard. As Kiji knelt down, she coughed weakly and said, I'm still okay. The thing behind Kiji suddenly trembled. Her eyes widened as she watched it shatter right in front of her. Kiji panicked. It's starting. Without letting Evoke get near her, he jumped up, his face grimacing, intending to catch the weakened Kiji. Sensing him, she quickly turned her head to look. An explosion occurred. Gabo saw it and urged, damn it, when are we going to execute the plan? We'll all die if this continues. Galzik clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and coughed a few times. Not yet. They'll definitely be here soon. Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out, a plan. When Gabo and Galzik saw who had arrived, they were both shocked. The person spoke again. I'm also curious to know what it is. Elsewhere, someone in agony vomited a pool of red blood. The blood still stained the corner of Zephyr's mouth. Damn it. He turned to ask Kiji, hey, can you still move? She struggled to her feet, one hand supporting her shoulder. Thanks. Suddenly, a stream of purple mana gradually gathered. It seems the recovery image is no longer capable. From the formation, Evoke appeared once again. So this is really the end. A huge energy sphere was heading towards Zephyr. It's over. While he was still stunned, Kiji, from behind, had already charged forward with her sword. She swung her sword and shattered the sphere. Evoke couldn't believe his eyes and turned to look behind him. What? A person appeared behind him, smiling and saying, it's not nice to not greet someone when you first meet. By the time he turned back, it was too late. A stream of light struck, catching Evoke off guard. Goodbye. An explosion occurred, shaking the entire city. Kiji raised her hand to shield her eyes. What the hell is happening? Her eyes widened as if she had seen something terrifying. Evoke's body now had a hole in it, as if something big had pierced it. Seeing this, he smirked. I was going to send you off gently. Sorry about that. This must be fun. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he spoke again. A loyal dog of the queen, huh? Evoke collapsed. He lay there, eyes open, an unwilling death. Then he turned to the 2 of them. Oh, look who it is. What are you doing here? Seriously. Why do I see you everywhere I go? Looking at the person in front of her, Kiji was extremely surprised and stammered. Oh, you're here? The person gradually stepped out of the shadows. Knight Commander. Approaching them, Kiji exclaimed, sarcasm. He smiled and sheathed his sword. Go. Galzik was wary, the Knight Commander of Sinasir, while Gabo grinned broadly. We were almost dead. Guildmaster Kasim. He chuckled. I will protect the merchants. Kasim then turned to ask Kiji. As for you, Kiji, you don't look so good. You should. Before he could finish, Kiji interrupted. I'm going to. He was surprised. What? She held her shoulder resolutely. My master once told me that if anything happened, I must join forces with Sir Kasim. She stepped closer to him. So I'm going with you too. Kasim frowned slightly and spoke, his eyes filled with contempt. Someone like you. While they were talking, a voice cut in. Don't worry, all of you here will be joining me soon. Kiji and Kasim were startled and looked towards the source of the voice. Watching Evoke struggle to get up, Kasim spoke as if in disbelief. How are you still standing after that blow? He gave a sinister smile. A cloud of dark energy swirled upwards. Evoke's voice echoed as if from hell. All of you, burn in hell. Evoke stood up. Behind him was the dark energy and a sand timer counting down. Kasim quickly dashed forward. He stabbed him with his sword. Evoke laughed loudly. Too late, his power coalesced into the form of the god of death. Evoke's pupils were filled with veins as he shouted, Appear, my master. I am Evoke. I offer this broken body to you. Please allow me. A giant spider appeared. Countless threads pierced Evoke's body. His pupils widened, gawk. His body exploded in an instant. Evoke screamed in agony. Arc. Countless spider legs pierced through his body. And Zephyr at the scene that just unfolded. They looked up at the spider above. What is this? His face was filled with fear. Oh my god. Evoke's body was now a part of the spider. A giant spider. It was opening its sharp fangs. A purple light appeared. The stream of light struck the ground, shattering everything around it. El Palm knelt in the middle of where he had been hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He panted heavily, cursing in his heart, damn it, I can't breathe. Hey. The masked ones didn't let up. 3 of them surrounded and attacked him. He was at a disadvantage. Damn it. El Palm quickly recovered his strength, jumping up to fight them. He used his scepter to channel magic. The masked ones were not to be trifled with. They took out their shields. You think I'll go down without a fight? HMPH. Of course, a huge explosion occurred. Smoke and dust filled the air as Elpoum retreated. Suddenly, someone spoke. Really now? How long are you going to keep this up? Caught off guard, his entire body was imprisoned by several rocks. Damn it, psychic powers. The person raised his hand to control the rocks, his voice calm. Please, calm down a bit. No one is going to eat you. He leaned on his staff and slowly walked forward. Elpoum gritted his teeth, trying to summon his power. Damn it. I was once called the strongest psychic. Seeing his footsteps getting closer. You think I'll lose? Elpoum waited for him to get closer, then burst out, using his power to throw the rocks at him. Alright, let's play, he sighed, using his staff to bat away everything flying at him. Honestly, don't you ever get tired of this nonsense? Suddenly, his eyes widened at what appeared before him. Elpoum waved his hand, and a massive surge of power behind him made the other guy freeze. His hand was covered in terrifying power. Elpoum's face ferocious. He shouted, "Let's see if this is nonsense." The stream of power shot straight towards him. He just stood there calmly. No panic, no dodging. I can't just stand by and watch anymore. He clenched his fist, and a source of power could be seen between his fingers. Overwhelming power overflowed as he swung his arm, deflecting Elpoum's attack, causing him to be stunned. He spoke, his voice even, "I told you, it's useless." Power gathered behind Elpoum's back, growing larger and larger. His body trembled slightly. He approached and patted him on the shoulder, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be this shocked. Could it be?" His voice paused slightly, as if waiting for him to say the answer himself. He leaned close to his ear, his breath lingering, and softly said one sentence. "In the future you saw, I wasn't there, was I?" Elpoum was shocked, his eyes wide, as if wondering how the man in front of him could know that. He looked up at the masked figures, his tone allowing no dissent. "Hey, sorry, but could you please get lost? We're discussing something important here." Hearing this, they widened their eyes in surprise. "Huh?" Suddenly, a drop of water fell onto a blue surface. He sighed. "Don't you know your place?" Except for where he and Elpoum were standing. The area around them was filled with a legion of toxins. They screamed, what the hell is this?" In an instant, the legion of toxins rose up and submerged them. "Why is the ground so sticky?" Elpoum stared in horror at the terrifying scene before him. "What is this?" It was accompanied by utterly tragic screams. One of them, with a corroding hand, reached out towards them in a last plea. Betrayed why? He stood within the barrier, watching him and pondering, who knows? I wouldn't call that betrayal. As he finished his sentence, his own hand gripped his throat. Veins popped on his face as he thought, this is unexpected. View's voice spoke. You're playing a rather interesting game. A spider-shaped mark appeared on the back of his hand, and his voice became strained. You were watching, Lord View? I know you're angry, but all of this is for the greater good. He tried to justify his actions. Elpoum looked on in astonishment at the scene before him. View, don't tell me. Commander View, controlling the body through a tattoo. Is that it? At that moment, he finally understood. So that's why the followers can't betray their commanders. Smoke rose from his forehead. Well then, I trust you'll understand. The tattoo Elpoum looked at the power emanating from the tattoo in amazement. He looked at his hand. I will end this here. He opened his eyes wide. The tattoo is disappearing. A strange tattoo pattern shone in his eyes. It's time for me to return to my position. The person on the other side was astonished. It was furious. How dare you? A mere pawn like you dares. Is this a declaration of war? Commander Aakazine, an old man, appeared, surrounded by a sinister aura. Behind him was a giant serpent. In his pupil, there was another tattoo. He opened his eyes wide in amazement. What on earth are you? He couldn't help but be curious. To tattoos? I've never heard of such a thing before. Not even in my past lives. He flexed his arm muscles. Well, anyway, we're all under the Black Sorcerer, aren't we, right? Then he thought again. How should I put this? Looking at the bubbling water below, he sneered. Let's just call it an internal conflict. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? We all share the same goal of resurrecting the Black Sorcerer, but our methods and perspectives differ. That's basically it. Both allies and enemies. Sounds interesting, right? Hearing that, Elpoum couldn't help but feel it made sense. Internal conflict. The believers had built up their own forces beforehand, which is why they didn't appear until the final day. The loss of control was due to conflicts between commanders, but he spoke with doubt. So, what do you want to ask me? The man didn't want to hide his purpose. Actually, I'm looking for something. The seal of the hero Phodio. Elpoum was shocked to hear that. He continued his story. Long ago, Fodio, who was praised as a hero, created the Seal Stone to stop the Black Sorcerer. Meanwhile, Akazian sneered. It is a stone containing the essence of power from the eternal timeline. It's growing. It was created to seal the Black Sorcerer, but if the flow of time within it is reversed, he will not be sealed. It can resurrect the dead by returning them to their own time, in a rather ironic way. The Seal Stone is the most certain means to resurrect the Black Sorcerer. I have spent many years searching for the Seal Stone, and finally found it. But he continued the story. The stone I found was just an empty shell, which means someone has already used it. With the Seal Stone used, finding that person became the top priority, and it wasn't too difficult, as they would stand out one way or another. The Gate of the Beginning, multiple gates, the Tomb of the Eye of Misfortune, and even the gate that hides the hero's artifacts. He mocked. I don't know if you're stupid or just have no self-control. You made such a mess that it's hard not to notice you. El Palm's eyes stared at him with a cold sharpness. The man spoke again, like a judge delivering a verdict. It's you, the regressor, El Palm. A purple hemisphere surrounded the two of them, separating them from the outside world. El Palm reached out and grabbed the rope, thinking to himself, I've never heard of him before my regression, my attack just now. A yellow tornado erupted from the crack in the ground, sucking in everything around it. He was still deep in analysis. It might not be about firepower, but controllability. I should have been stronger at this point compared to before I regressed. Despite the tornado nearly sucking his entire body in, with gray smoke rising from it, he remained lost in thought, as if it had no effect on him. The image of Akazian's subordinate with his 3 teammates from the past came to his mind, and he analyzed it clearly. If that wasn't even his full power, then the strongest psychic right now is that guy. The two of them were still inside the hemisphere. El Palm spoke first. You, who are you? The other man replied with a contemptuous tone. As expected, even you, who came from the future, don't know who I am. Akasham's subordinate spoke hesitantly, sentence by sentence. How sad. Although I had anticipated it. In the near future. He asked fearfully. I'm going to die, right? Huh? Hearing the question, El Palm's eyes widened. In the middle of a river filled with steaming, acid-like green water, the man still chuckled. I'm not saying that to be comforted. Then his voice grew somber. I have a terminal illness. Witnessing it myself doesn't make me feel any better. But then he cut himself off and changed the subject. Enough nonsense. Let's get to the point, shall we? He began. Actually, the reason I'm still alive is thanks to you. El Palm was surprised. What do you mean, you're? Aka's young subordinate elaborated at length. Lord Akazian wants to persuade you. He hesitated slightly. But thanks to the chaos you've caused, the Lord will gather all his forces to eliminate you. The two leaders don't really see eye to eye. He stood under the overlapping black marks, still smiling calmly. Therefore, as a subordinate of Lord View, I will mediate between the two of them. His eyes were full of malice, without a hint of warmth. At that time, my body was weakening rapidly. You probably noticed, but my eyes were already blind. He was like a lost soul whom Akazian extended a hand to save, like grabbing a life-saving straw. For someone like me, the Lord's secret offer seemed sweet. He gave me a new chance. Hearing him recount the story so calmly, El Palm asked in surprise, Don't tell me he cured your illness. He sneered at every word, as El Palm thought his master was so benevolent. Unfortunately, no. It wasn't a cure, more like a temporary fix. He used time magic to temporarily slow down its progression. Thinking about the scene of Akazian using magic to slow time, he was stunned. Time magic. Akazian's subordinate would speak a sentence, then pause before continuing. Lord Akazian promised me that as long as I followed him, he would stop my life's clock. And when the Black Sorcerer is resurrected, he will give me a new, healthy body. El Palm understood the reason why. He was lost in thought. So that's why you betrayed View. A murderous aura surrounded him. Purple power enveloped his entire body, and his eyes, though blind, could still scare a person to death. El Palm also felt a sense of fear in his heart. This guy is very dangerous. He's using the resurrection of the Black Sorcerer as an excuse. But, in reality, he would betray anyone to save his own life. Seeing him deep in thought, he reminded him, You don't have to think too much about it. El Palm pursed his lips. What? The river with its boiling green water gave off plumes of steam. That mixed with the voice of Akazian's subordinate. My role is to save you from Lord View's plan, and to leave this message. He held out his hand in invitation and recounted what he was assigned. El Palm joined my side. His eyes, filled with malice, and his voice continued. What are you fighting for? Don't tell me it's really for justice. It's hard to believe when it comes to the 100-man pass and other incidents. You've killed too many people and let others die without doing anything. Looked at one way, it's quite understandable if they were already dead in your future. Then they don't matter to you, right? Your justice is a selective justice. He continued to ramble on while Elpound, holding his spear, his face darkened. If that's not it, if what you truly want is something else, then think again. The Black Sorcerer is greater than you think. He is a being close to a god. He used power and strength as bait to lure him. If you follow him, you can achieve anything. Great power, eternal life, even resurrecting someone. Akajiang's subordinate began to ask rapid-fire questions, trying to play a psychological game. Do you know how the leaders from 800 years ago are still alive? He answered his own question. The Black Sorcerer granted those who swore loyalty to him an ageless body. That's just one example, whatever you want. The resurrection of the Black Sorcerer is the answer. What he had just described didn't come for free. Everything has its price. He pointed at Elpound and stated the condition. But there's only one condition. Kill all who know of your existence, and help me carry out my plan. Elpound took a step back. His face was covered in sweat, his lips trembling. You want me to kill my team members? He closed his eyes and calmly replied as if it were an obvious truth. Consider it your new beginning. Someone like you, who can become cold to achieve your goals, will understand. The fewer people who know about you, the better. Elpound took a step forward and spoke. There's no way you need me that badly. What are you planning? Akazi's subordinate remained nonchalant. Who knows? I don't know the details either. I'm just following Lord Akaziung's orders. After talking for so long, the last thing he wanted was. What's certain is that if you support our plan, the Black Sorcerer will be resurrected. He confirmed again. So, what are you going to do? He no longer wanted to explain. As he had said everything, isn't the answer obvious? Elpound gritted his teeth. He held out his hand, inviting him. Elpound, make a decision, he asked him. His invitation made him remember the past with his comrades, a mental struggle about justice. Then a scene from the past where his hands were bound, and a ferocious-looking masked man looked at him with contempt. At that time, his eyes were filled with death and cold-bloodedness, wondering to himself if it was justice or revenge. There were still comrades who extended their hands to welcome Elpound, even in a ruined world. There were people who shone brightly. The sight of his comrades smiling happily was something Elpound would probably never forget for the rest of his life. The people who shouldered everything still spoke of hope to me. They were more precious than the world itself. But the bloody scene of his comrades appeared, Jaden being pierced by something, blood splattering everywhere. Elpound screamed tragically, Philip. Then Jaden fell. He begged in anguish, damn it. Stay with me, Jaden. Why? Then the scene of Alexis charging into the monster's mouth. Her face at that moment looked full of despair, her eyes filled with tears. Elpound's screams became even more tragic. Nitrogen monoxide. All his comrades sacrificed themselves, leaving Elpound alone, kneeling on the ground. A catastrophic end. I lost everything again. He clenched his spear tightly with determination, but this time, not a single person. A new future with new comrades, a new team. Strong, but not binding. People I can replace at any time for now. To take their place. Elpound seemed to be on the verge of collapse, but for some reason, Sotalin smiled brightly, which made his eyes stunned. White, opaque smoke appeared at Elpound's feet. Akajiang's subordinate looked at him in a daze and wondered, what do you mean? Elpound raised his spear, and arrows like flames shot out one after another, followed by his voice. Did I not explain clearly? Although one of Elpound's eyes was covered, the other was full of determination, clearly not tempted by those invitations. His hand was bleeding, but his voice was still strong. Justice, revenge. That's right. I don't care about that. I just want to protect what I want to protect. Seeing his firm resolve, the man sighed. I see. Then there's nothing more to be done. Energy poured out from his divine scepter. He charged towards Elpound, shouting, let's end this conversation. Both of them charged at each other fiercely. Daibo used his feet to launch himself up. He jumped, spear in hand, and soared through the air. Daibo used his agile body to weave and dodge all of the monster's attacks. The monster clasped its hands together, waiting for him to fall into its trap, like this. There was no sign of Daibo, only thick dust and smoke. It opened its hand and saw no one inside, and was surprised, not knowing what to say. Daibo, spear in hand, charged from behind it. He looked at the monster with contempt. How are you going to catch me moving that slow? Daibo struck it with a blow from behind. He suddenly saw something and was stunned. Again? Someone charged from nowhere with a sword on their back. A mysterious light emanated from that person as they charged forward. While Daibo was stunned by the other person, the monster threw a punch at him. Daibo couldn't react in time. I'm dead. He used a green source of power to charge towards the monster, aiming straight for its chest. But the monster wasn't sent flying by the power source. Instead, he was knocked back by his own power. His own power was too great, and Daibo spat out a mouthful of blood. Daibo collapsed to the ground in disbelief. What is that thing made of? How could it block my spear? Unbelievable. He was determined to kill the monster and had to use another method. Damn it, there's no other way. I don't even know how to use this thing yet. Daibo gritted his teeth, resolute. But now is not the time to worry about that. Let's practice for now. The gem on his wrist lit up, radiating a powerful aura. That throw made Daibo recall the scene at the auction. A fierce-looking man shouted, 300 million mesos. The man loudly criticized Elpound. Are you crazy? How can you afford something so expensive? More importantly, even have enough money? Elpound replied calmly. I was a little short, so I took out a loan. Hearing this, the man shouted even louder. A loan? Where from? He told the man about how he got the loan. From the Gobbo Merchant Guild. About 200 million. I put the debt under the team's name. After hearing this, the man started yelling and cursing again. That's not a little, you idiot. Why would you throw money around like that? And for a rookie's item, no less. Daibo admired the item in his hand. Elpound, with his green eyes and a slight smile, spoke up. Calm down. You think I invest carelessly? His tone was full of certainty. Don't worry, I know this item very well. A long time ago, it seems. There was a man who fought alone, carrying everything on his shoulders. A legendary warrior, stronger than anyone else. He used it, trust me. This controversial item, Elpound got it for Daibo. Of course, it all depends on you. Daibo, I have no doubt it will be the perfect weapon for you. Returning to the fight between him and the monster, Daibo put all his strength into this one attempt. All or nothing. This time, he lost the bet. The monster used its large hand to swat him away. Daibo fell to the ground, rolling several times. His face was filled with disbelief. What is this? It just glows and is nothing. How am I supposed to use this thing? Daibo charged towards the monster again. As he flew, he tried to figure it out. Damn it, I must be crazy. Thinking I could fight bare-handed against something that wasn't even scratched by my spear. A weapon if only I had one. He nimbly dodged its attacks. Suddenly, he thought of something. The corpse of a cultist. That's right, anything will do. Please. Daibo rushed towards the corpse lying there. He grabbed a shield to block. But it wasn't very effective. Damn it, a shield. I said anything, but not this. He fearfully used the shield to block the attack, screaming in his mind, not this. Something was activated, a blinding golden light. The monster was sent flying far away. Daibo was dumbfounded. He looked at his bracelet. What the hell? The symbol of a shield appeared on the bracelet. 5 gems and this symbol just appeared. Could it be something? The monster furiously rained down punches on Daibo. He dashed again to dodge. He charged towards the other person once more. A sword. All right, one more time. He drew the sword. Another symbol lit up. The symbol that just lit up was that of a sword. He used it to slash across the monster's face. 1 slash, then 2, then 3. Daibo had figured it out. That's it, I get it now. Warrior's weapon, got it. The symbol will activate depending on the type of weapon used, and that weapon will be enhanced by the item. Not to mention, the monster's eyes turned red as it growled. Daibo continued to dash past it. The sword slashed down on its horn, and it cried out in pain. The number of glowing gems increases as I fight, and the more there are, the stronger I become. Which means, Daibo landed on something, bending his knees to gain momentum. He dashed forward with the sword. After numerous clashes and hits, Daibo had discovered its weak point. Even your thick skin, I can pierce through it. He charged straight for the monster's heart, causing it to cough up blood immediately. Almost all the symbols had lit up. He dashed like the wind. Daibo, a black shadow, rushed right behind it. As if sensing him, the monster turned around and roared, breathing fire. Daibo's sword broke in half. A huge explosion tore into the ground. Daibo, inside it, blamed himself. Damn it, I was careless. My eyes. While he was still thinking, 3 or 4 fireballs, which had appeared out of nowhere, flew towards him. But these things, the red fireball made the ground tremble. The monster growled and opened its large mouth to devour him. Daibo spoke, causing it to pause. You're one step too slow. Daibo was holding something. The axe symbol lit up. Daibo was unharmed by the explosion, and instead he enthusiastically declared, the complete formation has appeared. Now it's your turn to take a beating. His eyes were filled with a deathly glare. The monster and Daibo both charged up to fight. The monster spewed out fire bombs again. He dashed past it like an indomitable warrior. The monster with 2 horns, unafraid of death, charged forward again. Daibo, holding the axe, shouted. He pierced through the monster's large hand, causing its mouth to open wide in pain. An axe symbol. 2 or 3 more axe symbols followed. Finally, the power of the axe was complete. This is a critical hit, a combo attack. Daibo firmly gripped the axe, which had completely ignited. This is going to hurt a lot. The axe now seemed to have become gigantic. The monster seemed to be afraid of this sight. Daibo pierced right through its middle. His battered body fell to the ground. Daibo looked back worriedly, panting heavily. Drops of the monster's blood splattered everywhere. Daibo had successfully defeated it. The man in black used his skill to relentlessly attack Zexig with arrows. The arrows, shot with great force, created holes in the ground, making it extremely difficult for Zexig to dodge. This is tough. Without giving Zexig a chance to react, an arrow was aimed straight for his head. Just when Zexig thought he was done for, luckily a bullet flew by, deflecting the arrow's path and saving him. The man in black saw this and broke into a cold sweat, confused, not understanding what was happening. The 2 more shots were fired, aimed directly at the men in black. But the men in black reacted quickly. As soon as the 2 bullets came flying, they jumped to another spot, creating distance, causing the 2 bullets to hit the ground and create 2 large holes. Then a foot came forward to shield Zexig. Minizer shielded him with 2 guns in her hands. She struck a super cool pose. Hey, you cowardly kid. Snap out of it. You have to go see your father, right? But as soon as she turned her back, Zexig was already terrified. He screamed and ran away, which Minizer didn't expect. Oh no, we have to go together. Seeing this, the men in black didn't hesitate to draw their weapons and attack her. Damn it. You guys too. With no other choice, she could only sigh helplessly. Nothing is ever easy. Meanwhile, Zexig had used all the strength he was born with to turn his back on his teammate and run for his life. At a safe distance from the men in black, Zexig finally reached the end and saw the exit. The escape gate. Zexig's face lit up with joy when he saw the exit. That's right, I'm saved now. Before he could celebrate for long, Zexig tripped over a rock, causing Zexig to fall flat on his face, which caused the potion bottle to fall out of Zexig's pocket. Zexig's expression turned grim. He reached out to grab the potion bottle, but then memories suddenly surfaced in Zexig's mind. The person who had given him the potion bottle. This is... Zexig was skeptical at the time because his father had given him the potion. Father. Something so precious. His father smiled and said, keep it. One day you will surely need it. The conversation between Zexig and his father at that time replayed in his memory. Back then, Zexig had underestimated the danger of the gate and didn't think he needed the potion. I don't need this. This gate is nothing. But his father had reminded Zexig and wanted him to keep the potion just in case any situation might occur. Remember, you are the captain. If you want everyone to return safely, without losses, you must be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Galzik's face with a gentle smile appeared in Zexig's mind, telling him about the responsibilities of a leader. That is the responsibility of a leader. Now, Zexig could only blame himself, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, denying the words his father had said. You were wrong, father. Zexig recalled his actions of abandoning his comrades and blamed himself for being a coward, who ran away like a dog. The faces of his teammates at that moment were as if they couldn't believe Zexig would do such a thing. I'm not worthy of being that kind of captain. I'm scared. I could die. Then Zexig could only hold his head and lie on the ground, lamenting his own powerlessness. Even with a support potion, with my current strength, I can't do anything. TSK. Back to Minzer's side. She was retreating to create distance while firing shots to push back the men in black, who were attacking her with their skills. Minzer's expression was now extremely grim. HMPH. You damn bastards are as persistent as cockroaches. You. She had retreated to a pillar and was leaning against it, but she didn't notice a foot on top of the pillar, waiting to launch a surprise attack on her. The thing shot down from above, attacking her with its leg. But with the lightning-fast reflexes of a marksman, she luckily dodged it, which also terrified her. It spun in the air to gain momentum to attack Minizer. You idiots. You can't even handle a weak girl. It swung its hook at her, but she was on guard, ducked down, and dodged it. Very quickly, Minzer's gaze sharpened, and she aimed at Maxia and fired back. What makes you think you're so great to be talking so big? Her attack was like a giant fireball, so powerful that it sent it flying far away. Just when she thought she had dealt with it, a skill symbol appeared on its body, which made Minzer's eyes widen in realization, but it was too late. The thing had countered her attack, causing her own attack to be fired back at her. Minizer was hit by her own attack, which also left her bewildered. Wounded all over her body, she spat out blood. Minzer's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot. She didn't understand what had happened. What the hell? Seeing her like this, Maxia said mockingly, "Did I scare you?" No. Without thinking much, she struggled to aim her gun at it and fired. Shut up. The bullet flew straight towards Maxia, but once again, its counter skill activated and lit up. Minzer's shot was reflected right back into her leg, causing her immense pain. Gritting her teeth, her face contorted, turning even darker. The wound caused her blood to splatter on the ground along with her pain screams. Seeing her in such pain, Maxia pretended to apologize with a look of embarrassment. "My sincerest apologies. It seems you're quite shocked. I owe you an explanation. How does it feel?" It stood on one leg on its round weight weapon and then mocked Minizer. "To be hit by your own attack. How does it feel, huh?" Hearing it say that, her face darkened even more, and she gritted her teeth, unwilling to believe what it said. "My move. What are you talking about? Impossible." It can be seen that the current situation between Minizer and Maxia is like a scale tipped heavily to one side. Maxia's. Like many other villains, it patiently explained its skills to her. "That's right, counterattack. This is the ability that my lord has bestowed upon me. No matter how strong your attacks are, all the damage will be returned to you. As long as I have this skill, you can't do anything to me." Hearing its taunts and contempt, she became even angrier. Veins even popped on her hand from the anger, causing her to grip her gun tighter and channel energy into her hand, preparing for an attack. "Don't be so arrogant. Such a ridiculous skill." Then a pain shot through her hand holding the gun, making her squint and look down at her hand. "Damn it, of all times, my mana had to run out now." Taking that opportunity, Maxia swung its weapon and said, "Don't tell me you're out of tricks. How disappointing." It launched a powerful attack towards Minizer, causing her to scream in pain. She was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground, creating a large crater and causing spiderweb-like cracks to form. She lay in the crater, unconscious and unable to move. "This is tough." Seeing this, Maxia ordered the men in black to charge forward and eliminate Minizer. Finish them. It seemed as though Minizer would be torn apart by the men in black, her blood splattering everywhere. But then, suddenly, Maxia froze as if he had just seen something unexpected. This is. It was bewildered, not understanding. What's going on? Didn't he run away, leaving his teammate behind? Following its gaze, it saw Zexig standing with his sword drawn in front of Minizer. Having blocked the recent attacks from the men in black, Zexig gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling, his eyes staring fixedly at it. "Yes, I couldn't protect my team, I admit. I'm not strong enough." But before Zexig could finish his sentence, the man in black charged forward and stabbed him straight in the stomach, pushing him back. He cried out in pain. The man in black looked at Zexig as if he were an idiot and mocked him. "What a fool. So, even knowing that, you came back just to die." But despite the pain that made him sweat profusely, Zexig still managed a self-deprecating smile. Then, Zexig's hand channeled energy and gripped the sword that the man in black had stabbed into his stomach. "Hey, who knows? I don't even know why I did it myself, but there's one thing I'm sure of." Seeing Zexig like that, Maxia exclaimed in surprise, "That's..." Over here, Zexig powered up like Son Goku, using his hand to break the tip of the man in black's sword and pull it out of his body. "If I run away now, I'll have to live my whole life as a coward." "How could I?" The man in black was shocked. "What? I clearly hit a vital spot." Without hesitation, Zexig used the broken half of the sword to stab one of the man in black's eyes. Blood gushed from the man in black's eye, while Zexig's other eye was wide open and bloodshot. Seeing the man in black being stabbed like that, the men in black opposite him screamed in fear. "What the hell is this? Is he hiding his strength? How is he still standing?" Maxia, seeing the men in black being scared like that, cursed at them. "You fools. That's not it." Everything that happened to Zexig was the effect of the golden potion, Elixir, a legendary potion that provides a massive boost to health and mana for 30 minutes. But the men in black still charged at Zexig without hesitation, attacking him continuously and relentlessly. "Impossible, he actually has Elixir. I forgot how rich the Gaozic Merchant Guild is. But even so, being attacked continuously by the men in black to the point of coughing up blood, along with a long wound on his shoulder, Zexig had to grit his teeth in extreme pain. Zexig still didn't hesitate to swing his sword to make the men in black retreat and dodge. The men in black, while attacking and observing, had clearly analyzed Zexig's strength. Wait a minute, looking closely. The men in black continued to analyze Zexig's surprising entrance, while also mocking him. His stamina has really increased, but his skills are still the same, like pearls on a pig's neck. Meanwhile, Zexig just stood there, using his sword to support his battered body, blood flowing from his body to the ground. Zexig's hands still gripped the sword tightly. Yes, you're right. While he was still mocking himself, this item is too good for me. The men in black continued to charge towards Zexig with murderous intent. Then Zexig grinned confidently, so I decided to share it with someone else. As soon as Zexig finished speaking, 3 shots were fired from the skill cannon. The bullets pierced through the bodies of the men in black, sending blood splattering everywhere. While the men in black had yet to react, over here, Minizer stood there with the elixir bottle in her hand, a smirk on her lips. Oh, now that's impressive. She stood behind Zexig with a murderous look on her face and a cool stance, pointing her gun at the men in black. Her energy had been fully restored, making her full of life. Well then, let's turn the tables. Zexig looked at the men in black, panting heavily. Yes, I'm counting on you. If it's you, you might be able to do something. The men in black still couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes, but they didn't stop and charged forward as if seeking a path to hell. She was on the verge of death just a moment ago. Maxia, seeing the men in black charging to their deaths, shouted to stop them. But it was too late. Wait, don't. An empty bottle was thrown straight at the man in black's face and shattered, causing him to scream in pain. The man in black's eyes widened, looking at the golden light shining straight in front of him. And then it was a powerful shot aimed straight at the 3 men in black, creating a huge explosion and sending all 3 men in black flying. At this moment, Minizer was still standing in that cool pose with her gun barrel smoking, preparing for another shot. Oh my, this is the young master's life on the line. You all are underestimating me too much. Then another huge shot was fired. The shot would tear through the bodies of all 3 men in black, making them scream in agony. No. A long trench was carved into the ground from her shot, along with a huge explosion. Rhea stood watching everything and just uttered a single, dissatisfied sentence. What a bunch of fools. A surviving man in black trembled, his eyes bloodshot, as he crawled to its feet to beg for his life. Please, Sir Maxia, spare me. But it just coldly lifted its leg high with a cold sentence, get your filthy hands off me. Then it stomped down hard, crushing the man in black's head, sending blood splattering everywhere. It stood there, finding Zexig and Minizer interesting, but nothing has changed. What do you think you can do? It taunted her with its counter skill appearing above its head. You're still in the palm of my hand. She didn't argue back, but just took off her hood and quietly said, yeah. Minizer, with a determined look in her eyes, used her hood to tie up her injured arm. Well then, let's bring this to an end together. I'll give you a real shock. The battle raged fiercely. Maxia swung its weapon furiously, stopped talking nonsense. Its weapon continuously attacked Minizer and Zexig, forcing them to run and dodge with great difficulty. While dodging, Minizer also counterattacked Maxia, firing continuously at it. The bullets flew straight at it, but it seemed calm, not even paying attention to the bullets she fired, and even mocked her. You fool, even now, you still don't get it. But then, one of the 2 bullets changed its trajectory, shot straight at the other one, causing the bullet to hit the pillar next to Maxia, making the pillar break and fall, which surprised it a little and made it pause. The pillar fell to the ground where it had just been standing, but it had quickly dodged to the side. After dodging, it thought, did she just miss? But Minizer didn't give it any more time to think, and once again fired continuously at Maxia. The bullets flew in a seemingly chaotic manner, not aiming directly at it, but at the pillars around it, which confused it about her actions. What is she doing? The rocks from her shots kept falling directly on it, forcing it to use its weapon to destroy them all. It was as if it realized something was wrong, and it didn't want to believe it. Impossible. It can't be. Minizer just retreated further from Maxia and smiled as if her plan had succeeded. She continued to shoot at the rock next to Maxia, shattering it into many pieces, which made it shout in alarm. What? The shattered pieces of rock pierced its body, creating many bloody holes, causing it to cough up blood continuously in pain. Zexig, hiding on one side, observed the battle between the 2. Zexig was also surprised by the attack strategy Minizer used to attack Maxia. She's using the rubble to hit him. How is that possible? After successfully attacking Maxia, Minizer didn't stop but continued to attack using the large rocks around it, causing them to shatter and hit its body, making it scream in agony. After observing carefully, Zexig's face showed that he had understood Minezer's strategy. I see. He thoroughly analyzed her tactics. He has the ability to counter all direct damage, but that skill only works when he is attacked directly. In other words, if she destroys the things around him to indirectly injure him, what can she do? He came to a final conclusion, then he will be injured. At this moment, Maxia was hit on the head by a huge rock, causing him to scream. Ah! But another bullet flew straight towards the rock on its body, shattering it into many pieces. A continuous stream of bullets exploded the large rocks around, causing them to shatter into pieces, forcing Maxia to struggle to dodge while angrily cursing Minizer. "You stinking bitch." Seeing it so angry, she just smiled. "I told you so." As she spoke, she gave it another explosion from behind, causing it to be severely injured and bleed, screaming in pain. "I'm going to give you a surprise." Maxia stood there, blood flowing out in large streams. Cough, using these dirty tricks, damn it. I have to stay away from these walls. It angrily charged faster towards Minizer, roaring, "You're nothing." Seeing it charge like that also startled her, and she jumped back to get further away from it. But then she quickly used her skill to fire a super huge bullet, explosive shot. "This whole place is like a minefield for you now." Seeing the huge bullet, Maxia roared and used its skill to shield itself. "Damn it. Ah, I won't get hit this time." But the supersized bullet just grazed past it, surprising it slightly. The bullet pierced straight into the wall, breaking through the stone and earth. That shot cracked the wall above, causing the giant rock on the ceiling to fall straight onto the head of the stunned Maxia, who couldn't react in time. The rock crushed it, and the entire ceiling above collapsed, leaving no way out. Minizer stood there watching it get crushed. Zexig, who was hiding behind a rock and watching the battle, showed his fear. The ceiling. Looking at the pile of rubble, Zexig just said one thing: "It's over." The surrounding rubble trembled violently. Minizer observed this, and was slightly startled in surprise. She ran quickly to Zexig's side, wanting to pull him away. Her action also startled Zexig, who didn't understand. "You idiot, get away." But Zexig quickly understood why she did that. He glanced towards the buried Maxia. Before Zexig could react, a huge explosion occurred, blowing away all the rubble. Maxia's weapon appeared, red hot as if it had been roasted. Maxia emerged from the giant pile of rocks. It panted heavily, its body tattered. Blood flowed out like a flood. "I've wasted more life force again." Maxia stood in the huge crater it had created, looking around for Zexig and Minizer, but couldn't see anything due to the surrounding dust. Did they escape? It just stood there angrily and speculated on how to counter Minizer. "Damn it. How dare you do that to me? But now I know how she attacks. It won't work a second time." Maxia stood in the cloud of dust. Time to continue the hunt. At this time, Zexig was helping Minizer escape. But because Minizer was seriously injured from saving Zexig, they moved with great difficulty. "Hey, are you okay? It's tough." Minzer's legs were now severely injured and she couldn't move. Seeing this, Zexig felt guilty. "I'm sorry. It's my fault." Zexig became scared and his face darkened. "He'll catch up soon. We need to find another way." But she just calmly said to Zexig, "It's okay." She just raised her gun above her head. Minzer's face contorted as she pressed the gun to her forehead. "I still have a plan." Meanwhile, Maxia was using its weapon to destroy pillar after pillar in search of the two of them. "Where are you hiding?" It frantically swung and roared. "Stop scurrying around like rats. Come out. I'll find you sooner or later." As it swung its weapon towards the next pillar, a bullet shot straight from behind it. The bullet seemed to tear through every obstacle as it flew straight towards Maxia. But it was on guard and used its counter skill to shield itself from the bullet. Nice try. But it's useless. And then, the unbelievable happened. The bullet tore through Maxia's counter shield and shot straight through its body, causing it to cough up blood, unable to believe what was happening. HMPH, unbelievable, how? Maxia tensed its leg muscles so much that veins popped, stabilizing its body. "What did you do?" In a fit of rage, it swung its weapon at the golden shadow that appeared before its eyes. "I was here first." But then its weapon passed straight through the body of the golden figure with ease. Seeing its own weapon pass through the golden figure without destroying it, it was startled and afraid. "What?" And then a continuous stream of bullets was fired straight through its body, causing it to cough up blood in pain. Cough, damn it. It flowed continuously from its body, and it could only be angry and scared, damn it. "What the hell is happening?" Minzer's voice echoed in the space around it, startling Maxia. "You still don't get it." Thick golden hair appeared. Next came the entire golden body. Finally, the complete body of the golden figure became clear, and Maxia's voice also rang out. "You mean, you used squad summon?" The golden figure appeared with a huge gun on its back. Along with that were explanations about squad summon, a skill that allows summoning teammates. And Maxia's surprise. "I thought that was Eagle Ace skill. How did you get it?" Then the golden shadow fired its gun at Maxia. While dodging the bullet, it thought, "This is dangerous. It looks just like a real person. But it's not a living creature, so I can't counter it." But the bullet still grazed its leg, causing it to scream in pain. I know. But that wasn't all. The bullet that grazed its thigh ricocheted off the ground and flew straight back at it, making Maxia curse in its heart. Damn it. It used its weapon to block the bullet, deflecting it. This is bad. But then a rain of bullets shot straight towards it, giving Maxia a headache. Attacking it is useless. The bullets seemed to have a mind of their own, pursuing it relentlessly. It had to run for its life like a rat. I have to attack the skill user. I must. Maxia continuously swung its weapon, destroying pillars in search of Minizer. Where are you? It kept swinging its weapon, continuously destroying everything around it. Where are you hiding? This skill must consume a lot of mana. You must be nearby. Maxia was confident in his thinking. It must be. Then it turned its leg into an attack stance again. It pulled its weapon and at the same time shouted, I see. Wait, I get it now. Its gaze was fixed on the golden figure, certain the safest place here would be. And then its weapon once again passed through the golden body, heading straight for what was behind it. Maxia was excited and confident in its analysis, a place where the clone can be used as a shield. That's right. Its weapon flew straight towards the pillar, along with Maxia's confident assertion. You're hiding behind the clone. The weapon shattered the pillar and came right in front of Minizer. But Minzer's eyes showed no fear, only extreme calm. Seeing her there, Maxia rejoiced, gotcha. But then its weapon stopped dead just inches from her face. Zexig's voice rang out. If I know where the attack is coming from, it turned out Zexig had used his sword to block Maxia's weapon before it could attack and kill her. Then even I can block it. Zexig's face was filled with excitement, and then a golden gun appeared with the HMPH. It turned out the golden figure had appeared behind Minizer, pointing its gun at Maxia. Meanwhile, Minizer seemed to have calculated it all in advance. Got you now. At this point, Maxia had lost all hope and understood its fate. Damn it. The gun barrel gathered energy for a terrifying shot, and then bullets pierced through Maxia's body one by one. Blood gushed out continuously. Arc. Its gaze towards the two of them, and the golden shadow gradually faded and blurred. His clothes were tattered, and blood flowed continuously. His body. Maxia's body collapsed, face down in a pool of blood. Opposite him, Zexig exclaimed, it really is squad summon. The golden shadow was gradually dissipating. It only creates a clone without consciousness. The golden shadow glanced at Minizer. Hope we meet again, little sister. Minzer's eyes lit up as she looked at the golden shadow. Then she gave a gentle smile and replied, thank you, big sis. The fierce battle shook the earth, sending small pieces of rock flying. Elbem stood his ground, using his sword to block the sharp and ferocious attack from the giant monster. It was Evoke. The clash of their offense and defense shattered the surroundings, sending large and small pieces of rock flying. Elpalm struggled to block the blow and thought, damn it, its whole body is covered in armor. In that case, after some calculation, Elbam decided to counterattack. He knocked away Evoke's sharp claw and quickly executed a technique. Thin, curved beams of light shot out from his swing. How about this move? The person inside the monster, Evoke, with his white hair, snapped awake. He controlled the monster's body to spew out red, thread-like strands to block Elbam's attack. Due to their density, the red threads, like a stream of blood, swept Elbam away. He was caught off guard and swept along the current, shouting. When he looked again, he was horrified to see that his sword was covered and stuck by the threads. His strength alone was not enough to pull the sword out, and he cried out in anguish. My sword. Suddenly, a gentle but deep voice spoke. This feels a bit cold. Patches of ice from nowhere had covered the entire stream of red threads. It was all created by a sword filled with cold energy from afar. Elbam was still trying to pull out his sword. He also glanced towards where the ice had appeared. The skill is one-sided. The young man nimbly jumped down in front of Evoke, landing with a flourish. Kiji, in a battered state, covered in wounds and blood, had a determined and confident look in her eyes as she laughed loudly. I'm a little late because I was busy helping the merchants evacuate. This one's tough. Let me lend a hand. Kiji was busy looking at Evoke and planning, if we team up then. Before she could finish her sentence, Elpalm dashed past and attacked her, sending her flying into a nearby cliff, creating a small explosion. Kiji, in pain, looked at him in surprise and called out, sarcasm. Elpalm turned to look at her, his face filled with anger, gritting his teeth and glaring at her. Don't interfere, you privileged brat. I don't need your help. With that, he grabbed his sword and charged towards Evoke, shouting loudly. You just sit there and watch closely. Evoke didn't just stand there and take it. He didn't hesitate to swing his sharp leg at him. The battle continued to rage fiercely. Evoke relentlessly unleashed his attacks. He roared, shooting threads and swinging his legs. Elpalm, with his nimble movements, dodged the attacks and wondered. Has he lost his mind? Old Akashin watched from behind a red screen, judging fearfully. How terrifying. He can't even control himself. The old man frowned and glared with contempt, and he thinks he can take on the knights. The multi-eyed spider spinning its web above spoke up. Don't worry. I've shared a little of my power with him. Even though he was once a sinister knight, he was only in the 7th circle. On the red screen, the scene of Elbam fighting hard was still showing. The spider continued to analyze as the image of Evoke shook his hair. Before their mutation, their strengths were comparable, so that should be enough. The spider suddenly remembered something and quickly spoke up. But wait, don't you have other things to worry about? Old Akazium was startled. Haha. Indeed. You guessed right. The eye drawn on his forehead lit up. Perhaps everything has long been over. It seems old Akazium was talking about another battle. From the other side, a bearded old man was casting a spell. Michael was lying on the ground, looking up in fear. A series of small explosions went off around them. Michael was thrown far away by those small explosions. He quickly regained his balance and thought, it's as if they anticipated my late arrival. Is this a trap? If so, then the knights are in danger. The other guy was annoyed and frustrated. You're not focusing at all. With that, he charged towards Michael with his sword. A magic spell was cast, creating a red and black light aimed straight at Michael. The spell shot down to the ground, creating a huge explosion. Michael dodged but had to quickly raise his sword to defend against Akazium's subordinate's attack. He mocked him crazily. Are you worried about your students? So predictable. You hypocrite. The clashes were not small, creating many explosions and making the surrounding atmosphere fierce. Michael lowered his head, his eyes cold after hearing the subordinate's question. Have you forgotten Athen? There was no response, only a powerful slash that broke Michael's sword. At the same time, the sword also cut into his body, causing blood to spurt out continuously. He remembered an image from his childhood, being held in the arms of his kind father. The two of them had radiant, happy smiles. Athen, your father, loved you more than anyone in this world. You received unconditional love, trust, and the greatness of a father. However, it was all a lie. The innocent boy's eyes looked up as if he saw something. Family, unconditional love. Haha. As if he was just someone who wanted to take you because you carried the blood of the Knight of Light. Blinded by greed, he killed your biological parents and kidnapped you. The image of the beastly man with an inhuman smile appeared. He was just a demon in human form. The subordinate's blood-red sword slash extended for several meters, carving a deep, ugly path of destruction. He stomped his foot and continued. Michael, the sole heir of the Knight of Light, because noble blood flows through your veins, you were destined to live among a swarm of filthy, greedy flies. Did you really expect sincerity from them? Then you are too naive. Michael clutched his blood-stained chest in pain under the subordinate's words. There is no escape from that cycle, from that bloodline. Accept it. It's time for you to open your eyes. Michael's face darkened after hearing everything. The subordinate's crimson eyes looked at him coldly, finishing his advice and telling him to truly become an adult. Michael waited for him to finish, then snorted lightly and said, HMPH, you talk a lot. The subordinate heard this and asked in surprise, what? Michael tried to stand up and complained. I was already dizzy from your attack, and now your nonsensical reasoning is giving me a headache. He put his hands on his thighs and stood up. I get it now. Let's go. This is some kind of mind space, right? Are you trying to cause a disturbance to buy time? Michael asked after a moment of thought. The subordinate was confused. You still don't realize? I am the truth that you have buried deep within your heart. Listen to me. Michael channeled his strength into his hand, forming a fist, and replied, no, you're wrong. Truth, you really think I act for such things? How ridiculous, he said with a stern, emotionless face. That's right, I'm surrounded by filthy flies. They use me, and I use them. The subordinate shouted in confusion. Are you even listening to me? Michael's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I don't fight battles I know I'll lose. And I don't sign deals where I'll be at a disadvantage, in exchange for satisfying their greed. I learned a brave way to instill courage in the hearts of the weak. An image of Elpalm fighting bravely appeared. A way to forgive those who once resented me. A way to mend broken relationships. Elbam had probably accepted to fight alongside Kiji. And a way to protect the ones I love. The gentle spirit of a woman appeared behind Michael. That is the true way to live as a human being. Something you will never learn with money. His words were accompanied by a smile, with the light confidently showing its personality, and assuring that light will always triumph over darkness. A screeching sound echoed as the monster quickly chased after the person in front of it. Kiji gritted her teeth, trying to avoid it. She turned around and swung her sword towards the monster. It quickly used its legs to kick away the flying crystals. It stomped one of its legs down, trying to crush Kiji, but she quickly dodged the attack. Meanwhile, Kasim, on the side, also charged forward with his sword. You don't understand. Kasim flew up, aiming to strike the host body on top of the spider's head. I told you I could do it myself, he roared at Kiji. But unfortunately for him, Evoke's body was surrounded by an incredibly strong barrier. Kasim was immediately repelled. His eyes widened in surprise. A barrier? Kasim realized he had misjudged his target, so this isn't his weak point. While Kasim was dazed, a large amount of magical power had gathered and formed into a ball. He only realized in a panic this is a trap, but it was too late. Now, the magic it had gathered, which was growing stronger, was all concentrated in the lower body of the spider. Kiji saw the extremely dangerous situation and shouted, "Sir Kasim." Kasim finally came to his senses and looked behind him. The magical power from the spider's body suddenly shot out. The pressure of it was like a lightning bolt afterwards. After that attack, Kasim was battered and in free fall. In that moment, he seemed to remember his youth. Ever since I became a swordsman, I have devoted myself to training. Even if I fainted, I never gave up. I just wanted to be acknowledged by you, Michael. Kasim watched as Kiji stood timidly beside Michael. When he brought her here, I had a feeling. He panted heavily, looking at the scene before him, feeling as if he had been abandoned. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't accept it. Why? Impossible. Unable to accept it, Kasim always found ways to defeat Kiji, a useless girl with no talent. She struggled on the ground. Kasim just turned and walked away, without a word of comfort, which is what really made me angry. He gritted his teeth, trembling as he looked at his scratched fingers. She was more talented than me. I trembled in fear, knowing I could never compare. Returning to the present, blood was now trickling from the corner of his mouth. It's just. Kasim was now pinned under a pile of rubble from the spider monster's previous attack. He wondered, what am I to you? As if pleading, please hold on a little longer. The rocks were slowly being removed. Kiji trembled as she tried to lift the large rock, encouraging him, I'll get you out of there. Sir Kasim. Kasim seemed to have accepted his fate. He spoke weakly. No, just run. Before it finds you. Seeing the spider monster approaching, he advised again, go to master. Before he could finish his words, Kiji interrupted, her voice full of determination. I don't want to. She stubbornly refused to leave. I won't let you give up. You're my goal. You know how hard I've tried to surpass you. Kasim was stunned to hear Kiji's honest confession. Although the rock was very heavy, she didn't want to give up. I want to be acknowledged by you more than by master. I still haven't shown you my true potential. So please, stand up. She squeezed her eyes shut. Don't you dare. Kiji used all her strength and finally pushed the rock up. Give up. Kasim's eyes widened in shock. He cursed in his heart. This idiot. She's always been like this, ever since the first day master brought her home. This brat has always been like this. Finally the rock was pushed away. Kasim gritted his teeth and sat up, coughing and panting. Kiji, exhausted, sat next to him. I'll buy some time. You get out of here, Kasim said. His voice was stern. It's useless. Kasim launched himself up, sending her back. Towards the spider monster, he didn't forget to mock her. What do you think you can do? Stop talking nonsense. He advanced towards it with his sword. Stand behind me. Kasim's back at this moment looked incredibly sturdy. He didn't look back, his voice as light as the wind. This is an order. Now. Kizi's eyes widened as she looked at the hero she admired. Kasim went ahead, ordering, support me. Kiji also followed behind. All right, let's go. As he finished, he charged forward with Kiji providing support from behind. She jumped up, swinging her sword in a beautiful arc. And Kasim, as fast as lightning, danced a few moves. Seeing the spider's leg about to strike, he shouted, to the right, Kiji. Receiving the command, Dick quickly attacked. Even at this moment, Kasim didn't forget to mock her. Idiot, too slow. Below you. Due to carelessness, she was hit in the stomach by one of the spider's legs. Kasim quickly shouted, right, above, below, left, below. Following Kasim's instructions, Kiji struck upwards. The spider monster roared in pain. It was now trapped by Kasim and Kiji in a continuous barrage of attacks. Suddenly its eyes widened. It swung its leg, sending Kiji flying. Kasim saw this and quickly cursed, fool. Thanks for nothing. The spider used the same old trick again, continuing to channel magic on its body towards her as she fell. The attack cut through the wind, flying straight towards Kiji. Her eyes were fixed on the massive magical power approaching her. But Kasim had already jumped in front of her. Kiji screamed loudly, Sir Kasim. Kasim, you came in first again. Michael presented a stack of survey papers. Kasim smiled, his voice full of humility. I can still do better to be worthy of being called your student. Hearing this, Michael sighed again. On the other hand, your teammates' results are terrible. Kasim was shocked. That's Michael cut him off. CDD. Did you do everything by yourself again? Michael's face was expressionless. Kasim, do you still not understand my teachings? Kasim was furious, gritting his teeth, damn it. Back to reality, Kasim was swallowed by the attack. He swung his sword in one slash, repelling the spider monster's attack. The spider monster was repelled and roared in frustration. With this one sword strike, he cut the purple beam in half. Kasim took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. He slashed at it. Suddenly, Kasim's sword shattered. His eyes widened, impossible. But the momentum was still there, and he charged headfirst into its mouth. Kiji shouted, Sir Kasim. When her light sword reached him, Kasim quickly grabbed it. Kizzy said, use this. He smirked, gathering mana in his hand. The sword, filled with energy, pointed straight. The spider couldn't dodge in time. The sword flew forward. Kasim gripped the hilt tightly. I didn't understand your teachings. The sword, carrying immense power, plunged straight down. Kasim shouted, then watch what I've learned. The sword aimed straight down at the spider. The spider growled. With a loud bang, the sword plunged straight down, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Dust flew everywhere as Kiji raised her hand to shield her eyes. The spider monster was beaten to a pulp and lay there in a heap. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, that was amazing. Is this Sir Kasim's true power? Kiji clenched her fist in determination. I knew it. I'm still so far from him. Suddenly, the sword flew over and landed behind her. Kasim approached. Don't tell me you're feeling proud of yourself right now. I still don't think you're worthy of being a knight. Kiji lowered her head. All right, she opened her eyes wide, so. He spoke up, always walk behind me, just like today. Kasim stood facing the distance. Kiji turned her face away. They stood there together, greeting the dawn. Yes. A large boulder flew over, hitting Ebitzer right in the chest. This powerful impact sent him flying far away. Ebitzer spat out a mouthful of blood. Furious, damn it. Marco walked among the assassins, hands clasped behind his back, and said cheerfully, you've held out for quite a while. It seems Zaken has a very skilled subordinate. But seconds later, his face darkened. Well, goodbye then. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassins immediately flew towards Ebitzer. Suddenly, someone raised a fist, smiling and shouting loudly. It was one of the subordinates. The assassins were immediately sent flying back, to Marco's surprise. He cried out, El Poum. Zephyr stood in front of Ebitzer and said with a smile, the team's problem solver has arrived. Ebitzer was immediately healed. Zephyr continued, don't overdo it anymore. Get up now. Seeing Ebitzer's wound heal before his eyes, Marco's face showed clear disbelief. He healed a fatal wound in such a short time. He's even more formidable than the rumors. Ebitzer stood up, rubbing his fists together and smirking, feeling much better now. You came at the right time, Zephyr. Zephyr replied, you should thank Zaken. He really cares about his subordinates. Looking at the assassins before him, Ebitzer said, there are about 30 of them. Is everyone ready? He clenched his fist. All right, let's smash them. Before anyone could react, Zephyr immediately turned and ran away quickly. While running, he shouted, well then, run. Seeing this, Ebitzer was stunned, not knowing what to say. What? Then he immediately ran after him, shouting as he ran, you madman. Seeing this, the assassins also chased after them under Marco's command. After them. The scene shifts to where Gwyn is. It scolds, useless. How could he lose again after taking my power? Akashin just stood there silently. The old man slowly spoke up. You say, that is if you didn't see this coming. Gwyn was furious. Are you trying to provoke me? If it weren't for that contract, I would have. Akazium spoke. I told you, it's not our time to act yet to resurrect the Black Sorcerer. We must preserve our magic. The old man held out his arm, which was imbued with magic. But to end it like this would be a waste. My brother. All right, this time I'll help out just a little. Elsewhere, gunshots were still ringing out incessantly. Sodalin turned to ask Pizu, what's the situation? Pizu stared at the talisman and replied, not much longer now. They're almost here. Is the special task force of Guild Master George Hunter. Sodalin looked up at the sky in surprise. A brilliant red seal in the sky, with 3 figures in cloaks. Their faces completely covered by masks. The one with the iron mask complained, this is too messy. From the ground, a wall broke through the earth and rose up. As the wall continued to rise, Sodalin's teammates panicked. There's a barrier surrounding us on all sides. Sodalin wondered, was it created by that guy? The iron-masked man and his 2 subordinates looked down from above with satisfaction. The barrier surrounded everyone. Kizzy, inside, saw the strange events before her and asked, what's going on? Kazim beside her called her Izzy. Suddenly, something shot down and attacked the 2 of them. Kasim managed to grab Kizzy and jump out of the chaos. He shouted, "Snap out of it." Kasim was angry at Kiji's carelessness. He scolded, "You idiot. You can't even take care of yourself." Within the cloud of energy that attacked the two of them, a voice rang out, "What's the rush?" It's clear that. Evoke held his forehead in disappointment. How strange. Why? He revealed his sinister face with one of his eyes glowing. Why are you all still alive? Ebisser was running for his life. What? Out of mana already? Zephyr, running ahead, replied. You think I've been slacking off all this time? I just had enough mana to heal you guys. While running, Ebitzer cursed, "Damn it, you're no help at all." Zafar scoffed, "Don't be so harsh. I'm your savior." Ebitzer was frustrated, "Savior my ass. Now, we're running away together." He laughed loudly, "Don't worry, it's all part of my plan." Ebitzer was dissatisfied. What kind of plan is behind them? The men in black cloaks were charging towards them with murderous expressions. This made Ebitzer's face break out in a cold sweat, and he warned, "Hey, up ahead." Hearing this, Jaffer also hurriedly stopped himself in a rush. At this moment, in front of them was a giant red wall, which startled Jaffer immensely. What now? A wall just rose from the ground. At the same time, the assassins had also caught up right behind the group. Difficulties piled on top of difficulties, making everyone's face as black as the bottom of a pot. Great, are we really going to die now? Unlike his worry, Zafir behind him seemed to remain calm and said, "It's a bit early, but I have no other choice." After saying that, he also threw something to the man and continued to explain. "Now that everyone has chased us all the way here, well done. Well then, good luck." At this moment, in Bai Kwang's hand was an item that looked like a miniature mirror. From within it, a faint blue aura emanated, as if it was about to activate. Suddenly, the object Ebitzer was holding in his hand emitted a blinding light. He was startled. Could it be? The stone emitted a brilliant light, with beams of light constantly radiating out in all directions. The light suddenly flared up, so bright that it obscured their vision. Yet the assassins still charged in without slowing down. They simultaneously swung their blades with murderous intent, aiming straight for Ebitzer and his companion. But he suddenly disappeared, causing their blades to only clash violently with the ground. One of them saw this and turned his head in alarm to search. What the hell? They looked around, and now the road was empty, leaving only the confused assassins looking at each other. Where did they go? Golden coins suddenly appeared. Erebisser appeared from nowhere, landing heavily on the ground. Erebisser grimaced in pain. He spoke in confusion. What's going on? Then Arabix's eyes widened in surprise. Before him now were Gauzik and Gabo, who were equally surprised. Ebitzer cried out, "Sirzaken." His voice was panicked as he asked, "Where is this? Just a moment ago." Gauzik frowned. Cutting him off. "You did it." The image of the sparkling blue stone appeared, explaining, "You used a teleportation stone. It is a type of stone that allows teleportation to a specific person's location, within a certain range. However, that teleportation stone is very expensive, as each use consumes a certain amount of mesos. So many people carry it, but dare not use it carelessly." While the three of them were talking, another person appeared, continuing, "That's why I was trying to buy time." Zephyr appeared with a smug smile on his face, "Because this is an expensive item. I thought it should be used only when absolutely necessary. They won't find this place for a long time." His eyes widened in amazement. He appeared. All around where he stood were gold, silver, and precious jewels. Zephyr spoke in disbelief. "No way, gold, silver, and jewels everywhere. It's dazzling." The place where everyone was standing and talking was in a vault full of gold, silver, and jewels. Zephyr shouted, "A place like this exists." Immediately, he buried himself in the mountain of gold and silver. Ebitzer stood behind, looking at him in confusion. At this time, Gabor looked at Gauzik, frowning and asking, "So what now? Isn't it 20 minutes past the planned time?" Hearing this, Gauzik immediately fell into deep thought. Then he spoke, his face full of contemplation. "It seems so, but I'm not sure." A towering red wall stood in the center of a destroyed town. Gauzik's voice continued to echo. "It seems the plan has run into a problem." Then he looked at everyone and continued, "If possible, you all should run away." Zephyr emerged from under the pile of gold, holding a large crystal in his hand. He was horrified. "What? You want me to leave all this gold and silver behind? Leave you behind?" Gauzik clenched the teleportation stone in his hand and spoke. "I still have a few teleportation stones. It can teleport to the people I've placed outside, so you all should go." He was surrounded by a pile of sparkling gold, silver, and jewels. Gabo's face was full of confusion. Sweat dripped down his face. He asked, "What do you mean?" If you still have teleportation stones, why don't you go with us? Gaozik frowned, forcing a smile. My time hasn't come yet. The propulsion unit emitted a mystical purple light. Strange creatures with skulls suddenly appeared at the bottom of the ocean. At least one person needs to stay behind and wait for them to return. Sudden explosions came from the cannons. Everyone fired continuously at the red wall, but it had no effect. The wall remained motionless. The people around continued to fire relentlessly, a barrage of bullets raining down, blowing away the surrounding earth and rock. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the red wall inside. After the series of previous explosions, the wall still stood firm, completely unscathed. A person holding a cannon turned around and reported, "No matter how hard we attack, it won't budge at all." The person continued, "What should we do?" Sradalai heard this and fell into deep thought. He crossed his arms, thinking, a barrier this strong can only be created by high-ranking commanders. The image of a pot suddenly appeared in his mind, and among them, it was very likely the doctor. Adalai didn't continue thinking and gave an order. "Find another way. We have to enter that area." Hearing this, another person shouted loudly, "Yes, sir." He frowned. "Just wait a little longer. Sodalin, we will definitely save you." Inside the red wall, Sodalin was hiding behind a rock. Her face contorted, and she let out a cry. She looked at the man in the black cloak floating in the air with his two subordinates, thinking in disbelief. Could he be the one who created this strange barrier? Inside, at this moment, explosions echoed continuously. Houses began to collapse, causing many casualties. Someone said, "The tide is turning against us." Pizu, carrying a blood-soaked person on his shoulder, announced, "If we don't get reinforcements from the main force, we'll all be wiped out." Sodalin gritted her teeth. "Damn it, I only have 8 bullets left. What should I do?" The man in black floating in the air began to speak. "Not a bad city. Will Luther's minions are struggling against these mere mortals?" Suddenly, a stream of power flew straight at his face and exploded, startling his two subordinates beside him. He frowned in anger. "Who's there?" In response, a stream of power came hurtling towards him. He managed to dodge, causing the stream of power to fly straight towards a henchman, making the other one cry out in pain. He lowered his head, and a red ball of power appeared in his hand. "Over there." Then he threw that massive power down to the ground. Looking at the thick cloud of smoke that obscured his vision, he sneered, "How foolish." But suddenly, another stream of power came flying, hitting him straight in the back, surprising him. The henchman next to him was also startled. He turned his head in anger. "You damned rat." Streams of power continuously flew towards him. He angrily shouted, "I don't know what you're up to." A red fireball appeared, but it's useless. He threw the fireball at the ground, causing it to explode. The impact from his fireball also blew away the surrounding rocks. He stood high above, watching his power explode powerfully, blowing away everything around him. He had seen everything around him. Seeing a figure dashing across the rooftops, his face darkened. "Found you." Sodalin pulled the lever down. Click. She was raising her gun towards him, smiling, her eyes shining with determination. This battle is going to be fierce. The man in the black cloak flew high in the sky, constantly scanning the surroundings to find Sodalin. "Where are you hiding, you little rat?" But he was completely unaware that he was right in her sights at this moment. In the blink of an eye, a stream of power shot from afar, piercing straight through him and exploding violently, catching him completely off guard. He cried out in pain and immediately raised his hand to prepare to unleash a powerful attack. He shot out a huge fireball with his hand, shouting at the same time, "Stop messing around and come out here." Fireballs rained down towards Sodalin. She immediately turned and ran, while silently assessing him. "Damn it, you look stronger than you appear." Sodalin's eyes widened, her teeth clenched, and sweat dripped down her beautiful, tense face now. "This is my last chance." She looked at the man in black floating in the air and cursed him under her breath. "That bastard." At this moment, the man in black was still shouting loudly. "How long do you think you can run?" Sodalin thought, "This is bad." Suddenly she turned around, aiming her gun at him. "There's no other choice, it's do or die now." The henchman suddenly appeared from behind, roaring. She couldn't react in time, and her face clearly showed her panic. In a long, deserted corridor, voices and footsteps echoed. "Hurry up inside that door." The footsteps grew louder. They must be inside. Marco rushed along with the others. His face showed clear panic and haste. "Damn it, I didn't expect this, a teleportation stone." Then he and his men broke down the door and went inside. Marco's eyes stared, his face covered in sweat. He shouted, "The chase ends now." Seeing Gauzik standing with his back to him on a high platform, he continued, "Lord Gauzik." Marco laughed a long laugh. "Fortunately, just as I predicted, of all places, you hid in the treasure vault, Gauzik, on the high platform." remained silent with a somber expression. He turned his head, frowned, and replied, disappointed. You don't have the right to say that word so easily, you traitor, Francesco. Marco's breathing became ragged, but he still smiled at Gauzik. All right, I understand. Curse me all you want. Then he continued, by the way, are you alone? It looks like even Gabbo's dogs have abandoned you. Behind him appeared countless assassins wearing strange masks. Marco gave a creepy smile. His eyes filled with malice. I will make good use of the treasure you've left behind. As soon as he finished speaking, under Marco's command, the assassins immediately rushed towards Gauzik. So don't worry and just rest. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed a lever, and a voice rang out. Gabru's dogs are not at fault. The golden vault slowly opened. Tens of thousands of golden coins poured down like a waterfall, causing the assassins to shout in surprise. What? The golden coins poured down like a waterfall, rushing towards them. They couldn't react in time, and panicked, shouting, the gold is collapsing. Marco's face was filled with panic, his expression clearly showing his disbelief. No way. Nabo appeared with a triumphant smile. He pulled the lever down forcefully. Dogs? What about them? You're the one who needs to be punished for biting your master. Gauzik clasped his hands behind his back and said, it's a bit embarrassing, but I'll leave the rest to you. Teach him how the Gabbo Merchant Guild deals with hunting dogs. Marco was being submerged in a sea of gold when suddenly the black shadows shot up into the air, startling him. What the? Zephyr and Ebitzer appeared, surfing on a board in the sea of gold. Ebitzer smirked and said, all right, everything's in place. Seeing the two of them appear, Marco's face darkened. He roared in anger. Why are Gabbo's people here? The surrounding assassins were soon crushed by the sea of gold. A few cried out in pain. My body kill me. Zephyr and Abysser grinned broadly, raising their fist forcefully. The two of them landed powerful punches straight into the chest of the assassins, making them cry out in pain. Jaffer and Ebitzer laughed cheerfully. What? You guys don't like money. This is exciting. Suddenly, Gabbo shouted, Zephyr, watch out. Hearing this, Zephyr immediately turned his head, his face a mix of panic and surprise. An assassin had emerged from the pile of gold, holding a sword and aiming at Zephyr. Zephyr immediately stomped hard on the board beneath his feet. He smiled and raised the board to block the assassin's sword strike. Buffer looked straight at him and said with a smile, want to bathe in money before you die. Then he extended his fist towards the assassin, who was so startled he couldn't react in time. Zephyr unleashed a flurry of punches that made the assassins cry out in pain. At this moment, Marco was still struggling in the pile of gold. He muttered with difficulty, I can't get out. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shirt, startling Marco. Let me help. Ebisser gripped Marco's collar tightly. His malicious eyes stared at the helpless Marco, who was covered in sweat. He gave a savage smile. Oh my, our little puppy. Why are you suddenly whimpering and scared? Then Marco was thrown forcefully to the ground, his entire body bound by a rope. Gabor, Gauzik, and Ebitzer stood before him. Gauzik spoke coldly. Tell me, what is your next plan? He glared at him. He continued, if you cooperate, we will consider reducing your sentence. Hearing this, Marco snorted and gave a contemptuous smile. He struggled to sit up, a big, scornful smile on his face. Sentence, don't make me laugh. Do you think the law will still exist after today? Get real, all of you will die today. Gauzik frowned. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. Can you hear me? The voice continued, this is before he could hear the rest. Gabbo turned around in surprise and asked, what was that? Gauzik took out the teleportation stone, and the voice from within it continued to echo steadily. I have arrived at the rendezvous point, requesting permission to use the high-performance advanced teleportation stone. After hearing this, Gauzik spoke up. This is Gauzik. You are authorized to use it immediately. Zephyr, hearing this, was startled and stammered. Huh? What did he say? High-performance what? Gauzik. Gauzik explained, it's like a regular teleportation stone, but it can travel across countries. Hearing this, Jaffa's eyes widened and sweat flowed like a stream. He was dumbfounded. They say it can even take you to a place you've never been before, but because it's so rare, it's practically priceless. Gauzik frowned, sweating. He continued to explain. I sent one to our reinforcements through someone I trust. It's set to teleport to my location. So, I have to stay here. Hearing this, Marco sweated, unable to believe it. What? Reinforcements? His hands were tied behind his back. He clenched his fist. No way, it's just... He roared. You think a few reinforcements can turn the tide? Foolish. There's no mercenary group that would. For a little bit of coin before he could finish his sentence, Marco's eyes widened in shock. Gauzik looked at him sternly. Behind him, a series of coins floated up under a blue light. A little bit of coin, Francesco. Have you forgotten who you're standing in front of? He gave a triumphant smile, the wealth of the Gauzic Merchant Guild. At this moment, on the other side, a powerful purple stream of energy shot straight down to the ground, causing the spot it hit to explode violently. A figure with silver hair and a strange lower half spoke up. I will show you what true despair means. Evoke gave a sinister smile. You should be grateful. Kasim from below spoke up. Thanks to you, I was able to use this power. Sodalin knelt on the ground, crying out in pain. She said, calm down, you idiot. Evoke said as he prepared to unleash a huge stream of power. Don't try to resist. I'll take care of you quickly. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from the sky onto his shoulder, startling him. He looked over, and raindrops began to fall on him. Evoke said, this is. He looked up at the sky, his eyes wide with surprise. Rain? At this moment, elsewhere, Gauzic smiled confidently. Money I can pay as much as I want. The golden coins disappeared one by one into thin air, his voice still echoing steadily. I don't even need to think about it. Looking at Marco's frightened face, he continued, the answer is already obvious. Here. At this moment, a man in white lay motionless on the ground, raindrops falling on his body. The man in the black cloak looked up at the sky. Sodalin sat collapsed in a pool of blood. Next to her was her gun, which was out of ammo. Seeing the rain, she smiled. Oh my, is this real? Outside, huge waves crashed into the city. The ship's propeller spun continuously. Evoke saw the scene above and his eyes widened, unable to believe it. A voice rang out. I have bought the source of all the crises in this world. A giant monster with a skull appeared on the huge waves. It continued, and that is the sea. A woman stood proudly, looking at the scene before her. A voice announced. Harbor detected ahead of the ship, Captain. Your decision. Kaisel grabbed the pendant in front of her and shouted, all resources, prepare to fire. The image of the monster with the large skull appeared. It was preparing to shoot a massive stream of power. Kijin's voice boomed. Fire. The submarine continued its journey in the deep sea. The control department had received Kaisel's order. Communication established. Beginning mission. Entering territory. The countdown began. 3. During the countdown, Kaisel took out the photo she had always kept hidden. 2. The childhood photo of A and Minizer, both smiling happily. 1. As the countdown finished, the ship immediately broke through the water and surged upwards. The entire submarine emerged on the surface of the water. The ship had reached its destination. The ship has arrived at Lithinport, Captain. Awaiting instructions. Lithinport was clearly visible before Kijin's eyes. She coldly closed the locket in her hand, prepare the cannons. The blood-stained sword fell heavily to the ground. Aim. Akash Young's subordinate stared blankly at the ship in front of him. Magic continuously accumulated in the ship's gun barrels. In front of Akazium's subordinates was a ship with 6 supergiant guns. Kijin just coldly watched the cowards fleeing before her. Fire. As soon as the command was given, all the guns immediately unleashed a huge amount of magical power, destroying everything in their path. The ship was still heading towards Lithinport. As the ship moved, a large amount of water poured into the port. The ship's engines were operating at very high power, so strong that it could cause the surrounding seawater to flood Lithinport. The current grew stronger, and the entire Lithinport was flooded. This guy is. The leader of the subordinates was still desperately searching for Sodalin. What? Where did that girl go? Sodalin was currently unconscious under the water. Is she dead? Better to kill an innocent than let one escape. He began to summon his magic power. In any case, I have to be sure. Before he could strike, a sphere enveloped his entire body. It was an attack from the Kijin ship's cannons. The control department reported the situation to Kijin, target hit. As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, a faint silhouette appeared in the haze. It was the leader of the subordinates. He was still alive. These rotten bastards. The cannons on Kijin's ship once again gathered magic power. The target is still alive. Prepare to fire again. Below, in the water, Ivok's eyes suddenly shot open. He controlled his threads to wrap around the ship's engine. The engine department frantically reported, we missed. Something is stuck to the hull. Kijin was slightly panicked. What? She immediately ordered, cease the attack. Unit 3. Stop right now. The engine was completely ensnared by Ivok's threads. The engine is jammed. I can't control the ship. Ivok used his sharp legs to continuously strike the ship's hull. Captain, something is attacking the ship. Ivok had completely lost control, glaring at the ship with hatred. Seizing this opportunity, the lead subordinate immediately launched an attack. I'll make you pay for this. The attack caused the ship to shift violently, and the sailors inside struggled to maintain their balance. The right side of the ship was heavily damaged. The starboard side is under attack. The outer hull is severely damaged. Below, Ivok's sharp claws had pierced the ship's hull. The underside of the hull is also being attacked. Jack cried out in alarm. Kijin, at this rate. Despite taking such a powerful hit, the ship was still operational. The lead subordinate had to commend the vessel. This toy is pretty sturdy. He continued to gather magic power into a giant sphere. Let's see how you handle this. In this critical situation, Kijin decided to act herself. I have to do this myself. Jack, you. An arrogant voice rang out. Leave it to me. From the water's surface, a brilliant golden light appeared. Even Ivok didn't know where this golden light came from. What is this? What is this light? That's why. It was Michael charging straight towards him. Elsewhere, the skull in Akashium's hand suddenly cracked in two. He stared in astonishment as the skull in his palm slowly disintegrated. Impossible. They survived that attack. As if wounded, the king cried out, that hurts. Akashium's eyes glinted with even more killing intent. He has returned. The golden light tore through Ivok's threads. You're a bit late. His threads were continuously being severed. Ivok furiously summoned a protective barrier. Who dares? The owner of the golden magic power appeared before Ivok. It was Michael holding his sword, ready to strike. Ivok couldn't dodge the attack in time. He could only stare wide-eyed as the blow came for him. That man is. The sword in Michael's hand delivered a sharp, clean slash at Ivok. Ivok's spider body was sliced in two. His arms were also severed, and he could only look at Michael in bewilderment. With Ivok's threads no longer obstructing it, the Kijin ship began to stabilize. Captain, the ship is moving again. Kijin quickly ordered the crew. Full speed ahead. Maintain distance. But it was too late. The leader had gathered enough magic power. It's too late. I've gathered enough energy. Kijin and the sailors looked at him in terror. The sphere of magic power in the leader's hand grew larger and larger. Now, I will erase you from this world. He was about to swing his arm to attack, disappear. But before he could strike, something had severed his arm. Only when the leader's hand grew hot did he realize his wrist had been cut off. The sphere in the leader's hand immediately fell, creating a failed attack. The leader furiously cursed. Who? The one who had shot him was Starling. She had woken up. You disgusting insect. Starling wanted to finish off the leader herself. I hate being indebted to others. The ship's engine started working again. Flight path calculated. Target locked. Magic power gradually accumulated in the cannon's barrel. The scale of this attack was even more terrifying than the last. Energy limiters released. Kijin looked at the leader with hatred. She swung her arm. I'll make you pay for what you've done. The magic power was fully charged. The ship immediately fired the magic sphere at the leader. This time, he couldn't defend against the attack. Before dying, he painfully called out his master's name. A-K-S-H-I-U them. Cracks appeared on the barrier created by the leader. More and more cracks appeared. A massive explosion occurred, completely destroying the barrier. The water within the barrier gushed out uncontrollably. The current swept away all the ships. The homes of the residents of Lithian Harbor were submerged in the flood. Under the water, Carcer Sim struggled to hold onto the unconscious Kiji. The current was getting stronger, and Carcer Sim was about to lose his grip. This is bad. At this rate, Carcer Sim's strength gave out, and he helplessly let go. Just then, a strong hand gripped Carcer Sim's. That hand pulled Carcer Sim and Kiji ashore. The person who pulled Carcer Sim and Kiji ashore was Michael. Carcer Sim was a bit surprised. Master. Michael gave a proud smile. You have changed. I always believed in you, Carcer Sim. Receiving Michael's acknowledgement, the entire world seemed to brighten in Carcer Sim's eyes. Kijin used a magic stone to contact Guguzik. It's me, Yijin, captain of the Nautilus. She reported the situation to him. The situation has been resolved. Guguzik offered his thanks. Thank you for your help, Captain Kijin. With things on Kijin's side settled, Guguzik looked at the person in front of him. Now it's your turn. Goodbye. In front of Guguzik was Vergen Ko, who had been subdued. He threatened the tied-up man. Tell me everything you know. Countless rocks and debris shot out from the explosion. This explosion had immense destructive power. Elbam detected a figure behind him. He immediately fired a magic arrow at the silhouette. There you are. The figure hit by Elbam's attack gradually burned away. Only then did Elbam realize something was wrong. An afterimage. Before he knew it, Akashium's subordinate was right upon him. He swung his scythe to attack Elbam. Elbam quickly used his bow to block the blow. Akashium's subordinate continuously swung his scythe. Elbam's strength was just as he expected. Oh, just as expected. For a third circle mage, your close combat skills and instincts are unbelievable. No wonder Lord Akashium is so fixated on you. While he spoke casually, Elbam struggled to parry his attacks. A sphere of magic appeared in the subordinate's hand. Still not enough. Show me a little more. F4. Elbam had to use all his strength to dodge this attack. He threw the dagger in his hand towards Akashium's subordinate, damn it. Akashium's subordinate easily dodged the attack, but while Elbam was unable to react, he landed a fatal blow on him. Elbam's weakened body fell to the ground. Your learning ability is quite poor. Akashium's subordinate rushed towards Elbam without noticing the dagger behind him. I'm curious how you'll manage after losing an arm. Shall we find out right now? The dagger was controlled by Elbam's magic power. He directed the dagger to attack Akashium's subordinate's side, but he easily dodged the attack. Akashium's subordinate casually swatted the dagger away. He looked at Elbam with contempt. A blind man like me can't see clearly. Were you trying to ambush me from behind? Next, he used his magic power to control the large rocks around him. You're also lacking in creativity. Elbam tried to use mana to control the boulders hurtling towards him, and he succeeded. The boulders stopped. Elbam continued to channel mana into the rocks. A huge explosion occurred, sending countless rock fragments flying. Akashium's subordinate easily dodged the falling rock fragments. Impressive. You still have that much mana left. At least you have stamina. Elbam didn't expect this man to be able to see through his mana. At this point, he had to take a gamble. He definitely can't see. So how? How is this possible? Even if I save mana now, there's no other way. I have to take a gamble. Elbam decided to use his mana to activate his clairvoyance goggles. After using the clairvoyance goggles, all of Akashium's subordinates' movements appeared in his mind. There it is. A high-frequency wave is emitting from his body. Elbam discovered an unusual mana source emanating from the ring on Akashium's subordinate's neck. What is that? Thanks to this ring, the subordinate's vision was more comprehensive than ever. The high-frequency waves from that ring are bouncing off objects to map the space, and he's expanding the range with telekinesis, a 360-degree vision with no blind spots. If that's the case, Elbam used mana to control the surrounding space, zoom. Akashium's subordinate also realized his intention, So, you plan to block and control the space with telekinesis. So, you use the clairvoyance goggles to see through my secret. You're quite clever. Elbam's mana had created a barrier around Akashium's subordinate. A good strategy, now. I can't move a single step. But Elbam, that spatial barrier will also block your attacks. Just as Akashium's subordinate finished speaking, a pillar of magic suddenly pierced through the barrier, heading straight for him. He had already anticipated Elbam's next move. As I thought, it's like this. Akashium's subordinate easily destroyed the barrier. The moment it was destroyed, he rushed towards Elbam and cut off one of his arms, even in a blink of an eye. My reflexes are far beyond your imagination. His eyes flashed with contempt. Well, it was a bit boring, but I've cut off one of your arms. The thing Akashium's subordinate had just attacked was not Elbam. It was just his afterimage. Another afterimage appeared beside Akashium's subordinate. What? He was surrounded by Elbam, who suddenly appeared all around him. Akashium's subordinate swung his arm, slashing at an afterimage. This afterimage was created from a block of stone or rock. Akashium's subordinate was slightly flustered. Damn it, I was tricked. Akashium's subordinate quickly found a solution. Not bad. Hiding among puppets to distract me. In that case, I'll just keep slashing until your mana runs out. Nearby, Elbam was trembling as he controlled the stone blocks. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Elbam's mana was about to run out. As expected, the sound of his cough reached Akashium's subordinate's ears. I can tell just by the sound. Are you in pain? Don't worry, I'll end it soon. A light flashed where Akashium's subordinate was standing. A massive explosion occurred, completely destroying all the stone golems. He had discovered Elbam's location. Mana gradually gathered into a mass in Akashium's subordinate's hand. He threw the mana sphere straight at Elbam. Another massive explosion occurred. This time, Elbam couldn't defend himself. He was sent flying by the blast. His entire body slammed hard onto the ground. Akashium's subordinate stopped his attack and calmly walked towards Elbam. Meanwhile, Elbam was gasping for breath and pain. A large mana sphere appeared in Akashium's subordinate's hand. He wanted to end this battle. So, is this the end of our little game of hide-and-seek? It seems you're in mana shock. Well, it's a bit of a shame, but I must say, I had a lot of fun. It's not a big gift, but I'll show you this. Interesting, isn't it? Akashium's subordinate showed off the mana sphere in his hand, condensing magic power with telekinesis to its absolute limit. Amazing, isn't it? It will be your companion to the afterlife. Now then, the mana sphere in his hand suddenly vanished. What the hell? Elbam used all his remaining mana to use telekinesis to its limit. Now, this mana sphere belonged to him. Thanks for the gift. I'll take it. The mana on Akashium's subordinate's body was suddenly drawn towards Elbam. No way. What did you do? You madman. He was panicked but could do nothing, damn it. Where is this power coming from? Did he steal my magic with telekinesis? Even though his hands were covered in countless scratches, Elbam didn't stop the telekinesis. Surprised, even in death, Elbam had to drag Akashium's subordinate down with him. Come with me to the underworld as my companion. A giant monosphere gradually enveloped Akashium's subordinate's entire body. A loud explosion rang out, sending out clouds of dust. Elbam had also reached his limit. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His eyes gradually dimmed. This is really the end. His whole body collapsed. From the center of the explosion, a familiar figure emerged. It was Akashium's subordinate. He was still alive. No, right now. He looked hatefully at the fallen Elbam. We have to kill him right now. Lord Akashium was wrong. This man will never join our side. We must eliminate him right here, right now. A bullet shot straight towards Akashium's subordinate. The bullet shattered the rock that Akashium's subordinate was controlling. A familiar gun appeared. Isn't it a bit pathetic to go all out on an unconscious person? The one who just spoke was Minerva. She taunted Akashium's subordinate. Now, why don't you play with us for a bit? The battle was not over. His next opponents were Minerva, Daibo, and Xerxes. The subordinate looked at the three with resentment. How dare you, you brats? Minerva continued to aim her gun at Akashium's subordinate, teasing him. Why the scary face? The subordinate reached out, intending to catch the bullet. A pathetic bullet like that. Before he could finish his sentence, Daibo had already swung his axe at him. So, what about me? Daibo's attack successfully knocked Akashium's subordinate back. Daibo looked down at Elbam on the ground and asked, Are you okay? Elbam's condition was not good at all. Mana backlash, this is bad. If he doesn't get help soon. Akashium's subordinate used mana to control the surrounding rocks. His eyes were terrifying. You people really don't understand what's happening, do you? No matter how terrifying his gaze was, it couldn't stop Daibo. These guys are really stubborn. Akashium's subordinate looked coldly at Daibo. He took something out from his clothes. I can't hold back anymore. The thing Akashium's subordinate just took out was a sphere. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems I have no other choice. I will tear you all to pieces. When Minerva saw what Akashium's subordinate took out, she panicked and fired countless shots. What is that? A magic circle. All the bullets were easily blocked by Akashium's subordinate. Too late. Now then, now then. Akashium's voice suddenly echoed. Stop it, Mel. Hearing his master's voice, Mel gradually calmed down. Lord Akashium. Akashium gave him a death glare. I turn my back for a moment and you cause a mess. Trying to activate a magic circle without my permission. Mel looked at him, startled. My apologies. I got carried away. Akashium ordered Mel to retreat before the gate was surrounded. The operation has failed. Get back here quickly before the gate is surrounded. Mel was still a bit hesitant. Huh? But Elbam is still there. Akashium wanted to win honorably. It doesn't matter. We will meet him again anyway. If he dies in a place like this, then our initial choice was wrong. A chiding voice rang out. What? Lord Akashium. Minerva and Xerxes looked in fear at what had just appeared. No way. What now? The one who had just appeared was Maxia, covered in blood. So that's how it is. You, a direct subordinate of Lordview, are conflicting with Akashium. You betrayed Lordview. Then this is starting to get interesting. Mel watched Maxia warily. The magic sphere suddenly shattered. Perfect timing. Since it has come to this, I might as well clean all of you up. It was Maxia who activated it. He wanted everyone to die. Not bad, right? The pillar where Minerva and Xerxes were standing suddenly began to shake. It was Mel. He controlled the pillar to smash straight into Maxia's face. Minerva was a bit surprised by Mel's action. What? He's even attacking his own comrade. Mel was extremely fed up. HMPH, really? Am I a little too late? Even though Mel had smashed Maxia's face with the pillar, it was too late. The demon souls had escaped from the sphere. More and more souls escaped, letting out terrifying screams. Mel looked gravely at the swarm of souls. How troublesome this is. The demon souls twisted together, forming a giant soul. The number of escaping souls was too great. Daibo looked at the swarm in panic. What the hell? This was too much to handle, even for Mel. Even for me. This is a bit much. Therefore, he decided to retreat. I'm leaving. The rest is up to you guys. Daibo still didn't understand what was happening, damn it. What the hell is going on? Mel gave a rare, kind reminder. Her, you'd better be careful. Before leaving, he left a message for Elbam. If he wakes up, be sure to tell him this. Tell him my offer still stands. Of course, if you guys are still alive then. After saying that, Mel turned and left. But Minerva wouldn't let him get his way. She fired a shot at him. Who said you could leave? Mel found it extremely annoying. I told you not to waste your energy. He easily caught Minerva's massive bullet. Minerva was startled and amazed at how Mel blocked the attack. He used his bare hands, tit for tat. Before leaving, Mel decided to return the bullet to Minerva. Let me return the favor. He used mana to twist the bullet's path, sending it flying back towards Minerva. This bullet had immense destructive power. Minerva was almost killed by her own bullet. She didn't want to let him leave so easily. You bastard. Daibo frantically warned Minerva. Minerva, watch out. Behind her was the column of demon souls. Minerva was still in shock. Huh? No way. A demon soul immediately lunged at Minerva, but Daibo managed to block the attack in time. Daibo's whole body trembled. He realized something was wrong. Impossible. The swarm of souls was still rampaging. This one, and that one too. Drops of blood fell onto the cold floor. But it wasn't Daibo's blood. It was Banlock's blood. The demon souls wrapped their arms around Banlock. Under this embrace, Banlock went completely insane, of course. Are they all water gods? Damn. Xerxes frantically shook the unconscious Minerva. Hey, wake up. It's dangerous. Banlock reached out, trying to grab Xerxes and Minerva. Daibo roared. What are you doing, you idiot? After saying that, he charged forward to fight the monster. As Daibo launched his attack, he didn't forget to warn Xerxes, move. Hearing Daibo's warning, Xerxes quickly carried Minerva and ran far away from Banlock. Daibo wanted to stay and fight alone. Hey, you. I'll handle everything here. So take everyone and get outside. Elbam was still unconscious. Daibo pleaded helplessly, please. Xerxes looked at Daibo with a mixture of hesitation and sorrow. In the end, he decided to follow Daibo's words, carrying Minerva and Elbam as he ran. I'm sorry. Seeing his comrades leave, Daibo's heart was finally at ease. Phew, finally. I can use my full power now then. He charged towards the rampaging Banlock. Now, let's end this. Xerxes hurriedly ran towards the gate's exit. Minerva finally woke up, crying out in pain. She asked Xerxes about the current situation. Why didn't Daibo run with them, huh? Where are we? What happened to that monster? Where's Daibo? Sensing something was wrong, Minerva kept pushing Xerxes to let her go. Where's Daibo? Did you leave him behind? No. Put me down. How could I? How can I go back to Kiji if we leave him behind like this? I don't know about you, but I will never. A teardrop falling on Minerva's forehead made her stop. Xerxes was crying, tears of helplessness. He knew he was a coward, but he also realized they were no match for the rampaging Banlock. I'm sorry, this is the only thing I can do because I'm not strong. I don't want him to sacrifice himself in vain. I'm sorry, the situation was critical, yet Elbam had not woken up. The white team's knight entered the battle. A friendly voice rang out, it seems you're in danger. Elbam, the voice awakened Elbam's soul. The surrounding scenery was strange. Elbam didn't know where he was. What? Where am I? Just a moment ago, I was. The mysterious person spoke softly. I have invited you into my space for a little while. Welcome, the final adventurer. Elbam, we finally have a chance to talk. The mysterious person explained Elbam's condition to him. You are currently dying from mana shock. You could die soon if left like this. Your friends too. At this, Elbam's eyes showed a look of panic. The mysterious person recounted what had happened outside while Elbam was unconscious. The gate is far beyond your reach. Outside, Banlock is rampaging with enhanced power. Because he has been revived. Because Maxia intentionally caused trouble, the gate's level has changed. That gate is no longer a gold gate. It's blue. Oh no. Perhaps it could be even more dangerous than a blue gate. Outside, Banlock was preparing to attack Daibo. Daibo tried to dodge the monster's attack, but it was impossible. Banlock's attack was too strong. Everyone inside there now will die. Taking the full force of the attack, Daibo was sent flying. His entire body was now covered in blood. Daibo couldn't even stand up. The outcome was set, death. Hearing about the situation outside, Elbam looked worriedly at the mysterious person. Time is passing quickly. The battle you started to save everyone is actually pushing them to their deaths. Faster than in your previous life. If this continues, you won't be able to prevent the apocalypse. Elbam looked cautiously at the person before him. You know I was reincarnated. You are. The mysterious person had golden hair. His long golden hair covered his eyes. Are you the one? The mysterious person made a joke that seemed to confirm Elbam's thoughts. Who knows? Xerxes was mumbling the way out of the gate. Leave from gate number 23. In the middle of the three-dimensional corridor. If I go straight and turn here. Xerxes finally reached the exit. Here. But before him was a deep lake. There was no way out. This should be the right place. There should be a statue here to get out. But the statue had been destroyed. Wasn't that statue for the exit? When I came here, it was still normal. Thinking of a possibility, Xerxes became furious. Could it be? He thought that Mel had destroyed it when he left. Did that bastard destroy it before he left? Minerva spoke up to calm Xerxes. Calm down. We don't have time. Even if the exit was destroyed, a new one will form nearby, over here. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred behind the three of them. Something flew out of the explosion, making Minerva extremely worried. It was Daibo. He was flying out along with the rock fragments. The explosion threw Daibo dozens of meters away. Xerxes frantically checked on Daibo. Hey, are you okay? Calm down. But the scene before him made Xerxes stare in despair. Daibo's entire body was covered in blood. He was on the verge of death. Elbem was startled by what he had just seen. What was that just now? The god of chess. Who caused you to be reincarnated isn't important, is it? What you just saw is what's happening outside. Elbem was very worried about Daibo. So then, Daibo. The god stated Daibo's current condition. Don't worry, he's still alive, but he's about to die. Elbem made a direct request to the god. Then help me. The god couldn't help Daibo. I cannot interfere directly. Elbem gritted his teeth. If he reincarnated him, he should help him. You are the one who reincarnated me. If you did so to fight against the apocalypse, then help me. He stared at the god without any fear. Outside, Benlock launched another attack. Ha! What an insolent attitude. Another huge mana explosion. When you want to ask someone for help. Blasted by the explosion, Xerxes and Minerva couldn't get up. Benlock was determined not to let anyone live. It began to gather mana again. Do you have any good ideas? If I help you, Elbem clenched his fist, interrupting the god. It doesn't matter. The god paused to consider, then decided to give Elbem another chance. This will be your last chance. Benlock's attack was about to kill Elbem's comrades. Elbem had no more time to bargain. He yelled in frustration. I said I don't care. His hand slammed down on the chessboard, sending the pieces flying. The atmosphere between Elbem and the god was now ice cold. The god silently looked at the person he had chosen to be reincarnated. The god snapped his fingers, agreeing to help Elbem. All right. With just a snap of his fingers, Elbem felt a change in his body. The clock was still ticking. Time was still passing. Elbem stared at his hand, as something changed. The god calmly rearranged the chess pieces, lending Elbem a portion of his power. Do not doubt me. Although it is small, I have lent you my power. It was time for Elbem to return to the real world. Now it's time to wake up. The god slammed the chess piece in his hand onto the board. I hope you can withstand my power. A powerful source of mana blocked Benlock's attack. Xerxes coughed violently. He couldn't believe he was still alive. I'm still alive. Xerxes tried to open his eyes to see who had helped him. The silhouette of the person in front of them was very familiar. That person was their comrade who had been through life and death with them, Elbem. Xerxes sat up, panting heavily. He wondered, are we still alive? Xerxes' face was weary, sweat running down his cheeks. He looked at Elbem with surprise. Elbem? Elbem stood in front of Xerxes, protecting him. Stay back. Elbem rushed forward, not forgetting to reassure the two. I'll finish this quickly and be right back. The blue monster in front opened its large mouth, creating whirlwinds. That monster created many explosions. It also spat out a black slime. Elbem was not afraid. Instead, he charged forward. He quickly rushed in front of the monster. A palm strike was delivered by Elbem, hitting the monster directly under its chin. He opened his palm, and a golden energy radiated from it. Rocks enveloped by that energy shot forward. Those stones were thrown by Elbem directly at the monster. They acted like magnets, sticking to the monster's body. The monster used its hands to try to pull the rocks off its body. Elbem clenched his fist towards the monster. Now the rocks had formed a sphere, trapping the monster inside. Xerxes and Minerva witnessed this scene. They couldn't help but be amazed. Incredible. But a surge of power radiated from the gaps between the rocks. A golden energy shattered the structure of the sphere made from those rocks. When Minerva saw the sphere break, she became worried. The monster had escaped. Now it had become extremely large. Minerva quickly warned Elbem. It's dangerous, Elbem. The monocle on one of Elbem's eyes flashed. He once again clenched his fist. A man wearing a hat looked at the chessboard in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. Unbelievable. Even with just a little bit of power, Elbem just stood still, watching the huge explosion before him. Yet he could control it so perfectly. The man in the hat just smirked. After the explosion, a hazy smoke remained. Elbem emerged with a heroic demeanor. Behind him was the monster, completely blown to bits. As expected of Elbem, when Xerxes saw the scene before him, he was astonished. No way. He defeated that monster in one blow. Minerva's eyes widened as if she remembered something. What about Daibo? The three of them quickly turned their heads to look at Daibo lying unconscious on the ground. After checking Daibo's condition, Zexys felt relieved. Luckily, he's still breathing. Let's get him back to the village for treatment quickly, he'll be fine. Minerva then turned to ask about Elbam's condition. Are you okay? She remembered his condition when she first saw him. When we arrived, you were in critical condition. How? Minerva looked at Elbam with a suspicious gaze. Suddenly, Elbam collapsed onto Minerva. Minerva's eyes flew open as she shrieked in horror. Elbam, what are you doing? I'm not mentally prepared for this. Elbam had collapsed onto Minerva, but he still whispered in her ear. I'm so glad you guys are safe. Minerva supported Elbam's body, thinking, this time, too. I thought I had lost all my comrades again. Elbam's clenched fist slowly relaxed. I'm so happy you're still alive. His words made Minerva freeze. Thank you. Minerva, regaining her composure, looked up at the sky with confidence. Of course. I have no intention of dying in a place like this. Minerva kept nagging in his ear, but Elbam just smiled happily. Instead of worrying about us. Why don't you worry about? While Minerva was nagging, Elbam slowly slid down her shoulder. Yourself first? Huh? He was now unconscious and immediately fell. Minerva knelt down, taking Elbam's body to call him. Elbam, wake up, Elbam. Zexys, beside her, was also very worried when he saw him like that. What? Is he not okay? Minerva's face couldn't hide her panic as she continuously shook Elbam's body. What are you doing? Get up, Elbam. But after all the calls, Elbam didn't wake up. It seemed he had fainted. I told you to wake up. Elbam, Elbam. A hand was swiftly writing on paper with a quill pen. The person sighed in frustration. This is driving me crazy. The stacks of paper on the table seemed to have been written by Kazan. His face showed exhaustion. No matter how much I try, there's no end to it. How much longer will it take to finish all of this? Kazan tried to force a smile, but he couldn't hide his gloom. It's already been 3 days. Although the battle with the dark magic cultist had ended, Lithian Harbor remained in chaos for some time. The fact that the Carnia Merchant Guild ranked second among the 10 strongest guilds, where cultist was enough to shock not only Lithian Harbor, but the entire world. For those who died here, their blood had formed a river. Evoker, the guild master and a key figure in the battle, was reported to have died in action, but his body was never found in Lithian Harbor. Vergen Co., despite being beaten to a pulp, refused to say a word. Instead, they tried to interrogate the traitor Vergen Co. to reveal the mastermind, but he was only involved because he wanted to resurrect his dead daughter and knew nothing about the cultists. Michael and Kijin worked side by side to hunt down the truth. Afterward, Michael of the Silver Knights and Kijin of the Nautilus accelerated the hunt for the remaining dark magic cultist. On a large ship heading out to sea, a large crowd gathered. The personal intervention of the two most trusted figures in the world brought great hope to the people of Lithian Harbor and contributed to restoring peace. Kazan was still diligently writing without a moment's rest. However, the possibility that there are still cultists hiding cannot be ruled out, so strict surveillance continues. A hand pressed firmly on an injured person's back, reminding them, don't move. It's hard to bandage. Kiji was bandaging Daibo's wound. It seemed her strength was too much, causing Daibo to cry out continuously. Be gentle, do you want to reopen the wound that just healed? Stop whining, be grateful it's only this bad. After finishing the bandaging, she hit him hard on the back, making him cry out in pain. All done. Minerva and Zexys were very worried about Elbam's condition. It's been 3 days. Are we just going to leave him like this? Many days had passed, but Elbam still hadn't woken up. What can we do? Healing magic doesn't work on him. We could only wait for him to get up on his own. Minerva glanced at Elbam lying unconscious on the bed, very worried. Just then, DNF entered from outside carrying a pot of soup. All right, hot food is here. Small bowls of soup were quickly served. Daibo's eyes lit up at the sight of food. Time to eat. I'm always grateful to everyone. Thanks. Zexys turned to glance at Minerva suggestively. By the way, is it official now? Huh. What? Lonely. What else? I mean you to dating. When Zexys mentioned it, Minerva was startled and shot him a look. She shook her fist in front of Zexys, pretending not to understand dating. What are you talking about? Zexys took this opportunity. Minerva, you were so intimate I thought you had already confessed. It was just because I was worried as a comrade, just a comrade. Minerva, with a worried face, questioned everyone there. Besides, I don't understand everyone's attitude. Aren't you worried at all, Daibo? Daibo, about to put a spoonful of food in his mouth, immediately retorted, why should we be? He put a spoonful of food in his mouth and slowly explained everything. When a person is tired, They sleep. It's that simple. Does our boss look like someone who would be taken down by a few minor injuries? Just then, on the bed, Elbam's finger moved slightly. After all that's happened, you still don't get it, Daibo declared very heroically. Hearing this, Kiji just bowed her head and smiled. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't. That's just who he is. Elbam, who had woken up at some point, immediately sat up to correct everything. Let me be clear. I'm not a monster. Minerva glanced at Elbam with a look of astonishment. If someone collapses, shouldn't you worry a little? Xerxes, on the side, also smiled when he saw him. I can get hurt too. DNF was overjoyed and jumped up and down, while Kiji just smiled. It seemed everyone was very happy to see Elbam awake. Daibo, chewing food in his mouth, also teased Elbam. So what? It's not like you're wrong. Just eat. Elbam's body, though covered in wounds, couldn't deny the perfection of a well-built physique. I'm hungry. Is my portion of food still there? The chair was pushed back forcefully. I can't go on. Kazan slumped back in his chair, completely exhausted, blaming himself. No matter how hard I try, it never ends. If I had known things would turn out like this, I wouldn't have started this mess. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Ebitzer quickly opened the door and stepped out. Excuse me, Kazan. When Kazan saw him, he immediately stood up happily. Just in time. I need your help. But first, wait a moment. Kazan went to greet Ebitzer. Long time no see, Kazan. It seemed Ebitzer had brought some new information for Kazan. I recently heard something quite interesting. Kazan had already guessed that the news he brought was related to Elbam. That name is Elbam. Back to Elbam's side, he looked confused. I don't remember. The song. The others, hearing he didn't remember anything, looked bewildered. Really? You don't remember anything? Huh? What? Don't mess with me. Minerva then recounted the previous events to him. Elbam. You defeated Ban Locke instantly with a mysterious power. Elbam pointed to himself. Puzzled. Mysterious power me. Kiji, beside him, also chimed in, as she had heard it from Xerxes. Xerxes said the same thing. Could it be that you possess a hidden power like? Minerva's face turned red as she stuttered, unable to form words. Wait, seriously? You really don't remember anything? Back then, when you leaned on my shoulder, if it was about that. Elbam, with an innocent face, really didn't remember anything about the fight. Probably not. I don't know. I don't remember anything. What really happened? Then why did you act like you knew everything at that time? After she tried to jog his memory for a while, he still couldn't recall a single memory. I thought I would remember something, but absolutely nothing. Minerva was fuming. She wanted to rush over and kick Elbam, but Kiji stopped her. Are you deliberately messing with me? Elbam thought to himself. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember anything. It's just, the image of the man in the hat appeared in Elbam's mind. I think. I met someone at that time. Xerxes, standing from a distance, finally spoke up. Elbam, there's one more thing you need to know. That's not all. He held up a finger and said with a smile. It happened in the middle of the night. Xerxes recalled the scene from last night when he was half asleep, and he began to recount everything. You can see this bed. While you were sleeping, we were in this house. We thought it best to stay together to protect you while you were unconscious. This bed isn't comfortable at all. Xerxes looked ahead as if he had noticed something, and then I saw something. Minerva leaned in and whispered something in Elbam's ear, but unfortunately, Xerxes overheard it. Now, Xerxes was about to bring it up, Minerva, but she punched him in the face. A pirate is targeting you. Minerva managed to stop Xerxes from saying everything. She turned back with a smile and made up a story to cover it up. All right. That's enough, everyone. Elbam just woke up. Shouldn't he eat something first? A hot emotion was brought over. Elbam used a spoon to scoop up some soup. Huh? Where did you say we're going? Elbam slowly enjoyed the delicious bowl of soup. He also informed everyone about his upcoming plans. We are going to ASEAN. Daibo, with his mouth full of food, couldn't help but laugh and tease. That's my boss for you. Even while passed out, you're still making plans. His smile instantly vanished, his face turning grim. Wait, hold on. Daibo, as if not believing his ears, wanted Elbam to confirm it once more. You said, Aswan, the kingdom in the Naihan Desert. Yes, a barren desert where almost no creature can survive. That place is more dangerous than Victoria Island, even the monsters. Daibo immediately objected to Elbam's plan. No way, change the plan. I don't want to go. No, I can't go. DNF opened the door and saw the person in front, asking, Who are you? Now, outside the door stood a group of large men. The man stepped inside with a majestic air and questioned them. Are you the famous Elbam party? Elbam looked at them and wondered, Huh? Who are you? A god. Xerxes immediately dismissed Elbam's suspicions. No way. Xerxes told everyone about the newly arrived man's background. The man who turned the newly established Gabo Merchant Guild into one of the 10 strongest guilds. In just a few years. The head of Gabo. Elbam looked at the man blankly. Huh? Zafir, you know who he is? A hand slammed on the table with an order. Silence. Watch your words. An attendant next to him introduced Gabo to everyone here. That is the leader of Lord Gabo. Lord Gabo. Lord Gabo. What? Gabo sat down in front of Elbam. He spoke. Sorry to interrupt your meal. Gabo must have heard of his reputation, which is why he came all this way today. You're Elbam, right? I've heard a lot about you. I'll get straight to the point. He was very direct in making his offer to Elbam. Come to the Asean Kingdom. Daibo turned to look at Elbam, boss. But after hearing him speak, he just smiled faintly. A flag was hung in the room. Elbam thought to himself, there's a reason the Gabo Merchant Guild rose so quickly. 2 flags were planted together, and 2 hands had shaken in friendship, a sponsor. Looking at Gabo in front of him, Elbam already knew him well. He also had his own calculations. Gabo is strongly backed by Asuan, and thanks to that support, it became one of the top 10 guilds in a short time. Gabo never showed his face because he was busy traveling between Lith and Asuan. Gabo and Asuan are practically in the same boat. And now, someone has made a request that Gabo cannot refuse. There is only one crown, and countless lives have been lost to win it. A war for the throne. A bloody battle will take place in Asuan from Gabo's perspective, being supported by Asuan. This is the time to step in and help, Gabo. Gabo didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I hear you're very capable. Everything necessary has been prepared. Elbam answered without hesitation. I refuse. He also gave a reason for refusing this deal with Gabo. Asuan. I'm not interested in going to a dangerous place on the brink of civil war. Boss, you just said. Kazan, beside him, could no longer hold back. He immediately showed his fierce face and snapped. Refusal is not an option. This is a direct order from Lord Gabo, as a team under the guild. Consider it an honor and prepare immediately. Elbam maintained his attitude and sarcastically replied, an honor? Then shouldn't you provide full support for this honorable mission? I'm saying the risk is too great to be soothed by just a few words about honor. Kazan clenched his fist and threatened Elbam without any hesitation. It seems I've been too lenient with you, daring to speak to Lord Gabo like that. So the rumors are true. You're really good at bargaining, huh? Gabo then began to negotiate with him, holding up 5 fingers. All right, 5 times. Gabo wanted to give Elbam a challenge. I will give you a chance to prove that overflowing confidence. If you can conquer the 5 gates I designate. He spared no expense and set a condition for him. Then as a reward for this trip, I will grant you anything within my power. How about it? Are you interested now? With a majestic gaze, Gabo made an oath. I, Gabo, swear on my name that I will keep my promise. It seems Elbam has accepted his offer. As expected, you are on a different level. Gabo finally smiled with satisfaction after achieving his goal. I'll take that as a compliment. Xerxes' eyes were only filled with money. He seems to be enjoying himself. Boss, that's great. Still a bit too showy, huh? Elbam calmly asked, what is your desired schedule? Seeing his spirit, Gabo was also very excited. Glad you're getting to work so quickly. The great waves churned on the blue sea. We shouldn't delay any longer. Elbam's group was now on the ship, preparing to go to Asuan. Let's go now. The large ship was continuously rocked by the waves on the sea. Daibo couldn't handle the seasickness and went to the side of the ship to vomit repeatedly. Minerva saw this and teased him. Is he always like this? Is he always seasick? If I remember correctly, he was fine on the Nautilus. Daibo was exhausted from vomiting, but he still tried to smile and act normal. I don't know. Did I drink too much yesterday? Are you guys okay? The 4 people on the ship all stared at him, making him feel embarrassed. Damn it, forget it. Just leave me alone. Minerva took this opportunity to mock and tease Daibo again, whining like a child over a few drops of alcohol or a little baby. Was it that hard? Daibo vomited again like a waterfall. Hey, stop it. He knelt down, his face pale and tired. Hey, your new nice clothes are about to get dirty. Daibo's body trembled uncontrollably. Xerxes, taking advantage of the situation, continued to tease him. This isn't good. As your father, I will gently and lovingly pat my beloved son's back. What awaited him was Daibo's vomit. He threw up right on Xerxes. Xerxes immediately punched Daibo in the face. You ungrateful, disrespectful thing. Now, no one dared to get near him. Xerxes tried to smile and explain the situation, but he couldn't help but stutter. Don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. This isn't domestic violence. It's just that my son looks a bit tired, so I lulled him to sleep for a bit, sir. He placed his hand on Daibo to heal him, then turned to Minerva with a proposal. I'll need to clean him up. Can you give me a hand? Minerva immediately rejected the offer and pushed it onto someone else. I don't know. Do what you want and stay away from me. Looking at Daibo exhausted on the ground, Elbam thought to himself, luckily, it seems we'll get to Ocean faster than I thought. That idiot needs some rest too. The items Elbam brought with him seemed very useful, thanks to Gugu Zeke's trade route. We have equipment far superior to what the suppliers provide. However, he crossed his arms over his chest, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Why do I feel like something is strange? Something is definitely up. Minerva turned to look at him, puzzled. Elbam, what are you thinking about so intensely? Nothing. Joycer quickly realized Elbam's problem and burst out laughing. It's so obvious. Your stomach must be churning from the alcohol. Don't act so tough. Sit down and rest. Watch what you say. Elbam looked ahead as if he had discovered something. Have we arrived? In front of them was a beautiful town with large ships. This beautiful land is the editor. This was not the final destination for Elbam's group. There are countless ports in the Nihan Desert, because crossing the vast desert by land is like seeking death. People choose to travel by sea instead of on foot, and all transportation is done by ship. A guy wearing a red hat with a fish slung over his back. Because of this, the ports of the Nihan Desert naturally prospered. Elbam's group had disembarked from the ship and started to move down, and the editor is the best port among them. A person's nose inhaled the air with all its might. Xerxes, with his mana-loving eyes, was excited to set foot here. The whole place smells of gold, as much as the entire desert. Is this a port? Isn't it almost a kingdom? Lith Harbor can't compare to this place. Kiji turned to check on Debo's condition. Daibo, are you feeling any better? Did something happen? We're not here to play, so focus on the mission. A person appeared right in front of Elbam's group. You must be Elbam. A young man wearing a blue hat ran up, panting. He introduced himself. Thank goodness. I'm not late. I'm a dispatcher from the ASEAN branch of the Gabor merchants. His face was covered in sweat, but a smile remained on his lips. You can call me Caesia. It's a pleasure to meet you. Daibo came forward to shake hands with Caesia and even complimented him. Nice to meet you. Caesia, you look great, cool, and handsome too. You're making me blush. It's our first time meeting. Daibo, with sparkling eyes, wondered, by the way, did you come here alone? Caesia seemed embarrassed and explained to him. The ASEAN branch doesn't have many people right now. I'll take you to the branch right now. Follow me. After explaining everything to everyone, Zia turned around and led them to the branch. He led Elbam's group to a rundown-looking house. We're here. This is the ASEAN branch of the Gabor merchants. Daibo looked around the place, disbelieving his eyes. Xerxes could only sigh helplessly. This looks a bit disappointing. Here. Hearing their recent complaints, Seiya curled up in a corner, looking gloomy. Sorry. The branch is a bit small. No, it's not because of that. To ease the awkwardness, Daibo stepped forward to the front of the house's curtain. It's just that it's too hot. Come on, let's go in quickly. This is the entrance, right? After lifting the curtain, a large man appeared right in front of him. Daibo stared. Looking at the large man, he couldn't hide his surprise. Huh? The man with a stern face questioned Elbam's group. Who are you kids? I am the ASEAN branch chief of Gabo, Salomon. Elbam immediately stepped forward to greet him, not forgetting to introduce himself. Mr. Salomon, we are the Elbam party from Victoria Island. It's a pleasure to meet you. Salomon crossed his arms and introduced himself, also mocking Elbam. I am Salomon, head of the ASEAN branch merchant guild. Good grief, you guys look so weak, the rumors said. Caesia stepped forward, embarrassedly trying to make peace. But they were personally chosen by Lord Gabo. It would be better to show some respect. But Salomon didn't care. His words were so harsh he even knocked him to the ground. Daibo immediately ran to help Caesia up and check on him. Caesia, are you okay? I'm fine, Daibo. When Daibo saw what Salomon did to Caesia, he got angry and questioned him. Hey, what are you doing? Damn it, it seems even Lord Gabo doesn't know the situation here. How could he send a bunch of newbies like this? He arrogantly declared to Elbam's group, even if you were recommended by Lord Gabo. I won't believe you until I see your strength with my own eyes. What do you think you can do in ASEAN with just experience from Victoria Island? You rookies. Daibo couldn't stand Salomon any longer. He stood up and challenged him. You damn bastard. You want to see how strong we are? Elbam quickly stood in front to stop Daibo's actions. What are you trying to say? Get straight to the point. Salomon didn't beat around the bush either. He went straight to the point and stated what he wanted. I need to test your skills. We'll talk later. Listen up, a gold level gate, 3 clean sweeps. Maximum 28 people. His face was full of confidence as he declared, "Go in there and one of you complete it alone." When Kezia heard the whole thing, he looked surprised and was about to object. "What? Mr. Salomon? Even for Elbam's team, clearing that alone is..." Before he could finish his sentence, Salomon interrupted him. "Shut up. If they can't even do that, they'll just be a burden to others." But Elbam accepted the challenge without hesitation, to Siege's amazement. Completed alone. Is that the only condition? Even Salomon didn't expect him to agree so quickly. What? Elbam wanted him to confirm the issue one more time. "I'm asking if completing it alone is the only condition. You're pretty confident. Then I'll add one more thing. Finish it within a week." Kiji, behind him, was very displeased when Salomon set such a condition, suddenly forcing us to compete, and within a week too. "This is ridiculous. Salomon forced us." Thank you for watching, and see you in the next videos. Elbam also stated the amount he wanted to get after winning, 10 million mesos. That will be the reward for this subjugation. After hearing the number, Salomon immediately got angry and cursed him. "You crazy bastard. Is there something wrong with your head? Where do you think you are to dare to bargain?" Elbam calmly explained the situation to him. "Don't misunderstand. Although we came to Ocean under Lord Gabo's orders, we don't care about the detailed circumstances here. We only act based on the amount we're paid." He glanced at him threateningly. "If you don't like it, we'll cancel the mission and go back." Elbam also held their weakness in his hands, so he wasn't afraid of anything. If the ASEAN branch's unilateral actions caused the relationship with the Gabo Merchant Guild to be severed, who do you think will bear the consequences? It seems the internal affairs are really complicated, just as the rumors say. Elbam turned his head, preparing to leave. "I will take note of this, so please stop." How interesting. Even Salomon didn't expect him to have such an attitude. "You dare to threaten me? You've got guts." Insolent and arrogant. Finally, Salomon relented. He turned to look at him, but not stupid. "All right, I like that. Let's add a little bonus." But it wasn't easy to get that money. He also attached a condition. "I'll pay you an extra 5 million mesos for each day you finish earlier than the 1-week deadline. Let's say you finish in 1 day. You'll receive 30 million mesos, 3 times your 10 million offer." Salomon smiled, his face unable to hide the dangerous look as he questioned, "How about it, rookie? Sounds appealing, doesn't it?" But he didn't notice that Elbam on this side had also smiled faintly in triumph. After achieving his goal, he looked towards him and ordered, "Lead the way." The sky was clear today, and the scorching sun beat down, making the ground extremely hot. Under this sun, it's no surprise that both Minerva and Daibo were drenched in sweat, both panting tiredly. Go. 5 people trudged warily under the scorching desert sun. Daibo couldn't take it anymore. He slumped down, panting. "It's so hot. I can't stand it anymore." "Why is the gate in the middle of the desert?" Elbam, without any mercy, coldly told Daibo to get up and keep going. "We're almost there. Stop whining. Get up, Daibo." Couldn't help but curse. "You're so cold-blooded. Don't you feel the heat at all?" Daibo turned to Kiji and asked, "Hey, Kiji, are you okay?" Suddenly being called out. Kiji didn't have time to react. "Huh?" Kiji was covered in heat-absorbing materials. "She's wearing steel armor in this heat. Just looking at her makes me feel suffocated." Despite wearing a thick layer of armor, Kiji didn't feel hot at all. "I'm fine." Daibo couldn't believe his ears. "What? Impossible. That armor must be scorching hot." Despite Daibo's suspicion, Kiji insisted that she wasn't hot. "I'm really okay. I'm about to melt from the heat while she's acting like it's nothing." Daibo patted Kiji's shoulder in admiration. "Wearing armor like that in the desert. Are all silver knights like you? Truly extraordinary." As soon as he touched Kiji's armor in the middle of the desert, Daibo's entire body suddenly froze. He couldn't believe it as he looked at his hand, which was emitting cold vapor. "So cool. No. It's so cold. It's like ice." Kiji laughed and explained, "Actually, this armor has a built-in item that adjusts its temperature according to the environment. It's an honorary gift from the royal family exclusively for us silver knights." Minerva, who was sweating profusely nearby, was extremely jealous of Kiji. "What? So you've been comfortably cool this whole time? That's not fair at all." Zafir next to her echoed Minerva's words. "If you have an item like that, you should share it." Being lovingly chided by everyone, Kiji shyly scratched her cheek. "Sorry, next time." Suddenly, Daibo rushed forward and hugged Kiji, startling her. As Kiji turned red with embarrassment, she didn't understand why Daibo was hugging her. "Daibo, what are you doing? Let me go right now." Under the scorching sun, Daibo softly called Kiji's name, Kiji. He was determined not to let Kiji go. Daibo didn't want to lose the free air conditioner. "Oh my god. Stay still. Let me enjoy it for a bit." How can you hog that cool thing all to yourself? Kiji's face was now as red as a boiled shrimp. She angrily shouted, "You crazy bastard, shut up." Daibo was still determined not to loosen his grip. The two continued to argue back and forth. "Let me hold on for a little longer. Don't get so close to me. Let go. Don't be like that. I thought we were closer than this. What the hell are you talking about?" Minerva and Zafir, watching from behind, looked at each other and chuckled silently. Oh my goodness. Out of the blue, Zafir made a joke that instantly turned Minerva into a demon. "Are you jealous? You want to hug Elbam too, right?" Before he could finish his sentence, Minerva punched him so hard his soul left his body. She blushed with embarrassment and quickly changed the subject. "That's enough. Remember, there's a time limit. We should find the gate quickly." After saying that, Minerva noticed that there was a gate not far from where they were standing. There's the gate. This was the gate they were looking for, standing tall in the middle of the hot desert. Minerva still couldn't believe that the gate was right in front of her all this time. And she hadn't seen it. It's been here the whole time. Elbam was not surprised by the gate's appearance. "I told you we were close." Still not over her earlier embarrassment, Minerva hurriedly ran towards the gate. "Let's go. Everyone, we're in a hurry." As Minerva was running, something unusual suddenly appeared in the sand under her feet. The sand under her feet suddenly exploded. The explosion was so unexpected that Minerva was caught off guard. From within the sand, a monster emerged. It lunged towards Minerva. What? A surge of magic power suddenly attacked the monster, saving Minerva from danger. The monster was easily destroyed by the magic power. The one who had just attacked was Elbam. He had anticipated the situation. I knew it. Nothing is ever easy. The remaining monsters hiding under the desert also jumped out one by one. The number of monsters that appeared was countless. It seems they don't plan on letting us in. The monsters bared their fangs as if they wanted to devour Elbam's group. These lizard-like monsters are called F-Guild. The L309 team, all serious, looked at the F-Guilds in front of them. "Get ready. We're going hunting." In a mysterious palace, the person hidden behind the curtain called Salamon's name. "Salomon." Salomon respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." The hidden person asked about Elbam's group situation. What happened to Elbam and his group? Salomon seriously reported the situation. It's been about 2 hours already. They should have found the gate by now. His Highness seemed to know this gate very well. There are F-Guilds around the gate, right? Yes. Your Highness. Your Highness. His Highness was certain that Elbam's group could handle the F-Guilds. They are third circle adventurers. They should be able to handle it. What I want to know is whether they can clear the gate within a week or not. Salomon. What do you think? Recalling his encounter with Elbam, Salomon gave his assessment. They are as showy as the rumors say, however. The story about them actually saving Xerxes and hunting Banlock. How should I put it? Rumors are always exaggerated, because we still don't fully trust Elbam's group. I think it's too early to trust them based solely on Gabo's message. Let's observe them for a while longer. Your Highness. The hidden man did not object to Salomon's opinion. I know. If they still struggle with this gate, then it's pointless. But in his heart, His Highness still had some faith in Elbam. He trembled and clenched his fist. "Elbam, please. Don't disappoint me." Daibo channeled magic power into his axe. He charged straight into the swarm of F-Guilds. With one swing of his axe, an F-Guild was instantly killed. Daibo furiously swung his axe, and F-Guild heads were chopped off one by one. Nearby, Zephyr was also charging into the F-Guilds. Again, a punch was thrown, and an F-Guild skull shattered. Everyone in Elbam's group was fighting. Zafar used his fist. Kiji used her sword, and Minerva used her gun. A swarm of monsters rushed at Elbam from behind. They intended to ambush him. A loud explosion rang out, and all the F-Guilds were incinerated. As the flames died down, their bodies were nothing but a chaotic mess. Daibo looked contemptuously at the defeated F-Guilds. I thought the monsters in this desert were supposed to be strong. This is too easy. You guys are always overreacting. Elbam, beside him, reminded Daibo, we haven't even started yet. He looked at the large gate next to him. This is just the entrance. Thinking about the reward he would receive, Zafir was extremely excited. We better hurry. Finish in a day. And get 30 million mesos. Elbam coldly cut the time in half. We'll finish in 12 hours. Zafar was excited, but after hearing what Elbam said, his legs suddenly went weak. What? His fighting spirit quickly returned. 12 hours for real. You're an ambitious one. I like that, so. Will we get paid extra? Huh, this has to be clear. Elbam could only feel helpless with this money grubber. With your money grubbing attitude, lower your voice a bit. Zafir still tried to bargain. But boss, a gold gate has 3 floors. How can we finish it in 12 hours? Then you won't get paid. Zafir couldn't help but protest. What the hell? The golden light of the gate gradually enveloped the entire group. Seiya was out of breath. It seemed he had urgent news to report. Lord Salomon. Salomon spoke impatiently. What is it? I'm busy. Because he had run fast. Seiya was still panting. It's about. Salomon was losing all his patience. He angrily grabbed Seiya's collar. I told you I was in a hurry. The sound of footsteps echoed in the room. Seiya stammered and pointed to the person behind him. The person who had just entered was none other than Elbam. Only then did Salomon release Seiya's collar. He spat out contemptuous words. What? You're even worse than I thought. As he spoke, he approached Elbam. I guess you guys didn't even get into the gate. Just looking at your face tells me you've already given up. Salomon's eyes flashed with anger, mixed with contempt. You bastards. Did you run away from the F-guilds right in front of the gate? Elbam didn't bother to answer him. He just coldly threw something on the ground. Thinking Elbam was messing with him, Salomon became even angrier. What the hell is this? Are you kidding me? At his feet was an item from the Gold Gate. However, Salomon thought Elbam's group had faked it. Is that an item from the Gold Gate? I knew it. You guys are a bunch of frauds. The speed at which Elbam brought the item was too fast. This further convinced Salomon of his judgment. You bastards, daring to bring a fake to trick me. It's only been half a day since you entered the gate. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. If you're going to lie, at least try a little harder. Do you disrespect me so much that you'd mock me to my face like this? Elbam offered no explanation. Instead, he proposed a bet. 100 million mesos. I'll give you that amount if it's fake. If not, you have to pay me 100 million mesos. He looked at Salomon with a challenging gaze. How about it, dare to bet? Hearing Elbam's arrogant words, Salomon became even more furious. He was about to curse him again. What? 100 million? You liar. You. However, Seiya cut him off. Wait, Lord Salomon. In Seiya's hand was something even more precious than the gate item. This is not a gate item. The falcon symbol here, this is clearly. It's the medal of honor given to the royal knights. This item was something no one could fake. I remember now. This was given to the knights who participated in the gate subjugation where no one returned. If he brought this back, then it means Elbam really did. Elbam suddenly approached Seiya. I see you recognize this item, Seiya. He coldly looked at the young man sitting on the ground. Or should I call you? And without any hesitation, he directly exposed Seiya's true identity. Your Highness. In the tense situation, Salomon's angry voice rang out. What nonsense are you spouting now? He angrily grabbed Elbam's collar. This bastard, first you talk nonsense about a bet, and now about Prince Kassan. He thought Seiya's argument was ridiculous, just because he knows about the royal medal. You call him a prince. If that's the case, then I'm the king of this kingdom. This is absurd. Seiya, sitting on the ground, also agreed. He's right. What? I'm a prince. He smiled shyly and explained. I may look like this, but I know a lot of things that others don't notice. I've traveled around doing all sorts of jobs, so I just happen to know. Because I've worked hard, I get to work here now. Your compliments are making me a bit shy. Elbam coldly repeated what Seiya had just said. Just some information you happened to pick up while working as an errand boy. Next, he unceremoniously grabbed Salomon's wrist. You want it this way. He gripped so tightly that he couldn't escape. Do you know what the biggest taboo is when trying to trick someone? Salomon was a little scared of Elbam's strength. What kind of mage is this strong? Elbam pointed out the anomaly on Seiya's body. Your hands. Seiya frowned and looked at him warily. Excuse me? A person's hands directly reflect what they have been through. A person's hands reflect the life they've lived, the position and shape of their calluses, how their muscles have formed. Just by observing carefully, I can get a rough idea of a person's life. Seiya was clearly an errand boy, yet his hands were incredibly clean, without a single scratch. But for an errand boy to have such clean, unscathed hands, I found that very strange from the moment I arrived. After exposing Seiya, Elbam continued to expose Salomon. You, the one who calls yourself the branch chief. Salomon's hands were covered in scratches. Those were not the hands of a merchant who counts money all day, but more like the hands of a soldier who has wielded a sword and trained for decades. Salomon quickly pulled his hand back, still trying to deny it. This place is full of outlaws. Bastards who don't care if you're a branch chief or not, just like you. Elbam also knew that judging by hands alone wasn't entirely accurate. That's also true. So I couldn't be sure just based on the hands. But what made me certain was, it was the person next to Seiya and Salomon that confirmed Elbam's suspicions. Just now, Salomon and Seiya acted just like a master and servant. At that moment, both of them acted very naturally. If you only watched the two of them acting, you would definitely be deceived. A crude superior and an oppressed employee. I've seen this scene many times here, but the key point lies elsewhere. The soldier was extremely alarmed when he witnessed Salomon yelling at Seiya. For someone who isn't used to such situations, it's very difficult to completely hide their loyalty. Salomon immediately shot the soldier a warning look. Salomon still tried to feign ignorance. Ridiculous. Why would a prince go through the trouble of putting on such an act? There's no reason. Elbam didn't hold back. He directly exposed Prince Cassin's true purpose. Is that so? I think there are plenty of reasons to do so. For example, freedom. To personally select the people he will use in the battle for the throne. A blade was immediately held against Elbam's neck. It was Salomon. He was still trying to act. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? But Seiya stopped him. Enough. He stopped pretending. Interesting. I understand why Gaba recommended you. I had expectations after hearing the rumors about you. Elbam far exceeded the prince's expectations, but you have far exceeded my expectations. Seiya took off the scarf on his head. That's right. He frankly admitted his identity. I am Prince Cassin. Cassin wanted to know when Elbam had discovered his true identity. Elbam, since when did you know about this? Elbam frankly stated his suspicions. I was suspicious ever since I was sent to Aswan, because it was Lord Gabo himself who sent us. I guessed he must have a sponsor in Aswan. After meeting your highness, I suspected that Gabo's patron was the Prince of Aswan, the one famous for being handsome, Prince Cassin. Cassin was very pleased with Elbam's abilities. Not only do you have outstanding abilities, but your grasp of the situation is also excellent. Yes, I need adventurers like you. He frankly stated his desire. Gold level, maximum of 99 people. Your party will enter the gate with the other adventurers I have personally selected. What Cassin wanted was a will. If successful, he would give the L3 team a handsome reward. Cooperate with them to retrieve the will left inside the gate. You have 1 week. If you succeed, I will reward you with 60 million mesos. Even though Cassin was a prince, Elbam coldly refused. I refuse. Cassin's attitude suddenly changed. He looked at Elbam with a sharp, cold gaze. He wanted to know the reason. What is the reason? Elbam was not afraid. He directly stated the reason. Initially, you just wanted to test us. I considered it a necessary step, and I was initially willing to accept if the reward was attractive enough. Cassin asked Elbam directly about the payment. So what do you want now? Elbam wanted a higher fee, as he realized this mission was not simple. Collect an item within a specified time for a corresponding reward. At first glance, it seems similar to the previous test, but in reality, it's completely different. Even if they completed the mission, the lives of Elbam's group were not guaranteed. He could be eliminated. Even if we successfully clear the gate, there's still a possibility of being eliminated by the kingdom's forces without a trace, because this mission was not issued by the Assam branch of the Gabo Merchant Guild. This mission came directly through Cassin. Agreeing to the mission also meant that Elbam's group agreed to side with Cassin. But from you yourself, Prince Cassin, the moment we accept this mission, it means we are in the same boat as you. Cassin simply thought Elbam wanted more money. So, you mean you want to be paid more as an adventurer? Money was still not the reward Elbam thought was worth risking his life for. The one you support is the Gabo Merchant Guild, not us. We have no reason to risk our lives to help you, especially when the price is so high. Elbam looked at Cassin with a determined gaze. Unless the reward is commensurate with the risk. Once again, Cassin asked Elbam what he wanted. What kind of reward do you want? Elbam would decide the fee based on the prince's offer. I will decide after hearing your offer. Seeing Cassin at a disadvantage, Salomon was so angry he wanted to rush forward and punch Elbam. You insolent brat. Cassin stopped him. He offered a very valuable reward. How about this? If your group clears the gate, I will grant each member a unique grade piece of equipment. Hearing the reward Cassin offered, even Elbam was surprised. Equipment is divided by rarity, rare, epic, unique, and legendary, and the power difference between these tiers is unimaginable. Elbam secretly calculated the items that Prince Cassin just promised to provide, along with the Dragon Phoenix Eyes of Penetration that I have. Each item is powerful enough to break the barrier between magic tiers. By offering such a handsome reward, it was clear that Cassin highly valued Elbam's group. The fact that he declared he would give unique grade equipment to all members, not just one, meant he considered them a main force. Elbam clenched his fists. This reward was still not enough to satisfy him, but it's still not enough to risk my life for. He coldly proposed what he wanted. We need a legendary grade item. Salomon was furious with this request. Are you crazy? A unique item is already too much. And now you're demanding a legendary one. Contrary to him, Cassin was very calm. All right, I will prepare a legendary item. Salomon still wanted to stop His Highness, but Cassin directly cut him off. He offered the reward as Elbam desired, which meant Elbam's group must complete the mission. But in return, I'll make this clear. You absolutely must. You must bring back what I want at all cost. You have 1 week. If they failed, death would await Elbam's group. If you fail, I will take your lives. Having gotten what he wanted, Elbam coldly left. Salomon was still a bit skeptical of Cassin's decision. Can you trust that person, Your Highness? Cassin had no choice but to trust Elbam's group. The die has been cast. His hands trembled. Even if I do nothing, I will eventually have to walk the same path as the other princes. If I don't act first, I will be eliminated. Cassin's face showed fear, his entire body breaking out in a cold sweat. But that woman. The woman Cassin mentioned was relaxing in her own palace. This will be interesting. She was a woman gently twirling a lock of hair in her hand. But my son, you are already in my palm. Cassin, I don't know what you are preparing, but teaching you is a mother's duty. The woman's eyes flashed with killing intent. On this occasion, I will teach him a proper lesson. After hearing the whole story, Minerva was stunned. Daiko, Prince Cassin. Seiya is the 3rd prince of the Asean Kingdom. Was he just acting? Did he say he's really Gabo's patron? Are you serious? Seeing Minerva so flustered, Elbam reminded her, don't speak so loudly. This is a secret. Immediately after, Daibo turned to ask Elbam, is it okay for you to tell us this? Hearing that, he slowly replied, you should know since we'll be seeing him often. Kiji, after processing this, couldn't help but be surprised. Gabo's patron is the prince. This is bigger than I thought. Zafar, sitting beside her, furrowed his brow slightly. So that means a prince is only paying us 30 million for the mission. Isn't that stingy? Seeing that he was a bit dissatisfied with the reward for the previous mission, Elbam quickly revealed, the reward this time is a unique item for all of us, and a legendary item. As soon as they heard the words legendary item, and that it was unique to them, Zafar became extremely excited. Excellent, he's the perfect candidate to lead the country. Kiji, beside him, was quite surprised. Wow, it seems he really is a prince. Elbam put down his wine glass and spoke. That's why I want to make you an offer. I will take the legendary item. He looked up and said directly to them, hear me out. Hearing this, Minerva immediately retorted with dissatisfaction. Good grief. You say, that is if we're already done with the job. Daibo, sitting beside her, had also become impatient. Boss, that wasn't the deal. You're just making a declaration. Zafar, on the contrary, wasn't annoyed at all. He smiled brightly and winked at Elbam. I can sell you my share of the unique item if you want. Upon hearing Zafar's condition, Elbam couldn't help but feel helpless. You really are right after that. He then made an offer. I will compensate you for that amount. I will raise the circle for all of you. In a certain palace, the sound of footsteps echoed continuously in the empty corridor. Inside a room, soldiers were stationed everywhere. Precious wine bottles were scattered carelessly on the floor. An old man reached for another wine bottle from his subordinate, while saying, so, have you brought what I asked for, Prince Cassin? The one who had just taken the wine bottle was Abdullah VIII, the king of the Asean Kingdom. The young man with tan skin and white hair kneeling opposite the king was Prince Cassin. He replied respectfully, of course. Your Majesty, this is the dragon's heart. You can achieve immortality with this. Appearing before everyone was a radiant red gemstone encased in black rock fragments. And it was also said to be a dragon's heart. Seeing the thing he had longed for, Abdullah VIII couldn't help but be overjoyed. I am proud of you. You are truly my son. Seeing that he was satisfied, Prince Cassin quickly made a proposal. Then may I ask you for a favor? The king, while drinking wine, generously replied, just say it. Cassin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The dragon's heart is a symbol of longevity. Why don't we hold a week-long festival? Please allow this festival. Abdullah VIII was currently resting his head on a beauty's lap. He was now too drunk to be lucid. A festival, you say? Cassin remained kneeling motionless opposite him, his mind constantly racing. The king and queen will have to manage all the festival events when it happens. That will be my chance to go to the port city. The king didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned to ask the beauty, what do you think? My dear. As soon as Cassin saw Abdullah VIII ask for that woman's opinion, he couldn't believe his ears. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment, a smile gradually appearing on the beauty's face. Then she replied to the king, I don't know, my king. The item you ordered was merely a duty. I feel that responding with a festival is a bit excessive. As she spoke, she gently stroked Abdullah VIII's head. Is it really necessary to spoil him like this? The beauty the king was resting his head on was Azeda, the queen of the Asura kingdom. Hearing Azeda's words, it seemed Abdullah VIII was gradually convinced. You have a point. You know, Kassan, being hindered by her, was resentful and gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Azeda, father has changed since Azeda came. He relies on her for everything. He doesn't need his advisors anymore. Just a shadow of his former self, to overthrow Azeda from her position. I need to conquer that gate. Thinking this, Kassan stood up and objected. But your majesty, ASEAN has always held festivals to celebrate major events. Moreover, this festival will be to celebrate the king's longevity. Do you truly believe that is not worth celebrating? Confronting the king, his expression was terrible, but the one who answered was Azeda. She spoke slowly. Kassan, I'm just giving my opinion. You're being too emotional. Besides, you could become king in the future. Look at you, whining over a festival. As she finished, the corners of Azeda's lips curled up slightly. The more he heard her mocking words, you think the people will respect you if you act like this. The anger inside Kassan became difficult to contain, his hands clenching so tightly they trembled. Azeda looked at Kassan with amusement as he was being pressured by her. Finally, she agreed to Kassan's wish. All right, I will allow it. Azeda's decision made him momentarily stunned. Afterwards, Azeda continued speaking while attentively stroking the king's head. Even though you're acting like a child, I know you are loyal to the king. I don't deny that. I don't deny it. I will hold a grand festival for a week as you wish. At this point, she revealed a very sinister expression as she looked at Kassan. He, on the other hand, still couldn't believe Azeda had actually agreed. Kassan questioned in his mind. She changed her mind. What is she planning? Neither of them said anything more. And it was unknown what Azeda was thinking as she laughed with satisfaction. Looking at Kassan, Azeda felt a little expectant. How interesting, Kassan. This time I'll play along. Try your best, okay? I forgot. In the end, you'll still be in the palm of my hand. At this moment, in another place, a monster was baring its teeth and roaring. But right after, it was sliced into by Kiji. Its upper body lost its support and fell to the ground. This barren, sandy land was gradually being covered by monster corpses. Daibo sheathed his sword, turned to Elbam, and asked, shouldn't we be attacking this gate with the others? Kiji, beside him, added with a confused expression, I don't see any other adventurers. Elbam decisively swung his magic staff, taking down a monster while explaining, we're the last ones to enter. The other 94 are already inside. Hearing this, Daibo became anxious. He quickly urged, then let's hurry and catch up. We need to clear this gate within a week. Elbam quickly replied, raising your circles is my priority right now. It won't be too late. Minerva finally couldn't hold back and question him. Good heavens. Raise our circles in a week and clear the gate. Are you sure you can do it? Suddenly, Zafar's face darkened. He clenched his fist and asked, wait, we have to share the reward with the others. I hope they all die. Looking at Zafar's grim and frightening face, Elbam helplessly said, those aren't words a healer should be saying. Someone else added, we're the only ones who were promised that reward. Minerva laughed excitedly. Excellent. Well done, boss. Hello. Then she looked at the monster corpses and sighed. Putting that aside, how are we supposed to raise our circles? There are only weak monsters here. Yeah. Besides, you're only a third circle mage. Elbam adjusted something on his wrist and spoke, right? I forgot. I've already raised my circle. At that moment, for intersecting streaks of light appeared on his left wrist. Daibo looked at it and was stunned. Fourth circle when? After the fight with the cultist? Elbam calmly replied, but Minerva didn't think so. She protested in frustration. That's because you're you. I'm stuck. No matter what I do, I can't get past the third circle. As she spoke, the arm holding her gun trembled involuntarily. The quiet space was suddenly shattered by Elbam's voice. Stuck. Following that was a powerful blast of fire magic that shot into the space between the other four. The magic blast ended, revealing Elbam's sharp eyes. Daibo looked at a part of his scarf that had been burned away in an instant and turned pale. Stuttering, boss. Elbam quickly reassured Minerva. Don't worry, I'll force you to break that limit. Will you fight me or charge at me as if you're trying to kill me? Upon hearing his proposal, none of the four of them were not shocked. But facing them now was a very firm Elbam. He calmly spoke of their fate if they didn't agree. If not, you yourselves will die. After hearing all of Elbam's methods for raising their circle, one person couldn't help but turn and run. It was none other than Zafar. He used all his strength to flee from there. Everyone was startled and called his name in confusion. Zafar. Zafar's cold sweat poured down. He lost his composure and yelled, if I die in the middle of it, what's the point of raising my circle? Elbam calmly proposed a bet. I will give you 100 million mesos if you can last 10 minutes against me. As soon as he heard the word money, Zafir quickly slammed on the brakes. He did a complete 180 and prepared his fighting stance. Kiji and Minerva could only look on in weary resignation, as if re-energized. Zafir forced a smile and said to Elbam, "Bring it on." Kiji didn't want to die either. Her sword now blazed with the fire of power. "I have to break my limits to become stronger. I'll do my best." Ine was no less determined. After careful consideration, she decided to aim her gun at Elbam. "I agree. I can't return to the Nautilus in this state." Daibo, from beginning to end, couldn't grasp the situation. He angrily shouted, "You guys, whatever. If I don't advance my circle, I'll charge interest on that 100 million mesos." Now all four of them were ready to fight Elbam. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curl his lips. "Rest assured, I will take responsibility." As soon as Elbam finished speaking, all four of them charged forward at once. Elbam didn't back down either. His fire arrow was quickly shot out. Attacks rained down on the ground, creating countless huge explosions. Suddenly, that strike veered around to the back, and where it was heading was right at Kiji's position. After taking the hit, Yeezy was immediately sent flying, and she cried out in pain. At the same time, on the sand, the silhouettes of two people wanting to launch a sneak attack appeared. Seeing this, Elbam immediately turned his head to observe, and with that, he successfully dodged the attack of the two. Daibo, while fighting, yelled in confusion, "What kind of mage is so fast? Was he a sprinter in his past life?" Zapfer, there, also shouted orders. "Even that monster only has one body, everyone. Attack him together." Instantly, all three of them followed the command and charged straight at Elbam's position. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he calmly challenged them. "You think that's enough?" Immediately, an immense power erupted from around Elbam. Although they were gradually being incinerated, they stubbornly charged forward. But the heat from the flames still subdued the two. Zafir, surrounded by it, screamed in pain. "It's so hot." Daibo, beside him, kept shouting, "Water, food." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Everyone, get out of the way. I'll use my full power to take him down with a big move." At the same time, a powerful technique was unleashed straight towards Elbam. "Just let me." A huge explosion echoed throughout the space. Rocks and debris were sent flying from the impact. That person was Minesu. She stared and panted, saying, "How about that? Even you can't take it." But things didn't go as Manessa expected. Only his calm voice was heard. "Is that all?" Hearing that, she couldn't help but stare in utter astonishment. "I don't know." Elbam, with the protective shield surrounding him, calmly mocked, "This is the full power of your team. How disappointing." At the same time, he turned around and looked straight at Minerva. Seeing this, she pointed her finger and angrily shouted, "It's been for days of the same stupid words. What are we supposed to do when nothing works? If we get close, we get burned by hellfire, and long-range skills can't penetrate his shield. How are we supposed to fight against this ridiculous power?" As for Kiji, she was already unconscious on the hot sand. Next, Elbam spoke coldly. "The reason you can't find a way is because you're wasting your strength. If your team has only known how to divide roles until now, it's time to gather your scattered strength into one." Manisha paid no mind and loudly questioned, "Then explain it to us clearly. We have to clear this eternal gate." At the same time, Zapfel was surprised and thought to himself, "That is." At the same time, Elbam, while controlling the giant fireball in the air, coldly declared, "If you still don't understand, then there's nothing I can do to help. You can only continue to be beaten until you understand." Daibo, seeing this, pulled Kizzy and ran, shouting in panic, "Damn it, it's hopeless. Break formation, run first." He was in front, sweating, hastily waving his hand to signal, "This way, everyone. The exit is right ahead." When Kiji heard that, she asked loudly in confusion, "The third gate?" Daibo was still carrying her while screaming in terror, "Hurry up and get in." Manisha also aimed her gun behind her and growled angrily, "This is our last effort." Elbam, after that, she didn't hesitate and immediately fired a shot. His armor. Buffer, running beside her, screamed in fear. And then, as expected, another explosion caused the entire space to shake violently. By the time the attack ended, they had already escaped. Seeing this, Elbam thought to himself, "They finally realized, while I've kindly brought them all here from the start, but that's enough reason for me to be late." Before him was a large crater left by the earlier impact. Next, Elbam glanced back and spoke, "All right, time to start cleaning up." With those words, he began to move. At the same time, a blinding light continuously emanated from the gate. Daibo. After escaping, Daibo was sweating and panting to himself, "We're saved." Manesha quickly reminded him, Let's strategize before Elbam arrives. You won't be able to catch up for a while since the gate has collapsed. Then Zafir, lying on the ground, gave a thumbs up and said excitedly, if we count the 10 minutes we held out here, we've earned 100 million mesos. Hearing this, Kiji raised an eyebrow and thought helplessly, what a money grubber. A lamenting voice was heard, even the third gate is a desert. I'm going crazy from this heat. Suddenly, she turned around and asked herself in confusion, what's that sound? At the same time, at that moment, the image of something rising from beneath the sand appeared. The space around them also began to shake violently. Immediately, a giant creature with a very bizarre appearance appeared in front of the four of them. Seeing this, Minnie sighed to herself, this is insane. It then swung its arm forward, launching an attack straight at them. At the same time, Kiji, with her sword in hand, powerfully charged towards its position from above. And down below, Daibo had also aimed straight at the monster's leg, preparing to strike. But when the axe blade made contact, a loud sound echoed. Seeing this, he stared in shock and cursed in his mind, damn it, it didn't even budge, weapon. Daibo's axe was still embedded in its tough skin. This monster is. The monster seemed to realize and immediately glared, snapping to attention. Then a huge amount of heat was immediately released by it. Feeling it, he quickly backed away and shouted, it's so hot. That damn fire again. At this rate, I'll be roasted alive today. Zafir beside him also helplessly gritted his teeth and muttered, so hot. I can't get close. Minesu unleashed her technique towards it while reassuring them, don't worry. The powerful blow immediately suppressed the hissing monster. Seeing that, she looked smug and smirked mockingly, a fool like you has no right to be here. If I can't attack from a distance, I'll get close. But then, Minesh's giant bullet couldn't penetrate its tough skin and immediately cracked. Continue. The statues then let out a loud explosion. Her attack had become completely useless. Manisha was also hit by the monster's counterattack and immediately fell. It didn't stop there, but continued to radiate immense heat all around. Zafir clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl, damn it. We barely managed to escape, and the situation is still the same. Daibo, at his side, struggled to his feet and said, the flames can't reach it. Its defense is tough, but that's still nothing compared to the boss. You're the perfect sparring partner. Hey. He seemed to have been pushed to the point of losing control and started to feel excited by it. The monster continued to attack. It began to condense its power to create a giant fireball. Immediately, the monster powerfully shot the attack straight ahead. The fierce flames seemed to incinerate everything they touched. At the same time, at that moment, a person with a sword stood out to block that attack. It saw this scene and couldn't help but stare with surprise. The monster's entire flame had been turned to ice. It was thanks to Kiji. She used her special technique and smirked, commenting, it's still a bit more humane than Elbam. And then Zafir immediately shouted, signaling his son. Daibo heard it and immediately replied, all right. The two of them simultaneously charged straight in front of it. Next, they continuously delivered damaging blows directly to the monster's body. Although the monster had been weakened somewhat by Kiji's technique, the two of them still struggled when facing it. However, Minerva spoke up. I'll try. Then, without hesitation, she once again fired a bullet straight at it. The bullet was fired. This time, it pierced through the iceberg and headed for the monster's face. Minerva, with a serious expression, declared in a low voice, even the scorpion, just like Elbam, I still don't have enough power to break through. So, let's pour all our strength into it. Zafir just smirked while holding a glowing book. As for Daibo, he was in midair, powerfully swinging his axe behind him. Continue. He then used all his strength to deliver the final blow. The weapon in his hand now delivered a fatal blow directly to the monster's position, creating a loud noise. It was overwhelmed by that technique and gradually lost its advantage. Minerva's giant bullet showed no signs of stopping, and immediately pierced through the monster's body. Blood from its body flowed down onto the ice. It showed no signs of stopping. Because of this, it cried out in pain. Daibo, seeing this, asked in surprise, you're still alive. At the same time, all four of them smirked and simultaneously affirmed, you can't die yet. We need a punching bag to practice on. After fighting with the monster for a while, something black fell to the ground. It had been completely beaten to a pulp by them. Looking at the thing in front of them, he let out a sigh of relief. That tough head. We finally took it down. Minerva, there, was also sweating and said, so hot. I was almost roasted. At the same time, Daibo offered some water. Hey, drink some water to cool down. Hearing that, she glanced over and replied with a thank you. Hearing that, he acted cool and said, no need to thank me. Those who can help should. At the same time, Daibo didn't forget to look at Minerva and wink. Seeing this, she broke out in a sweat and frowned, wondering what's wrong with him. He looks like he's about to vomit. Kiji, beside her, also showed a disgusted expression and said, I don't know. He's been like that for a while. I think he was mumbling something about maintaining the dignity of a third circle adventurer. At the same time, Zap glanced over and smirked mockingly. Just because he just promoted to the third circle, he's already so full of himself. Hearing that, he got angry and growled, full of myself. Min? Nara, at this moment, was drinking water and spoke up. Yes, full of himself. Everyone else is already at the fourth circle except for one rookie. Kiji, on the side, didn't dare to say a word. She only heard Debo wink contemptuously and say, no matter how hard you try, the gap won't shrink. Maybe being an adventurer isn't for you. Then he spoke provocatively, then let's have a match. You bastard. Jaffer didn't back down either and loudly affirmed, I'm ready. Let me teach you some manners. At the same time, Kiji hesitantly spoke up. Come to think of it, Elbam is late. Mai, hearing this, broke out in a sweat and worriedly wondered to herself. It's past the time the gate should have reappeared. I don't see any other adventurers, did he? Meet Elbam at the second gate? What the hell are they doing? Elbam had already single-handedly cleared out the swarm of insects. His eyes glinted with killing intent as he stared straight ahead. The scene changes to a place with a very lively atmosphere. A person gently swirled a glass of wine and softly wondered, what are you thinking about so intensely, Your Highness? Salomon turned to look at His Highness Kassan and suggested, the festival isn't over yet, for now. Forget everything. Let's enjoy ourselves. He still couldn't help but worry and said, something's not right. I thought the queen must have had some scheme when she approved the festival. Yet, until the last day, nothing happened. Hearing that, he asked back, isn't that a good thing? His Highness Kassan was sweating as he frowned slightly and thought to himself, that's right. I should be happy that everything is going according to plan. But it's not like that. Why do I have this sense of unease? At the same time, a woman walked over and questioned, what are you doing here? It was Azeda. I know. He leaned back against the wall and asked with a smirk, a festival is held to honor you. Yet the guest of honor can't enjoy it at all. Seeing this, he hesitated. Your Majesty. What? Your Majesty, Azeda said as she approached the two. Does a mother need a reason to visit her son? I just wanted to celebrate this important day. What do you think? I will pour you a cup myself. At the same time, she offered the glass of wine to His Highness Kassan. Seeing this, he couldn't help but break out in a sweat as he looked up with a skeptical frown. Azeda seemed to sense his attitude and smiled faintly, exclaiming, oh dear, don't be so tense. You're breaking my heart. Others might think I've poisoned the wine. Ah yes, I heard an interesting rumor. Prince has made friends with an adventurer, haven't you? The two of them stared in astonishment after hearing that. She continued in a low, cold voice. It's quite worrying. I heard they're from another place. It would be dangerous if they got lost in a sandstorm. So, I've already sent people to pick them up. Hearing this, His Highness Kassan thought in horror. Impossible. The queen knew everything. She didn't just sit back. She acted first. Where did the news leak from? She doesn't know. I sent people to pick them up. Could it be the Dark Squad? The assassins who had once wiped out an entire Ocean city in a single day. It was rumored that no one who saw them survived. Among the princes, everyone knew Azeda would use them when she wanted someone to disappear. She allowed the festival just to lure me out. She knew everything and sent assassins to follow the adventurers. From the beginning, I was in the palm of her hand. At the same time, a person came over. Seeing this, Ajita smiled and said, it seems the news has arrived right on time. Next, the person broke out in a sweat and apologized. I have to leave for a moment. We've just received word from those who went to pick them up. She smirked with a triumphant look after hearing that. At the same time, at Elbam's location, he was seen bending down and thinking to himself, strange, these corpses show no signs of resistance, which means they were killed before they even realized they were being attacked. Who could do this? But the real problem is, I am the only survivor from the second gate. Looking at the bodies, it was clear that someone wanted to ruin the prince's plan. What? Could it be demons? At the same time, the dark energy sources appeared behind Elbam. He instinctively leaned back and successfully dodged this fatal blow. But it seemed the opponent didn't want to stop and attacked even more fiercely. Elbam, while parrying, gritted his teeth and thought, I can't see it, but there's definitely something right in front of me. Impossible. Behind him, something else appeared, causing him to stare in shock. And then Elbam immediately ducked to avoid it, whispering to himself, there's more than one. If so, how? He then immediately touched the ground. A ring of fire gradually spread around him. Instantly, from Elbam's hand, a fierce flame erupted and quickly spread around. A blurry figure loomed behind the smoke. Seeing this, he thought smugly, "Alright, I've found you. Time to burn you to a crisp." But Elbam once again showed an expression of horror. Just once more. That power pierced straight through the flames and charged towards him. Next, it immediately and forcefully struck Elbam, sending him flying backward. While trying to keep his body steady, he reached out his hand to block the technique. Elbam kept looking straight at the attack and wondered to himself, "It has no effect, is it them?" Even before turning back time, I had only heard rumors. A skill called Dark Sight, which conceals the body and instantly eliminates the target. The strongest assassination squad in ASEAN, the Hasen. At the same time, one of them, hidden in the smoke, thought smugly, "It's useless to struggle. We've prepared thoroughly. Everyone is equipped with fire-resistant gear to counter your fire magic. Without fire, your abilities can't deal any damage. We have no reason to lose. Just struggle and die in despair, right?" Suddenly, Elbam's cold voice rang out. "You must be pleased enough now." The man heard this and couldn't help but stare in confusion. All of them were already inside the shield, and he immediately declared, "The game of hide and seek ends here. It's quite bad. Fire resistance, you say? Dark shadow concealment skill. In the past, I was indeed difficult to deal with. But you should have come before I reached the fourth circle." A ring was now on Elbam's finger. The powerful energy simultaneously radiated around him. The blinding light continued to radiate and fall. Then the green smoke gradually dissipated. Elbam calmly stepped forward from inside. A member of the ASEAN assassination squad saw this and stared, stuttering, "How is that possible?" Thank you." Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately fell to the ground, and the ring carrying immense power continued to glow on Elbam's finger. The scene changes to the party, where a wine glass falls to the ground and shatters. Along with it, a shocked scream is heard. "What?" Afterwards, Azeda looked at the person before her and whispered an order. "Speak up. Speak clearly for me to hear." The person, drenched in sweat, bowed his head and reported, "My apologies. 5 people made it out of the gate. All of them are adventurers on the prince's side." Hearing this, she angrily gritted her teeth and growled, "What an arrogant bunch." At this moment, a person walked over and casually spoke, "What's wrong, Your Majesty? It seems my friend is progressing well." Ajita's eyes looked at the person in front of her with extreme displeasure. Meanwhile, the other person, holding a glass of wine, cheerfully provoked, "I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful as to worry about my friend. It truly makes me feel grateful, Your Majesty." The one who just spoke was none other than His Highness Kassan. With a triumphant expression, he kept smirking mockingly. "As a gesture of gratitude, allow me to offer you a cup of wine." Night had fallen, and the moon was high. In a ruined room amidst the desolate desert mountains, a light was still lit. Suddenly, a sound was heard. "So, have you brought the item?" Elbam knelt on one knee on the ground, reporting the situation to His Highness Kassan. "Yes. I found a letter inside the gate." He was very pleased with his quick work. "You have truly performed a great service. Heaven must have sent you to help me." But he decided not to hand it over to him. "But I can't just hand it over." Hearing this, His Highness Kassan looked down at him with a sharp gaze. "What?" Elbam immediately explained. "Assassins appeared during the ambush, and they even had weapons targeting me. It seems I've been drawn into your affairs sooner than I thought." He himself felt that he had gotten too deep into his affairs, so he couldn't avoid putting himself in danger. He held up the letter for His Highness Kassan to see. "If you want to deal with this, you first need to understand everything. For example, what is this letter all about?" He was really curious about what this letter contained. To ensure that the plan would proceed smoothly, he thoughtfully stared at the letter he was holding up. His Highness Kassan let out a sigh. Then he honestly answered about the origin of the letter in his hand. "The letter you are holding is a will created by me and the other princes." After Queen Ajita seized absolute power, she began to eliminate Abdullah V's children one by one. Therefore, the brothers who opposed Ajita united under the same cause. "If one of us is killed by her, then we will be killed. You must certainly leave behind evidence in the form of a will. And if the surviving brothers find that evidence, they will use it to overthrow Azeda. I want to depose the current rulers of ASEAN and rebuild it, while she wants to hide the truth. This letter is very important to both me and Azeda." After hearing the story he told about the importance of this letter, Elbam immediately thought about the possibility that he was ambushed by someone who had interfered, and became suspicious. Then the one who sent the assassins was Azeda. His Highness Kassan agreed with his point of view. "Yes, I was terrified when I realized it. I'm just glad you returned alive." Suddenly, he prepared to stand up and tell him something important. His eyes became sharp as he held the letter tightly in his hand, and at the same time, he took something out of his breast pocket and said decisively, This letter is completely useless. His Highness Kassan was startled and horrified. What? Elbam threw the object from his person hard onto the ground for him to see. I found something interesting on the assassins who came to kill me. It was the arm of a man he had cut off. It still had blood on it and a red symbol on the wrist. On that arm appeared a red mark in the strange shape of some organization, which made him gasp in amazement. Seeing that symbol, His Highness Kassan immediately recognized it, clenched his teeth, his eyes darkening with anger. He wasn't surprised by his reaction either. You recognize it, don't you? Elbam's face became more serious. If this mark is on an assassin directly sent by Ajita, there is only one conclusion. Ajita is a spy, a follower of the Dark Mages. It seemed he could deduce the true identity of Ajita hidden under the guise of a queen. The scene shifts to a dark room. On the ceiling, a black spider is spinning a web. Its view, criticizing Ajita's methods. I am very disappointed with how this was handled. She knelt down in reverence, having nothing to rebut. I have no words to defend myself. In the dark room, her face was full of self-blame. I didn't expect the Elbam party under Kassan to be able to destroy the assassin. Suddenly, an old man with silver hair approached upon hearing her mention Elbam. His voice echoed as he slowly approached, causing Ajita to turn and look. He then continued. I know him very well. Hyam. When she saw the person standing before her, she was startled and utterly amazed. You are Voker. He appeared with a mysterious aura, wearing a black robe with both hands amputated, yet still very imposing and cold. Ajita stood up, unable to believe the person standing right there was Avok, completely bewildered. You're still alive, Hancock. He answered her meaningless question and immediately wanted to take on the task of eliminating Elbam. There's a sure way to eliminate him. Please give me another chance. Hearing that, she immediately sneered in contempt. A chance? How ridiculous. You failed. Your time has passed. View immediately intervened. Ajita. Ajita immediately obeyed. Forgive me, Lord View. Then she made a decision. Evoker. Ajita, you two, handle this together. Hearing View's decision, Ada was extremely displeased, gritting her teeth with hatred for Avok, but still had to work with him. But he was very excited to accept this mission, smiling strangely. Thank you, Lord View. He was confident that he would complete the mission this time. We will definitely succeed. Over here, His Highness Kassan held the letter in his hand, squeezing it so tightly that the letter trembled along with it. At the same time, he himself couldn't believe what Elbam had just said. What? The Queen is a follower of the Dark Mages, he calmly explained. The followers of the Dark Mages have already planted deep roots in Asuan. The moment that letter is used, the one who dies won't be Asuan, but you, Your Highness. Suddenly, Elbam remembered a scene from the past. Before the reversal, Kassan had died. He used the will to expose Ajita's true identity. At that very moment, the cultists revealed their true form and ambushed Kassan. In the end, tragedy struck. Prince Kassan was assassinated. After hearing this, he immediately trembled with worry. It's too late. Suddenly, Elbam proposed an idea to Prince Kassan. How about leaving this place? He was startled when he heard that. What? The light. He thought this was a safe way to preserve his life. Once you make Ajita, who is backed by the Dark Mages, your enemy, there will be no safe place in Asuan. If you stay, only death awaits you. His Highness Kassan's hands tightened, veins bulging, unwilling to leave this place. Then he heard him continue. The wisest thing to do is to forget about that letter and find a way to survive. If you renounce the throne, Ajita might not pay attention to you anymore. Instantly, his hands relaxed, no longer tense as before. Prince Kassan understood the danger he was currently in. He held the letter in his hand and brought it to the lit candle. The flame catching the letter was immediately destroyed by him, and at the same time he replied, I understand. The letter. The burning letter lay in his hand as he made his decision according to his advice. I will not use this letter, just as you said. Then His Highness Kassan clenched the burning letter in his palm, unwilling to give up everything so easily. But I can't give up like this. He felt that leaving like this was not right now. There were still so many people suffering under Ajita's tyranny. The people were forced to become slaves to her, a treacherous, scheming person. If we leave it like this, ASEAN will have no future. Even if the enemy is not just a single cultist, a real kingdom will disappear, unable to find the light. Prince Kassan couldn't bear it and shouted, I will never give up on this country either. Elbam heard his determined words and the feelings of a prince for his people and country. He was very pleased and smiled with satisfaction. After composing himself, he ordered, You may withdraw from now on. But before he could finish, a subordinate rushed in to report, Your Highness, Your Highness. They saw him rushing over and wondered, Salomon, what's wrong? He immediately reported. The palace currently, they have given up, are opening the gate to the prince's tomb. Hearing that, he was horrified. The prince's tomb? Impossible. The legendary adventurer once called the strongest in ASEAN, the fourth Prince Salah. Although he was a prince, he fearlessly conquered countless gates, and people admired him. Even I admit Salah, he had both strength and prestige, and was the closest candidate to the throne. But one day, Salah entered a gate and never returned. His disappearance shocked the entire kingdom. From then on, that gate was called the Prince's Tomb. His Highness Kassan was confused. So why is it being opened now after being sealed for so long? What are they planning? Even Salomon didn't know the answer. Yes, do you know, sir? He honestly reported the situation. His Majesty has personally declared that whoever conquers this gate will become the next heir to the throne. As soon as he finished speaking, Elbem warned, this is Azeda's trap. This made both Prince Kassan and Salomon turn to look at him in surprise. He closed his eyes and calmly explained, she will disguise it as an accident and eliminate all participating princes. It's too obvious. Hearing this, he agreed with that point of view. The rookie is right, Your Highness, for now. Let's temporarily retreat, Salomon. Clay wanted to see His Highness Kassan consider temporarily retreating to assess the situation, but he didn't think so. He had to participate himself. Sir, I must participate, otherwise it would be like falling right into her trap. He hesitated, but Your Highness. Unexpectedly, Elbem offered to help him. I will assist you, Your Highness. This greatly surprised both of them. Even he himself couldn't believe he was getting help from him. You, Elbem, he didn't hesitate to cooperate with him. I'm afraid we've already become Ajita's target because of this. I believe we are now in the same boat as you, Your Highness. Prince Kassan was extremely grateful. Thank you, truly. You will be a great help. But he didn't know what was on his mind. He just wanted to save him and silently swore, I will not let Kassan die again like before the reversal. Before the reversal, the cultists had used all of ASEAN to spread monsters from the gate throughout the region. ASEAN at that time was their main headquarters. Anyway, I'm glad I rushed to ASEAN. I even witnessed the unexpected nature of Prince Kassan. He clenched his fist with determination. Now, I will make him my top priority and uproot the cultist. Elbam's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. I promise you this, Your Highness. Prince Kassan was very surprised to see his confident look and his determined desire to help him become king. I will make you king. Abdullah VIII, the king, was still in a drunken stupor, lounging on his chair and speaking. All right, you are all here. He continued to propose an idea to select a crown prince worthy of sitting on this noble throne. As you know, the court has decided to choose the crown prince through the prince's tomb. Each candidate must enter the gate on their own, conquer it, and bring back Salah's remains. But Mukhtar did not agree with his decision. But Your Majesty, from ancient times, the crown prince has always been chosen through martial arts, literature, and then a vote from the people. There has never been a precedent of choosing the crown prince by conquering a gate. The one who spoke was the second prince, Mukhtar. The first Prince Gonson also completely agreed with the second prince's opinion and spoke up. That's right. Such a sudden change will cause a strong protest from the people. It seemed King Abdullah VIII didn't care about the prince's objections. He took a swig of wine and answered perfunctorily, maybe so. But Azeda said the palace also needs reform. Your Majesty is truly infatuated. Following Queen Azeda's words, Prince Kassan immediately retorted, can a single word from the queen overturn tradition? He spoke up as the third prince. Kassan, he wanted to advise His Majesty once more. Your Majesty, please reconsider. If we change it now, it's still not too late. The person bowing behind him was the fifth prince, Sanjay. But contrary to the other princes, the sixth prince, Acid, being young, found this very new and excitingly accepted. If His Majesty has decided, then that is the tradition. The king's will is the will of ASEAN and becomes the new tradition. Hearing this, Sanjay turned and looked very displeased with him. King Abdullah VIII, still in his drunken stupor, sat up straight, fully agreeing with Assad. That's right. My word is tradition. The contest for the crown prince will proceed as planned. No changes. The date is set for 1 week from now. Anyone who gives up will permanently lose their chance to compete for the throne. Whether you form a team or not, that's up to you. I've said what needs to be said. His Majesty had no intention of changing his mind. No matter how the princes tried to persuade him, it was useless. The decision was made. Anyone who disagreed would permanently lose their chance. Then he staggered out, no longer caring about court affairs. I'm leaving. My queen is waiting. The sixth Prince Assad, seeing him leave, intended to be obsequious. Wait, Your Majesty, I will accompany you. After His Majesty left, the first Prince Gonson, with an angry face, said, what is this? And the second Prince Mukter gritted his teeth. Both were resentful, not knowing what trick she was up to. Azeda, what are you planning this time? Suddenly, Prince Kassan spoke up. The princes will all die fighting in the gate, he warned, wanting the princes to be very wary of the danger. That is Azeda's goal. We must not fight among ourselves. He truly needed everyone's cooperation. My goal is to overthrow Azeda's rule. There is no reason to become enemies. We must unite to bring down Azeda and reclaim Aswan. This was the greatest desire that Prince Kassan wanted to achieve most. Suddenly, the fifth Prince Sanjay spoke up. I refuse. I cannot be on the same side as you. Hearing this, Kassan turned to look at him with a surprised expression. Sanjay. He suspected he was pretending to want the throne. Don't pretend you want unity. In your heart, you only think you are worthy of being king, right? How disgusting. I believe I can rule ASEAN better than anyone else. What did he say? He immediately turned and left, wanting to get it himself without help from the other princes. Just you wait. I will become the crown prince and overthrow Ajita myself. Kassan, seeing him misunderstand, called after him with advice. Oh, Sanjay, if we kill each other, won't we fall right into Ajita's trap? But Sanjay still refused to listen to his advice. Kassan gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder comfortingly. Kassan, we will give you our full support. The first prince spoke up, very supportive of Kassan. The second prince did as well, which moved him greatly. My brothers. Mukter also wanted to cooperate with Kassan to fight against Azeda. We know you have been preparing for a long time to confront Azeda. This is the chance for you to be recognized as the crown prince, seize power, and then overthrow Azeda. Unlike us who lack courage, you are the wisest and most talented. I believe you can lead this country. He believed that he could be a good crown prince and would bring happiness to the kingdom. Kassan was deeply moved. Everyone, thank you for believing in me. Then the first Prince Gonson spoke. That's right, Kassan. We will do our best to help you. But what about inviting a strong adventurer? This was something the two princes were always considering. He immediately smiled smugly. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. The scene shifts to a room. Kassan himself invited Elbam's group to gather powerful adventurers to help. That is why I want to hire you for this contest. Elban immediately agreed. We are ready. That's not a problem. But there's one condition. Only the third prince and our party are allowed to enter the gate. Salomon found his request too absurd and at the same time worried about Kassan's life, shouting, What? Unreasonable. This is about deciding the next crown prince. How can we entrust the third prince to you alone? The royal guards will accompany him. He continued to explain, the third prince is not an adventurer. He must always be protected. But Elbam immediately refuted. But if even one person in the group is not strong enough, he will become a burden. He was really worried if someone from the palace came along. Moreover, if Azeda knows about Kassan's plan, it proves there is a traitor in the palace. Not even ruling out the royal guards, it's best to completely exclude people from the palace. We have discussed this with Kassan, so let's proceed as planned. He still maintained that view. But suddenly he spoke up sternly. Then let's see if we're really a burden or not. This caught his attention. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred. A red ray of light shot forward, shattering the table into pieces that flew everywhere. Everyone could see it. Everyone was startled and horrified. Kassan immediately intervened before his disrespectful action. Salomon, what are you planning to do? Salomon sincerely apologized. Your Highness, please forgive my insolence. But he immediately called out some mysterious masked men wanting to fight Elbam. I have to crush this arrogant brat. Suddenly, they noticed the glowing runes on the arms of those mysterious masked men. He looked horrified. Circle 4, Tier 4. Elbam understood why they wanted to go with Kassan and accepted. No wonder you're confident about joining the team. Alright. He made a request to them. If you defeat us, we will let you join. Hearing his name called to fight a battle with them, he jumped in surprise and yelled, Huh? But I'm only Circle 3. But before he could finish, they had already charged forward and attacked him. Debo shouted, crying without tears. Wait. And just as he drew the sword on his person, the other two were already lying on the ground, leaving him bewildered. Huh? Salomon looked at the two who were so easily defeated, horrified. What? By someone who was only third circle, Daibo laughed excitedly. Of course, I am the mighty Daibo. Zafar casually replied, It's not that the royal guards are weak, but that we are too strong. Kiji immediately told Salomon why the royal guards shouldn't go in with Kassan. Now you understand the difference in class, right? But he was still not reconciled. It's not over yet. Salomon, am still here. Prince Kassan immediately gestured for him to stop, not to argue anymore, and continued the discussion with Elban. Elban, I will follow your words. What should I do next? He immediately approached him, ensuring with certainty, we will protect the third prince with our lives, but in case of an unexpected battle, the third prince must also be able to defend himself a little, then protect. He ordered Kiji, Zephyr, Dibbo, and even Minesu. You will train the third prince. This greatly surprised them all. Minerva couldn't believe it. Huh, train us? Can we really do that? Can we just beat up a prince to train him? For someone as noble as Prince Cassin, it made them cautious. But before she could ask any more questions, Cassin bowed, truly wanting to be trained to become stronger. Please, you all, even Salomon, who had followed him for so long, was very surprised by his action. Your Highness. Then he heard him continue. I have sworn to reclaim Ocean at all cost. For the people who rely on me, for the brothers who trust me, I cannot hesitate to keep that oath. I am willing to do anything. Cassin's palm was clenched tightly, showing his determination. Elben was very pleased with his strong will and his efforts to reclaim Aswan. Then he didn't forget to remind him. All right then, but remember, this will be even harsher than a real battle. Prince Cassin was very happy and excited. Good, that's exactly what I want. Let's start right away. Oh, the sky is blue. Prince Cassin is being trained by Kiji. The sword in his hand was sent flying into the air. The sword immediately stuck into the ground far from the prince. His hand was still trembling. He cried out in pain as she knocked his sword away. Kiji remained cold and serious, training him and ordering him to shout, pick up the sword again. The day is not over yet. Prince Cassin endured the pain in his waist, panting heavily, trying to continue the training. Yes, please, continue. He then continued to fight directly with Daibo. He continuously swung his sword at Prince Cassin. He was caught. I gritted my teeth and tried to block the sword stroke swung by him. Prince Cassin continued to dodge those attacks and at the same time jumped off the ground to dodge the bullets fired by Minas. But he still got hit by a blow from Zephyr. He punched him straight in the stomach, causing him to vomit blood in pain. Cassin still tried to maintain his balance with the sword in his hand. Blood dripped onto the ground. His body was covered in wounds. But he still wanted to continue training, again. Please. Minerva, seeing his condition was not good, wanted to advise him to stop. I know you're trying hard, but if you push yourself further. But Cassin remained stubborn. I don't want to be a burden. I have to train more. Push me harder. Elbem spoke up. If that's the case, Your Highness, don't worry too much. This training is for emergencies. Not wanting him to be distressed and exhaust his energy, he assured his safety. As long as nothing unusual happens, Zephyr will always be by your side. Zephyr was picking his nose with a very relaxed expression. Cassin, hearing this, wondered, Zephyr, Elben, I thought you would follow me. He really didn't trust him that much, but Elben assured him. Zephyr may not look like it on the outside, but he is the team's healer. And if you're in danger during a battle, he can immediately heal and shield you. And Zephyr doesn't just know how to heal, he can also fight. Hearing this, Cassin felt much more at ease. Quite impressive, but he seemed a bit cranky. What a pain. He still ensured the mission was completed even while he was by his side. Even if Zephyr focuses on the prince, the rest of us can still manage. With the army, everyone tried to support and protect him. Tarzan was very grateful and bowed respectfully before Zephyr, which surprised him greatly. Such incredible people are following me, and I have nothing to give in return. If possible, then there is nothing to give in return. Please accept this. At least, when all this is over, I promise to reward you handsomely. Even more than what was agreed upon. He took out a large bag of gold, wanting to express his gratitude for their help. Zephyr immediately changed his attitude, kneeling on one knee and pledging allegiance. I pledge my loyalty to serve you, Your Highness. Can you see? I will quickly carry out my duty. So let's start by healing you first. Minnidu and Daibo stood watching, completely stunned. He's really stubborn, isn't he? After healing Prince Cassin, he excitedly continued, all right, when you're healed, let's have another round. Over here in a dark room, a mysterious organization is secretly operating. So that's how it is. The War of Succession. The palace has finally made its move. In that case, we, the Shadow Gathering, must also act, this time. We must give them a clear warning, then a warning. A voice rang out with a warning. Let's assassinate Abdullah, as a fitting warning. Another person spoke up in disagreement. Sir, if we do that, how are we any different from Azeda? Suddenly, the leader spoke. Everyone be quiet. He calmly explained, screaming at each other won't do any good. No matter what, we only have one mission. That is to overthrow the Cassin dynasty, and to cleanse ASEAN once and for all. The next morning, everyone had gathered at the gate. First, Prince Gonson spoke. So the battle has begun. The battle for the throne. Second Prince Muktar sent his well wishes to Kassan. I know I have to withdraw this time, but I believe you will do well for us. Kassan replied enthusiastically. He assured the two princes with certainty, we will definitely succeed. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice was heard. How ridiculous. What can a bunch of wanderers from Victoria Island do? This made everyone glance over in attention. The one who just spoke was the sixth prince, Assad. He crossed his arms arrogantly. Don't waste your efforts. Victory will be mine because I have hired the strongest adventurers in Aswan, the Red Scorpions. He smiled smugly. Looking at the situation, Kassan is as good as done. The only worthy opponent left. He glanced over at the fifth prince's group, judging them to be worthy opponents. Fifth Prince Sanjay. Muktar noticed Sanjay and warned Kassan. It seems Sanjay has invited the strongest warriors in the kingdom, the Kasa tribe. He also acknowledged, it seems my brother has also put in quite a bit of effort. The first Prince Gonsan knew this battle would be extremely fierce, and didn't forget to send his best wishes and absolute trust that Kassan could win. I know this battle will be difficult, but I believe in you. He truly placed his faith in him to make things happen. You are the only one who can end Queen Azeda's tyranny and restore ASEAN to its former glory. Suddenly, Sanjay, who had been listening, became even angrier, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, King Abdullah VIII, standing on a high platform, spoke. You have waited long enough. Who will be the future king? Who dares to enter the prince's tomb and lead ASEAN in this battle for the throne? His Majesty still looked drunk, always holding a jar of something and giving orders right now. Abdullah VIII declares war. Zafar looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Is that Abdullah? He was also confused. What a chaotic person. Then King Abdullah VIII threw down maps to the people below. The maps scattered freely in the air, and then he continued, that map will show the way. Daibo and Minerva picked them up and studied them carefully as he continued. Show your strength and wisdom on the path to the throne. Looking at it, the map in his hand, Deepo really doubted this was a map. Kiji looked at it intently but still didn't understand and asked, what does it mean? Does anyone know? Jafar looked at it, also confused. Even someone as well-informed as me can't understand it. The sixth Prince Azad also carefully studied the map. He paid attention to the details. A person bleeding profusely and a flower. He suddenly thought, is that a crimson flower? A flower as red as blood. That flower only blooms in a few rare places in Asan. The prince's tomb is in the Crimson Wasteland, where crimson flowers bloom. He was excited to have found the answer and immediately set off. This riddle is too easy, not worthy of challenging a king's intellect. Let's go. Then Sanjay also started to leave, not forgetting to leave a message for Kassan. Anyway, I consider you my only rival in this challenge, Brother Kassan. So, everyone can get to the gate. He also left quickly. Let's go to. Kassan could only call after Sanjay. Daibo, seeing that they had all left, was confused. What should we do now? Are they all geniuses? He didn't know. He was really worried and turned to ask Elbin. He saw him still looking at the map, thinking, and asked, hey, are you listening? Finally, the sixth Prince Assad's group arrived at the location indicated by the map. In front of them was a field of red flowers, which made him very excited. Found it. I knew it was here. The subordinate walking beside him was smug. It seems we arrived the fastest. Assad was proud of himself, of course, because I am the smartest and most discerning among my brothers. You were right. He clenched his fist with determination. I will prove it to my father. I am the most worthy of the throne. He ordered, now, you all pass through the gate. But the two people following him were immediately killed, lying motionless on the ground, falling into a pool of blood. Assad turned back, horrified. Huh? What? A figure flashed past him, and blood splattered everywhere. A dagger was stuck firmly in the ground. Assad glanced to the side, his face pale with fear, his mouth agape as he screamed in terror. A woman with a covered face and blonde hair immediately caught the arrow shot at her and shouted, what are you doing? Attacking an ally with the same goal. Sezin. The one who had just spoken was Aleska. The one who had just shot an arrow at her was Sezin, the leader of the Lith branch of the Sand Robbers. Aleska, leader of the Resolute faction, the Sand Robbers. Aleska retorted, this is the most effective way to send a clear warning message to the royal palace. You know that too. He disagreed with her methods. Then how are we any different from Azeda? She clenched her fist and asked him, are you going to let them pass through the gate? Don't you think this could be Azeda's scheme? Sezin picked up the dagger and replied, no, Aleska. Actually, we've already fallen into Azeda's trap. He had abandoned it. He threw the dagger towards the gate. Immediately, the gate exploded in a massive blast. The sixth Prince Assad collapsed to the ground, staring at the scene in astonishment. The gate. Sezin calmly replied, Ajita must have prepared in advance, because she knew I would sabotage the gate conquest. This is what will destroy both the prince and the sand robbers in one blow. A fake gate. Immediately, there was no gate there at all, only an empty pit. He didn't forget to warn that Ajita had set up more fake gates. There must be many other fake gates set up with similar traps. Instead of fighting first, we must. Ileska understood his meaning. I understand. That means we have to find the prince's real tomb. Let's try. She looked at the sixth Prince Assad, still bewildered on the ground, and reminded him, let's go. I'll take you with me just in case. Are you crazy, Hayu? He immediately refused. No, that's not what I meant. Then she tried to grab him. Over here. Kassan appeared, holding his sword and fighting fiercely. He swung his sword and killed the monster. The monster immediately fell. Zafar praised him endlessly. A beautiful strike. Prince. We've even found the entrance to the gate. After fighting and killing all the monsters, he didn't forget to thank them. Thank you, everyone. It's all thanks to your efforts. Prince Kassan was still a bit tired but curious why Elbim could solve the code. But I never expected the Malay Emerald Oasis to be the prince's tomb. How did you decipher that picture? He recalled the map. In the picture, there was only a black sky, a fallen warrior, and a red flower. To someone who doesn't know, it might just look like a scribble. But that black sky is a sign of the day the dark mages attacked Aswan. The warriors of Aswan risked their lives to fight against the dark mages. The fallen warriors symbolizes the Aswan warriors, and the red flower is the blood they shed. When combined, the place where the Aswan warriors shed their blood on the day the dark mages appeared is the Malay Emerald Oasis. That is where the prince's tomb exists. But he had no intention of telling him those words and just replied vaguely, I was just lucky. Kassan chuckled. Even you have to rely on luck. You're finally starting to look more human. Then he excitedly continued, all right, let's get going. Elbin, walking ahead, wanted to ask him, before we go, I want to say one thing to you, Your Highness. Once you're determined to become king, you must point your sword forward. No matter who the opponent is, even your own brothers are no exception. Brothers. Standing before the glowing gate, he warned him, the moment you set foot in this place, that has already been decided. You guys remember. Kassan swallowed hard, his face tense as he heard his words. Then they entered the gate together. A blinding light transported them to the place. Before them appeared a place surrounded by trees. Daibo was excited. All right, we're the first ones here. Zafar didn't think so. First? What do you mean? It's very likely someone has already been here. Since we started later. As Kiji walked, she replied. That's a more realistic way of looking at it. She didn't forget to remind everyone. Be on your guard. Because this challenge involves the throne. But at that moment, they didn't know someone was hiding in the shadows, watching their every move. Kiji remained vigilant, her words echoing in the space. Who knows what tricks the opponent will pull? The mysterious hooded person immediately raised the flute to his lips and blew. The sound waves echoed far and wide. Daibo stopped and looked around curiously. Hey, what's that sound? Zafar wondered, a flute. Suddenly, a monster heard the sound and its red eyes shot open. From a distance, Zafar noticed, something's coming this way. The mad poison mushroom, its mouth wide open showing its sharp teeth, attacked them. This was one of their poor minions. While Daibo picked up his weapon and wondered, is it that bastard again? Use that move. Block the poison smoke. Zafar remained very calm and said loudly, don't worry about poison removal. 3 million mesos and it served right up. Suddenly, from within the bushes, dark figures flew out. Debo's face darkened, and he was stunned. Huh? Now it wasn't just one, but a whole swarm surrounding them. He screamed in terror. What the hell is this? The whole group immediately fled, but they swarmed after them, attacking as they ran. They were still running, as if being chased by ghosts. Why are there so many? It's like all the monsters in the gate have gathered here. They were even surrounded from the front. Prince Kassan shouted, in front, everyone look in front. They're coming from the front too. The mad poison mushrooms kept chasing them as if they wanted to swallow them whole. All because of the sound the mysterious person had played. At this point, they were surrounded from all sides. Prince Kassan was frantic, damn it. What are you standing there for? Don't just stand there like that, do something. Alba immediately ordered Debo, and he didn't know what to do either. Damn it. I don't care anymore. He desperately slammed his weapon on the ground. Immediately, the bridge shattered, causing some of the monsters to fall into the abyss. The poison mushrooms couldn't react in time and just fell down. Kassan, seeing Daibo risk breaking the path like that, was horrified. Are you insane? Impossible. They all fell into the swift flowing stream along with the poison mushroom monsters. They all fell into the water with a splash. A subordinate came to report the situation to the fifth prince, Sanjay. It seems Prince Kasim and his entourage have entered the gate. He was very pleased. As expected, by now they must have fallen into the trap, struggling desperately. He was looking forward to seeing what Kasim would do next. Just wait, brother. That's not the only gift I've prepared for you. His eyes. Sanjay's eyes turned ferocious, filled with killing intent as he declared, I will show you who is truly worthy of the throne. This is the end. Please comment Elbam below if you want next part.